Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 649, Chapter 648, A Date with Integra After the Banquet. Alex, Integra, and Alessa continued to stay at the celebratory banquet that took place after the awards ceremony. Many who had distinguished themselves received medals. Alex was knighted as a Knight of the Faith, and Integra was awarded a new high title. One big plus of this banquet was the truly excellent desserts. Alex didn't move away from the dessert table for a single moment. Next to him, a whole tower of used dessert plates gradually grew higher with every passing second. Integra, standing nearby, couldn't help but notice what her husband was doing. Every time she turned away to politely respond to congratulations from people who approached her to congratulate her on her new status and title, the moment she turned her head back to Alex, another plate with a new dessert would already appear in his hands. "Are you planning to eat all the desserts by yourself?" Integra asked, frowning slightly as she looked at her husband. "Apparently, yes. And I don't see any problem with that. Desserts exist precisely so that people eat them," Alex replied, shrugging his shoulders and finishing another dessert. The moment he finished speaking, Alex reached for the next one. Integra, watching this, made her expression as neutral as possible and once again wondered why Alex consumed such quantities of sweets. Looking away from her husband, who was eating dessert with a satisfied smile and discussing its taste with Alessa, Integra swept her gaze across the banquet hall. All those present kept throwing glances in Alex's direction. Everyone who looked at him had the same question: how much had he already eaten and how much more was he planning to eat? Some noble ladies gathered in small groups were actively discussing Alex and Integra. No matter which way you looked at it, Alex's appearance was impossible to ignore. The main question that interested all of them was, how had a woman like Integra managed to attract a man like Alex? For many of them, it was difficult to perceive Integra as a woman. She didn't look particularly feminine anyway. Among the noble ladies, these conversations were becoming increasingly lively. However, no one dared to approach Integra directly and talk to her about this topic. Integra, standing slightly apart, perfectly noticed how the noble ladies were glancing at her and simply swept them with a cold, indifferent look before immediately turning away, deciding it was pointless to waste her time on them. Alex, thanks to his sharp hearing, heard absolutely all the conversations taking place in the banquet hall and only shook his head, continuing to eat another dessert. He had long grown used to such gossip and saw no reason to say anything. Glancing at Integra, he saw that she also didn't care about these discussions, so he stopped paying attention to them. "How much longer are we going to stay here?" Alex asked after finishing another dessert. "You already want to leave?" Integra asked, glancing at the watch on her wrist. "Pretty much. It's boring here. No matter what world it is, people or gods, events like this are always equally boring," Alex said, slightly rolling his neck to stretch the muscles. "Is the difference really that small?" Integra asked, raising an eyebrow slightly. "Everything is exactly the same. Everyone gathers in small groups and shares the latest gossip. For example, that group of women over there," Alex said, nodding his head in their direction. "What about them?" Integra asked, shifting her gaze to where Alex had indicated. "They're discussing how you managed to get me, and also that you're most likely using our marriage as a cover for your true orientation," Alex said in a carefree tone. Hearing the last words, Integra's gaze became even colder. She calmly shifted her eyes to the group of women. Alessa peeked out from behind Alex's leg and also narrowed her eyes in their direction, believing they had insulted her mother. Alessa immediately added these women to her personal list of people who would have to face nightmares. Alex himself didn't react to such rumors at all, he simply didn't care. He had never concerned himself with what others thought of him. Alex leaned closer to Integra's ear and whispered a few words to get her attention. "Repeat that," Integra asked, not having caught the last words. "I said, let's go for a walk around London instead. It's too boring here. And the list of people Alessa wants to curse just keeps growing," Alex said, pointing at his daughter, who was staring too intently at the people around them. Integra looked out from behind Alex's shoulder and lowered her gaze to look at Alessa. She immediately noticed how attentively the girl was watching the people who were talking too much nonsense. Looking away from her daughter, Integra glanced at the watch on her wrist. Estimating how much time had passed since the end of the official ceremony and how long the banquet had already been going on, she realized there was no point in staying here any longer. "Fine. But first we need to say goodbye properly," Integra said, lowering her arm with the watch. "That's better. I urgently need coffee," Alex said with a satisfied smile. "Hold on for 5 minutes. We'll go to the Queen's representative, say a couple of thank you phrases, and then we can leave." The rest doesn't concern us, Integra said calmly, looking Alex in the eyes. When Integra's words sounded, a satisfied smile appeared on Alex's face, which he didn't even try to hide. Attending such boring events where he had no one to talk to normally always gave him an irresistible desire to ruin everything or do something crazy. Taking Alessa by the hand, Alex followed Integra to pay his respects and say goodbye to the Queen's representative, who was in charge of the banquet in her absence. Approaching the representative together with Integra, she said a few polite phrases and said goodbye. Alex thought he should also say a couple of words before leaving. You had very tasty desserts here. Please convey my respects to the Queen for such an exquisite reception, Alex said with a polite smile. It's nice to hear that, Sir Voldegode. Her Majesty will be pleased to hear your words, the representative replied with a professional smile. Integra gave Alex a blank look. Even in this context, he mentioned sweets again. Alex himself saw no problem with this and considered it right to note what he had genuinely liked. The next people Integra and Alex said goodbye to were the members of the round table. After a short exchange of phrases, Alex, Integra, and Alessa calmly left the banquet hall to go for a walk. At that moment, Alex was slightly surprised that Integra had agreed to the walk, considering her usually strict and controlling nature. Once outside, Integra lit a thin cigar and lightly pinched the bridge of her nose to relax a little. Even for her, who had grown up in such an environment, attending such events was very unpleasant. Stopping pinching her nose, Integra opened her eyes and saw a black Impala in front of her, with Alex and Alessa already sitting inside. Miss, would you like to go for a ride with the wind? Alex asked, leaning out of the Impala's window. And do such pick-up lines work on modern girls? Integra asked, giving her husband a blank look. How should I know? You should ask Dean about that, Alex said, lazily shrugging his shoulders. I think I'll pass. The last thing I want is to talk to a man like that, Integra said, shaking her head slightly. Well, suit yourself. All right, hop in, stop standing there. Time to have a family drive around evening London, Alex said, looking at Integra with a wide smile. Integra brought the thin cigar to her lips, took a light drag while examining Alex's car, and after exhaling the smoke, walked around the black Impala. Before getting in, she put out the cigar. When Integra got into the car, Alex started the Impala's engine. A few moments later, the car left the grounds of Windsor Castle. Alex drove with one hand on the wheel and the other hanging out the window, a cigarette smoldering between his fingers. Integra sat in the passenger seat with her arms crossed over her chest, looking at the road ahead. Alessa, sitting in the back, was texting with her sisters, who had immediately written to her when they left the banquet. Alessa was sharing her thoughts about the ceremony, but it all came down to a few words. She had been very bored. I want to eat something unhealthy. Alessa, what do you think, should we stop for some junk food? Alex asked, tapping his finger on the steering wheel. If you dare buy something like that and eat it in front of me, I will personally throw both you and that food into the Thames, Integra said, not even letting Alessa answer. First of all, burgers are served even in Michelin-starred restaurants. I know this personally. Secondly, even Irina and Alice, who come from the Nakiri family, a family that has been cooking for high-ranking people for generations, also make burgers. And very tasty ones at that, Alex said, giving Integra a blank look. Do you even hear yourself, husband? You compared a Michelin restaurant, a family that has been cooking for generations, and fast food. Did nothing strike you as wrong in those words? Integra asked, looking at Alex with a cold gaze and poking him with her finger. All right, I admit it. I got a bit carried away. Then how about we just get some coffee and take a walk along the embankment like a normal family? Alex said, turning his head toward Integra and watching her reaction. Integra looked away and stared at the evening road ahead, illuminated by the headlights. She thought about Alex's suggestion, simply taking a walk and drinking coffee. Integra remembered how long it had been since she had done something like this. A very old memory surfaced in her mind of when she had simply walked along the Thames embankment with her parents. Turning her head back, Integra looked at Alessa, wanting to know her opinion. Alessa raised her gaze to Integra and nodded slightly, showing she had nothing against a quiet walk. A walk along the embankment. Integra asked for clarification, leaning back in her seat. Yeah. The most ordinary walk. The most ordinary date, holding hands, drinking coffee, and all that, Alex said, nodding slightly and tapping his fingers on the steering wheel. You know. Compared to your suggestion to try fast food, a simple walk is probably the only normal idea you've proposed, Integra said, crossing her arms over her chest. As I understand it, in your case that means yes, Alex said, chuckling lightly and turning the wheel. Coffee and a quiet walk. Yes, that sounds acceptable. Even good, Integra said, nodding and confirming Alex's words. Seeing Integra relax and lean back in her seat, Alex smiled and turned the wheel again to head toward the embankment. Thanks to his walks with Sarah's, he knew places where there weren't many people and one could enjoy a quiet stroll. Humming a melody, Alex lightly tapped his fingers in rhythm, while Integra closed her eyes to shake off the remnants of fatigue. But the more Alex sang, the more Integra paid attention to him. Continuing to listen to the song, she opened her eyes just as Alex began singing even louder. Show me the champion of light. I'll show you the herald of darkness. Lost in a never-ending night. Diving deep to the surface, Alex sang, nodding his head to the beat of the song. Integra looked at Alex with a blank expression while he paid no attention to her gaze and fully enjoyed the drive and the song playing on the radio. Realizing that Alex wasn't going to stop, Integra simply sighed and let him do whatever he wanted. She had nothing against him singing. She even thought he had a pleasant voice that was nice to listen to. The only downside for her was that it wasn't the genre of music she preferred. Closing her eyes, Integra began listening to the lyrics of the song, and they seemed quite strange to her. Why is this song so strange? It sounds like the story of some person, Integra asked, opening her eyes and looking at Alex. Because it is. This song is about the writer Alan Wake, whom I saved in Bright Falls. He got trapped in a trap he had set for himself. In his quest for freedom, he became the hero, the villain, and the writer of his own story, Alex said, gently rocking his head from side to side. It was in your file. I remember. But in this song, some magical clicker is mentioned. What is that? Integra asked, nodding, and recalling Alex's file that she had read to understand him better. I would call it a magical artifact that absorbed Alan's light of hope. You could say it's the main weapon against darkness. Here it is. Just don't press it, Alex said, reaching into his inventory and pulling out the clicker. Interesting. How can this broken clicker possess any power? Integra asked, examining it from all sides. Because Alan himself wrote it that way, Alex said in a thoughtful tone, looking at Integra. Integra stopped examining the clicker and turned her head toward Alex, giving him a look that said she wanted to hear the whole story, not just fragments. Noticing her gaze, Alex sighed and began telling her what had happened to Alan Wake and what consequences it had brought. Integra listened attentively, only occasionally asking questions to clarify details or things that seemed strange to her. Alessa, who had been busy chatting with her sisters the whole time, finally paid attention to her parents. Because she had been too engrossed in the conversation with them, she had missed most of the dialogue, and all she knew was that they were going for a walk along the embankment. Hearing Alex talk about some writer, Alessa listened for a bit and quickly lost interest, since she already knew this story. By the time Alex had told most of what Alan Wake had gone through, the black Impala had reached the embankment. Finding a place to park, Alex turned the wheel and pulled into the parking lot. After parking, he turned off the engine and looked at his clothes, then shifted his gaze to Integra and Alessa. Alex realized they were still wearing formal attire with orders, and such outfits definitely weren't suitable for a simple family walk. We need to change. Otherwise we'll stand out too much, Alex said, looking at Integra and Alessa. Excuse me, but I don't carry spare clothes with me, Integra said, giving her husband a blank look. There's no need to worry about that. That's what magic is for, Alex said, giving a thumbs up with a smile. Integra gave Alex a blank look and sighed, nodding slightly. Alex smiled and snapped his fingers. In that instant, the clothes on him, Integra, and Alessa changed. Alex was now wearing his usual outfit consisting of a black t-shirt, black jeans, and a light black coat. Integra's formal attire changed to a black fitted jacket, a thin turtleneck, and slim trousers with low-heeled shoes. Alessa's dress changed to her usual dress that Wednesday had worn as a child. When her clothes changed, Integra looked down to see what Alex had dressed her in. Seeing her new outfit, she nodded slightly, showing that Alex had chosen the right option. Good choice, Integra said calmly after finishing checking her new attire. What did you expect? That I would dress you in a dress or a skirt? Alex asked, getting out of the Impala. If you did that, you'd end up at the bottom of the Thames, Integra said, getting out of the car after him. You're so strict. Where's all the love? Or at least the phrase, if you really want it, I'll wear it for you, Alex said in an exaggerated tone, lifting Alessa into his arms. The fact that I'm your wife doesn't mean I have to be any less strict with you. And it definitely doesn't mean I have to wear something I'm uncomfortable in just to indulge your desires, Integra said calmly, taking Alex's arm. But you didn't say a single word that you don't love me. That means love wins, Alex said with a wide smile. Before Integra could respond to Alex's words, he immediately kissed her on the cheek. Exhaling through her nose, Integra placed her palm on Alex's face and pushed him away. She wasn't going to deny that she loved him. But she definitely wasn't going to say it out loud and saw no reason to do so if she had already shown him her feelings. Integra preferred to express them through actions rather than words. Still holding Alex's arm, she made it clear that she was waiting for them to start the walk and continue the conversation they hadn't finished. Hearing her, Alex continued the story from where he had left off, namely, how he had arrived in Bright Falls with Emmett. Even during the walk, the topics of conversation between Alex and Integra mostly concerned work. But this didn't stop them from enjoying the stroll, especially Alessa, who sat calmly on Alex's shoulders with a serene expression, her hands on his head while texting with her sisters. During the walk along the embankment, a light cool summer breeze was blowing, and lanterns along the path illuminated the way. Despite the time, families, groups of friends, or people hurrying to catch the bus were also strolling along the embankment. Alex continued walking beside Integra, holding her hand and telling her about what he had already managed to do. Integra herself was enjoying this calm walk, especially the fact that she didn't have to think about work and many other things related to Helsing. At that moment, she felt like an ordinary woman who had gone out for a walk with her husband and daughter, rather than an aristocrat and head of a secret organization who had received the highest order from the Queen of England just a few hours earlier. "Are you going to get coffee?" Integra asked, lightly tugging Alex's arm to get his attention. "I wouldn't say no to coffee right now. I got so caught up in talking that I even forgot about it," Alex said, chuckling lightly. "Just get normal coffee. Not from a machine and not that paper garbage they sell here," Integra said, looking around to find a place where they could buy coffee. "There's a cafe nearby where Sarah's and I usually drink coffee. We can go there. Do you want to get coffee and continue the walk, or should we drink it inside the cafe?" Alex asked, turning to head toward the cafe. "We'll drink it inside." "We're not in a hurry," Integra said without turning her head, continuing to walk beside Alex and hold his hand. Alex nodded with a smile and led Integra to the cafe he visited with Sarah's. When they approached, Integra first evaluated the interior and the number of people inside. Seeing the calm, cozy interior and quiet atmosphere with soft music playing, Integra nodded slightly, showing that such a place suited her. Before entering, Alex lowered Alessa from his shoulders. Once inside, he led Integra and Alessa to a quiet corner of the cafe where they could sit peacefully and continue their conversation. Taking a table, Alex went to order coffee for himself and Integra, as well as bitter cocoa for Alessa. While waiting for the coffee to be prepared, Alex looked at the display case with desserts. After thinking a bit, he ordered a few more desserts for himself, Integra, and Alessa. While waiting for the order, Alex looked around. After all, this wasn't his first time here. He liked such quiet places where no one made noise. He and Sarah's had accidentally stumbled upon this cafe, where people came to relax and read books in silence. Taking the order, Alex returned to their table. "Interesting place. Quiet and cozy, and no one makes noise," Integra said when Alex approached with the order. "People come here to read, not to make noise. That's the whole charm of this place," Alex said, placing the coffee and dessert in front of Integra. "I didn't ask for dessert. I don't like sweets, if you haven't noticed yet," Integra said, raising her gaze to Alex. "This is a dark chocolate dessert, it's not sweet. If you don't like it, I'll finish it." "Alessa, sweetie. Your cocoa and dark chocolate cake," Alex said calmly, placing the cocoa and dessert in front of his daughter. "Thank you, Papa," Alessa said, nodding and continuing to look at her phone screen. Integra lowered her gaze to the dessert in front of her. Sighing, she realized she had already made concessions to Alex by agreeing to the walk and entering this cafe that matched her taste. One more small concession wouldn't make the situation worse. Raising her gaze, she saw that Alex was already drinking his coffee with a satisfied expression and eating his dessert while humming a silly melody again. "Wasn't the amount of desserts you ate at the banquet enough?" Integra asked, giving Alex a blank look. "There's no such thing as too many sweets. In any case, I only eat to taste the flavor. My stomach is literally a black hole that breaks down everything that gets into it. I don't even get nutrients from food," Alex said, shrugging lightly and putting another piece of cake in his mouth. "Well, now it's clear how you managed to eat so many desserts," Integra said, taking a sip of coffee. Alex grinned and gave a thumbs up. Seeing this gesture once again, Integra exhaled through her nose and lowered her gaze to the dessert. Lightly twirling the dessert fork between her fingers, Integra broke off a small piece of the dark chocolate cake and brought it to her mouth. Not feeling any sweetness in her mouth, only chocolate bitterness, Integra nodded slightly, evaluating the taste. But even so, her opinion about desserts didn't change. After eating a few more pieces out of politeness, Integra pushed the dessert away from herself. "You didn't like it?" Alex asked, tilting his head to the side. "The taste is decent, and as you said, it's not sweet. But I don't eat desserts." "You can finish it," Integra said, honestly expressing her opinion. "Well, at least you didn't throw the cake at the person who made it," Alex said, chuckling lightly and pulling Integra's dessert toward himself. "In your eyes, am I exactly that kind of woman?" Integra asked, setting her coffee cup down on the table. "In my eyes, you're cute." "Strict, but cute," Alex said with a smile. "Only you have the courage to call me cute," Integra said, shaking her head. "My dear wife. I have twice found myself at the center of an explosion that destroyed an entire galaxy. True, one time I did it myself, but that's beside the point. I had the courage to blow up an entire galaxy. So courage is not something I lack, Alex said in a cheerful tone, looking at Integra with a playful gaze. Are you boasting about what you did right now? Or did it just come up? Integra asked, resting her cheek on her hand. Yeah, I was boasting. Although blowing up an entire galaxy does look cool. And all that remains afterward is simply nothing. Just darkness and emptiness all around. Not a single speck of cosmic dust, not a star's light, absolutely nothing, Alex said in a thoughtful tone, raising his gaze to the ceiling. Integra looked at Alex as he spoke about things that were too distant for her. Integra understood that Alex was powerful, but she couldn't fully comprehend the extent of his power. After all, she looked at him from a human perspective. But listening to Alex's words, she realized that destroying an entire galaxy had caused him no problems at all. And by human standards, that was simply a colossal scale. Sighing, Integra decided not to fill her head with thoughts about Alex's power and simply continued drinking her coffee. Noticing Integra's behavior, Alex tilted his head slightly to the side. Do you want to take a walk on the moon? Alex asked with a light smile. No, thank you. I'm fine on Earth. I'm not in the mood to go into space right now. And I don't even want to think about how I would breathe there and how that works. Or is that what a family walk looks like in your understanding? Integra said, giving Alex a blank look. Pretty much. My little princesses even went with their grandpa to a universe that has an entire world dedicated to an amusement park. For ordinary people, a vacation is a trip to another country or city. For us, a family vacation is a trip to another universe. It's the same thing, just the scale changes, Alex said, raising both hands to show the scale. If you look at it that way, then yes. Only the scale is still very large. Don't you think? Integra said, accepting Alex's point of view. Tell that to the dwarves of Erebor, whom we befriended during our vacation, Alex said, folding his arms over his chest. Should I know who they are? Integra asked, raising an eyebrow. If you're interested, I can show you and tell you what Erebor looks like. It's a very beautiful kingdom, Alex said with a smile, looking at Integra. Integra thought for a moment and nodded slightly, showing she was ready to listen. Alex smiled and took his phone out of his pocket, beckoning Integra closer. Seeing Alex's enthusiasm, Integra moved closer and leaned lightly on his shoulder. Even Alessa got distracted from chatting with her sisters and climbed onto Alex's lap. Alex began by telling her about Erebor itself, while showing photos of the mountain. Seeing the tall, vast mountain reaching into the clouds, Integra was strongly impressed. But when she saw the photos of the dwarves standing next to Alex, Integra became intrigued by their appearance. Alex showed photos of the halls of Erebor, including the mountains of dwarven treasure. While Alex continued talking about Erebor, Integra realized the scale of vacations in Alex's family. But hearing how he had defeated a dragon with a golden brick made Integra look at Alex with a blank gaze. Alex cleared his throat lightly and continued the story. And we still haven't seen all the halls. Erebor is much larger on the inside. And I haven't even been to Moria yet, Alex said, continuing to show photos. Indeed. The scale is impressive. The architecture of the buildings is amazing, Integra said, nodding. There are many amazing places in that world. But we didn't have time to visit all of them, Alex said, shaking his head. Are there any that Mama Wednesday and Mama Alucard would like? Alessa asked, looking up at Alex. It's hard to say. Wednesday likes gloomy places, not dirty ones. The same goes for your Mama Carmilla. They would like the places from the world your Mama Zhangya comes from more, Alex said, shaking his head. Alessa nodded, accepting the answer. While Alex was answering Alessa's question, Integra looked at the watch on her wrist to check the time. Seeing what time it was, Integra tugged on Alex's sleeve to get his attention. Alex turned his head, and Integra tapped her nail on the watch, showing that it was time to go home. Alex nodded and stood up from the table, leaving a tip. Leaving the cafe, Alex and Integra lit cigarettes and looked up at the evening sky. Did you like it? Or are you going to say that we could have had exactly the same walk at the manor? Alex asked, looking at Integra. No, everything was fine. It was a rather pleasant walk. I'll even say I'm grateful to you, husband. It's been a long time since I truly rested. I needed this, Integra said, exhaling cigar smoke. And most importantly, this won't be the last time we go out for a walk like this. We'll have many more opportunities to repeat it, Alex said with a wide smile, lightly bumping Integra's shoulder with his own. Yes. You're right. This won't be the last time. And here's my gratitude, Integra said, kissing Alex on the cheek. Whoa. Today really is a day of miracles. What's next? Are you going to hug me yourself? Whisper words of love in my ear. Alex said in a surprised tone, looking at Integra. Don't count on it. At most, you can expect something at night. But you won't hear a single word of love from me. I prefer to show, not say, Integra said, narrowing her eyes slightly. Alex gave Integra a dry look, covering Alessa's ears with his hands. Even if Integra didn't say what would happen when they returned home, Alex still didn't want Alessa to hear it. In response to Alex's look, Integra blew smoke into his face and walked forward, sending him an air kiss in her own style. Shaking his head with a smile, Alex placed Alessa on his shoulders and followed Integra. As soon as Alex caught up with Integra, she took his hand without any issues. Returning to the car in silence, Alex considered it a pleasant date with Integra. And what pleased him was that Integra had also enjoyed this family date. To be continued. Next up, we have a date with Alucard, and then we'll move on to other events and a return to America. And now, on to other things. As I understand it, it's best to show the Black Bullet plot after the end of this world's plot. So, from now on, it'll just be the cabin in the woods and Outlast. Or a few other little things, if I think of them. But something will happen, or we'll already be moving toward the end of this world. I don't know yet. I'll think of something while I'm eating. Peace, love, and what, where, when. Chapter 650, Chapter 649, Alessa's evening with her two mothers. Returning to the Impala after a pleasant walk along the Thames embankment and a leisurely conversation in a cozy cafe over a cup of coffee, Alex was genuinely pleased with the evening. What pleased him most was that Integra had also truly enjoyed the walk. Despite having attended the royal banquet just a few hours earlier, Alex had already almost forgotten about that formal fuss and simply wanted to return to the Helsing Manor to rest a little. Holding Integra's hand, he thought about what else he needed to do in London before returning to America. After a short reflection, Alex realized that his clone had essentially already completed most of the work at Helsing. Understanding that there was essentially nothing left for him to do here, he simultaneously realized that he still had more than enough work ahead. Thinking that this was far from the end of his affairs, Alex let out a heavy sigh. Integra, walking beside him, heard this sigh and turned her head in his direction. It didn't take her any effort to guess what her husband was thinking about right now, and she perfectly understood the reason for his fatigue. Integra also realized that Alex would soon have to leave Britain. No matter how much she wanted him to stay longer, she wasn't going to stop him or interfere with his work. All she could do in this situation was offer him the same support that he gave her. When they reached the Impala, Alex lowered Alessa from his shoulders and carefully seated her in the car. Once inside, Alessa yawned slightly. The eventful evening had caused a wave of boredom in her, although she had really liked the walk with her parents. Sitting in the back seat of the Impala, she thought that from the very beginning they should have gone on exactly this kind of family walk instead of attending the official event organized by the Queen. At the same time, however, Alessa felt that the evening had turned out quite interesting. She wasn't going to go to bed immediately after returning to the manor. She had her own important plans. Namely, to send nightmares to those who had spoken badly about her and her mother Integra. Alex, sitting in the driver's seat, looked in the rearview mirror and noticed his daughter's gloomy gaze. He only shook his head, thinking that many people would definitely have an unpleasant dream tonight. Now we can go home. All I want right now is to lie down for a bit, Alex said, starting the engine. Your desires aren't too grand, Integra remarked, turning her head toward him. Well, we can cuddle some more if you want. My clone is still busy setting up the new system for Helsing anyway, Alex replied, turning to pull out of the parking lot. Is that really necessary? Integra asked with interest, crossing her arms over her chest and looking at her husband as he drove out of the parking lot. We've already discussed this. It will reduce your workload many times over. And most importantly, resources. You'll have access to everything through the phone I gave you, Alex said, looking at the road and holding the steering wheel with one hand. Let's assume Helsing won't mind such changes. If we look at it logically, these innovations will bring considerable benefits. The most important thing is practicality and access to resources that Helsing has always lacked, Integra said, stroking her chin and looking at the road ahead. It's good that you realize this quickly. And most importantly, you can request support at any moment. Because the only combat resource Helsing currently has is Carmilla and Sarah's. I won't even mention Bernadotte's people, they look more like security guards, Alex said, tapping his finger on the steering wheel. Integra nodded, accepting her husband's point of view. She understood that Alucard needed time to recover after losing more than 3 million souls. Tapping her finger on her chin, Integra realized that even though Helsing had suffered no losses in the war against Millennium, the organization was still in a rather shaky state due to a lack of personnel. And Walter's loss had greatly increased the workload. Thinking about recruiting new employees, Integra understood that she couldn't just take anyone without experience fighting supernatural beings. After all, Helsing fought not only against vampires but also against many other similar creatures that occasionally appeared on English soil. Thanks to Alex, she had gained a lot of time and could now calmly deal with the new system he was implementing. Tapping her finger on her chin, Integra finally realized that Helsing had now become many times stronger than it had been before. And even the loss of all of Alucard's souls hadn't greatly affected the organization thanks to Alex's presence. Lost in thought, Integra didn't even notice when they arrived back at the manor. Her thoughts were interrupted only when Alex turned off the car's engine. Blinking slowly, she saw the doors of the manor and turned her gaze toward her husband, who was stretching slightly. "Well, we're home. Time to rest a little after such an eventful day," Alex said, preparing to get out of the car. "Because of you, I've started resting more. It's been a long time since I allowed myself so much rest," Integra said, giving her husband an ironic look. "Your complaints would have weight if the work you were supposed to do remained undone. But my clone did a week's worth of your work in advance, while simultaneously doing what I assigned him," Alex replied in a lazy tone. "Are you planning to take all my work away from me and turn me into a lazy woman who has forgotten her duties?" Integra asked, placing her palm on his chest and looking straight into his eyes. "Where do such thoughts come from? As soon as the new system is up and running, you'll have plenty of work. For now, I'm giving us time to cuddle," Alex said in a light-hearted tone. "You took all my work away from me just for such small things." Integra asked another question, lifting Alex's chin with her index finger. "These aren't small things. Cuddling is also important, especially with those you love," Alex said, folding his arms over his chest and nodding. "Fine. Tonight you'll have enough time for that, if you need it so much, husband," Integra said, leaning closer to Alex. Alessa, sitting in the back seat, wrinkled her nose once again as she watched her parents show affection. She loved her father and all her mothers, who had given her a family. But every time her parents behaved this way, she felt a little uncomfortable. This happened right in front of her eyes, both in the bunker, when her mothers constantly showed love to her father, and in the new house everything was exactly the same. Alessa had hoped that her new strict mother Integra would behave more reservedly. Sighing, she didn't want to watch this any longer and, without attracting the attention of her father and mother, passed through the car door. Once outside, Alessa pressed her faithful companion, the plush rabbit Robbie, to herself and glanced back at the car. Looking at her parents, who continued to gaze at each other, she wrinkled her nose once again and headed toward the manor. Entering inside, Alessa thought about where to go. Her first thought was to return to Mama Zhangya in the Red City and spend time with her. Alessa saw nothing wrong with the fact that her Mama Zhangya spent most of her time silent and only occasionally said one or two words. But after thinking a little, she decided she would go to sleep in the Red City. However, she had more important things to do first. For that, she needed a secluded place where there wouldn't be too many curious witnesses. Pressing Robbie to herself, Alessa headed toward the basement, the entrance to which was hidden behind a painting. Walking along the corridor lit by lamps, she saw mercenaries patrolling the hallway. "Good evening, young lady," one of the mercenaries said, smiling at Alessa. Alessa raised her gaze, nodded slightly, and continued walking. The mercenaries didn't react to her gesture, they had already gotten used to the fact that their young lady was quite silent. Reaching the right spot, Alessa opened the painting like a door and began descending the stairs. Once at the very bottom, she first peeked into the spacious room where her Mama Alucard was. Peeking out from behind the door, Alessa saw her mama sitting on the throne with her eyes closed, cheek resting on her fist, still in her 16-year-old form. Sensing the familiar presence, Alucard slowly opened her eyes and looked at Alessa. Sticking her rabbit Robbie out from behind the door, Alessa waved his paw toward Alucard. Seeing such a gesture, a barely noticeable smile flashed across Alucard's face, and she closed her eyes again, continuing her sleep. Having shown Mama Alucard that she had returned, Alessa closed the door and continued on. She saw nothing wrong with the fact that her Mama Alucard spent all her time sitting in the basement and barely moved. After all, her Mama Zhangya did the same thing in the Red City, she simply sat on the roof of one of the numerous buildings and watched what was happening on the streets. Continuing through the basement corridors, Alessa headed to her Mama Sarah's room. From afar she already heard the sound of the television and saw a faint light coming from under the door. Approaching closer, Alessa opened the door and saw Sarah sitting on the bed with a bucket of popcorn between her legs. Alessa noticed that her mama's room had noticeably changed and now contained many new things compared to the previous evening. Sarah herself instantly noticed Alessa, and a bright smile bloomed on her face. She set the bucket of popcorn aside, instantly jumped off the bed, and appeared in front of Alessa. "Alessa, you're back. How did everything go?" Sarah asked, lifting Alessa into her arms with a wide smile. "Boring," Alessa replied, sitting in her arms. "Really? Was it really that boring?" Sarah asked, carrying Alessa to the bed so she could sit down. "Yes. At first everyone kept coming up to Papa and Mama Integra to greet them. Then there was a long boring ceremony where Papa became a knight and Mama Integra received a new title," Alessa said, thoughtfully tilting her head to the side. "I understand perfectly. When I graduated from the police academy, the atmosphere was exactly the same. Though the scale was different." "And what happened after the ceremony?" Sarah said, nodding and looking at Alessa, who was sitting on her lap. Then there was the banquet. Papa wanted to eat all the desserts. And then we left because it became very boring, Alessa replied without much emotion in her voice. That's just like him. I think that if it weren't for Lady Integra's conditions, Alex would have left right after he was knighted, Sarah said with a smile, stroking Alessa's hair. Alessa nodded, showing she would have done the same. Sarah wanted to know where Alex and Integra were now, but Alessa only wrinkled her nose. Seeing this, Sarah immediately understood what was happening. After all, every time she and Alex showed affection toward each other, Alessa wrinkled her nose in exactly the same way. Sarah smiled awkwardly and decided that for now she shouldn't look for Alex, but let him spend time with Integra. At that moment she thought about what her relationship with Integra should be like now. On one hand, they shared the same husband, on the other, she was part of Helsing and should address Integra accordingly, as the head of the organization. While Sarah once again sank into thoughts that anyone else would call trivial, Alessa jumped off her lap, and Sarah didn't even notice. Alessa raised her gaze to Mama Sarah and shook her head, once again thinking that she overthought things too much. Stopping looking at her, Alessa walked over to the coffin that Sarah used as a place to sleep. She sat her rabbit Robbie on the coffin and squatted down. What are you doing, Alessa? Do you want to sleep? If so, wait, I'll quickly take a shower, and then we can go to bed, Sarah said with a gentle smile, snapping out of her thoughts. I don't want to sleep. I need to do something, and the table is too high. Your coffin will work, Alessa replied without turning her head. Oh, you noticed how I rearranged everything here? I never thought ordering things from another world would be so convenient. But for some reason my things were delivered by strange and very noisy yellow creatures that stole my fruit, Sarah said with a smile that gradually became strained. Those are minions. Anya, Nyaruko, Tina, and Jinx found them in some universe. Papa settled them on Helios, Alessa replied without turning her head. Minions. Is that what they're called, or is that just what people call them? Sarah asked, walking closer to Alessa. I don't know. Everyone calls them minions, that's all, Alessa said, continuing to sit with her back to Sarah's. I see. And why do you need my coffin? What are you going to do? Sarah asked, walking around Alessa. I'm going to curse two talkative people, Alessa replied, turning her head toward Sarah's. Hearing these words, the smile on Sarah's face faltered. She thought she had misheard. Swallowing, Sarah walked closer and looked down. She saw Alessa using shadows to mold silhouettes of people in formal attire and lining them up in a row on the coffin lid. The first question that arose in Sarah's mind was, what had these people done to deserve being cursed? And the second, how exactly was Alessa going to do it? While hundreds of questions swirled in Sarah's head, Alessa had already finished making the 20th shadow figure. She used the shadow of her plush companion Robbie as a conduit for her purposes. After all, Robbie wasn't just a plush toy given to her by Mama Zhangya. After finishing molding the shadow figures, Alessa lightly brushed off her hands and sighed. Listen, Alessa. What exactly did these people do that made you decide to curse them? Sarah asked carefully, squatting down next to Alessa and examining the shadow figures. They said stupid things. A lot of stupid things. Papa and Mama Integra don't care, but I do, Alessa replied, turning her head toward Sarah's. I understand that words can hurt. But you don't have to curse them for that. They didn't do anything so terrible that they deserve to be killed, Sarah said, trying to sound like a voice of reason. I didn't say I was going to kill them. Alessa replied, looking at Sarah with a blank gaze. Then what are you going to do? Aren't all curses lethal? Or are there harmless ones? Sarah asked with an awkward smile. I want to punish them, not kill them. Mama Wednesday said that if you want to punish a person, you should do it in a way that the victim remembers it for a long time, Alessa said in a cold tone, looking away from Sarah's. All right. Let's assume that. And how are you going to punish them? Sarah asked carefully, no longer trying to dissuade Alessa. They will be tormented by nightmares. All their fears will come to life and haunt them in their dreams, Alessa replied, lightly poking one of the figures with her finger. Sarah sighed and nodded, giving her silent consent. She could have tried to dissuade Alessa if she wanted to curse these people to death. But hearing that the curse would only involve nightmares, Sarah felt a small sense of relief. Looking away from Alessa, she looked at the shadow figures and counted more than 30 different silhouettes of people. All Sarah could do in this situation was express silent apology. Seeing that Mama Sarah wasn't trying to talk her out of it or convince her not to do it, Alessa took the first figure in her hands. Holding the silhouette of a woman in her hands, Alessa's eyes glittered slightly, and at that moment a light gray mist appeared from her shadow, beginning to envelop the figure. The gray mist gradually merged with it, and when it was fully absorbed, the figure became wrapped in small rusty chains. Sarah, squatting nearby, watched the entire process with interest. And what is this woman afraid of? Or don't you know? Sarah's asked, poking the figure wrapped in rusty chains with her finger. This woman is afraid that the same thing will happen to her as happened to her grandmother, Alessa replied, placing the chained figure in line with the others. And what happened to her grandmother? Sarah's asked, resting her cheeks on her hands. Her grandmother had Alzheimer's. And this woman is afraid of losing all her memories of herself, her life, and her loved ones and becoming an empty shell. Just like her grandmother, Alessa said, taking another figure in her hands. I see. And this man? What is he afraid of? Sarah's asked, nodding slightly and pointing at another figure in Alessa's hands. He is afraid that his loved ones will betray or deceive him, and their true intentions will be hidden. It's connected to the fact that he is cheating on his wife, Alessa replied, repeating the process with the new figure. Well. He deserves it. And how do you know what people are afraid of? Or is that how your powers work? Sarah's asked, making a face and deciding to change the subject. It's hard to explain. I simply see the darkness and fears inside people, Alessa said, taking the next figure in her hands. And do you see them in me too? Sarah's asked, pointing at herself with her finger. Aha. I saw them. You were afraid of yourself, Mama Sarah's. But now you're no longer afraid, Alessa replied, turning her head toward Sarah's. Hearing the answer, Sarah's nodded understandingly. After all, Alessa was right when she said that Sarah's had been afraid of herself. And Sarah's herself didn't deny it. She had to pretend to be a normal girl, suppressing her dark nature inside. And after becoming a vampire, controlling that nature became even harder, especially during bloodthirst. But after becoming the apostle of destruction, Sarah's had been able to accept herself, accept her past, and move forward while still remaining herself. Smiling, Sarah stroked Alessa's hair again and decided to change the subject. She began asking questions about people's fears to keep the conversation going. Every time Alessa took a new figure in her hands, she told what fear the person she was going to curse was experiencing. Every time Alessa named a new fear, Sarah's nodded. She didn't understand some of the fears Alessa mentioned, like the fear of delusions and illusions. And every time questions arose in Sarah's mind, Alessa calmly explained what this or that fear meant. And how are these fears supposed to manifest? Will they just dream of what they're afraid of? Sarah's asked, lightly poking the figure of the cursed person with her finger. When fear takes physical form, it always looks like a monster created by the person's own subconscious, Alessa replied, pointing her finger at Sarah's. It seems you're having a lot of fun here. Mind if I join? Alucard's mocking voice sounded behind Alessa and Sarah's. Hearing Alucard's voice, Sarah's and Alessa turned their heads and saw her walking through the wall. There was a mocking smile on Alucard's face as she entered Sarah's room by passing through the wall, and playful sparks of interest danced in her eyes because of what was happening. After passing through the wall, Alucard walked unhurriedly over to Alessa and Sarah's and leaned over Alessa's head. Seeing dozens of shadow figures of people wrapped in rusty chains, the smile on Alucard's face only grew wider. She could clearly smell the fear emanating from these figures. Reaching out, she picked up one figure. When it ended up in her hands, the rusty chains made a faint clinking sound. Examining the figure from all sides, Alucard narrowed her eyes. Interesting abilities you have, my child. Simply amazing. Trapping people in their own nightmares. What a delightful punishment, Alucard said, not hiding the delight in her eyes. These people will be able to wake up, Alessa said, shaking her head. Oh. And why? Experiencing a tormenting nightmare over and over again is much more interesting. I would like to say that. But it seems, my dear dark child, you are even more cruel than I assumed, Alucard said in a bored tone, but soon realization dawned on her. Realizing why Alessa was giving people a chance to wake up, Alucard laughed loudly. She hadn't lied when she said that Alessa was quite cruel in her actions. And this made Alucard proud of Alessa, whom she considered her daughter. Alessa calmly watched Mama Alucard, who was laughing loudly. And Alessa didn't deny that Mama Alucard had guessed correctly. Only Sarah's once again didn't understand what was happening and what exactly she had missed, while Alucard had understood everything. Sarah shifted her gaze from Alessa to Alucard and back, trying to understand why Alessa turned out to be cruel in her actions. After all, Alessa was simply making people see their fears in the form of monsters. I don't understand something, why is Alessa cruel? Yes, showing people's fears in the form of monsters isn't a very nice thing to do. But it's just a nightmare, Sarah's asked in confusion, staring at Alucard and Alessa. You're as foolish as always, Sarah's Victoria. Our child gave these people the chance that when they wake up, the nightmare will end. Isn't that a beautiful torture? Alucard said, once again looking at Sarah's with slight disappointment. But when these people go to sleep again, they'll have the nightmare again. And it will repeat, Sarah said, narrowing her eyes slightly. Exactly. You managed to understand something elementary, police girl, Alucard said, patting Sarah's on the head as if praising a foolish child. But I still don't understand what's cruel about it. Sarah's asked again, causing Alucard to look at her with disappointment. Papa said that the cruelest torture is to give a person false hope, Alessa said, trying to guide Sarah's thoughts in the right direction. Sarah's tilted her head to the side, trying to understand what she had missed. While she was thinking, Alucard watched the process of Alessa cursing the people. She believed it was simpler to kill a person, but the way Alessa was doing it aroused no less interest in her. Alucard leaned forward, watching the entire process in more detail, unlike Sarah's. She didn't ask questions, but simply observed and slowly ran her hand through Alessa's hair, expressing silent praise. After all, how could she not feel tenderness toward a child with such a dark soul, toward her own child, whom she had accepted as a daughter? I think I understand, Sarah said after a short reflection. Really? And what exactly did you understand, police girl? Alucard asked, narrowing her eyes slightly. It's all about the feeling of false hope. Every time they have a nightmare, they will think that everything will end when they wake up. But the moment they go to sleep again, it will all repeat, Sarah said, as if she had found the answer to the greatest mystery. You guessed it, Mama Sarah's. Papa did the same thing in Mama Zhangya's Red City, Alessa said, nodding her head. Understanding that she had guessed correctly, Sarah smiled widely, proud of the praise from her daughter. Alucard, meanwhile, looked at Sarah's with obvious amusement in her eyes. The way Sarah's was behaving right now greatly interested Alucard, especially her reaction to what was happening. Alucard remembered very well what Sarah's had been like and what she had become after the events in London. How could she not know what was happening with Sarah's, since it was she who had turned her into an Nosferatu? But what amused her was that Sarah's herself didn't fully realize all her changes. It seems this doesn't bother you much, police girl. Why aren't you trying to protect these people? After all, last time you refused to harm people until the very end. What has changed now? Alucard said, narrowing her eyes at Sarah's. I don't think something like this will harm these people. I would call it punishment, Sarah's replied, hesitating a little. You don't say, police girl. Forcing people night after night to see their deepest fears. Coming from your lips, it sounds like simple punishment. How cute, Alucard said with a cheerful smile. These people said nasty things about Alessa. They brought it on themselves. And I'm not going to justify or protect them, Sarah said in a serious tone. Of course. It's nice to see how you've accepted yourself. Without his interference, you would have remained an ordinary coward, Alucard said, patting Sarah's on the head. Sarah's didn't deny Alucard's words that she had changed thanks to Alex. But for Sarah's herself, this didn't mean she would begin to treat human lives with disdain. She still believed that killing innocent people was wrong. But after accepting herself, Sarah's understood that if someone wanted to kill her, whether human or monster, she would do the same to protect herself and what she held dear. Noticing Sarah's gaze, which didn't waver, a smile appeared on Alucard's face, the kind a woman has when watching her younger sister grow up and finally begin to understand how the world works. Continuing to smile, Alucard decided to return to her sleep. Mama Alucard, are you leaving? Alessa asked, turning her head toward Alucard. Yes, child. Watching you is as fun as watching your father. But I'm still recovering, Alucard said, preparing to pass through the wall. Ask Papa, he will help you, Alessa said, tilting her head slightly to the side. Good idea, my dear child. But right now your father is a little busy. When he is free and comes to me, I will ask him for help. After all, he owes me, Alucard said, chuckling lightly. You won't do that. Alessa said in a dry tone. In response, Alucard only laughed and passed through the wall, making it clear that she wasn't going to answer that question. From Alucard's last words, Sarah's cheeks turned slightly red, and she awkwardly cleared her throat into her fist. After all, she understood what Alex and Integra were busy with right now. At the same time, Sarah's also wanted to spend time with Alex in a similar way. But she wasn't going to say it out loud. She thought that if she were to say such words, it would only be to Alex and when no one else was around. Alessa turned her head to Sarah's and saw that she had blushed. Alessa wrinkled her nose once again and began putting the shadow figures of people into a small suitcase so she could lift the curse when she decided that these people had had enough. I'm done. We can go to sleep, I'm tired, Alessa said, looking at Sarah's. Of course, sweetie. Let's go to the bathroom first to wash up and change, Sarah said with a soft smile, immediately focusing all her attention on Alessa. Alessa nodded and held out her hand. Sarah smiled tenderly, took Alessa's hand, and led her to the bathroom to wash up and change. After washing up and changing, Alessa and Sarah's returned to the room. Sarah's walked over to her coffin and opened the lid. But when she turned her head, she didn't see Alessa next to her. Sarah's turned around, thinking they would sleep in the coffin again, but at that moment Alessa had already climbed onto the bed. You want to sleep on the bed? Sarah's asked, looking at Alessa, who had crawled under the blanket. Your big chest gets in the way, Mama. It's hard to breathe, Alessa said without any extra emotion in her voice. Hearing Alessa's words, Sarah's lowered her gaze and once again looked at her large chest. Understanding why Alessa had said that, Sarah smiled apologetically because of what had happened in the past. Sarah climbed onto the bed and lay down next to Alessa. Before going to sleep, she adjusted Alessa's blanket and kissed the girl on the head, causing Alessa to squint cutely. Sarah smiled and closed her eyes, gently hugging Alessa. To be continued. I thought about it for a bit and decided I should do a chapter dedicated to one of Alex's daughters. I think someone even asked for a chapter about Alex's journey with his daughters. But that will be in the future. Now I need ideas on where to take Alucard on a date. I'm thinking of taking her to another world where she can kill without any problems. Or maybe Alex and Alucard should go to some cursed place with monsters. That's a tough question. Okay, time for food and rest. Peace, love, and when crossing the street, look up. Chapter 651, Chapter 650, Time to go on a date with Alucard. A calm morning had arrived once again at the Helsing Manor. Alex was still sound asleep after a very eventful evening spent attending a special solemn awards ceremony personally organized by the Queen of England, where he had been knighted as a Knight of the Faith with great pomp. Lying next to Alex was Integra, who was gently hugging his arm and resting her head on his shoulder. Integra was also noticeably exhausted from yesterday's events. In addition to attending the awards ceremony itself, she had gone on a long walk along the Thames embankment with Alex and Alessa. But what had tired Integra the most was what happened at night after they returned to the manor. Pressing her entire body against Alex, Integra slowly opened her eyes. When she did, she once again saw Alex's face very close to her own. Integra began to wake up and slowly sat up, covering her naked body with a thin sheet. Feeling a slight fatigue, she slowly raised her hand and ran her fingers across Alex's cheek, gently stroking it. As she slowly caressed his cheek, Integra once again realized how handsome his face was. At first, she had wondered why, with such a handsome face, he didn't attract crowds of people. But after Alex shared his memories with her, she understood the real reason. People perceived Alex's appearance as something completely ordinary, and even his unique rainbow eyes simply looked unusual to others, but were still considered normal. Removing her hand from Alex's cheek, Integra looked at the ring on her ring finger. She carefully examined her platinum-colored engagement ring with a small, deep dark blue sapphire and a barely noticeable elegant engraving of the Helsing cross on the sides. Looking at the engagement ring she had received from Alex yesterday, Integra was pleased with how it looked. The only thing that caused her a light sigh was the situation in which she had received it. I didn't think I'd get a ring like this, and in such a situation, Integra said with light sarcasm in her voice. Well, I did apologize yesterday, Alex's cheerful voice sounded. Hearing Alex's voice, Integra let go of his arm and shifted her gaze to him. Alex was lying there with a wide smile on his face. Looking at his face, Integra had nothing against the ring itself or how it looked. It was just that Alex had chosen not the most appropriate moment to put the ring on her finger. After all, it had happened in far from the most suitable atmosphere, when her thoughts had been occupied with completely different things. Holding the blanket to her bare chest, Integra gave Alex a blank look, exactly the same one she had when she received the ring. Seeing that look, Alex awkwardly cleared his throat and sat up, looking at Integra. Of course I appreciate your enthusiasm, but next time you decide to give me something like this, could you choose a moment when we're not in the middle of having sex? Integra said, not hiding her sarcasm as she looked at Alex. It just happened on its own. I'd call it an almost perfect moment. I simply felt like I had to give it to you. After all, I put so much effort into it and even used magic to stop time, Alex said, resting his cheek on his fist and not taking his eyes off Integra. The ring is truly beautiful. It's just a shame that the memories of how I received it will be, quite specific, Integra said, poking Alex in the chest with her finger. Well, receiving an engagement ring from your husband while sitting on top of him, can indeed be called specific, Alex said, lightly coughing to hide the smile on his face. At Alex's words, Integra's eyelid twitched slightly. She stuck her bare leg out from under the blanket and lightly kicked him in the chest. Pressing her foot against Alex's chest, Integra pushed lightly and knocked him off the bed, showing her stance on the conversation. Once again finding himself on the floor, Alex let out a tired sigh and stared at the ceiling, thinking that he might have gone a bit overboard by putting the ring on Integra's finger during such an intimate moment between them. While Alex lay on the floor looking at the ceiling, Integra got out of bed, holding the blanket to cover her naked body. She walked around the bed and stood over Alex, looking down at him. Lying in such a position, Alex naturally saw everything that Integra was covering with the blanket. It seems this scene hasn't been repeated in a while. I'm lying on the floor, and you're looking down at me. Only this time I can see everything, Alex said, folding his arms over his chest while lying on the floor and admiring the beautiful view of his wife's body. I'm glad I satisfied your desires. Now get up and let's go take a shower. I need to have breakfast and start working, Integra said in a calm tone. Together. How sweet. Want me to scrub your back and help with your hair? Alex asked, still smiling as he looked up. You shouldn't count on anything more. Now get up. Or are you waiting for me to step on you? Integra said, lightly poking Alex's shoulder with her foot. I wouldn't mind a morning kiss instead of being stepped on. Even if it's my wife. I don't have those kinds of inclinations, Alex said, playfully poking Integra's thigh with his finger. You'll get it in the shower. Now get up and don't make me wait, Integra said, starting to walk away while still covering herself with the blanket. Integra headed to the shower without even turning her head. Alex smiled slightly, got up from the floor, and followed her into the bathroom. When Alex entered the shower, Integra had already stepped into the stall and turned on the water to wash away the traces of the previous night. Just as Integra had promised, Alex received his morning kiss the moment he stepped into the shower stall. But that was all he got beyond the kiss. While Alex helped Integra shower, she mentally prepared herself for work. After all, as she had told Alex yesterday, she had been resting far too much lately compared to her usual work routine. The only thing that brought her some relief was that the work she needed to do was still being handled thanks to Alex's clone, who worked without sleep or fatigue. Continuing to mentally switch into work mode, Integra turned to face Alex and looked him in the eyes. I asked you not to let your hands wander. And I'm not going to do it in the shower, Integra said, giving Alex an irritated look. I'm not letting my hands wander. I'm just helping you shower, Alex said, nodding, though his hands didn't stop. Then what are your hands doing right now? Or are those not your hands currently squeezing my breasts? Integra asked, pointing at Alex's hands that were resting on her chest. You're the one who turned around, not me. I was washing your back, and you suddenly turned, Alex said, continuing what he was doing. Stop it. And stop touching my breasts. I have nothing against you touching them. If it's not enough for you, then go to Sarah's or Alucard, they'll satisfy your needs. Or wait until evening, Integra said calmly, removing Alex's hands from her chest. Alex looked at Integra and made a face like a pouting child, to which Integra turned away and continued her shower. After finishing her shower, Integra stepped out of the stall, put on her underwear without waiting for Alex, and left the bathroom. Alex came out after her, already fully dressed. While Integra was getting dressed, Alex sat down on the sofa and picked up his phone to check the latest world news and reply to messages in the family chat. Seeing the flood of messages in the family chat, Alex slightly pursed his lips when he saw that all his wives were discussing the titles he now possessed. While Alex was busy texting with his family, Integra had already finished dressing. After adjusting her clothes, Integra walked over to Alex and lightly patted his shoulder. Looking up, Alex saw that Integra was dressed and nodded, getting up from the bed. Leaving the room, they headed to the kitchen for breakfast. Arriving in the kitchen, Alex immediately started preparing breakfast. But first he put water on to boil so he could make tea for Integra and coffee for himself. Within a few minutes, the aroma of freshly brewed tea and a light scent of coffee filled the kitchen. Integra, sitting at the table waiting for breakfast, read the morning newspaper, occasionally glancing at Alex and taking a sip of hot tea. She was already beginning to get used to this morning routine, even though she understood it would soon end. Integra was not the sentimental type of woman who would ask a man to stay because she felt lonely. Her thoughts in such moments were quite simple: Alex already belonged to her, and she belonged to him. And therefore she saw no reason to force him to stay by her side. Taking another sip of tea, Integra returned to reading the morning newspaper she had received thanks to Alex's magic. Alex continued preparing breakfast for everyone, occasionally taking sips of hot coffee and humming a light melody while dancing a little by the stove. When breakfast was almost ready, Sarah's and Alessa entered the kitchen. They had only recently woken up. Integra slightly turned her head to look at Sarah's and Alessa and gave a small nod in greeting. Sarah's first helped Alessa sit at the table, then sat down herself. The moment Sarah sat down, her gaze immediately fell on the ring on Integra's ring finger. Sarah's eyes sparkled as she looked at the engagement ring. At the same time, a question arose in her head: when would she get her own ring? After all, she knew that Alex had handmade every ring for each of his wives. Sarah's looked attentively at the ring on Integra's finger, trying to examine it in more detail. Alessa, sitting at the table, also looked at the ring on Integra's finger and nodded like a little adult. Alessa shifted her gaze to her father, who was preparing breakfast while humming a melody, and began imitating his dance using her creepy rabbit Robbie to pass the time until breakfast was ready. What a beautiful ring, Lady Integra, Sarah said with a slight note of envy in her voice, looking at the ring on Integra's ring finger. Thank you. If you want to get yours, talk to the man behind you. And hope he does it in an appropriate atmosphere, Integra said, lowering the newspaper, glancing at Sarah's and nodding toward Alex's back. That hurt, Alex said, continuing to prepare breakfast. I'm glad to hear that, husband, Integra said, lowering her gaze back to the newspaper. Integra's words sounded to Sarah's like an older sister giving advice to a younger one. But once again, Sarah's attention was focused on completely the wrong things. At that moment, Sarah's was trying to imagine the atmosphere in which Integra had received her engagement ring. Once again, Sarah's imagination ran wild. She pictured all sorts of scenes, not even suspecting that she had correctly guessed the moment Integra received her ring. Because of her overactive imagination, Sarah's cheeks turned slightly red, and she lowered her head to take a sip of coffee to moisten her dry throat. Bringing the coffee cup to her lips, Sarah's nearly spilled it on the table when she felt Alex's hand on her head. Embarrassedly turning her head, Sarah's looked at Alex with reddened cheeks. Alex just smiled and gently ran his hand through Sarah's hair, then turned to Alessa, asking what they had been doing the previous evening. Alessa didn't hide what she had done. Hearing Alessa's answer, Integra lowered the newspaper and looked at her. "Well done," Integra said, nodding slightly and returning to reading the newspaper. They deserved it," Alessa said, nodding. "Little princess, you left too many traces." "Your mama Wednesday didn't teach you that," Alex said, placing breakfast in front of Alessa. "Why? No one will know it was Alessa." "They're just nightmares," Sarah's asked, not understanding why Alex said that. When a lot of people suddenly start having the same nightmares, it stops being a coincidence. Suspicion will immediately fall on Helsing. And then you can figure out the rest yourself. Alex said, rubbing Sarah's cheeks with his hands. "And what should we do? This could cause problems. Or not?" Sarah's asked carefully while Alex rubbed her cheeks. "There's nothing to do. Without proof, it's nothing more than baseless rumors," Integra said without looking up, turning the page of the newspaper. When Integra's words sounded, all Sarah's could do was nod with her mouth open, realizing she shouldn't have gotten involved at all. Sarah's understood that if anyone asked unnecessary questions, Integra would simply shut everyone up and make it clear that she had nothing to do with people suddenly having nightmares. Alessa, on the other hand, began thinking about how she had done it. She didn't care that she had cursed people. The only thing she thought about was that she had made a mistake her mama Wednesday would call amateur work. Alessa put her finger to her lips, pondering her actions and looking like a tiny adult from the outside. Alessa realized that whether she cursed all those people at once or one by one, it would still attract attention. Alessa began thinking about how she should have properly handled the situation so that no one would notice anything. Alex watched his daughter and couldn't hold back a smile. This was the first time he had seen a child thinking about how to curse people unnoticed so that no one would see it. "Eat your breakfast, little princess. You'll have plenty of time to think later," Alex said, stroking his daughter's hair. "Okay," Alessa said, lowering her gaze to her breakfast. Alessa pushed all unnecessary thoughts aside and focused on the breakfast her father had prepared for her. Everyone began eating peacefully. But Sarah's gaze kept falling on the engagement ring on Integra's finger. Alex noticed where Sarah's was looking and leaned closer to her. He whispered a few words in Sarah's ear. Hearing Alex's words, Sarah's eyes widened. She was so surprised that she unconsciously bent her cutlery. Paying no attention to the bent fork and knife, Sarah smiled widely. And in that same second, her mood instantly lifted. After all, she had heard the words she wanted to hear. Already in a very good mood, Sarah's wanted to finish her breakfast. But when she looked down, she saw the bent cutlery. Alex smiled slightly and snapped his fingers, returning the cutlery to its original shape. Sarah's began eating her breakfast, cheerfully swinging her legs and swaying her head from side to side, feeling like the happiest girl in the world. "Dad," Alessa said, raising her gaze to her father. "What is it?" Alex asked, taking a sip of coffee. "Do you know how to help Mama Alucard recover?" Alessa asked, thoughtfully tilting her head to the side. "Did Carmilla ask about this?" Alex asked, setting his coffee cup on the table. Hearing her father's question, Alessa shook her head, showing that she was the one asking, not her Mama Alucard. Sarah's and Integra both looked up at Alex. They too were curious how Alex could help Alucard restore her strength. They knew Alex was a powerful being, yet they were interested in the process itself. Alex himself thoughtfully stroked his chin, pondering Alessa's question. He understood that even without her souls, Alucard was still strong and remained strong. Alex thought that restoring such a huge number of souls would be very difficult. But he also understood that it would only return Alucard to her previous strength. Alex began mentally going through options to restore Alucard's power, and instead of stopping there, he wanted to make Alucard much stronger. Dozens of different options flashed through his mind until he settled on one specific one that would be perfect for Alucard. Yes. This option will work perfectly. It's the most ideal option, Alex said, stopping stroking his chin and speaking to himself. What did you come up with? Integra asked, wanting to know Alex's plan. There's one world I can take Carmilla to, Alex said, looking at Integra. I need details. What kind of world? What happens there? And how will this help Alucard restore her strength? Integra said, folding her hands under her chin. It's a world where blood is both medicine and a curse. People there voluntarily drink what is called old blood to gain power, but in the end they go mad and turn into monsters, Alex said, tapping his finger on the table. Go on. But I understand where you're going with this, Integra said, narrowing her eyes slightly and nodding. The entire world is saturated with madness, ancient secrets, and cosmic horror. It's constantly night there, and reality itself sometimes breaks, Alex said, smiling and baring his sharp teeth. Do you want to go on a date with her or help her? Integra asked, tapping her finger on the table. For Carmilla, it will be the perfect place. This blood isn't ordinary. The power of ancient beings they call the Great Ones flows in this blood. It's much more concentrated and ancient than anything she's drunk before, Alex said, folding his arms over his chest and starting to rock slightly in his chair. Integra continued tapping her finger on the table, thinking over everything Alex had said. It wasn't hard for her to understand from Alex's explanation what kind of world he wanted to take Alucard to. A world completely saturated with madness and blood, the perfect place for someone like Alucard, where she could give free rein to her instincts. But Integra was also interested in whether there would be any consequences if Alucard drank such blood. Integra realized that she lacked knowledge about other worlds to have a clear understanding of all possible events in them. Stopping her thoughts, Integra understood that Alex would never take Alucard to that world if he wasn't sure nothing unexpected would happen. Sarah's, meanwhile, tried to imagine the world Alex had described. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't picture anything so creepy and insane. But that didn't stop Sarah's from showing interest in such a world. Will there be any other effect from this blood? Integra asked. If Carmilla drinks the blood of the creatures from that world, she will be able to restore her lost souls much faster, and possibly even become stronger than she was before, Alex said in a thoughtful tone, tilting his head slightly to the side. Be more specific, husband, Integra said, looking at Alex with a strict gaze. She will simply become a little different. More ancient. More cosmic. If I were to give an example, it would be roughly the same as what happened with Sarah's, Alex said, pointing his finger at Sarah's, who was sitting nearby. Hearing Alex's words, Sarah's pointed at herself, not understanding why she was being used as an example. Sarah's couldn't understand when she had become an ancient and cosmic being if she had only become the apostle of destruction. At that moment, Sarah's began to think that she didn't fully understand her own power, since Alex had used her as an example. Integra shifted her gaze to the surprised Sarah's and began methodically tapping her finger on the table. Integra understood that Alex would not cause any harm to his family. And that meant he had everything under control. The only thing that interested Integra was how drastic the changes to Alucard would be if she began absorbing the blood of beings Alex called the Great Ones. Stopping her tapping, Integra came to the conclusion that she shouldn't worry about it. But it also made her realize that she needed to start studying information about other worlds to understand them better. Fine. I approve. I trust your decision, Integra said, folding her hands under her chin. That's settled then. But first I'll finish my breakfast. And if you want to learn about the world we're going to, I can send all the information to your phone. And to yours too, Sarah's, Alex said with a cheerful smile, nodding his head. I would be most grateful, husband, Integra said, nodding and thinking it would be good to learn about another world. And me too, if possible. Even if I can't go, at least I can learn more, Sarah said, nodding decisively. Alex nodded and took his phone out of his pocket, sending all the information related to the bloodborne world where he planned to take Alucard. The phone line next to Sarah's made a short sound, and she looked at the screen. A strong interest immediately awakened inside Sarah's to see what Alex had sent. Quickly unlocking her phone, Sarah saw a huge amount of data, including photos. Opening the first photo, Sarah saw a gloomy old city with a moon hanging over it, while the streets were illuminated by the dim light of barely burning street lamps and the bright light of the moon. Seeing such architecture, even Sarah's couldn't help but admire how beautiful yet gloomy the city looked. Alessa carefully moved closer on her chair to peek at Sarah's phone. Seeing the city of Yarnum, Alessa thought that her Mama Wednesday would like such a place. Only Integra calmly continued eating breakfast, thinking she could look through the information later when she was in her office. When everyone finished eating breakfast, Alex washed the dishes with magic and got up from the table. Alex walked over to Integra, and she turned her head, understanding what he wanted. Alex gently kissed Integra on the lips, then pulled away. After the kiss, Integra got up from the table and headed to her office to begin familiarizing herself with Helsing's new system. Sarah's and Alessa continued sitting at the table, staring at the screen of Sarah's phone. Sarah's only got distracted when Alex kissed her on the lips. But her attention immediately returned to the phone. I'm leaving. Be good. Alessa, listen to Mama Sarah's and Mama Integra, Alex said as he prepared to leave. Take care of yourself. I love you, Sarah said, waving her hand without even looking up. Okay, Dad. Have a good date with Mama Alucard, Alessa said, nodding slightly. Seeing Sarah's and Alessa's behavior, Alex chuckled lightly and shook his head. Leaving the kitchen, Alex walked down the manor corridor, thinking about the upcoming trip to another world. Alex had thought for a long time about going to Yarnum. But he never had the time to visit that world. And so the trip to that insane world had been constantly postponed for more suitable times. And now that Alex had such an opportunity, he wasn't going to miss it. Without realizing it, Alex began walking faster, and a wide, frightening smile appeared on his face. Bernadotte, walking down the corridor, wanted to greet Alex as soon as he noticed him. But seeing the toothy smile on Alex's face, he simply stepped aside and pressed his back against the wall. Bernadotte didn't know what had caused such a smile on Alex's face, and he definitely didn't want to know. Alex himself didn't notice Bernadotte and quickly reached the painting hanging in the corridor. Opening the painting like a door, Alex began descending the stairs into the basement with wide steps. Reaching the doors, Alex kicked them open and burst into the room where Alucard was sleeping. Alucard herself was at that moment sleeping on her throne, still continuing to recover. Alex quickly walked over to Alucard and leaned closer to her. Alucard sensed her favorite scent, which so strongly attracted her and aroused a powerful desire in her, and opened her eyes. Seeing the face of the one she loved right in front of her, a light lazy smile flashed across her face. "What brings you to me, my love? And in such a good mood?" Alucard asked in a lazy tone, stroking Alex's cheek. "Pack your things. We're going on a date," Alex said, continuing to smile widely. "I think I'll pass. If you want to go on a date, then invite Sarah's or Integra." "I'm not the type of woman who goes on things like that," Alucard said, closing her eyes again. "And what if I say we're going to another world that oozes madness and blood?" Alex asked, leaning closer. Alucard, who had just closed her eyes, began slowly opening them. Seeing Alex's face just centimeters from her own, she thought about his words. His words greatly intrigued her. Changing position, Alucard straightened up and looked into Alex's eyes. A strong interest in the world Alex was talking about awakened inside her. Seeing that he had caught Alucard's attention, Alex clenched his fist behind his back. Otherwise, he would have had to kidnap Alucard to take her to another world. "I'm listening, my love." "You've intrigued me," Alucard said with a slight smile on her face. "In the world I want to take you to, there is a special blood. This blood serves as a cure for all diseases. But at the same time, this blood turns people into the monsters they truly are," Alex said, gently rocking from side to side. "Let's assume. I'm intrigued by this blood. Will you tell me anything else? Or is that all?" Alucard said, her red eyes sparkling slightly with anticipation. "I could tell you more, my love. But then it wouldn't be a surprise. Just imagine a gloomy city with a bright moon hanging over it. The air is thick with the smell of blood, the smell of burned bodies, the sounds of monsters scratching in dark alleys. Streets where people crazed by blood walk, people who are no longer human but not quite monsters either. And the night of the eternal hunt, which is an endless nightmare," Alex began whispering in Alucard's ear. The more Alex spoke, the wider Alucard's smile became, baring her sharp teeth. Her red eyes began to shine with madness and anticipation. And just imagining such a picture, Alucard felt desire and thirst. At that same moment, Alucard's body began to change, and she assumed her true form, a woman in red Victorian men's clothing. She took Alex's cheeks in her hands and looked into his eyes, continuing to smile widely. And without letting Alex finish speaking, she kissed him on the lips, showing him all her passion, desire, and obsession. Everything Alex said was what she desired, and if he was by her side, it would be the perfect cherry on top. "Good. Very good, my love. You understand my desires better than anyone. This is exactly what I need right now. And if the place you want to take me to is exactly as you describe, we will enjoy this world together. We will kill and fuck until I am satisfied," Alucard said after a long kiss, squeezing Alex's cheeks and looking at him with an obsessive gaze. "I don't mind. But let's not have sex in blood this time. It's very strange. Of course I love you. I love you very much. But doing it covered in blood is still weird," Alex said with a strained smile on his face. "I'll think about it, my love. But I don't promise anything. It excites me to see your body stained with the blood of those you killed," Alucard whispered, gently running her tongue along Alex's neck. "Fine, who am I to deny my wife? Only your look tells me we're not going to that world right now," Alex said, looking into Alucard's eyes, which glowed with obsession. "You're right, my love. First, I will quench my thirst for your body," Alucard said, pulling Alex onto her. A moment later, Alex was already sitting on Alucard's throne, and she was sitting on top of him. At that same moment, Alucard's clothes dissolved, leaving her in nothing but lingerie. Not wanting to waste time, Alucard kissed Alex on the lips, literally tearing his clothes off. Alucard only stopped several hours later, when she had quenched her thirst. A fresh fang mark now adorned Alex's neck, left by Alucard once again. Alucard herself lazily stretched while standing next to Alex, lightly licking her lips and looking at the mark from her fangs on his neck. She had gotten what she wanted at that moment, and even more interesting things awaited her ahead. Alex lightly rubbed the bite mark and sighed. He hadn't expected Alucard to be much more aggressive this time than before. And he perfectly understood her feelings. "What is it, my love? Not enough for you? We can stay a few more hours. It always feels like it's not enough when you touch my body." "I always want more," Alucard said, hugging Alex from behind and running her nail across his chest. "Are you sure you're a Nosferatu?" "Because I'm getting the feeling you're a succubus," Alex said, turning his head toward Alucard. "For you, I can be anyone, just ask," Alucard whispered, biting Alex's ear. "I think I'll pass. I want to go to that world just as much as you do. And if I go there with you, it will be even better," Alex said, wanting to change the subject. "You're so cute when you try to change the subject, my love. But we're not finished." "I did say it wasn't enough for me," Alucard laughed lightly, pressing her chest against Alex's back. Alex cleared his throat dryly and summoned Yamato to open a portal to another world. Drawing Yamato, Alex swung the blade several times. In that same moment, a crack in space opened in front of him and Alucard. Seeing this, Alucard raised an eyebrow with intrigue, wanting to examine the portal to another world more closely. But Alex had other plans. He lifted Alucard into his arms and began walking toward the portal. Finding herself in Alex's arms, Alucard pressed herself against his body, wrapping her arms around his neck. And inside her grew anticipation for what awaited her on the other side of the portal. Alex stepped into the portal, holding Alucard in his arms. And the moment he entered, the portal immediately closed. When Alex and Alucard left, the basement fell into deep silence, as if no one had ever been there. To be continued. "So, I've thought about it and decided. Yes, Alex and Alucard's date will be in the world of Bloodborne. I've long wanted Alex to go there. And if Alucard is by his side, that's a plus. Now I'm wondering if it'll be a Bloodborne speedrun, or if Alex and Alucard will enjoy the delights of this world steeped in madness. I'll decide by tomorrow. For now, it's time to get drunk and play with friends. Peace, love, and fear the old blood." Chapter 652, Chapter 651, Arrival in Yharnam and Meeting with the Messengers. The city of Yharnam was once a prosperous place where sick people from all over the world came in hopes of finding a chance for recovery. Rumors of a miraculous cure spread far beyond the city. But only those who lived and were born in Yharnam knew the terrible truth about this miraculous medicine that could cure all diseases, even those that previously had no salvation. Not many in Yharnam knew that the blood used as medicine was taken from the bodies of ancient beings found in tombs built by the race of the Thumerians. Almost nothing was known about the Thumerian race itself, except that they worshipped certain beings called the Great Ones. This knowledge about the unknown Great Ones and the miraculous effect of the blood was found in ancient texts that were occasionally discovered in the catacombs located beneath Yharnam. The inhabitants of Yharnam knew nothing about this because all this information was carefully hidden. Ordinary residents and even most visitors had no idea. For them, the blood was simply a miraculous medicine from the healing church. However, the residents of Yharnam knew one single truth that they themselves witnessed. Even part of this truth was shocking. People who took too much of this blood to cure their illness could turn into monsters. Every night, the residents of Yharnam locked the doors of their homes and let no one in, whether it was a friend, acquaintance, or family member. When night fell, monsters that had been ordinary people that very morning roamed the streets of Yharnam. These monsters could not be saved or restored to human form. And with the appearance of the first monsters, the healing church, led by its founder Lawrence and the first hunter named Gehrman, founded the First Order of Hunters, which later split due to disagreements and different worldviews. The purpose of the Hunters' Order was simple: to hunt monsters and hide the truth from the civilian population. For this, the Hunters' Workshop was created, managed by the first hunter Gehrman. Every night, hunters went out onto the streets of the city to kill and burn the bodies of monsters. And in this way, the city of Yharnam began to prosper thanks to the miraculous medicine. Hunters hunted, the healing church cured people of all ailments, except one. Among the residents of Yharnam, an ailment began to appear that could not be cured, and this ailment was called ashen blood, or, as the hunters called it, the beast plague, which turned people into monsters. And so it continued day after day, night after night, hunting and healing, some killed, others healed, and they were all on the same side. But one day everything changed. Only years later did those who tried to look behind the curtain of mystery find the answer and the reason why it happened. But on that very fateful night, no one knew what had happened. During one of the full moon cycles, it was not the usual pale moon that rose over Yharnam, the one that shone over the city every night. A red moon rose over Yharnam, and that day was called the coming of the red moon. And with the arrival of this red moon, the beast plague, as the hunters called it, showed its true nature. Usually, one or two residents or visitors turned into monsters. But with the arrival of the red moon, most of the residents of Old Yarnum turned into monsters. And on that fateful moonlit night, the Healing Church issued two horrifying and despicable orders. The first order from the church was to burn Old Yarnum to the ground in order to contain the spread of the beast plague. And that night, Old Yarnum burned with bright flames, and the screams of people and monsters merged into one cacophony that echoed in all directions. The second order issued by the Healing Church was to close the great bridge leading to the cathedral ward so that no one could enter there. And everyone who tried to leave Old Yarnum was mercilessly killed. People who tried to escape and leave Old Yarnum were ruthlessly killed by the hands of hunters, whose sole goal was to prevent the spread of the beast plague. People who had turned into monsters and thirsted for only one thing, to kill and devour the flesh of living beings, also met resistance from the hunters. And such a large-scale event could not be hidden or hushed up as something ordinary. And only with the arrival of dawn did the night of the hunt, which was later called the Night of the Great Hunt, come to an end. This fateful night brought many changes to Yarnum. An entire district of the city and everyone who lived in it was burned. And after this night of the hunt, the paths of two people who were considered friends and together strove for great achievements diverged. Lawrence, the head of the Healing Church, committed a terrible sin with his order, which became the reason why the first hunter Gehrman left the church. The hunter's workshop was closed after Gehrman's departure, but Lawrence founded the church hunter's workshop and headed it himself. Gehrman, having left the church, founded a new hunter workshop and began training new hunters. Gehrman was not just a simple hunter, he was also a jack of all trades and created new weapons for hunting in order to kill monsters even more effectively. After all, Gehrman was the one who first noticed that it was the healing blood that was the catalyst that turned people into monsters. The residents of Yarnum and visitors learned the horrors that the blood capable of healing carried. But none of them were going to give up such medicine, which had become their salvation, even realizing that this medicine could turn them into monsters that would be hunted when the sun once again hid behind the horizon and the moon rose over Yarnum again. And after the night of the great hunt, everything in Yarnum returned to normal, hunters hunted monsters, the church healed people. But the paths of the two friends diverged, and people learned the terrible truth. And so it continued for many years until one day Lawrence, the founder of the Healing Church, suddenly disappeared, and no one knew how, when, or where. Gehrman, learning of his friend's disappearance, wanted to find him. But instead of his friend, Gehrman also found himself trapped in the hunter's dream, where he was to guide hunters who accidentally entered the hunter's dream. And since then, Yarnum has been plunged into an endless cycle of the great hunt. People continued to drink blood, knowing what it could lead to. Hunters continued to kill. And somewhere deep beneath the city, in ancient tombs, entities slept whose madness was slowly but surely devouring the entire city. And no one knew how to break this vicious circle of madness. So that's pretty much it. Of course, I missed some details. But overall, that's the essence of this world. Hey, Carmilla. Are you listening? Alex said, bringing a cigarette to his lips. Alex's gaze was fixed on the beautiful woman sitting not far from him on an old medical bed. This woman was Alucard, with whom Alex had come to this world. Alucard was wearing her usual men's Victorian suit, and on her face was a pair of glasses with red lenses that hid her red eyes. Alucard's eyes wandered around the place they had found themselves in. She was only partially listening to what Alex was telling her about this world. Ever since they had arrived in this place, which Alex called Iosefka's clinic, he had decided to give her a history lesson about this world. The place they were in had a thick and sharp smell of old medicine and dust. The atmosphere here was gloomy, as if no one had used this room for a very long time, and the only source of light was an old wall lamp that cast dim rays of light. From the moment they arrived in this world, Alucard had liked this gloomy atmosphere. And all her boredom immediately receded into the background. She wanted to see with her own eyes the city where an eternal hunt for monsters, who had once been the inhabitants of this city, was taking place. And the only reason they had not yet gone out onto the street was Alex himself, who, instead of starting the journey, had seated her on an old medical bed and begun giving her a history lesson. Putting one leg over the other, Alucard slightly lowered her glasses to look at Alex with her red eyes after hearing him call her name. She did not deny that the history of this world was quite fascinating, in her opinion. But that was only if Alex was the one telling the story. I'm listening, my love. It was very interesting to hear. But don't you think you went a bit overboard with your story? Alucard said with a lazy smile on her face. I don't think so. I only told a small part of everything that exists in the city. There are still many interesting places in this world that we should visit, Alex said, rocking on his chair with a cigarette between his teeth. You're just forgetting the obvious. To visit those places, we need to leave this clinic, Alucard said lazily, pointing her finger toward the doors. That goes without saying. But before we leave this place, I have two options for our date, Alex said, nodding and raising two fingers. I'm listening, my love, Alucard said with a cheerful smile on her face. The first option, we play by the rules of this world. We'll play the role of hunters and kill monsters until we reach the very end of this endless night. The second option, we simply kill monsters until it gets boring, and then go home, Alex said, raising his fingers one by one to show what he wanted. Alucard looked at Alex with a cheerful smile as he offered her two options. She began slowly swinging her leg, thinking about what to choose. And after listening to the history of this world that Alex had told her, she understood that there were creatures with unique blood in this place that carried enormous power. And choosing the second option meant that she would not be able to taste the blood of these beings called the Great Ones. The first option sounded to her like a little game she could play with her beloved. On one hand, there was the option to start killing and drinking blood until she got tired of it. On the other hand, there was the option leading to killing beings that could be considered gods. Stopping swinging her leg while thinking, Alucard looked into Alex's eyes and noticed his gaze, which literally begged her to choose the first option. The smile on Alucard's face began to widen, baring her sharp teeth, and she jumped off the old medical bed. Alucard began slowly approaching Alex and stopped beside him. "Oh, my love. You want me to pretend to be a little obedient huntress? How cute. I'll play your game. But only so I can see how you break this world," Alucard said, leaning toward Alex and running her finger across his lips. "So it's decided. We'll have a cosplay date. We play the role of hunters. We kill monsters and great ones that live in this place. And at the end, a grand finale awaits us. Does that suit you?" Alex said with a wide smile. "Only if it's really interesting. Then I'll play along. But if it's not as interesting as you promise, then I'll punish you," Alucard said, whispering in Alex's ear. "I'll try to make sure you have fun and it's interesting. Now let's go. We need to find a lamp to get the necessary items for our cosplay," Alex said, getting up from the chair with a wide smile on his face. Alucard looked at Alex with amusement and lightly licked her lips in anticipation of the feast that awaited her beyond those doors. Alucard understood that in this world Alex belonged only to her, and no one would interfere if she wanted to do something. Continuing to smile, Alucard adjusted her glasses and followed Alex, who had already approached the door that was supposed to lead outside. When Alucard approached, Alex began to open the doors. The doors opened with a long creak. When the doors swung open, a wooden staircase leading downward appeared before Alex and Alucard. Beginning to descend the wooden steps that creaked with every step, they went down to the very bottom. As soon as they descended, they heard the familiar sound of tearing flesh and the growl of a monster. Alucard calmly took out her jackal pistol and stepped forward to enter the next room from which the sound was coming. Alex followed behind Alucard, hands behind his head. He decided to give Alucard the right to spill the first blood in this world. Alex and Alucard entered a spacious room where dozens of old iron medical beds stood, next to which were 4 drips filled with a red liquid that looked like blood. Moving further through this room, they saw a monster resembling a mangy werewolf devouring the corpse of its victim. The werewolf paid no attention to Alex and Alucard, all its attention was focused on devouring the entrails of its victim. The werewolf's head tilted back, and in its mouth was a human intestine stretching from the corpse. The werewolf made slurping sounds as it devoured the man's intestine, digging its claws into the wooden floor and leaving long claw marks. Alucard narrowed her eyes slightly, beginning to examine the werewolf and showing considerable interest in this creature. Alex, however, knew that behind this werewolf were doors leading out onto the streets of Central Yharnam. And while Alucard was examining the werewolf, Alex turned his head back, hearing the doors they had descended through close with a creak. Alex knew who had closed those doors, but now was not the time to approach that woman. "Milady. Would you kindly make the first shot as the signal to begin our date?" Alex said, bowing slightly and looking at Alucard. "How courteous of you, my love. Allowing me to start our hunt," Alucard said, chuckling lightly at Alex's clumsy theatricality. While Alex and Alucard looked at each other and smiled, the werewolf sitting by the doors leading to the street slightly twitched its nose, catching a new scent. The werewolf slowly turned its head and bared its bloodied teeth, with pieces of flesh and entrails stuck between them. The werewolf leaned forward, emitting a low growl upon seeing its new prey. And after getting close enough to its 2 victims, the sound of a pistol hammer being cocked rang out. And at that same moment, a loud gunshot sounded, and the werewolf's head burst, while the bullet passed through its body and exited the other side. The werewolf's body went limp and fell to the floor, beginning to bleed. Alucard lowered her hand holding the jackal pistol, from whose barrel a thin stream of smoke rose. "This can be called a beginning," Alucard said with a cheerful smile on her face. "I would call it a rather colorful beginning." "There's just one thing left to check," Alex said, clapping his hands with a smile. Alucard shifted her gaze to Alex and slightly raised an eyebrow, interested in what he was going to check. Alex walked over to the werewolf's corpse and touched it with his finger. The moment Alex's finger touched the dead werewolf's body, all the blood from the werewolf's body began to flow toward Alex's finger, forming a small sphere of blood. Seeing this, Alex thoughtfully brought the sphere of blood to his eye to examine it better. He knew that there was a game based on this world, but the world structure in the game and in the real world should differ drastically. Alex took into account that he was now in the real Yharnam, and to collect blood echoes, he would have to create a special device. But he had not taken into account one important fact: the blood in this world carried the will of people, similar to how a ghost continues to retain the image of the person it once was. And seeing how the blood echoes were automatically drawn to his hand aroused considerable interest in him. Fascinating, Alex said, stroking his chin and looking at the sphere of blood on the tip of his finger. Indeed fascinating. Blood carrying a person's will, that's very interesting, Alucard said, standing behind Alex and looking at the sphere of blood. Why are you surprised? When you absorbed people's blood, you absorbed their will, memories, emotions, and soul. And yet you're surprised, Alex said, turning his head toward Alucard. Do I really need to explain this to you, my love? Alucard asked, shifting her gaze to Alex. All right, sorry. I asked a stupid question. But the fact that this blood behaves like it's alive is truly interesting. You don't mind if I conduct a couple of experiments before giving you this blood to try, right? Alex said, tilting his head slightly to the side. Of course. Have fun. Now I'm very interested in what this kind of blood will taste like, Alucard said, running her nail along Alex's neck. Alex smiled, and the blood echo on the tip of his finger froze, turning into a small red crystal sphere, which Alex put in his pocket. Stopping squatting near the werewolf's corpse, Alex stood up and stretched slightly. Understanding that it was time to go outside, Alex called Alucard to follow him. Together they walked further, entering the next room where there were doors leading outside. A light breeze blew in through the broken windows on the doors, carrying the scent of Yarnum, which Alex and Alucard immediately sensed. The smell was filled with the scent of blood, the scent of burning bodies, and the scent of something alien to Alucard. Sensing this whole palette of smells, Alucard could not restrain the smile on her face. And without waiting for Alex, she walked forward to open the doors and see this new gloomy and madness-embraced world. For Alex, this smell was very familiar, and upon catching it, he could only sigh and light a cigarette. Alucard approached the doors with a wide smile on her face and, placing both hands on the doors, pushed them forward. She pushed the doors with such force that they were literally torn off their hinges due to her impatience. The doors, torn off their hinges, flew forward, smashing tombstones that stood in their path. Stepping outside, the smile on Alucard's face grew even wider, and she began laughing loudly at the gloomy view of central Yarnum that appeared before her eyes. The light of the setting sun fell on the gloomy buildings, and various sounds came from all directions. The sight of the gloomy cemetery in front of her created exactly the picture she wanted to see in this world. Alex stepped out after Alucard, holding a cigarette between his fingers. Seeing the gloomy buildings in Victorian style, slowly inhaling cigarette smoke, Alex could not help but admire this beautiful view. But he understood that this was only a small part of Yarnum that they were currently seeing. After all, this was just the view of the city from the cemetery located behind Iosefka's clinic. How beautiful this view is. How captivating it is in its beauty. It seems to beckon us to uncover all its secrets and destroy them. I want to see. I want to taste the blood of these beings. I want to enjoy the carnage. I want my hands to be drenched in their hot blood. I want it all. Alucard said loudly, looking at the sky shrouded in the light of the setting sun. I'm glad you like it. And all of this awaits us ahead, Alex said in a calm tone, bringing the cigarette to his lips. It's not just that I like it. I am fascinated by what I see and what I have yet to see, Alucard said, sharply turning her head toward Alex and looking at him with a wide smile on her face. Alex exhaled cigarette smoke through his nose, and a light smile appeared on his face. He had been right when he decided to take Alucard to this world. And the only thing he hoped for was that Alucard would not lose control and fall into a frenzy, starting to kill everything in her path. Shaking his head to drive away unnecessary thoughts, Alex kissed the overly excited Alucard on the cheek and walked forward. The smile did not leave Alex's face as she began to follow him. Passing by tombstones, Alex stopped and looked in the other direction, where there was a closed gate. Not now, it's still too early, Alex said, looking away from the closed iron gate. And what's on the other side, my love? Something interesting. Or something completely different? Alucard asked, resting her chin on Alex's shoulder. There's a path to one of the 3 keys we'll need. But now is not the time to go after it. The time has not yet come, Alex said, kissing Alucard on the cheek once again. A key. Yes. I wonder what kind of key that is, Alucard said, narrowing her eyes. When the time comes, you'll find out. Now let's go. We need to find the messengers to make a contract with them, Alex said with a mysterious smile on his face. Alucard narrowed her eyes, looking at Alex, who was not going to give her an answer. But instead of anger or irritation, she felt a sense of intrigue when the answers to her questions remained hidden behind a veil of mystery. The feeling of intrigue and mystery made Alucard tremble with anticipation. Her desire to find out what key Alex needed, what messengers he was talking about, she wanted to unravel all these secrets. and to see even more interesting secrets hidden within the walls of this city. With a cheerful smile, Alucard watched as Alex squatted down by another corpse leaning against a tombstone. Alex began searching the corpse. Searching the pockets of the corpse, Alex found a small bundle, which, when unwrapped, revealed a row of silver bullets. Excellent, the first find in this world. Silver bullets, Alex said, examining the bundle of silver bullets. So they also use silver to hunt monsters, Alucard said, walking over to Alex. That's right. When we get our new toys, these bullets will come in handy. Playing with new toys is much more interesting, don't you think? Alex said, putting the bundle of silver bullets in his pocket. I suppose I'll say yes. Only if these toys are worth playing with, Alucard said in a cheerful tone. In response to Alucard's words, Alex only chuckled lightly, hinting that these toys were worth playing with. Hearing Alex's laughter, Alucard was once again intrigued by what would happen next. Alex decided that they wouldn't need to return to Iosefka's clinic in the near future, which meant it was time to move forward. Approaching the iron gates, Alex raised his leg and kicked them. The iron gates were torn off their hinges and, flying forward a little, fell off the cliff. Leaving the territory of the clinic, Alex and Alucard looked ahead, and a wonderful view of a wide bridge in the distance opened before them, connecting both parts of Yharnam. Descending to the observation platform, Alex looked over the railing to see the lower Yharnam district. Such a view was mesmerizing, if not for the unpleasant sound, as if someone was dragging something metal across the stone pavement. Alex stood behind Alucard, hugging her around the waist while she leaned against his chest. They admired the beautiful gloomy view that opened before their eyes. But after a few moments, this sound began to irritate Alex. Whoever that is, they ruined everything. I'm trying to enjoy the views and cuddle here. Doesn't he understand what silence is? Alex said in an irritated tone. Instead of answering Alex's words, Alucard only laughed, stroking his arms that were resting on her stomach. Gradually, Alex's eyelid began to twitch more and more strongly. And when all his patience ran out, Alex stopped hugging Alucard around the waist and grabbed the iron fence. Alex tore out a sharp iron rod and, with a gloomy expression on his face, decided to go see who was being so tactless. Watching Alex's behavior, Alucard could not hide the amusement in her eyes. Returning to the road, Alex walked toward the irritating sound. He paid no attention to the empty carriages or the corpses of gnawed horses. The only thought spinning in Alex's head was to shove the iron rod up the ass of whoever was making this irritating sound. Walking a little further, he saw elegant gates that were closed on the other side. But Alex's gaze immediately shifted to the source of the irritating noise. Alex's gaze fell on a man dressed in black Victorian-era clothing. But the most striking feature of this man was not that he was slightly hunched, but his unnaturally elongated arms, in one of which he held an axe whose blade dragged along the ground, and in the other hand he held a burning torch. I found you, Alex said, gripping the sharp iron rod tighter. Alex ran forward and instantly appeared behind the man. Alex raised the iron rod for a strike, and at that same moment impaled the first resident of Yharnam ass first onto the sharp iron rod. The sharp iron rod passed through the man's entire body and came out through his mouth. The man made an incomprehensible wheezing sound and began convulsing in his death throes, while his blood began to flow down Alex's hands. Alex drove the end of the iron rod into the ground, leaving the man impaled on the iron rod. Alucard watched with amusement as Alex killed a resident of Yharnam and began to approach closer. Alex shook off the blood and walked around the man's corpse to check it. Knocking off the hat, Alex saw the face of an unshaven man that already showed signs of turning into a monster. Alex reached toward the dead man's face and opened his eyelids, wanting to look at the man's eyes. Is there something interesting in his eyes? Alucard asked, tilting her head slightly to the side. He has partially turned into a monster. And I wanted to see how deeply he had sunk into madness. In a word, this is the most ordinary resident of Yharnam, Alex said, collecting blood echoes from the man's corpse. How fascinating. But maybe we should already go look for the messengers you mentioned. Alucard said in a bored tone, poking the dead man's head with her finger. Can't you hear them? They're very close, Alex said, looking at Alucard in surprise. Should I hear beings I don't know and have no idea what they look like? Alucard asked, looking back at Alex. Oh, sorry. I forgot the most important thing. Here, eat this blood echo, and you'll hear the call of the messengers. I removed everything unnecessary from it, leaving only the most important, Alex said, holding out a round sphere of blood echo. Alucard looked at the blood echo lying on Alex's palm. Reaching out, she took the red sphere and put it in her mouth. The moment the blood echo entered her mouth, it dissolved, absorbing into her body. Tasting the blood, Alucard began to evaluate it. But for her, it tasted no different from human blood, with a slight unfamiliar aftertaste. And as soon as she absorbed the blood echo, she began to hear a faint call, similar to a whisper, coming from somewhere above. Raising her gaze upward, from where she heard the whisper, she understood what Alex meant. Alex used magical vision to observe the changes in Alucard's body. Alex saw the entire process of absorbing the blood echo and nodded slightly. While Alex was busy observing, Alucard approached the wall of the building and began climbing up, stepping on the wall. "Are you going to wait for me?" Alex asked, looking at Alucard, who was walking up the wall. "Should I carry you?" Alucard asked, stopping while hanging on the wall, ignoring gravity. Alex began grumbling and began climbing the wall just like Alucard, simply walking upward. Alex wanted to use the ladder whose mechanism was nearby. But climbing the wall was also an excellent option. Climbing the wall together with Alucard, they quickly reached the top. Alex and Alucard found themselves on another street that resembled a spacious balcony on the roof of a building. Alucard's attention was fixed on a simple-looking lamp that burned with a gray light, hanging on a small stick. And the biggest oddity of this lamp was that it looked as if it had simply grown out of the floor. "The call is coming from this lamp," Alucard said, pointing her finger at the lamp. Alex once again used magical vision to better examine the lamp and understand how it was connected to the hunter's dream, the messengers, and other similar lamps. Alex quickly realized that this lamp was a door connected to other doors and a room to which these doors led, while the messengers acted as guides that opened these doors for you, letting you into that room. Approaching closer, Alex touched the lamp. When Alex's hand touched the lamp, a faint whisper sounded, and the lamp began to glow. And at that same moment, a small bubbling ethereal puddle appeared under the lamp, from which small thin hands emerged, followed by the messengers themselves. Alucard examined the messengers with interest. They resembled small distorted children who held the lamp with their small hands so it wouldn't fall. She found these beings quite cute and fascinating. "These are the messengers." "What charming creatures," Alucard said, poking one of the messengers in the head with her finger. "They are inhabitants of the nightmare world. They have a strange desire to help hunters." "But yes, you're right, they really are charming," Alex said, stroking a messenger's head with his finger. The messengers themselves were very pleased that Alucard and Alex were touching them. The messengers did not speak, but only made strange sounds resembling a distant whisper, but in Alex's and Alucard's eyes this did not make them any less charming. Deciding to make a contract, Alex touched a messenger's hand with his finger, and it tightly squeezed it with its small thin hands. Alucard, watching this, did the same. And at that same moment, they both made a contract with the messengers, who would follow them throughout their entire journey in Yharnam. To be continued. "So, I've thought about it and decided that Alex and Alucard will enjoy a stroll through Yharnam, killing everything in sight. But it will be a long date, lasting the entire night. So, we wait and prepare. And as for the lore of this world, I'll reveal it gradually, when the time is right. And I'll go get something to eat. Peace, love, and the hunter must hunt." Chapter 653, Chapter 652, Welcome to the Hunter's Dream. Alex and Alucard found themselves on a strange street that somewhat resembled a balcony located in the backyard of a house, but at the same time served as a street along which the residents of Yharnam could walk. Alex and Alucard had arrived in this world quite recently. But Alex had already managed to test how some things worked that he only knew from the game. And now he had to test even more things and see how they worked in reality. Alex had a multitude of ideas and assumptions. But to confirm his ideas, he needed to see everything with his own eyes. Next to him was a woman who did not have much patience if she became bored or really wanted something. Alex raised his gaze to Alucard, who was busy lightly poking the heads of the messengers with her finger. The messengers themselves were surprisingly pleased that Alucard was touching their heads, even if it wasn't visible on them. But they made a completely distinguishable sound from their usual distant whisper. And their joyful mood was expressed in a strange whisper that resembled distant joyful voices of children. Watching Alucard, Alex narrowed his eyes for a moment, and a plan began to form in his head on how to give his wife pleasure and show her many interesting things so that she wouldn't get bored and lose control. Lighting a cigarette, Alex realized that he would have to try very hard to explore Yharnam the way he wanted, while also not letting Alucard get bored. Exhaling cigarette smoke, Alex shifted his gaze back to the messengers. After concluding the contract with the messengers, Alex began to understand these beings better. Thanks to his magical vision, he was able to see what the messengers truly were and where they came from. But after concluding the contract, he was able to learn more, especially that the messengers did not exist in a single dimension, but connected many alternative cities of Yharnam, where the hunter's dream served as the core of all alternative dimensions. And only the messengers could travel to each of these dimensions, accompanying hunters on their hunts. And that was why Alex considered these little ones truly amazing creatures. While Alex was busy thinking, he heard a light cough coming from nearby. Alex and Alucard raised their gazes and looked toward the house from which the cough was coming. When the cough sounded, Alex remembered what kind of person lived there and what fate awaited this man. Taking a drag on his cigarette, Alex walked over to the window where a light was burning and a man's cough could be heard. Alex raised his hand and lightly knocked on the window. Alucard followed Alex and leaned her back against the wall, crossing her arms over her chest. She sniffed the scent coming from behind the closed window. She could sense that this man was already with one foot in the grave. And she didn't care, the only thing that interested her was why Alex had decided to talk to this man. Cough, cough. Oh, you must be a hunter. Cough. And you must not be from these parts, a man's voice sounded from the other side of the window, accompanied by a strong cough. You could say that. And who are you? A local or an outsider? Alex asked, exhaling cigarette smoke. Cough. My name is Gilbert. I'm also an outsider. Cough. Gilbert said, starting to cough again. How long has this been going on? Or did we just get unlucky? Alex asked, leaning his back against the wall and looking at the window behind which Gilbert was. Cough. Us. You probably didn't come alone. Cough. You two must have had a great time. Yarnum has a special way of welcoming guests, Gilbert said with a light laugh mixed with coughing. Alex smiled slightly upon hearing Gilbert's words about how Yarnum welcomes guests. Alex exhaled cigarette smoke and looked at Alucard, who was standing nearby, leaning against the wall. Meeting Alex's gaze, Alucard slightly lowered her glasses, and a light smile appeared on her face, confirming that she also liked this kind of hospitality. Even if they had so far only encountered two beings whom they had already killed. Continuing to smile and looking at Alex, Alucard was still wondering why Alex had started a conversation with this stranger. Leaning against the wall next to the window, Alucard decided to continue playing along with Alex. But how long this would last already depended on whether he would show her something new and more interesting. Gilbert. Did you try to leave the city when all this started? Alex asked, knocking on the window again when Gilbert fell silent. Cough. I couldn't stand up even if I wanted to. But I would like to help you if possible. This city is cursed. Cough. Gilbert said, not hiding his condition. It's clear without words that something is wrong with the city. Not in every city does a mangy werewolf and a crazy local attack you, Alex said, chuckling lightly. Heh. Cough. Whatever you're planning, you need to ensure yourself a quick way to retreat. Whatever you're looking for in this place, there will be more harm than good from it. Cough. Gilbert said in a tired voice, mixed with coughing that was getting stronger. Hearing Gilbert's words, Alucard turned to Alex and demonstratively rolled her eyes, showing that she was starting to get bored. With her gaze, she showed that they had come here to kill and have fun, and all he was doing now was talking to a coughing corpse. Alex saw that boredom was beginning to appear in Alucard's eyes. Alex raised his palm, showing that they needed to wait a little, and he would finish soon. Seeing Alex's gesture, Alucard sighed and ran her nail along the wall, leaving a distinct mark on the stone, showing her position and boredom at that moment. Leaving a scratch on the stone wall, Alucard brought her finger to her lips and blew the dust remnants toward Alex. She raised two fingers, showing how much longer she was willing to wait, and if he didn't fit into that time, she would kill Gilbert, and they would move on, whether he wanted it or not. Alex slightly grimaced and nodded his head. Seeing Alex's nod, Alucard focused her attention on her nails, beginning to examine them. Alex, however, wanted to find answers to questions he couldn't get by playing the game related to this world. Listen, Gilbert, do you know anything about this miraculous blood? Or about the ashen blood disease? Alex asked, knocking on the window again when Gilbert fell silent. Ashen blood. Cough. Never heard of it. If you're interested in blood, you should go to the Healing Church. There you can find all the information about blood ministration and different types of blood, Gilbert said with a light cough between words. Hearing the word blood, Alucard immediately shifted her gaze to Alex, and a new interest awakened in her. Noticing the interest in Alucard's eyes, Alex almost rolled his eyes. But Alucard herself at that moment began to understand why Alex had decided to talk to the dying stranger. Even if he knew a lot about this world, nothing stopped him from learning information from the locals. In particular, she was interested in this ashen blood that was being discussed, and the so-called blood ministration. She was interested in everything related to blood in this world, and especially the taste of new blood that she could experience. Without realizing it, Alucard moved a little closer to the window to listen to the continuation of the conversation. But at that same moment, the loud sound of a bell rang throughout the area. Alex and Alucard turned their heads toward the sound of the bell, clearly hearing where it was coming from. The sound of the bell was coming from the Healing Church located in the closed cathedral ward. How do we get there? Alucard asked, deciding to join the conversation. Cough. To the east of Yarnum, across the valley, lies the city of the Healing Church. Cough. Also known as the Cathedral Ward. In the center of the Cathedral Ward stands the old Grand Cathedral, whose bell you hear. Where, as they say, they prepare the special blood of the Healing Church. Gilbert said, paying no attention to the fact that another person had spoken to him. I don't think they'll give us something so important if we just ask for it, Alex said, lighting a new cigarette. Yarnamites don't tell outsiders much. Usually they wouldn't even let the two of you get close. But tonight the night of the hunt begins. Perhaps by taking advantage of the chaos of this night. Cough, you'll be able to get inside. Cough. Gilbert said with light coughing between words that was getting stronger. After Gilbert finished speaking, he began coughing loudly. And along with his cough, the smell of blood and ash began to come from his room. Alucard's nose twitched slightly when she caught this strange scent of blood that carried the smell of ash. Sensing this smell, she shifted her gaze to Alex and slightly raised an eyebrow. Alex, having caught this smell, understood what Gilbert was actually suffering from. Alex activated his magical vision to see the changes in Gilbert's body, since he was the first one he had met with the ash and blood disease. Alex saw that Gilbert's body had already begun to mutate, and his soul and the foundation of his existence were literally changing under the influence of this disease. Alex was surprised by how this disease worked, affecting not only the body but also the soul and the foundation of existence. After such a short examination, Alex understood that without using magic, it was almost impossible to heal Gilbert. Stopping his examination of Gilbert, Alex took out his notebook from his inner pocket, where he wrote down everything. "This blood has a disgusting smell," Alucard said, moving away from Gilbert's house window with Alex. "He is sick with a disease called ashen blood. His soul, body, and essence are decomposing and taking on a different form. When the full moon comes, he will become a monster," Alex said without raising his head, continuing to make notes in his notebook. I see. And if you haven't done anything yet, that means you're waiting for something," Alucard said, narrowing her eyes with a smile on her face. "You could say that. What do you think? What night of the hunt is this for Gilbert? The 1st? The 10th? Or maybe the 1000th? How many cycles has Gilbert lived through? And everything repeats again and again. He exists only in the city. Eternally sick and suffering until he turns into a monster. And then everything repeats," Alex said, closing his notebook and putting it back in his pocket. "As you say. I don't care. The only thing that interested me was that healing church. And if you're done playing the mystery researcher, my love, maybe we should move on already," Alucard said with clear boredom in her voice. "Of course. Before we go and start a slaughter on the streets of Yarnam, we'll drop by one place to get new toys. Or do you want to use modern weapons against some monsters?" Alex said with a light smile on his face, looking at Alucard. "As I already told you, my love. I will play with these toys if they are worth playing with," Alucard said in a calm tone, poking Alex in the cheek with her nail. Alex nodded and beckoned Alucard to him. Seeing Alex's gesture, Alucard walked closer to him and stopped beside him. Alex took Alucard's palm in his hand and reached toward the lantern controlled by the messengers. At that moment, Alucard showed interest in what Alex was going to do. Alex placed Alucard's palm on the gray lantern, and the messengers immediately came to life, and their quiet distant whisper became more distinct. At that same moment, Alex and Alucard felt a strange feeling of drowsiness, as if they were being pulled somewhere. An ethereal puddle appeared under their feet, from which thin small hands of the messengers emerged, beginning to pull the two of them down. For Alex and Alucard, this was a very familiar feeling, comparable to the sensation of traveling through shadows. While the messengers were pulling Alex and Alucard to the right place, they heard the voices of the messengers even more clearly, which no longer sounded like a distant incomprehensible whisper. Their voices had now become distinguishable, and one could hear some fragments of messages they were passing between themselves. But soon this feeling passed, and Alex and Alucard were delivered to the right place. In one unknown place located outside the nightmare of Yarnam, an ethereal puddle appeared. From it emerged thin small hands of the messengers that were lifting Alex and Alucard. No one knew where this place was, and only the messengers could deliver hunters here who had made a contract with them. This place was called the Hunter's Dream, and it served as the core for every cycle of the hunt that repeated endlessly. Only the hunter participating in the night of the great hunt changed. The first thing Alex and Alucard saw was a small building resembling a Victorian workshop located on a small elevation, to which stone steps led. The stone path they were standing on was made of stones and led straight to the workshop. Beginning to look around, they saw old stone tombstones on which the names had long been erased. Moonlight flowers grew everywhere, shining with a soft light in the bright moonlight. Everything in this place looked both real and at the same time like someone's dream. Alucard looked around to better understand this place. Alex, however, turned back and saw an endless valley covered in fog, on which thousands of stone pillars stood in the distance. And among all this small area felt like a saving island of calm and rest amid a sea of blood, madness, and eternal hunt. Alex lit a cigarette and closed his eyes to better feel this place existing on a thin line between reality and the dimension of dreams. Alex sensed the one who maintained the existence of this place that existed on a thin line. In sensation and examination, the hunter's dream reminded Alex of the dark place he had visited in the past. The feeling of this place was almost the same, but it felt completely different. While Alex was busy trying to understand how this place was structured, Alucard at that moment was examining it. She sensed all the unreality of this place and its ephemerality. But at the same time, this place was real. She did not have the same understanding of such places as Alex, and therefore she simply explored. Alucard touched the petal of a moonlight flower with her finger, feeling its texture. Plucking one petal, she lightly blew on it, and the petal was carried somewhere into the distance. Beginning to explore this place a little, she touched the tombstones with her fingers, where the names of hunters had been erased by time that had frozen in this place in eternal full moonlight. Alucard's gaze moved to the doll sitting with her back against a stone wall overgrown with foliage. The doll looked like a young girl dressed in a woman's dress, but her appearance was both beautiful and mysterious, as if she was alive and at the same time not. Looking at the doll, Alucard thought that this doll was alive and should move. And this strangeness aroused considerable interest in Alucard toward this doll. For Alucard, everything in this place was something new, interesting, and at the same time mysterious. In her long life, she had met many beings and seen many places. But finding herself in another world that differed from everything she had ever seen aroused in her a strong feeling of childlike delight and a strong desire to learn everything. And next to her was the one who would tell her about everything that interested her. She was sure that in this world something even more exciting than killing various beings and absorbing their blood awaited her. And she felt with her whole being that this would be a truly exciting journey for her entire long life. A wide anticipatory smile appeared on Alucard's face once again, and she stopped looking at the doll and turned to Alex. Seeing him standing by the fence and looking at the strange endless landscape of a plain covered in fog and stone pillars, she walked over to Alex and stood next to him. This place is very strange. It feels as if it's unreal. But I feel smells, wind, and everything else. But at the same time, this place feels like a very long dream, Alucard said, looking at the same endless foggy landscape as Alex. We are currently on a thin line between reality and dream. This entire place is a separate space with its own laws. It is real, but at the same time it is not, Alex said, opening his eyes. Indeed a unique place. Wonderful. I like it. It was worth waiting for, Alucard said with a wide smile, clapping her hands. I like this place too. It's peaceful here. But it's time to get acquainted with the one who runs this place, Alex said, turning toward the hunter's workshop. A smile continued to remain on Alucard's face, and she turned her head along with Alex. Alex's gaze was fixed on the doll, and his eyes glittered for a moment to better examine the doll. He saw something very interesting inside the doll. The doll was created in a very unique way, taking into account the laws of this world, using the blood echoes of two people and the energy of dreams that carried the power of the Great Ones. And this made her existence truly unique in Alex's eyes. Alex saw that the doll was still in a state of sleep and was beginning to slowly awaken. Alex stepped forward and walked along the stone path, approaching the doll. The doll was sitting with her back against the wall, with her eyes open, and her hands neatly folded. Looking at the doll's beautiful doll-like face and her gray eyes, Alex saw something interesting for himself in her eyes. Driven by curiosity, Alex touched the doll's hand with his finger and carefully ran his finger along her arm. Alex did not stop there, he went further and touched the doll's face with his hands. Gently feeling the doll's face, Alex felt the same thing as when he touched the bodies of his wives Red and White, who were also born in a unique way. But the doll's existence was even more unique, she was something more than a doll that had gained life, she had become a different being. I can see from your obsessed gaze that this doll is not simple, Alucard said, leaning toward Alex's ear while he touched the doll's body. You're right. She is unique. Artificial life that managed to ascend, Alex said, removing his hands from the doll's face. Really? I wonder what she tastes like. I can hear the blood slowly flowing through her veins. I would like to taste her blood. Is it as unique as you say? Alucard said, lightly licking her lips and looking at the doll. Don't even think about it, Alex said, putting his hand in front of Alucard. You want to stop me, my love. That makes me want to taste her blood even more, Alucard said, looking at Alex with a predatory gaze. What was unclear in my words? Did I just say that she is unique for no reason? Or did my words about her ascending pass by your ears? She is a being of a different order. If you drink her blood, you will cease to exist. Or was it enough for you that she has blood, and you immediately thought, well, blood is blood, I'll drink it. And whatever happens, happens. Are you a child? Or is there only blood and sex in your head? Alex said in an irritated tone, beginning to scold Alucard. Alucard stared at Alex in surprise as he suddenly began scolding her. From such surprise, Alucard's eyes stopped glowing red, and the shadow receded from her face. And all that remained was her face filled with genuine shock. For the entire month since the first day she saw Alex, she had never seen him in such a state. After all, he had never scolded her, but only said a couple of sarcastic phrases or joked, or in the end played along with her. But now a whole stream of lectures had been poured on her, causing her to freeze in place. Alucard had simply forgotten one important fact related to Alex, which he had repeatedly confirmed and shown. He always protected his family, and her desire to drink the doll's blood, and the fact that she had simply ignored his words, became the reason for his lecturing tirade. All right, enough. Don't get worked up. My ears are withering from your lectures. I won't drink this doll's blood. Does that satisfy you? Alucard said, placing her palm over Alex's mouth to make him be quiet. Carmilla. Listen. I'm not trying to force you not to drink blood. It's just that as always, you act first and think later. You never think about the consequences, Alex said, removing Alucard's palm from his mouth. And what do you want to say? If this is another portion of lectures, I'll shut you up in another way, Alucard said, looking at Alex with a predatory gaze. If you continue to uncontrollably drink the blood of everyone you kill, the concentration of Great One blood in your body will grow. And in the end, it will end in something lamentable. Of course, I will be able to cancel all this. But it will still be unpleasant, Alex said, looking at Alucard with a tired gaze. Go on. I'm listening, Alucard said, folding her arms over her chest. I will purify the blood echoes of everyone we kill. So that in the end it doesn't affect you in any way. Your essence will gradually adapt to the blood of the Great Ones. You yourself want to hunt these beings. Am I right? Alex said, looking at Alucard with a calm gaze. Oh. So I can't absorb the blood of such beings yet. Well, I understand. But that makes it even more interesting. First, I can fill my stomach with a light snack before moving on to more exquisite dishes. Good. I like it. And you, my beloved, will be the one who organizes this banquet of ancient beings' blood for me, Alucard said, licking her lips with a predatory smile on her face. I'm glad you understand this. You do realize that I'm doing this because I love you. If I offered a faster way, you would lose all interest in this place, Alex said, placing his palm on Alucard's cheek. You always understand me so well, my love. Without you, my life was very boring and monotonous. And I'm already tired of this boredom. Otherwise, I would never have agreed to play your little game, Alucard said, rubbing her cheek against Alex's palm. Alex smiled slightly and nodded his head, agreeing with Alucard's words. Alex leaned forward to quickly kiss Alucard on the lips. But Alucard herself had completely different plans. She grabbed Alex's cheeks and pulled him into a very long kiss. At that moment, Alex was glad that no one was seeing this. While the kiss lasted, Alex was sure that Gehrman, who was sitting in his workshop, had begun to wonder why the hunter had not yet entered his workshop. And before things went further than the kiss, Alex gently pushed Alucard away from himself. He knew that she wouldn't care if they had sex in such a place, but he didn't want to do it next to the doll, who was going through the awakening process. And fortunately, the only witnesses to this kiss were the messengers, who tactfully covered their eyes with their small hands. And before Alucard could protest, Alex placed his hands on her shoulders and turned her around. As soon as Alucard turned, her attention switched to the messengers who were holding 3 weapons above their heads. Oh. So they are not only guides, but also couriers. How cute, Alucard said, looking at the messengers with weapons. Now they are our little helpers. So, Carmilla. Choose which weapon you like. Saw, axe, or cane. Alex said with a cheerful smile, resting his chin on Alucard's shoulder. Looking more closely at the weapons the messengers were holding, Alucard began thinking which one she should choose. But her gaze instantly switched to the saw axe. And she immediately imagined how she would tear flesh with these jagged teeth and chop off the limbs of creatures. Alucard quickly decided on her choice and took the saw axe from the messenger's hands. Alex was left with the choice between the hunter axe and the cane whip. Imagining himself holding the cane, Alex shuddered and shook his head, taking the axe in his hands. Alex remembered that almost all weapons created in this world had 2 variations. Running his finger along the handle of the hunter axe, Alex found the needed activator. Pressing the activator, the hunter axe made a characteristic mechanical click, and the small handle lengthened enough to be held with both hands and make sweeping strikes. Hearing the click behind her, Alucard turned her head and saw that the weapon in Alex's hands had changed. A smile immediately appeared on her face, and she sharply swung the saw axe, which unfolded. The messengers who had brought the weapons had by this moment disappeared again, as unnoticed as they had appeared. You were right. The toys are indeed interesting. They were specially created to kill beings like me, causing them as much suffering as possible. I like it, Alucard said, swinging the saw axe to fold it back. I would ask you to switch. But seeing how joyfully you're swinging the saw axe, I understand that you won't give it up anytime soon, Alex said, returning the hunter axe to its compact form. You guessed right. It will be pleasant for me to get everyone I see with this weapon, Alucard said, poking Alex in the nose with her finger. Alex sighed, and the weapon gremlin inside him demanded that he collect the entire collection of weapons. Patting his chest to silence the weapon gremlin, Alex shifted his gaze to the side and saw the messengers who had returned with new weapons in the form of 2 different muskets. And at that very moment, a question arose in Alex's head: would the messenger's baptismal font in this world work the way it did in the game? After all, this was the real world, not a game. Alex understood that he would need to research this question, but only after talking with Gehrman. Alucard, meanwhile, walked over to the messengers and brought her finger to her lips, looking at the weapons. She already had her own pistols, but the sight of these muskets aroused nostalgia in her. Alucard reached out and took the hunter blunderbuss from the messenger's hands, leaving Alex with only the hunter pistol. This weapon brings back nostalgia. I remember people using something similar against me, Alucard said, running her finger along the barrel of the blunderbuss. If we translate the current era into modern times, Yharnam is in the 16th century period. So yes, they still have this kind of firearms here. Although I can improve it, Alex said, spinning the hunter pistol on his finger. I would like to see that. But later. All I want right now is to test this weapon in action. Or should I remind you that since arriving in this world we have killed only 2 beings? And as I recall, you promised me a slaughter, rivers of blood, and the smell of burning bodies of monsters and people, Alucard said, pointing the blunderbuss at Alex's face. Well, in my defense, I can say that at least we found out where we need to go. To the cathedral ward. And I think the one inside the workshop will tell us where to go next or what to do, Alex said, moving the blunderbuss barrel away from his face with his finger. Will you have any more excuses? Alucard asked with a cheerful smile, spinning the blunderbuss in her hand. Yes, I will. In short, when we talk to the one inside, we'll return to Yharnam, and you can kill as much as your heart desires. But we will explore the city in search of the right path and something interesting. You kill, I walk around. Does that plan suit you? Alex asked with a thoughtful smile on his face, looking at Alucard. You forgot just one detail, my love. The blood. All the blood of those killed is mine. You do what you promised. Purify the blood echoes and give them to me, Alucard said, licking her lips with a predatory smile on her face. I didn't forget, Alex said, slightly rolling his eyes. Alucard grinned and stopped poking Alex in the chest with her finger. Alex sighed lightly and began climbing the steps to open the doors of the workshop. Alex grabbed the door handles and pulled them toward himself. Alucard stood behind Alex and sensed the presence inside the workshop. This presence reminded her of Van Helsing, who had once defeated her. And now she wanted to look at the person who emanated such a strong presence. Alex also wanted to look and get acquainted with the first hunter of this world, who ultimately ended up in the eternal trap of the hunter's dream, from which there was no exit for him. To be continued. Well, these chapters will be a brief introduction to Yharnam. I understand perfectly well that you're all about blood, guts, and dismemberment. But everything in its time. It will all happen, it just takes time. And yes, I remember that there are those who need to be saved, especially 2 girls whose fate saddened me. And I'll be skipping some details so as not to describe every step Alex and Alucard take in Yharnam in detail. But I won't be doing a speedrun either. After all, there are places Alex and Alucard should visit. But I have a question, I don't remember how to get to the Old Hunter DLC. You can get there using this amygdala. Okay, figure it out as you go. Peace, love, and what is this? It's my cleaver stuck in the monster's face. Chapter 654, Chapter 653, Acquaintance with the first hunter in the beginning of the hunt. When Alex slowly opened the doors of the hunter's workshop, the interior of the workshop appeared before him and Alucard. It was a small but cozily gloomy room that combined a modest library with a single bookshelf and stacks of books standing nearby. In each of these books, hunters recorded their observations, knowledge, and useful advice to share with those who would come after them. Opposite the mountain of books stood a small shelf with jars filled with an unclear murky liquid. It was clear that the contents of these jars were also somehow connected to hunting monsters. A little further, in the center of the workshop, were wooden cabinets and boxes, their doors slightly ajar, allowing a glimpse of what was inside. From the slightly open cabinet door, old materials used for hunting and creating various devices designed to make fighting monsters easier could be seen. And a few steps from the cabinet stood the hunter's workbench, where hunters maintained and repaired their weapons before heading out for the night hunt. The entire workshop looked as if it had been used for many years by different hunters. Stopping at the entrance, Alex and Alucard carefully looked around until their gazes fell on an elderly man sitting in a wheelchair with his head lowered. He was wearing old, worn-out clothes whose edges had long frayed, and an old hat adorned his head, partially covering his cloudy eyes. While Alex and Alucard were examining the workshop, the one who managed this place slowly raised his cloudy gaze. Gehrman, the first hunter whose hands had killed a huge number of monsters, lifted his aged face to get a better look at those who had entered his workshop. For the first time in many cycles of the hunt, a long-forgotten surprise flashed in his cloudy eyes. Gehrman no longer remembered how long it had been since he had felt such emotions. After all, everything always repeated from cycle to cycle. He no longer even remembered the faces of those hunters who cycle after cycle ended up in the hunter's dream. But the end for all these hunters was the same: they chose to awaken from this nightmare and left it forever. Only the tombstones scattered throughout the area served as a silent reminder of these hunters. But even after forgetting most of his life and the faces of those he had known, the terrible events that could not be forgotten and served as a constant reminder of what he had done still remained alive in his memories. One of such heavy memories was connected to the fishing hamlet, where he and other hunters committed an unthinkable atrocity against its inhabitants. After that massacre, he lost his apprentice, whom he considered his daughter. The one he considered his daughter could not bear the guilt for the massacre they had carried out. Gehrman saw how she withdrew into herself and tried to atone for what had been done. But in the end, guilt prevailed, and she took her own life. The loss of his apprentice and daughter was not the only tragedy that followed the massacre in the fishing hamlet. Because of the hunter's actions, the entire village was cursed, as were all those who participated in that massacre. Everyone touched by the curse heard the mournful cry of the child of the Great One, who was taken from the womb of its murdered mother and forced to undergo terrible experiments. The eternal cry of the orphan of Kos rang in Gehrman's ears, gradually driving him mad, while the emptiness in his heart from the loss of his daughter and apprentice only grew deeper and could no longer be filled with anything. In a fit of desire to bring back the one he considered his daughter, Gehrman acted like a man possessed. In the end, he created the doll, a perfect copy of Maria. But the doll was nothing more than a doll created in the image and likeness of Maria. Then Gehrman began searching for a way to give her life. The only person who did not let Gehrman drown in despair was Lawrence. Even though their paths had diverged, they still remained friends, even if they walked different roads. While Gehrman searched for a way to bring the doll to life, Lawrence was by his side, supporting his friend's obsession so that he would not break. Gehrman did not refuse the help, knowing that before founding the Healing Church, Lawrence had been the personal apprentice of Master Willem, the head of the Bergenworth Institute. However, all their attempts and experiments led to only one conclusion: he would not be able to bring Maria back, no matter how hard he tried. The realization of this once again plunged Gehrman into the abyss of despair. And when Gehrman thought he could sink no deeper into the lake of despair, news came to him: his friend Lawrence, with whom they had once begun their journey, had disappeared without a trace. The loss of Maria had been a terrible blow to Gehrman, and he did not want to lose his friend as well, who continued to support him despite their diverging paths. As soon as the news of Lawrence's disappearance reached Gehrman, he immediately set out to search for him. Gehrman looked for any trace that could lead him to his friend. But no matter how much he searched, no matter how many traces he found, in the end he only found a monster. The members of the church said that this monster was Lawrence. After killing him, Gehrman did not want to believe that he had killed his friend with his own hands. This truth plunged Gehrman into even greater despair. And in a fit of despair from the loss of his loved ones, he took the most insane step of his life. Gehrman was left in complete solitude and despair, locked in his workshop. His order of hunters had been disbanded, he had lost his daughter and his friend. All he had left was old age and hopelessness. Day and night, locked in the workshop, he looked at the third umbilical cord he had taken from the fishing hamlet from the body of the Great One washed ashore. Gehrman had kept it for years without touching it, it simply gathered dust on the shelf where no one could see it. Day and night he stared at the third umbilical cord, as if fighting for the remnants of his sanity, of which there was less and less. His eyes were red from insomnia, but he did not blink, continuing to stare at this thing. And when madness, despair, and loneliness reached their peak, Gehrman made the greatest mistake of his life, which cost him his freedom. He used the third umbilical cord to call upon the Great Ones. And, to his misfortune, one of the Great Ones answered his call. On the brightest moonlit night, the moon presence descended upon him. From that day on, he became the caretaker in the hunter's dream, watching over this place and guiding the hunters who found themselves here. Trapped in the hunter's dream, Gehrman did not even think about escape, because he had lost all will to fight, and only faint remnants of hope sometimes broke through from the depths of his subconscious. Since then, an endless cycle began: the moon presence watches, hunters hunt, and he guides them in this hunt and awakens them from the dream at the end. But the new cycle caused feelings in Gehrman that had long since withered among these endless repetitions. Instead of one hunter, two entered his workshop. And he could feel the thick smell of the blood of the monsters they had killed coming from them. He had enormous experience in hunting, and he immediately understood that these two were radically different from all the hunters who had ever ended up in the hunter's dream. For a brief moment, hope flashed in his eyes, which just as unnoticed faded before it could even flare up. Gehrman simply knew: there is northwest hope in this place, there is only eternal hunting, obsession with blood, and madness. At the same time, while Gehrman was looking at the two newcomers, Alex and Alucard were also examining him. Alex saw only a broken man who had lost everything and simply wanted to leave, but could not. Alucard, however, evaluated Gehrman differently. She saw a man who had killed many monsters and was still capable of taking up a weapon and fighting again. At that same moment, a desire awakened inside her to cross weapons with him and find out what else this old man was capable of. She saw that there was almost no will to live left in his eyes, but she was sure he could still fight. Gradually, the smile on Alucard's face grew wider with anticipation of a fight with such a hunter. Alucard leaned forward slightly, gripping the saw axe tighter in her hand. And before she could do anything, Alex pinched her ass to cool her ardor. He didn't even need to look at Alucard to understand what was going on in her head right now. Feeling Alex's hand squeezing her buttock, Alucard's attention instantly switched to him. Alex only shook his head, making it clear that she should forget about what she was thinking right now. Gehrman himself watched this interaction and felt the bloodlust directed at him, but did not react in any way. He simply continued to look at the two visitors with his cloudy gaze. Oh. You must be the new hunters. Welcome to this dream. For now, it will be your new home. I am Gehrman, friend to the hunters. I will help you in any way I can, Gehrman suddenly spoke in an old man's voice. As I've already understood, this place you called a dream. Can you give more details about this place? Or is that all we need to know for now? Alex asked, lighting a cigarette. He. Of course, you two don't understand anything yet, but there's no need to rack your brains over it. Everything in its own time. Gehrman said in an old man's voice, chuckling lightly. Maybe you could say something useful or practical instead of acting all mysterious, old man. Or is that all you can say? Alucard asked, narrowing her eyes at Gehrman. Gehrman shifted his gaze to the woman in the red suit and saw in her the same self-confident hunters he had met many times in previous cycles. But in Alucard's eyes he noticed something he had not seen in others, traces of controlled madness, obsession, thirst, and many other emotions. Alex, meanwhile, had already taken a book from the table and begun reading it. The book he had chosen was dedicated to the use of mercury in hunting monsters. The sound of a turning page immediately attracted Gehrman's attention, and he looked away from Alucard, turning his gaze to Alex. In Alex's eyes, Gehrman saw a lively interest in new knowledge. And at that moment, a thought flashed through Gehrman's mind that rather interesting hunters had arrived in the hunter's dream. One thirsted to fight and kill monsters, the other sought knowledge. And they had come together, creating a very strange duo. So, old man. Will you say anything else useful? Or will we have to find the answers to our questions ourselves? Alex asked, raising his gaze to Gehrman. Go and kill a few monsters. It will benefit you both. After all, that's what hunters do. You two will get used to it. Gehrman said, chuckling in an old man's laugh. I wouldn't call that useful advice. But fine. Gehrman, do you mind if I take a couple of books to read? Alex said, pointing at the book he was holding in his hands. Of course, take them. Once this was a refuge for hunters. A workshop where hunters used blood to improve their weapons and flesh. Now we don't have many tools, but you can use whatever you find, even the doll, if you wish. Gehrman said, shaking his head to show that the entire workshop was at their disposal. Oh. So I still have to find the tools myself. What could be better, Alex said, rolling his eyes. Gehrman only smiled slightly and turned his wheelchair, slowly rolling out of the workshop to go to the place where he usually spent his time resting. Alex and Alucard watched as Gehrman slowly rolled out, then exchanged glances. Alucard slightly raised an eyebrow, showing that this was not what she had expected. Alex only shook his head and took a few more books from the shelf that he had already eyed. Approaching the workbench, he began quickly examining everything around to understand what tools were missing. Alucard walked over to Alex and sat down on a chair, watching as he rummaged through the drawers. What are you planning? Alucard's voice sounded in Alex's head. I'm checking what tools are missing. I'm going to make full use of this workshop. And while you're sitting there, maybe check the cabinet and see what's in there. Alex mentally replied, rummaging through the drawers, then pointing his finger at the only cabinet in the workshop. Do I look like the kind of woman who finds this interesting? You promised me we would return to the streets of Yharnam when we finished talking to this old man. And you're once again delaying my fun. My patience is already at its limit, Alucard mentally said, kicking Alex in the leg. I'm doing this so I can understand how weapons work in this world and how they were improved to hunt monsters more effectively. Everything I'm doing is to give you the opportunity to hunt even better. So please, help a little. The sooner I finish, the sooner we can move on to the hunt, Alex said, turning his head toward Alucard and giving her a blank look. Fine. I'll play along with you one last time, Alucard mentally said, standing up from the chair. If you find anything interesting or something that looks useful, you can give it to me, Alex mentally said, smiling and looking at Alucard. Alucard lazily rolled her eyes and only nodded her head. Alex smiled slightly and continued checking the drawers on the workbench, meanwhile taking his notebook out of his pocket. Alucard walked over to the cabinet Alex had pointed at and opened it. All she saw were old materials that were already unusable. Lazily examining the cabinet and drawers, the only thing Alucard managed to find was old dust-covered clothing and a pointed hat. Shaking off the dust, Alucard thought that this was the only intact thing she had managed to find. Pulling out the entire set of attire, she threw it onto the workbench in front of Alex. Seeing the clothing, Alex immediately recognized the standard hunter's outfit. Without wasting time, he began quickly changing into it. Alucard watched all this with a bored expression on her face. She still didn't understand Alex's childish delight in such small things as ordinary clothing. While Alex was changing, Alucard shifted her gaze to the shelf with books and began running her finger along the dusty covers, feeling no interest in them whatsoever. The only reason she was still behaving calmly was Alex's presence, otherwise she would have already lost control. Stopping looking at the books, Alucard shifted her gaze back to Alex, who had already completely changed. Alex was dressed in a black Victorian suit, with a pointed hunter's hat on his head and a mask covering half of his face. He wore a short black cloak falling from his shoulders, a sturdy black suit capable of protecting against claws, black leather gloves with iron plates, and high iron boots with protective overlays. Seeing Alex in such attire, Alucard lightly licked her lips. She really liked how he looked in this clothing. "Well, what do you think? Does it suit me? Now I look like a real hunter from Yharnam, not like a man who was accidentally thrown into another world in the company of Dracula," Alex said, spreading his arms to the side so Alucard could fully examine his new outfit. "I admit. You look very appetizing in this outfit. If you want, we can play the game, Hunter and Monster. You can try to subdue me, and I'll resist," Alucard said, walking over to Alex and lowering the mask that covered half of his face. Why did the conversation suddenly turn to role-playing games? "I just changed clothes for cosplay. Now we're dressed almost the same. Only for some reason I look like I escaped from the forest, and you look like you escaped from a castle," Alex said, slightly pursing his lips and looking into Alucard's red eyes. "Oh, how cute. You want to play the game, mistress and her servant? I don't mind. You could have just said so right away," Alucard said, leaning closer to Alex. "I would say yes. But I've finished examining the workbench and noting down what's missing. So we can return to Yharnam," Alex said, quickly kissing Alucard on the cheek. Alucard's red eyes glittered for a moment as she began thinking about what to do. On one hand, to go to the city that had turned into an endless nightmarish hunt, on the other, to do something no less intense with Alex. But she was not the type to choose in such situations, she wanted both, and she would get both. Smiling widely and baring her sharp teeth, Alucard grabbed Alex's hand and dragged him after her onto the street. Leaving the hunter's workshop, Alex and Alucard once again found themselves on the street. Alex knew how to leave the hunter's dream, and holding Alucard's hand, he led her down the steps. Along the steps were unique gravestones that differed drastically from the other tombstones in this place. Alex led Alucard to a gravestone from under which the messengers protruded, stretching their small hands in different directions as if dancing their own dance. Alucard looked at Alex with interest, asking with her gaze how they would return to Yharnam. Before leaving the hunter's dream, Alex plucked one of the moonlight flowers and approached the doll, who still had not awakened. "We'll be back soon. I hope by then you will have awakened," Alex said quietly, placing the moonlight flower in the doll's hands. "She hasn't awakened yet, and you're already showing her your love." "I'm jealous," Alucard said with amusement in her voice. "Is that so?" Alex asked, turning his head toward Alucard and looking at her with a light smile on his face. "No. I just felt like saying it. You already belong to me anyway. I don't mind sharing with others if you give me enough of what I desire," Alucard said in a cheerful tone, not hiding her thoughts and desires. Alex chuckled lightly and once again touched the doll's hand, then walked over to Alucard. Standing next to her, he took her hand again and placed it on the gravestone. The moment they touched the gravestone, the messengers immediately came to life and began stretching their small hands toward Alex and Alucard. And immediately after that, an ethereal puddle appeared under their feet once again, from which the hands of the messengers emerged and pulled them down. Once again experiencing the sensation of being pulled, Alex and Alucard returned to that same lantern on the street near Gilbert's house. The moment they appeared, the loud sound of a bell rang out again, followed by Gilbert's cough. Alex lit a cigarette, looking at Gilbert's house, and thought that he would need to return later. He remembered that Gilbert would change and become different, and when that happened, he would give what Alex needed to implement his plan. Alucard, on her part, took a deep breath, once again sensing the palette of smells that filled the central district of Yharnam. The smell of blood, burned bodies, and the smell of madness mixed with something alien to her. But Alucard had already understood to whom or what this smell belonged. And this alien smell only aroused desire and hunger in her. "My love, if you've enjoyed the local smells, how about we move forward?" Alex said, looking at Alucard, who had thrown her head back, inhaling the surrounding air. "Yes. I can hear them all. All of them nearby. I can hear the blood running through their veins. I hear it all. And soon they will all become my food," Alucard said, lowering her head and looking at Alex with a bloodthirsty gaze. Alex brought the cigarette to his lips and nodded slightly, showing that he had no objections. Passing by Alucard, Alex headed toward the small bridge behind Gilbert's house that connected two rooftops. The side that was closed by an iron gate did not interest Alex for now. Walking a little further, Alex and Alucard stepped onto a small bridge and immediately heard the sounds of footsteps below, strange voices of people, and a more distinct smell of burning bodies. Looking down, Alex saw deranged Yharnam residents crazed by blood wandering aimlessly, following their old habits, killing monsters and burning them on bonfires. The residents of Yharnam had long since unknowingly become monsters themselves. Alex saw far more deranged residents than he had expected. And while Alex watched the behavior of the deranged Yharnam residents with interest, Alucard stood on the railing, gripping the saw axe in one hand and the hunter blunderbuss in the other. And without waiting for Alex's words, she simply stepped forward. Alucard landed with a crash on the head of a Yharnam resident, crushing him with her weight. The nearest residents immediately rushed at Alucard with screams, swinging their weapons at her. Alucard raised the blunderbuss and aimed it at the first resident. She pulled the trigger, and mercury shot flew from the barrel, hitting the Yharnam resident's head directly. The head burst from the impact, and his body went limp, falling to its knees and then to the ground, splattering blood on Alucard's shoes. Without wasting a second, Alucard unleashed a slaughter, tearing apart the bodies of Yharnam residents with the saw axe. Limbs and blood flew in all directions under Alucard's maniacal laughter. Well, the main thing is that she's having fun. But it's better to play it safe, Alex said, leaning on the bridge railing and watching the slaughter below. Alex knew that in a fit of bloodlust Alucard might start drinking the blood of the killed residents, even if he had told her not to. And that was why he knew a way to prevent it. Alex lightly tapped his finger on the railing of the bridge he was standing on. At that moment, the shadow from his finger began to expand. When the shadow had grown large enough, a black cat with red eyes emerged from it. The black cat lazily looked at Alex, licked its paw, and ran it behind its ear. Alex looked at the black cat he had created with one single purpose, to collect blood and everything related to blood in this world. Keep an eye on her, little one. You know what to do, Alex said, stroking the black cat's head. In response to its master's words, the cat lazily yawned and looked down with its red eyes. Slightly twitching its tail, the black cat deftly jumped down, using small ledges to descend. Landing on the roof of a destroyed carriage, the black cat opened its mouth, and the blood echoes of the killed Yharnam residents began to flow toward it. A red sphere of blood began to form near the cat's mouth, which it immediately swallowed. After finishing absorbing the nearby blood echoes, the black cat jumped down and ran after Alucard. Alex, still standing above, took a drag on his cigarette and stretched slightly, as he had a different goal in this place. Crossing the bridge, Alex headed toward the steps to descend below. And as soon as he approached the steps, a deranged Yharnam resident jumped out at him, clutching a rusty butcher's cleaver in his hands. Alex quickly took a step back, dodging the strike, and raised the hunter axe. He activated the mechanism on the handle. At that same moment, the axe handle lengthened, and the sharp spike pierced the deranged resident's head. Alex sharply jerked his hand, pulling the spike out of the head. Making a sweeping strike, he drove the axe blade into the resident's head, splitting it in two. Next time don't do that. I got so scared I even killed you, Alex said in a monotonous voice, collecting blood echoes from the dead resident's body. Alex knew that in this city there were few people he could talk to, but that didn't stop him from talking to corpses. Putting the crystallized blood echo in his pocket, Alex began descending the steps. Going lower, he saw another Yharnam resident who was pretending to be dead. Alex quickly approached and kicked with a sweeping motion. The kick landed on the resident's head, driving it into the iron fence. Applying a little force, Alex pressed the head between the thin iron bars with a disgusting sound. After killing another one, Alex lowered his leg and wiped the blood on the ground. Before leaving, he lightly waved his finger, collecting blood echoes from the dead resident. Descending to the street below, Alex looked in the direction Alucard had gone and took a drag on his cigarette. I hope she doesn't go too far, so I don't have to search for her in this labyrinth of streets, Alex said, exhaling cigarette smoke. While Alex was looking in the direction Alucard had gone, a Yharnam resident who had already partially turned into a beast slowly approached him from behind. Its face was covered in fur and wrapped in bloodied bandages, and its eyes twitched aimlessly, without clear focus. Its hands were covered in wounds and furrows from which beastly fur was growing. And before the resident could get close to Alex from behind, he sharply turned around and aimed the barrel of the hunter pistol at it. The resident who had decided to sneak up only managed to raise its hand with the torch when the sound of a gunshot rang out, and the mercury bullet hit it straight in the eye. The resident's body immediately fell to the ground and began twitching. You breathe too loudly. Next time don't do that, Alex said, holstering the hunter pistol and looking at the dead Yharnam resident. Adjusting his hunter's hat, Alex stepped over the corpse and headed toward the closed gates leading to Iosefka's clinic. Lightly whistling a melody, Alex reached the closed gates and kicked the mechanism responsible for opening them. The iron gates opened with the creak of the mechanism, revealing the passage further. Already about to walk forward, Alex heard a loud thud behind him. Taking a few steps back, he looked out from behind a destroyed carriage into the alley. Alex saw a huge man with a massive body holding an enormous cleaver in his hands, which he was slamming against an iron coffin wrapped in iron chains. This sound had attracted Alex's attention. Trying to remember the name of this man with the enormous cleaver, Alex entered the alley, kicking aside trash with his foot. Stopping a couple of meters from this mini-giant with the cleaver, Alex kicked a stone lying at his feet. The small stone hit the mini-giant right in the back of the head, and he clumsily turned toward Alex. Alex innocently waved his hand when the mini-giant turned. In the same second, the mini-giant rushed at Alex, raising the massive cleaver above his head. When the blade was about to descend on Alex's head, he took a step to the side. The blade sank into the ground, striking sparks. Alex stepped on the blade, looking at the distorted face of the mini-giant. The mini-giant didn't even try to pull his massive cleaver out of the ground and immediately swung his hand at Alex's head. Alex extended his arm and redirected the strike to the side. Following the inertia and his clumsy body, the mini-giant fell to the ground. I remember you. But I don't remember your name. And I doubt you'll tell me your name, Alex said, looking at the mini-giant who was trying to get up. Once again, the mini-giant emitted a guttural growl, continuing to clumsily rise from the ground after the fall. Alex lightly kicked the massive cleaver and tossed it up into his hand. When the mini-giant stood up and turned, Alex was already standing next to him, raising the enormous cleaver for a strike. Alex delivered a sweeping side strike, and the blade of the massive cleaver sank into the mini-giant's flesh and bones with a crunch. The mini-giant grabbed the blade of his own cleaver with his hands, preventing it from moving further. Alex smiled and released the cleaver's handle, taking a step back. Taking a step back, Alex delivered a spinning kick and struck the edge of the cleaver. From such a strike, the cleaver finally cut through the mini-giant's body and sank into the wall behind him. Alex glanced at the bisected mini-giant on the ground and saw something among the pile of deformed entrails and blood that shouldn't have been there. Squatting down, Alex took the object that had caught his attention in his hands. And the moment he took it, he felt as if he was holding metal in his hands. Oh. So that's what this is. This is a bloodstone shard. Lucky. But how to use it? Alex said, rotating the bloodstone shard between his fingers. Not wanting to think at that moment about how to use the bloodstone shard, Alex put it in his pocket and, putting his hands in his pockets, headed toward Iosefka's clinic to talk to Iosefka herself and take her blood. Passing through the iron gates, Alex, paying no attention to the revived Yharnam resident he had killed before going to the hunter's dream, continued on. Returning to Iosefka's clinic, Alex thought that he would need to find time to read the books he had taken from the hunter's workshop and better understand how to use items like the bloodstone shard. To be continued. So, a quick introduction to Gehrman, and the hunt begins. Well, I think I'll skip the unnecessary wandering around Yharnam, keeping only the important and necessary. Luckily, I can peek at where I need to go in the game itself, just by turning on the PS5. As for some lore moments, as usual, I'll have to figure them out myself. Yes, that happens, too. This is the kind of game where you have to literally make up lore out of thin air. As I already said, I'll only talk about the lore when some important character or specific location appears. Either at the beginning of a chapter or in conversation. You get the idea. Okay, I'll go get something to eat. Peace, love, and a night of hunting. Chapter 655, Chapter 654, Small Discoveries in Yharnam. Alex walked at a slow pace toward Iosefka's clinic with one single goal, to obtain the blood of the saint, who was Iosefka herself. Following the same path he had taken not long ago, Alex ignored the Yharnam resident who had already revived. For him, this was just another confirmation that ordinary people in Yharnam were forever trapped in the nightmare and would resurrect endlessly. Lost in his thoughts, Alex stopped at the iron gates of Iosefka's clinic. He noticed that the iron gates he had kicked open with his foot earlier now stood in place and were simply open, as if they had been carefully opened rather than broken down. Taking a cigarette from the pocket of his new hunter's coat, Alex brought it to his lips and pondered. Exhaling cigarette smoke, he began to roughly understand how this world actually worked. From the very beginning, Alex had been sure that the residents of Yharnam would endlessly return to life, as if restarting the natural cycle of events for them. But what really interested him was why special monsters, considered bosses in the game, did not resurrect, and why some people retained their sanity after so many cycles. Too many questions I want answers to. Sigh. Alright, I'll act step by step, like in the dark place, Alex said quietly, exhaling cigarette smoke and lightly stretching his neck. Taking another drag, Alex stepped onto the territory of the graveyard next to Iosefka's clinic. Walking the same path, he noticed that the clinic doors, which Alucard had kicked down, were now also simply open. And the gravestones that had been destroyed by the kicked-down doors now looked as if no one had touched them for a long time. Everything looked as if nothing had happened and all the destruction had vanished without a trace. Shaking his head, Alex approached the doors of Iosefka's clinic and began descending the steps, holding a cigarette in one hand and the hunter axe in the other. Descending into the clinic hall, he saw the revived werewolf. As soon as Alex noticed it, the werewolf also caught the new scent and sharply raised its head. The werewolf bared its bloody teeth and dug its claws into the wooden planks under its paws, leaving deep grooves. "Come on, doggy. Don't waste time," Alex said, lazily waving his hand and inviting it to attack. In response to his words, the werewolf emitted a low guttural growl and dug its claws even deeper into the floor. It did not take its eyes off Alex and began slowly creeping forward like a cautious predator, staring straight into his eyes. Alex himself stood lazily by the steps, waiting for the beast's next move. The werewolf moved sideways like a wolf, trying to find a convenient moment for a sudden leap. This creature had once been a patient of the hospital, but now it had become a real beast with corresponding habits. It sensed another predator in front of it that had wandered into its territory. Alex stood in place and slowly smoked his cigarette, watching the werewolf out of the corner of his eye. When it had circled far enough around him and, as it seemed to itself, ended up in his blind spot, the werewolf decided to attack. Digging its claws into the planks, it sharply leaped forward, opening its jaws to sink its teeth into Alex's throat. But before the teeth could close, Alex directed the hunter axe toward the beast. He activated the mechanism on the handle, and the blade instantly shot forward. The handle lengthened, and the sharp blade pierced straight into the werewolf's mouth, passing through its throat and grazing vital organs. "Heh. Dog kebab. But I don't like the way you're looking at me," Alex said, chuckling at his own joke and looking at the werewolf impaled on the axe. Alex smiled widely, baring his sharp teeth and not hiding his intentions toward this kebab. The werewolf remained impaled on the blade and handle of the axe, miraculously still alive thanks to its incredible vitality. Even though the blade had passed through its throat and internal organs, it still reached its clawed paws toward Alex. Alex held the axe by the very end of the extended handle, so the werewolf could not reach him. Seeing that the beast was still not dead, Alex, still smiling widely, lifted the axe along with the impaled werewolf above his head. With a sharp swing, he slammed the beast's body against the wooden floor. The planks immediately cracked, and splinters flew in all directions. Alex continued to smash the werewolf's body against the floor and walls until it turned into a shapeless mass of bones, flesh, and fur. Looking at this shapeless pile, Alex lightly shook the axe to throw off the remaining flesh from the blade and handle. "Now it's dog mince. I hope no one heard that." "How creepy," Alex said in an embarrassed tone, returning the hunter axe to its compact form. Alex awkwardly cleared his throat because of his stupid and inappropriate jokes. Shaking his head, he decided to focus on why he had come here. At that moment, he least wanted to waste time on ordinary monsters that would not help him better understand the structure of this world. Lighting a new cigarette, Alex took a deep drag and exhaled the smoke. He roughly understood what was happening here and how everything worked, but that did not stop him from seeing everything with his own eyes. Adjusting the hunter's hat on his head, Alex moved deeper into Iosefka's clinic. Entering the next hall and stepping over the corpse that the werewolf had once again failed to finish eating, he tried to ignore the strong smell of medicine mixed with blood. Pausing for a moment near one of the hospital beds, next to which stood an IV drip with a red murky liquid inside, Alex wondered if he could collect blood echoes from this drip. Touching the glass wall with his finger, he felt nothing. Doesn't work. "Oh well," Alex said, removing his finger from the flask. He felt no blood echoes from this medicine, only a very faint, barely noticeable trace of the Great One's blood. The concentration was so insignificant that it wasn't even worth paying attention to. Shaking his head, Alex moved on. However, the method of creating such medicine using the blood of the Great Ones interested him. Alex knew that in some universes they also used the blood of deities to create medicines and other things, so this did not surprise him. All that interested him was the technology of the process. Entering the next room, Alex slightly raised an eyebrow when he saw the messenger's lamp. He had thought that the lamps would not appear in the same places as in the game, considering that this was the real world. Seeing nothing wrong with it, Alex just shrugged, approached the lamp, and touched it to light it. When the messenger's lamp lit up, the messengers themselves immediately came to life and began stretching their small hands toward Alex. "Later, little ones. I have other things to do right now," Alex said with a cheerful smile, looking at the messengers. In response, the messengers continued to stretch their small hands toward him. And before climbing the stairs to meet Iosefka, a strange idea formed in Alex's head. Freezing in place, he took out the crystallized blood echo he had collected from the previously killed werewolf. Squatting down next to the messenger's lamp, Alex was not completely sure of his theory, but that did not stop him from testing it. "Come on, which one of you little ones will help me test this?" Alex said, extending the blood echo toward the messengers. One of the messengers grabbed the crystallized blood echo with its small hands. At that same moment, it disappeared into a gray ethereal puddle. Seeing that the messenger had taken the blood echo and left, Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise. He became very interested in what would happen next. Lighting a new cigarette, Alex waited for the messenger's return. He squatted, propping his cheek with the hand holding the cigarette, and played with his finger with the remaining 3 messengers. They tried to catch his finger with their small hands, making sounds of distant whispers. When the cigarette had burned halfway, the messenger returned, holding a small bottle of liquid in its small hands. Alex immediately recognized the item. It was a blood vial. Oh. So in exchange for blood echoes, you brought me a blood vial. Everything is getting more interesting, Alex said, stroking his chin. Alex took the blood vial from the messenger's hands and put it in his pocket. He became very interested in how this strange exchange of blood echoes for items worked. After all, in the game, nothing could be exchanged with the messengers outside the hunter's dream. Rummaging in his pocket, Alex took out 2 more blood echo crystals and placed them in the hands of 2 messengers. Receiving the blood echoes, they immediately disappeared. Alex noticed that the exchange took about a minute, so he did not mind waiting. Just a minute later, 2 messengers returned. One held a leather bundle in its hands, and the other held a bottle of Molotov cocktail. Taking the bundle from the first messenger, Alex realized it was mercury bullets and immediately put them in his pocket, while placing the Molotov cocktail bottle next to himself. So the items you bring are random. Is that right? Alex asked, stroking his chin and looking at the messengers. In response, the messengers only began waving their hands and making distant whispers that even Alex could not make out. Stroking his chin and looking at them, Alex wanted to figure out how this exchange system worked. Reaching into the pocket of his hunter's coat, he felt the only remaining crystallized blood echo orb he had collected from the first killed Yharnam resident. Bringing the crystal to his eye, Alex tried to understand what the exchange depended on, considering that no one would explain exactly how everything worked here. In the game, at least there were prices and numbers. Here you have to do everything by guesswork. What does this exchange depend on? Alex said, examining the crystallized blood echo. Alex instantly realized he had done something stupid because he had only 1 blood echo crystal left from the Yharnam resident's body, and no others to compare. And asking the messengers for clarification simply made no sense. Deciding to do one last check before going up to Iosefka, Alex took the Molotov cocktail that the messenger had brought and tried to give it back. But the messenger stretched out its small thin hands, pushing the bottle away and clearly indicating that it was not going to accept the item. So here you only accept blood echoes for exchange. Good to know, Alex said, putting the Molotov cocktail into the inner pocket of his hunter's coat. From this trip to Iosefka's clinic, Alex got more than he expected. He confirmed some theories about this world, better understood how the exchange worked, and how blood echoes could be used. Straightening up, he quickly made a few notes in his notebook and immediately put it back in his pocket. He understood that he had been in this world for only 2 hours, and even if time stood still here until certain events, there was no need to rush some things. Glancing at the stairs leading upstairs, Alex began making plans for the future that would help confirm his remaining theories. Lighting another cigarette, he began climbing the steps to meet Iosefka. Reaching the very top, Alex saw the closed doors of the room where he and Alucard had begun their journey in this world. Lightly knocking on the door, he heard the distant sound of quick footsteps approaching the door. The steps grew closer until a barely visible silhouette of a woman in the white robe of the healing church appeared on the other side. You are that man who ended up here. Have you gone out hunting? I'm sorry, but I cannot open the door. My name is Iosefka, Iosefka said, seeing Alex's silhouette on the other side of the door. Why did you close the doors? When we left, the door was open. Alex asked, putting on a surprised expression. The patients of my clinic must be protected from infection. I know you two are hunting for us, for our city, but I'm very sorry. I cannot open the doors, Iosefka said with a note of sadness in her voice. I wouldn't say that. Oh well. If you won't open the doors, and I need materials inside, could you give me some? Alex asked with a strange smile on his face, leaning his back against the door. I can see what you need. Just tell me, Iosefka replied with obvious relief in her voice. Alex took out his notebook and wrote a list of reagents he needed to create certain things without using magic. Writing the list from the book he had taken in the hunter's dream, he slipped the sheet of paper under the door. Iosefka saw the sheet on the other side and picked it up. She quickly scanned the list and immediately left. Listening to the receding footsteps, Alex continued smoking while waiting. The wait did not last long, and after 10 minutes he heard Iosefka's quick footsteps returning. When she approached the doors, a small window opened in the lower part, through which she pushed out a small bag in which glass vessels clinked. Iosefka quickly placed the small bag on the floor and immediately closed the hatch. Unfortunately, this is all I can give you. There isn't much, but I think it will be useful for your hunt, Iosefka said in an embarrassed tone. Alex picked up the small woven bag and looked inside. He saw a small amount of reagents, a pocket watch, and a small vial with a pale yellow liquid. In fact, Alex needed only 2 things from this bag the most, the pocket watch and the vial with Iosefka's blood. He could have found all the other reagents if he had searched. Alex was not very surprised that Iosefka had given him her blood herself. Thank you, these things will be useful. But what is this liquid? Alex asked, addressing Iosefka and pretending he did not understand. It is my blood. It can heal you if you are in danger. I understand there are two of you. But please, try to understand me. I can only pray that the hunt is successful, Iosefka said in a sad tone, placing her hand on the door from the other side. I see. Thank you. Strange little town you have here. Thank you again, Alex said, putting Iosefka's blood in the pocket of his coat. I'm sorry that I don't have anything more for you. I can only pray for you. May light be with you in the night and in your fate. Iosefka said, genuinely worried for Alex, even though she could not see his face. Alex held back a sarcastic comment about how no prayers would help here. Shaking his head, he lightly tapped the back of his fist on the door, hinting that he was leaving. Iosefka heard the receding footsteps and left the room to return to her work. Descending the steps, Alex slung the bag over his shoulder. He saw no reason to stay in Iosefka's clinic any longer and decided to return to Alucard. Alex knew that his wife was currently dying of boredom, and he could feel her emotions. Leaving Iosefka's clinic, Alex took the pocket watch from the pocket of his coat and opened it. He saw that the watch hands were frozen in one position and twitching slowly, as if something was preventing them from moving forward. Holding the watch in his hands, Alex left the clinic grounds and glanced at the cathedral bridge. Remembering that the cleric beast was on that bridge, Alex thought that killing this monster would confirm his theory. Glancing once more at the frozen watch hands, he put them back in the pocket of his coat. I hope she won't be too angry that I took so long, Alex said with a strained smile on his face. Alex was not completely sure how Alucard would react to his delay. Approaching the gates he had previously opened, Alex, without turning his head, pulled out the hunter pistol and fired backward. The mercury bullet hit the head of a Yharnam resident who had decided to attack him from behind. Having killed the nuisance, Alex moved his finger and collected the blood echoes, which he immediately put in his pocket. Moving up the street of central Yharnam and covering his nose, Alex passed by a monster burning on a bonfire. Walking a little further, he saw the torn bodies of Yharnam residents who had become victims of Alucard's hands. The further he walked, the more dismembered bodies and scattered parts he saw. Alex noticed the body of one poor soul impaled on the sharp bars of a fence. Another looked as if it had been pressed into the wall of a carriage with a press and then smeared across it with whatever was left. Alex was not surprised by his wife's cruelty and simply continued walking. Along with Alex's rhythmic footsteps on the road, the sounds of burning bonfires and crackling bones spread. And along with these sounds, he heard the voices of Yharnam residents who had locked themselves in their houses and had not yet completely lost their minds, but were only gradually losing their sanity. From the houses came simultaneous crying, laughter, and other insane sounds. Walking further, Alex saw a large bonfire on which the body of a huge werewolf was burning. But the most noticeable thing in this place was not the execution of the werewolf itself, but the slaughter that had occurred here. Alex looked at the bodies of the killed with slightly pursed lips. Some were impaled on their own muskets so that the barrels stuck out of their mouths. Others had been used as firewood to start the bonfire. Alex counted at least no fewer than 30 bodies killed in a particularly cruel manner. And in the center of all this sat Alucard. She was sitting on the roof of a destroyed carriage, her black hair gently swaying in a wind that did not actually exist, and her red eyes looked at the brightly burning bonfire. On her lap sat the black cat familiar that Alex had created specifically for collecting blood echoes. Sensing Alex's presence, Alucard slowly turned her head and looked at him with her red eyes, in which the light of the bonfire was reflected. You took a long time, Alucard said in a bored tone. I was checking some things. I see you had quite a bit of fun here, Alex said, pointing his finger at the body of a resident impaled on a musket. It wasn't enough. And this little one killed all the fun. He absorbed all their blood, Alucard said, running her fingers through the cat's fur. That's why I created this familiar, so you wouldn't put in your mouth what you shouldn't, Alex said, leaning his back against the carriage on whose roof Alucard was sitting. How caring. Why were you delayed? Alucard asked, rolling her eyes and shifting her gaze back to the bonfire where the body of the large werewolf was burning. I found a couple of interesting things. Learned something funny related to the messengers. And obtained the blood of a saint for you, Alex said with a light smile. Blood of a saint? Are there such people in this world? Alucard asked, looking at Alex with interest. In this world there are women with special blood. In the healing church they are called saints. Simply because their blood can heal, Alex said, taking out the vial with Iosefka's blood. Alucard looked at the vial with the murky pale yellow liquid that Alex was holding in his hands. She showed some interest in this so-called blood and softly jumped down from the roof of the carriage, standing in front of Alex. The black cat familiar jumped onto Alucard's shoulder. It also looked at the liquid in its master's hands. Without waiting for Alex's permission, Alucard grabbed the vial with the blood, opened the cork, and brought it to her nose to assess the smell. Alucard sensed an aroma that was both attractive and alarming, a thick, rich sweetness reminiscent of condensed honey or syrup, but with a light bitterness and a hint of something ancient and alien. "What smell do you sense?" Alex asked with interest, watching Alucard's reaction. "I have drunk the blood of women who were called saints. But this blood smells different. I would say that this is exactly how the blood of a saint should smell." "Intoxicatingly sweet," Alucard said thoughtfully, examining the vial with Iosefka's blood. "Before you drink it, I want to say that I don't know what effect it will cause. I already told you whose blood is used to create medicines in this world. And Iosefka is a saint, and the concentration of the Great One's blood in her blood is much higher than in those medicines. On one hand, this blood has strong healing properties. On the other hand, you are an Nosferatu, and a very powerful one at that." Alex said in a thoughtful tone, beginning to stroke his chin. Alex began muttering various theories under his breath. Alucard looked at him with a blank gaze and, instead of guessing, preferred a practical approach. She brought the vial with Iosefka's blood to her lips and immediately drank its contents. The moment the blood touched her tongue, Alucard felt an intense rich sweet taste with a strange bitter aftertaste, as if small bitter crystals had touched her tongue. But at the same moment, she felt a rather strange and interesting sensation inside herself. The shadow behind Alucard began to writhe and lengthen, taking the form of the Baskerville Hound. Alex, busy with his thoughts, immediately noticed the appearance of the Baskerville Hound and shifted his gaze to Alucard, who was holding the empty vial with Iosefka's blood. Alex looked at the hound again and noticed no changes in it, except that Alucard could once again summon her familiar. "It seems this blood is much more interesting than I expected," Alucard said with amusement in her voice. "It seems Iosefka's blood helped you recover," Alex said in a surprised tone. "Just a little. But yes. I wonder what will happen if I drink her completely," Alucard said, looking in the direction where Iosefka's clinic was located. "No. We already discussed this. No more other souls in your body. I need only you," Alex said, looking at Alucard with a gaze devoid of any emotion. "Ha ha ha ha. How cute you are when you're jealous. Do you want me to kiss you? So you can calm your jealousy?" Alucard laughed loudly, lifting Alex's chin with her finger. "I wouldn't refuse. But not because I'm jealous, but simply because I don't mind kissing my wife." "Yes. That's exactly how it is," Alex said, folding his arms across his chest and nodding his head. "You're acting like a child. But I like it when you're like this," Alucard said, leaning closer to him and almost touching his lips with hers. Alex rolled his eyes and wanted to object that he was not acting like a child. But before he could say anything, Alucard had already kissed him on the lips. The kiss did not last long, and after it Alucard burst into light laughter, looking at Alex's face. Gently shaking his head, Alex took Alucard by the hand and led her after him. The passage further down the street was blocked by closed wooden gates. Not wanting to take a detour, Alex raised his leg and kicked the wooden gates. The massive wooden gates were torn off their hinges after Alex's strike, and the mini-giant who was standing behind the doors at that moment was immediately buried under them. Still holding Alucard's hand, Alex climbed onto the fallen wooden doors and jumped lightly. Immediately after that, there was a crunching sound as if something had been crushed, and blood began to seep from under the door. Alucard looked at this with a cheerful smile and followed Alex. The black cat familiar did what it had been created for and immediately absorbed the blood echoes. Walking further, Alex and Alucard found themselves in a spacious courtyard where an elegant marble fountain stood in the center, which was not working. From all sides, the voices of Yharnam residents could once again be heard, who were simultaneously laughing and crying. And along with this insane laughter and crying came the light sound of bells hanging on the trees. Stopping, Alex began thinking about where to go. He remembered that if they went right, they could climb to the cathedral bridge, where the cleric beast lived, and if they went left, they could meet the hunter Eileen. Both options suited Alex, but first of all he needed to understand what Alucard wanted. "My love," Alex said, turning his head toward Alucard. And as soon as he turned his head, he realized that Alucard was no longer beside him. Starting to look around quickly, Alex heard the sounds of gunshots, the growling of dogs, and the sound of flesh being cut apart. Sighing to himself, Alex understood that the choice had already been made for him. Lighting a cigarette, he headed to the right side. Climbing the steps higher, Alex saw half of a dog's corpse that looked as if someone had bitten off the other half. Passing by the corpse by the well, whose head had been smashed against that well, Alex raised his gaze to the steps leading to the cathedral bridge. Climbing the steps onto the bridge, he saw how Alucard had torn a werewolf apart with her bare hands, from its maw to its tail. "Couldn't you wait for me?" Alex asked, leaning against a stone monument. "Why? You started making that thoughtful face of yours again, so I went ahead," Alucard said, throwing the two halves of the killed werewolf off the bridge. "Oh, father. Give me strength." Just a little, Alex said, pinching the bridge of his nose at Alucard's response. Don't dramatize, my love. I endured everything you did. Now it's your turn to indulge my desires, Alucard said, walking up to Alex and poking him in the chest with her finger. Alex looked at Alucard with a tired gaze, but at that same moment a loud howl echoed across the area, coming from the direction of the cathedral ward. Alucard's head immediately turned toward the howl, and a wide smile appeared on her face. Alex once again pinched the bridge of his nose, mentally cursing the cleric beast for not being able to wait before letting out its howl. And before Alucard rushed forward, Alex grabbed his wife by the waist, not letting her go in search of the cleric beast. At that same moment, Alucard's face was covered in shadow, and her red eyes turned to Alex with a silent threat for him to let her go. Don't look at me like that. Your threats won't work on me. There's something I need to do before we go there, Alex said, continuing to hold Alucard by the waist. You know what kind of creature is there, don't you? Alucard asked, narrowing her eyes. Yes, at the end of this bridge is the cleric beast. A church servant who turned into a monster. And this monster is special, Alex said, still not releasing Alucard from his hands. Let's assume this monster is special. And what do you want to do? Alucard asked, stopping her resistance and calmly looking at Alex. Just testing one theory. You'll be the one killing it anyway, and you'll be the one drinking its blood too. I only need one thing from its body to test the rest of my theories, Alex said, releasing Alucard. You should have started with that. Then let's go. Or are you going to come up with a bunch of reasons again for us to go somewhere else instead, Alucard said with a lazy smile on her face. I can offer a meeting with the hunter who hunts other hunters, Alex said with a strained smile on his face. Can I kill her and drink her blood? Alucard asked, posing the most obvious question. No. She is kind of useful for my plans. As long as she is alive, you will be able to kill other hunters and drink their blood, Alex said with a strained smile on his face. Alucard looked at Alex with a blank gaze, clearly letting him know that she was not going to go looking for a woman she would not even be allowed to touch. Having expressed everything she wanted with her gaze, Alucard turned around and walked in the direction from which the cleric beast's howl was coming, clearly hinting that she was going to kill this monster, whether he wanted it or not. Alex lit a cigarette and followed after Alucard. After all, after killing the cleric beast, they would be able to return to the hunter's dream, where Alucard could absorb all the blood echoes that the black cat had collected. And Alex was interested in seeing how Alucard would kill the cleric beast. To be continued. I've been thinking for a while about how to properly explain the game's mechanics in the real world, and I have some ideas. Or maybe I should just skip the hassle and go with the flow. I mean, it's easy for me to explain how the envoy's font should work, in the real world, not the game world. Or how to obtain the madman's knowledge. And all that. I'd just feel disgusted if I didn't explain how it should all work. Anyway, it's mealtime. Peace, love, and monster, stop running away. Chapter 656, Chapter 655, Alucard versus the Cleric Beast. Alex and Alucard walked along the cathedral bridge with one single goal, to reach the end of this bridge so that Alucard could kill the Cleric Beast. Along the bridge they were moving on, abandoned carriages stood, with decomposing corpses of horses lying next to them. Alex's gaze kept catching on the statues decorating the path, but what attracted his attention most of all were the metal coffins wrapped in thick chains, as if those buried in them were feared to one day come back to life in the form of monsters. While Alex was looking around, admiring the view of the bridge itself and the gloomy atmosphere around, Alucard walked forward with a light smile of anticipation on her face. Her eyes looked only forward, and she did not even notice the mini-giant who was hiding behind one of the destroyed carriages, clutching a heavy brick in his huge hands. All of Alucard's attention was directed forward, from where she clearly sensed the presence of the cleric beast and its heavy, beastly smell. As soon as Alucard walked a little further, a mini-giant jumped out from behind the carriage at her, swinging the brick. The brick hit Alucard's head with a dull thud and shattered into pieces. The fragments flew in all directions, but Alucard did not even stagger, only her long black hair was slightly covered with dust. In the same instant, she grabbed the mini-giant by the throat and easily lifted him above herself. "You are standing in the way of my prey, scum," Alucard said coldly, squeezing the mini-giant's neck. In response, he only clenched his fist and swung at her head. Before the fist could reach the target, Alucard opened her mouth full of sharp teeth and sank them into his arm. Blood sprayed in all directions. With a sharp jerk of her head, she tore off the mini-giant's entire arm. Then Alucard punched through the opponent's chest with her second hand. With a nauseating crunch of bones, her palm entered the ribcage. Grabbing the beating heart, she clenched her fingers and pulled it out, after which she crushed it. Having lost his heart, the mini-giant went limp and hung limply on her arm. Alucard squeezed his neck until the vertebrae crunched and, with a spinning motion, threw the body off the bridge. Watching this methodical cruelty, Alex gave a slight whistle. Poor bastard didn't know you shouldn't stand in the way of a woman who wants something. I hope in the next cycle you'll be smarter. Amen, said Alex, folding his hands in a prayer gesture. If you finish chatting, then let's go. I can already smell this beast. It's very close, said Alucard, turning her head to Alex and shaking the blood off her white gloves. Hey, why has your character changed so much, Carmilla? Asked Alex in a surprised tone, tilting his head to the side. You yourself said that you shouldn't stand in the way of a woman. And I don't like playing with scum, Alucard replied in a gentle tone, slightly narrowing her eyes at Alex. Alex nodded thoughtfully. Not wanting to waste time, Alucard walked forward, ignoring the huge crows lying in her path. Before they could react, she simply crushed the heads of 3 crows with her feet. Alex walked behind with a cheerful expression on his face. When they passed through the arch that opened the view to the cathedral ward, Alucard sniffed the air. The smell of the cleric beast became even clearer. And in the next instant, the howl of the cleric beast sounded again, followed by the heavy ringing of the bell from the Eden's chapel. Seeing the cathedral ward, Alex immediately took out his pocket watch to keep track of the time that stood still here. Once again, without waiting for Alex, Alucard walked forward because she already felt that the cleric beast was very close. And as soon as she reached the middle of the bridge, a new, even louder howl sounded. Following the howl came a heavy rumble, as if something very large was approaching. Hearing this, Alex shifted his gaze to the closed gates leading to the cathedral ward and slightly narrowed his eyes. He saw the cleric beast rushing towards them. A moment later, the huge beast-like creature jumped over the stone arch and landed in front of the closed iron gates. Appearing, the cleric beast let out a loud howl, from which a shock wave spread, destroying the nearest stone statues. It was a huge creature that barely resembled a distorted human turned into something terrible and beastly. Its body was covered with dense, coarse fur. The head combined the features of a wolf and a deer. A pair of curved deer antlers protruded from the head, resembling the branches of an old tree. But the most distinctive feature was the huge, fur-covered arm with long claws, while the second arm was thin, like a branch of a dried tree. Well, my love. He's all yours. His weak points are the arm and legs. And he's also afraid of fire. Good luck. I'm rooting for you, said Alex, clenching his fists in support. Alucard slightly turned her head and raised a finger, pointing behind Alex's back. He quickly looked back and saw that the passage behind had been closed by fog, just like in the game. Interested in this fog, Alex waved his hand at Alucard, showing that he would check what it was while she fought the cleric beast. Without taking her eyes off Alex, who headed toward the fog, Alucard sharply jumped aside, dodging the cleric beast that wanted to land on her head. The cleric beast landed heavily where Alucard had stood a moment ago, and a web of cracks spread under its feet. Roaring, it swung its massive paw. The paw instantly reached Alucard and tore her body into pieces with its claws. Body parts flew in all directions, but instead of blood, writhing centipedes began to appear from them. The red seal mark on Alucard's white gloves glowed brightly. The cleric beast began furiously beating the writhing centipedes, smashing them against the stone floor of the bridge and emitting a loud roar. It swung its paws with such force that pieces of stone flew in all directions, raising a cloud of dust. What a vicious little dog. I should probably put you to sleep. Came Alucard's cheerful voice from behind the cleric beast. Alucard stood on the bridge railing right behind the beast's back, and there was not a trace of wounds on her body. The cleric beast sharply turned its head toward the voice. As soon as it turned its muzzle, the barrel of a hunter's blunderbuss appeared in front of its face. With a bloodthirsty smile, Alucard pulled the trigger, and quicksilver shot flew out of the barrel, hitting the cleric beast right in the face. The quicksilver shot hit the eyes, and the beast let out a loud howl of pain. The cleric beast covered its face with its paws and began scratching it, trying to get rid of the burning. Being blinded, it began to swing its paws chaotically, crushing everything around. The massive paw hit the stone fence of the bridge where Alucard had just been standing. But before the paw could touch her, Alucard softly jumped up, dodging the blow. Alucard softly landed on the back of the raging cleric beast, which was still covering its eyes with its paw. Baring her fangs in a wide grin, she sharply jerked her hand. The saw cleaver made a characteristic click, unfolding. With a bloodthirsty smile, Alucard plunged the jagged part of the weapon right into the cleric beast's leg. With a sharp jerk of her hand to the side, she tore the flesh, muscles, and tendons. In the same instant, blood from the wound sprayed onto Alucard's face, and she lightly licked the drops that fell on her lips. The cleric beast let out another loud howl of pain and fell to one knee. Alucard was already standing in front of its muzzle, raising the unfolded saw cleaver above her head. She sharply swung the weapon downward to plunge the jagged edges right into the cleric beast's head. And just when the blade was about to sink into the muzzle, a thin arm appeared in its path. The jagged edges of the saw cleaver sank into the flesh and got stuck in the bones of the cleric beast's arm. I underestimated you, beast. I thought you were a stupid animal, but there is a bit of reason in you, said Alucard, looking at the cleric beast with a wide grin on her face. The cleric beast raised its muzzle, and the wounds from the quicksilver shot on its face completely healed, and its eyes were restored. It raised its massive arm and swung to grab Alucard. She sharply jerked her hand, pulling the saw cleaver out of its arm with a disgusting sound of tearing flesh. At the very last moment, when the massive arm was about to grab her, Alucard raised the hunter's blunderbuss and fired into the palm. The quicksilver shot sank into the skin, and the cleric beast jerked its arm back, experiencing pain from the mercury. Alucard jumped back and looked at her weapon. During the short exchange of blows, she realized that the weapon in her hands was not powerful or sharp enough to inflict serious damage on the cleric beast. It was convenient for killing ordinary Yharnam residents driven mad by blood. But with the cleric beast, much more effort had to be applied, and Alucard quickly realized that if she pressed harder, the weapon would simply break. But it's even more interesting this way. How long has it been since I felt such excitement in a battle with such an enemy in such conditions? How truly captivating this is. Alucard shouted loudly, throwing her head back in ecstasy. Throwing her head back, Alucard burst into loud laughter. She did not say this out loud, nor did she intend to tell anyone. Alex and Integra already knew about it thanks to the contract. But the loss of more than 3 million souls affected her much more strongly than she had initially assumed. She had not only lost all her spare lives, now she could be killed by piercing her heart with a wooden stake, but even summoning familiars came with difficulty. However, this did not bother her at all. Alucard simply did not care about what had happened. She was sure that she would restore all her powers over time, of which she had more than enough. And finding herself in such a situation where she needed to fight an enemy like the cleric beast caused her sincere delight. Come on, attack, beast. I want to see what else you are capable of. I want to see how much I will have to get you before you die. I want to see if you will be stronger than all those I killed before you. Let's dance this dance of death together, beast. Alucard shouted in a maniacal voice, looking at the cleric beast. The cleric beast roared loudly and struck the ground with its massive paw, creating another web of cracks. In the same second, it broke from its place and rushed at Alucard on all fours. Smiling widely, Alucard rushed toward it. When close enough, the cleric beast raised its massive paw and swung it to throw Alucard off the bridge. Alucard jumped over the arm at the last moment and sharply jerked her hand, folding the saw cleaver into a compact position. Swinging once more, she plunged the jagged edges right into the cleric beast's stomach. Without stopping at one blow, Alucard began to hack the beast's body. Blood flew in all directions, especially onto Alucard's body. While she was hacking the cleric beast, a wide, insane, bloodthirsty smile shone on her face. And the more blood was spilled, the stronger her thirst became. Alucard did not aim, she simply hacked the cleric beast's flesh, enjoying the sound of tearing flesh and the blood pouring from the wounds. The cleric beast could do nothing, no matter how much it tried to throw Alucard off, she dodged every blow each time and continued hacking. Alucard deliberately did not allow herself to be wounded, only for one reason: she did not want to listen to Alex's grumbling, who would once again start saying that she should not expose herself. With every moment, the battle between Alucard and the cleric beast grew hotter. Pieces of flesh with fur and blood flew in all directions under Alucard's ringing laughter, which sounded together with the sounds of tearing flesh and the howls of the cleric beast. Every blow Alucard delivered with special cruelty, using the jagged edges of the saw cleaver to tear flesh and expose bones. After a few minutes, the cleric beast's body was covered with many wounds. In some areas of its massive body, entire pieces of flesh were missing, exposing bones. The cleric beast fell to its knees, holding its fallen intestines with its paws from the ripped stomach. Where its eye should have been, an entire piece of flesh was missing, and the skull with an empty eye socket was visible, from which blood was oozing. One of the cleric beast's antlers was broken off and stuck out of its massive arm. Alucard, on the other hand, was covered in blood from head to toe. Her long black hair was soaked with the bright red blood of the cleric beast. Standing a few steps away from the beast, Alucard shone with a wide, toothy, bloodthirsty smile. Seeing the state of her enemy, she licked the cleric beast's blood dripping down her face. Come on, beast. Get up. Continue fighting. Regenerate. And attack again like a wild beast. The night has not yet come. It's still too early to die. Fight and die as a proper wild beast that has gone mad from blood. Alucard shouted in a maddened voice. In response to her words, the cleric beast let out a low growl, trying to rise and continuing to hold its fallen intestines. But even its regeneration and vitality did not help it stand after such a number of wounds. Every time Alucard urged it on, the beast clumsily tried to rise and fell back onto the stone floor again. But even in this state, the madness and bloodthirstiness did not disappear from its eyes. It continued to look at Alucard with the desire to devour her, which Alucard sincerely supported. Come on, get up, beast. You yourself refused your humanity. So be a beast to the end. Don't pay attention to the wounds. Get up and fight to the end, said Alucard, leaning forward to attack. Alucard continued to mock the cleric beast, forcing it to stand up. She did not want her toy to die so quickly when she had not yet had enough fun. After all, she did not know when she would have the chance to fight such a toy again. She was sure that her husband would find many reasons to explore this cursed city. And therefore, she decided to use this battle with the cleric beast to quench her thirst for blood and cruelty. Alex himself, whom Alucard was thinking about at that moment, was sitting on the stone arch, the passage of which was blocked by fog. Alex had only recently finished exploring this fog and was making notes in his notebook. Hearing Alucard's thoughts about him, Alex slightly rolled his eyes, continuing to write. "Well, I'm just interested in exploring this city," Alex muttered in response to her thoughts. Alex finished making notes in the notebook and put it in the pocket of his hunter's coat. Adjusting his hat so that the rays of the setting sun would not shine in his eyes, Alex looked at Alucard and the cleric beast. Lazily tucking one leg under himself, he rested his cheek on his fist. He was interested in how long Alucard would play with the cleric beast before killing it. After all, the cleric beast was the weakest of this type of monster. And for Alucard to fight it was the same as an adult man with a heavy sledgehammer fighting a child with a rubber hammer. "Carmilla, finish with him already. This is not the last similar monster you can fight. There will be bigger and more dangerous monsters ahead." Alex shouted, continuing to sit on top of the arch. "He can still get up and fight. Don't interfere with me. Do what you came here for. Don't interfere with me." Alucard shouted back, raising her gaze to Alex. "I've already done everything. And until you kill this beast, we won't be able to leave. Unless I use my powers." Alex shouted, lighting a cigarette. "It's your own fault that you're so fast in such matters," Alucard shouted in a mocking tone, looking at Alex with a cheerful smile. "That sounded strange," said Alex, looking tiredly at Alucard. "Who knows, my love? And now be so kind as to heal my little beast so I can play with it a little more," said Alucard in an innocent tone, looking at Alex with an innocent smile on her face. "Fine. But only once." "Ent," said Alex, pointing his finger at the cleric beast. As soon as Alex uttered the spell, a green magic circle appeared under the cleric beast's body, glowing with a soft green light. At the same moment, all the wounds on the cleric beast's body began to heal, and in the places where flesh was missing and broken bones protruded, new tissues began to appear, and the bones began to fuse. The cleric beast's body was restored at a striking speed, and after a couple of seconds it looked exactly the same as when it attacked Alucard. Looking at the healed cleric beast, Alucard smiled joyfully and licked her lips in anticipation of the second round. Having fully healed, the cleric beast rose on its hind legs with the sound of cracking bones and let out a loud howl, raising its muzzle to the sky. And at the same moment, the cleric beast's body began to become larger and more massive. The black fur on its body acquired a slight blue tint, and blue arcs of electricity began to run along the fur on its back. The antlers on its head darkened and became larger. The claws on its front paws became even sharper and longer. The maw lengthened, and new sharp teeth appeared in it. Alucard stood closest to the cleric beast and felt how the air began to fill with ozone with the characteristic metallic smell of static electricity. Seeing how the cleric beast had changed, Alucard was slightly surprised. Alex thoughtfully rubbed his chin, pondering how his magic had affected the cleric beast. "If anything, you asked for it yourself. I didn't know this thing would go into the second phase and start mutating." Alex shouted, making excuses. "On the contrary. I'm only glad. Now playing with it will be much more interesting." "It was already starting to bore me," said Alucard in a cheerful tone, paying no attention to the fact that her enemy had become stronger. "Then be careful, Carmilla. Now you're fighting a mutated Pikachu," Alex shouted to remind her of what was happening. Alucard only raised her gaze to Alex and immediately jumped back, reacting to the danger. At the same moment, the cleric beast finished mutating and let out another loud howl. And together with the howl, arcs of electricity began to spread in all directions from the cleric beast, leaving scorched traces on the stone bridge. Alex had told the truth, the cleric beast had become much stronger and more dangerous. But for Alucard, this was a new, more interesting toy with which she could play. Having finished howling, the cleric beast dropped to all fours and looked at Alucard. Electric arcs ran along its fur and antlers. And at the same moment, the cleric beast broke from its place and ran at Alucard. While it was running, arcs of electricity spread around it, leaving scorched black traces on the stone. After running a little forward, the cleric beast jumped high and raised its massive paw above its head. Alucard immediately raised her hunter's blunderbuss, preparing to shoot. And before she pulled the trigger, she suddenly tossed the blunderbuss into the air, and the electric discharges immediately began to strike the metal barrel. Alucard herself plunged into the shadow and disappeared from her place. As soon as Alucard escaped using the shadow, the cleric beast landed on the spot where she had stood a moment ago. The cleric beast landed with a crash on the stone floor of the bridge, and a shock wave with electric discharges spread in all directions from it. The shock wave was so strong that massive cracks began to spread across the entire bridge, and statues and railings were destroyed within the radius of impact. At that moment, Alucard appeared from the shadow in the center of the bridge and was slightly surprised. The little dog has become stronger. Just perfect. But, unfortunately, it still remains a brainless beast, said Alucard with a slight smile on her face. Alucard was glad that the cleric beast had become stronger, but she was upset that this beast still remained just a beast. The cleric beast had already turned its head toward Alucard and leaned forward, leaning on its front paws. And instead of rushing forward, the cleric beast grabbed a piece of the destroyed statue and threw it toward Alucard. Seeing the piece flying toward her, Alucard only stepped aside. The piece of the stone statue flew past and crashed into the arch where Alex continued to sit. Lowering his gaze down to the arch and examining the bridge, which was slowly being covered with cracks, Alex thought and decided to do nothing. If the bridge collapses, then so be it. But what very quickly began to irritate Alex was that the cleric beast started throwing pieces of statues toward Alucard, and she dodged every thrown piece. And all these pieces crashed into the arch, causing it to become covered with cracks. Seeing another thrown piece of statue, Alex slightly twitched his finger, and the piece immediately flew back. The cleric beast did not have time to react before the piece crashed into its chest. From such a blow, the cleric beast flew back and crashed its back into the iron gates, which immediately bent under the weight of its body. "Do you want to break my toy, my love?" asked Alucard, turning her head toward Alex and narrowing her eyes. "I think the correct answer is no. A little more, and this arch will be destroyed, and then I'll have nowhere to sit," said Alex, lazily waving his finger and knocking all the statues off the bridge. Alucard lazily blinked her eyes and looked away from Alex. Her gaze immediately focused on the cleric beast, which was trying to free itself from the destroyed iron gates. The red pentagrams on Alucard's gloves glowed slightly, and her shadow began to stretch in all directions. At the same moment, distorted hounds covered with dozens of eyes jumped out of her shadow. Alucard did not even need to give an order, the hounds immediately rushed at the cleric beast. The hounds instantly caught up with it and sank their teeth into the flesh, starting to tear out pieces. The cleric beast roared, sending electric discharges in all directions and instantly destroying Alucard's familiars. But the bodies of the hounds instantly restored, and they attacked the cleric beast again. Fighting off the hounds, the cleric beast freed itself from the destroyed iron gates and tried to shake off those who were tearing its flesh. And while the cleric beast was distracted by the hounds, Alucard appeared next to it. She pushed off from its back, ignoring the fact that the electric discharge burned her leg, and jumped onto its head. Raising the saw cleaver above her head, Alucard plunged the jagged edges exactly between the cleric beast's antlers. Blood from the wound on the head sprayed onto Alucard's face. But she began to deliver blow after blow, plunging the jagged edges into the cleric beast's head. Alucard paid no attention to the fact that electric arcs burned her arm, and simply continued to deliver blow after blow. After a dozen blows, Alucard broke through the cleric beast's skull, and the jagged edges plunged right into the beast's brain. Reaching the brain, Alucard plunged the jagged edges even deeper and sharply turned the blade. At the same moment, the cleric beast's skull cracked, blood sprayed in all directions, and the beast began to slowly fall. Falling to the ground, the cleric beast's body twitched slightly, and the electricity spreading through its body disappeared. As soon as the cleric beast fell, Alucard pulled the saw cleaver out of its skull. "Even after becoming stronger, you still remained a brainless creature," said Alucard in a bored tone, shaking the blood off the blade of the saw cleaver. As soon as Alucard finished speaking, the cleric beast's body exploded in a bloody fountain, splashing its blood in all directions. And at the same moment, a black cat appeared out of nowhere, which began to absorb the cleric beast's blood echoes. All the blood began to be drawn to the black cat's mouth, including the one that was on Alucard's clothes and body. A large ball of blood began to form around the black cat's mouth, which instantly crystallized. And the black cat immediately swallowed the crystallized blood echoes of the cleric beast. Alucard watched all this with an empty gaze, especially at the black cat, which immediately ran away. Alucard followed the black cat with her gaze and saw how it jumped onto Alex's shoulder. Approaching the place of the cleric beast's death, Alex picked up a small silver cross with a small blue stone in the center from the floor. Alex looked at the sword hunter badge that remained after the cleric beast's death, and this was what he had come to this place for. After all, this badge would help Alex confirm another theory. "Did you have fun, my love? Or were you bored?" asked Alex, approaching closer, taking the hunter's hat off his head and putting the sword hunter badge in his pocket. It was quite entertaining. A little exciting. But it got boring quickly. "If you told the truth that this beast is the weakest, then I look forward with impatience to what will happen next," said Alucard, approaching Alex and hugging him around the neck. "Well, there are plenty of monsters in this world. How about returning to the hunter's dream so I can see how to improve the weapon? I noticed that the sharpness of your current weapon didn't suit you," said Alex, hugging Alucard around the waist. "I don't mind. But you forgot something, my love. And you still haven't fulfilled your promise," said Alucard, placing her finger on Alex's lips. I will purify the blood echoes and give them to you in the hunter's dream so you can absorb them. While I'm busy reading, you will be able to absorb the blood echoes without any problems, said Alex, slightly shaking his head from side to side. Alucard slightly narrowed her eyes, listening to Alex's thoughts. And hearing that he really was going to feed her the blood echoes after they returned to the hunter's dream, Alucard slightly nodded her head and quickly kissed Alex on the lips. Seeing this, Alex chuckled slightly and took out the pocket watch from his pocket. Opening the watch, Alex saw that the hand had moved. This confirmed his theory that every such monster in Yharnam was a stable point of events that were supposed to happen. Alex had correctly assumed that after the death of each such monster, the world would change a little and move forward toward the events that were originally planned and repeated countless times. Why do you need the watch? Asked Alucard, leaning on Alex's chest and looking at the pocket watch in his hands. To watch the time that doesn't move here. But when you killed the cleric beast, the hand on the watch moved, said Alex, lightly running his hand along Alucard's waist. Alucard slightly narrowed her eyes and nodded her head, quickly understanding what Alex was talking about. Putting the pocket watch back in the pocket of his coat, Alex took Alucard by the hand and led her to the messenger lantern, which had already appeared. Seeing the appeared messenger lantern, Alucard was not even surprised by it, but rather had expected something like this. Approaching the lantern, Alex touched it. And at their feet, a grey ephemeral puddle immediately appeared, from which the hands of messengers emerged, pulling them down. Once again experiencing the feeling of moving to the hunter's dream, Alex thought only of one thing: had the doll woken up? To be continued. So, I had to start writing this chapter early because I have to go to another city, and I don't know when I'll be back, or if I'll even have the energy to write anything. So here's another chapter for you. As for what happens next, that will happen later. I'm still thinking about who will fight the boss monsters. But I think Aluka and Alucard will take turns killing the boss monsters. Next up, we have Doll's appearance, Alucard's slight buff, and everything else. I'm still debating whether Alex should explore the Yharnam dungeon or leave it behind the scenes. They'll think about it tomorrow, but for now, I'm off to bed. Peace, love, and one out. Chapter 657, Chapter 656, Acquaintance with the Doll, and Alucard's first absorption of blood echoes. Feeling the messengers pulling him, Alex relaxed a little, thinking about the amount of work that lay ahead of him in this world of endless horror. Alex believed that his plans for this world were quite simple. He wanted to make Alucard stronger by feeding her all the special beings like the cleric beast, which were truly unique. And he was very curious what kind of being Alucard would ultimately become. Would she become the goddess of blood and the blood moon, or would she become the goddess of demons, just as it had happened with Zhangya when she had absorbed enough ghost souls? So many questions were swirling in Alex's head that he didn't even notice how he and Alucard had once again found themselves in the hunter's dream. Upon returning to the hunter's dream, Alucard immediately saw that the doll had already woken up. Alucard's gaze instantly shifted to the doll, who was no longer asleep. And when the doll fully awakened, Alucard fully felt why Alex had said that the doll was unique. Alucard sensed a slight danger from the doll's presence, especially the smell of something alien and foreign. Looking at the doll, a light smile appeared on Alucard's face, and she slightly licked her lips, turning her gaze away. Alucard's gaze moved to Alex, who was staring blankly into empty space with a vacant expression, not even paying attention to the doll, who was already awake. Seeing that Alex had once again sunk into deep thought, Alucard raised her hand and snapped her fingers in front of his eyes. Have you finished staring into space? If so, the sleeping beauty you've been waiting for has already woken up, Alucard said in a cheerful tone, looking at Alex. Alex snapped out of his thoughts after hearing Alucard's voice. Blinking slightly, his gaze immediately shifted to the doll, who was also looking back at him. Alex's eyes instantly lit up, and a light smile appeared on his face. The doll looked like a tall woman with the appearance of a porcelain doll, which she truly was. Her facial expression could be described as gentle and calm, with soft features, large eyes, and lips lightly painted in a soft translucent burgundy color. Her silver hair was neatly arranged and partially hidden under an elegant headdress. She was wearing a long black dress with a high collar and an intricate patterned cape with fringe and embroidery. Around her neck was a burgundy scarf with a silver ornament. Her hands were neatly folded in front of her, and between them she held the moonflower that Alex had given her before leaving the hunter's dream. For Alex, the sight of the awake doll evoked many emotions. And even after so many encounters with people in other worlds whom he considered fictional, Alex reacted to it as if it were the first time. Alucard, standing next to Alex, felt the storm of emotions inside him and slightly rolled her eyes. At that moment, she wanted to ask if he would react like this to every woman he desired. After all, Alex had reacted to the other women in his life in exactly the same way, including herself. My love. Should I start getting jealous that your attention immediately switched to this woman? Or should I just hit you the way Integra does? Alucard asked in a cheerful tone, touching Alex's neck with her fingernail. Please don't. My life already has enough jealous women. Look. Alex said with a strained smile on his face, pulling down the collar of his hunter's clothing. When Alex pulled down the collar, Alucard saw what he wanted to show her. Black hair was wrapped around Alex's neck, tightening with every moment as if trying to strangle him. Alucard raised an eyebrow and followed the black hair with her gaze, seeing that it was coming from Alex's shadow. Realizing that these hairs belonged to Zhangya, Alucard chuckled slightly. How could she not know about this jealous ghost girl who lived in Alex's shadow? After all, they had already met several times. And each time Zhangya attacked first. Continuing to smile, Alucard extended her finger and touched the black hairs wrapped around Alex's neck. The moment she touched Zhangya's black hair, the latter immediately reacted. A black strand of hair sharply struck Alucard's finger, directly hinting that she should not interfere. At such a gesture, Alucard smiled slightly and placed her palm on Alex's cheek, gently stroking it. Very well. I won't play the role of a jealous woman. For now. Alucard said in a cheerful tone. Ugh. Just don't do it while I'm sleeping, Carmilla. I'm begging you, Alex said with a tired smile on his face. You've given me an interesting idea. But it's too early to say anything. I won't be jealous if you get a few women in this world. But I can't vouch for my mistress and my stupid disciple. Alucard said with an innocent smile on her face, poking Alex's nose with her finger. After your words, I feel like the last bastard. Alex said, sighing tiredly. That's exactly what I was aiming for, my love. But every king should have many wives. It's natural. So go ahead, go talk to your sleeping beauty, Alucard said, running her fingernail across Alex's chest. Hearing Alucard's words, Alex shifted his gaze back to the doll, who was still standing in her place and patiently waiting for them to finish talking. No one knew what was going on in the doll's thoughts, but her gaze was fixed on Alex, as if she had seen someone she had been waiting for a long time. The doll had heard Alex's voice while awakening, and for the first time she wanted to see someone as soon as possible. The doll's gaze softly moved to Alucard, and she sensed the smell of noble blood from her, which was much purer than that of vile blood descendants and much more noble. But the doll's gaze shifted back to Alex, as if she wanted to memorize the contours of his face. Alex's very presence attracted her, and she wanted to be closer to him, but she did not understand why she was experiencing this strange feeling. Seeing how the doll's gaze instantly moved to Alex, Alucard smiled slightly, thinking that even such beings were attracted to her husband's charm. Sorry for making you wait. I'm glad you woke up, Alex said with a light smile, looking into the doll's gray eyes. It is pleasant to hear that someone was waiting for my awakening, good hunter. I am the doll. I will watch over you in this dream. You are to hunt monsters. I will help you sustain your frail spirit, the doll said, slightly bowing her head. How sweet of you, little doll. You want to take care of my husband. Heh. Or will he be the one taking care of you? Alucard said with a cheerful smile on her face, looking at the doll. Honorable huntress with noble blood, this applies to you as well. Follow the echoes of blood, and I will turn them into your strength. It is the least I can do for you, the doll said, looking at Alucard and slightly bowing. I have my husband for that, little doll. So your help is not needed. Better offer it to my husband. He definitely won't refuse, Alucard said, slightly narrowing her eyes at the doll. The doll slightly tilted her head to the side, looking at Alucard. The doll did not understand why Alucard was behaving this way. But she sensed the ancient noble blood inside Alucard, it was something new that she was feeling for the first time. The doll's gaze lingered on Alucard with a desire to understand this woman better. But Alucard herself ignored the doll and began to climb the steps to the workshop, having no desire to communicate with her. The doll followed Alucard with her gaze until she disappeared through the workshop doors, then shifted her gaze to Alex, who was examining her from all sides. Alex was carefully observing the doll, but this time he did not touch her, since she was already awake. A soft smile was on Alex's face when he looked into the doll's eyes again and saw his own reflection in her gray eyes. The doll herself, standing so close to Alex, felt even more strongly something in him that she should not have felt. In that short moment, something strange flashed in her eyes, a mixture of recognition and quiet surprise. It's nice to meet you, doll. I hope for your continued help in this place, Alex said with a soft smile, looking into the doll's gray eyes. I will always be glad to help, good hunter. Even if you only need comfort, I will be here for you. I will always be by your side. The doll said in a quiet, calm voice, looking directly into Alex's eyes. It's nice to hear that, doll. But first I'll take care of other matters before we continue our conversation, Alex said with a gentle smile on his face, touching the doll's cheek with his palm. When Alex's hand touched her cheek, the doll froze in place, and a barely noticeable shiver ran through her body. She felt the warmth of Alex's hand, and this warmth seemed so pleasant and desirable to her that she wanted it to last forever. Someone like Alex seemed so close and dear to her that she wanted him to always be near. She was experiencing such emotions for the first time, but they did not seem wrong to her, and she wanted to understand better what these emotions meant and why they had appeared. But the feeling of warmth and closeness instantly disappeared when Alex removed his hand from her cheek. Waving goodbye, Alex began to climb the steps to the workshop. While Alex slowly climbed the steps, the doll did not take her eyes off his back, as if feeling that all the warmth she had felt had left with him. When Alex entered the hunter's workshop, the doll raised her doll-like hand and touched her own cheek, imitating Alex's gesture, as if trying to compare the sensations. But when she touched her own cheek, she realized that the feeling was different, even though the gestures were similar. And she tried to understand why there was such a big difference in this gesture when she did it herself and when Alex did it. Lowering her hand, the doll looked at the moonflower she was holding in her hands, the one Alex had given her. Looking at the moonflower, the doll squeezed the stem tighter, as if this flower had become the most precious thing in this place to her, as if this flower was the most special among all the similar flowers growing in this place where many such flowers grew. Alucard, having entered the workshop, thought about the doll's words and why she had called her noble blood. Thanks to Alex, Alucard understood that the doll was not ordinary. And she quickly realized why the doll had called her noble blood. It was connected to the fact that she was the first Nosferatu. And realizing that the doll had been able to sense this caused an intrigued smile to appear on Alucard's face, especially the fact that the doll had sensed that Alex was special. With a light smile on her face, Alucard sat down on a chair near the workbench and crossed her legs, turning her head toward the doors and waiting for Alex. A few moments later, Alex entered the workshop, not hiding the delighted smile on his face. Seeing the delighted smile on Alex's face, Alucard slightly rolled her eyes and began tapping her finger on the table. I thought you would spend more time with this little doll, Alucard said in a lazy tone, tapping her finger on the table. First I must fulfill the promise I gave to my wife, and then everything else, Alex said with a soft smile, approaching Alucard. Really? It's nice to hear that, my love. And how long do I still have to wait until you fulfill what you promised? Alucard said with a soft smile, raising her leg and lightly running her foot along Alex's thigh. I'm going to do that right now. I just need to separate the blood echoes so you can absorb them without consequences. Come out, little one, Alex said, sitting down at the workbench. Alex's shadow, which fell on the workbench, slightly lengthened, and a black cat with red eyes jumped out of it. Alex lightly scratched his familiar's chin with his finger, causing it to purr and gently swing its tail from side to side. Alucard watched this with a light smile on her face, slowly swinging her leg. Stopping scratching the black cat's chin, Alex touched its ear with his finger, reminding it what it needed to do. Come on, little one. Give back everything you absorbed, Alex said, playing with the black cat's ear with his finger. The black cat slightly nodded its small muzzle and opened its mouth. The black cat's mouth opened unnaturally wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Small crystallized blood echo orbs began to pour out of the black cat's mouth, the ones it had collected while following Alucard. Gradually, a small pile of crystallized blood echoes accumulated, next to which lay several red cold blood dew orbs and several blood stone shards that it had also absorbed. Seeing the unfamiliar items, Alucard reached out and picked up a blood stone shard. It was the first time Alucard had seen blood that had crystallized in this way and felt like metal to the touch. At that moment, Alex was busy crushing the cold blood dew and crystallizing the blood inside. Alex immediately began purifying the blood echoes from the contamination that ultimately turned people into blood-obsessed beasts. Alex did not want Alucard to follow the same path as before, which had ultimately affected her mind. Using blood manipulation, Alex turned all the blood echoes into liquid, which began to separate into two different orbs. Soon two different blood orbs began to form, one that looked bright burgundy and slightly glistened in the lamplight, and the other that was dark burgundy with a faint, barely noticeable black liquid swirling inside. Alex's gaze shifted to the dark crimson blood. Alex slightly grimaced, sensing the amount of filth and madness in this blood. It was not enough to drive someone like Alucard insane. But it would have been enough to create several more cleric beasts. What an interesting thing. It looks like a crystallized vein, Alucard said, examining the blood stone shard. That is a blood stone shard. It has many uses. But hunters mainly used it to make their weapons sharper and stronger, Alex replied without turning his head, continuing to purify the blood. You're almost finished. As I understand, this is the dirty blood you were talking about. It smells like beast blood and something disgusting, Alucard said, pointing at the dark crimson orb of blood. Yes, this is dirty blood. And the disgusting smell you mentioned is the negative influence of the Great Ones. I don't want eyes to grow inside my wife's skull. That would be strange. My wife is cute and beautiful. And I won't allow any dirty blood to ruin my wife's appearance, Alex said in a tone as if it were the most natural thing in the world. You're so sweet at moments like this. You're afraid I'll turn into a horrifying monster. But I'm already a monster, Alucard said, gently touching Alex's cheek with her palm. I'm afraid you'll turn into a mindless monster. Those are two completely different things, Alex said, finishing separating the blood. And what do you plan to do with these leftovers since I can't absorb them? Alucard asked, in a good mood from Alex's words. I'll bargain with the messengers. While you sleep, I'll take care of other matters. And I think by the time you wake up, I'll manage to finish some things, Alex said, stroking his chin. Alucard nodded slightly, understanding why Alex had said she would sleep. But it didn't bother her too much, she would rather sleep after absorbing the pure blood than watch Alex work. After all, she was only interested in seeing new monsters and fighting them, especially the unique monsters as Alex had called them. She would rather leave all the other boring activities like training and research to Alex and not interfere. Alucard shifted her gaze to Alex, and she partially knew about his plans thanks to their contract, through which she could hear his thoughts. At that time, Alex took out Alucard's black coffin from his inventory, the one he had taken with him before coming to this world. Alex knew that if Alucard slept in her coffin, the process of absorbing blood echoes would go faster. Alex carefully placed the black coffin on the wooden floor of the workshop. While I sleep, my husband will be hitting on another woman. How sad. It breaks my heart, Alucard said, opening the lid of her coffin. Carmilla. How many times? Does it give you pleasure to say things like that? Alex said with a tired smile on his face. Of course. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to see your cute facial expression, Alucard said in a cheerful tone, sitting in her coffin and pointing her finger at Alex's face. I love you too. Here, this is yours. I never thought I would be feeding blood echoes to someone like you, Alex said, compressing the large crystallized blood echo orb into a small ball. In response to Alex's words, Alucard only smiled tenderly and took the crystallized blood echoes from his hand. Not wanting to waste any more time, Alucard tossed the crystallized blood echo ball into her mouth. It immediately melted on her tongue, and the blood rushed down her throat. The taste of different blood mixed on Alucard's tongue, and she could not distinguish all the blood flavors except the most concentrated taste of the cleric beast's blood, which felt like the taste of an old deer's blood. And once again Alucard tasted something ancient and incomprehensible that belonged to the blood of the Great Ones. The blood echoes began to merge with Alucard's body at high speed, and she began to feel her eyelids growing heavy, as if her body and consciousness were beginning to sink into sleep. Alucard felt the full weight of this blood, which was many times stronger and heavier than any blood she had ever taken, including the purity of this very blood. My love. It seems I need to sleep a little. This blood, it's heavy, Alucard said when her eyelids were almost closed. Sleep well, Carmilla. We will meet again soon, Alex said, kissing Alucard on the lips. After Alex's words, Alucard finally closed her eyes, sinking into sleep. Even after being purified of filth, the blood echoes still carried a lot of information, especially the cleric beast's blood echoes. But the greatest load on Alucard's mind was caused by the purified blood of the Great Ones that was inside the blood echoes. And it carried the largest amount of information. Therefore, in order to absorb all this blood echoes, Alucard sank into sleep to absorb that large amount of information. When Alucard fell asleep, Alex carefully closed her coffin, giving her time to rest. Alex understood that this was only the first stage of absorbing the Great One's blood, and the more Alucard absorbed such blood, the closer she would come to her goal, to absorb the Great Ones themselves, such as the Moon Presence and the Orphan of Kos. Right now it's barely a drop of blood. We need to gradually increase the dose, Alex said thoughtfully, looking at the closed coffin where Alucard was sleeping. Alex sat on the chair, and his eyes shone as he used magical vision to see the entire process happening inside Alucard's body. Seeing how the absorption process was going, Alex nodded slightly, gently stroking his chin. Alex was well aware that Alucard had swallowed barely a drop of the Great One's blood after it had been purified of all the filth present in that blood. But even this tiny amount would be enough for Alucard to begin perceiving insight, so that over time she would start hearing the call of the Great Ones. Stopping stroking his chin, Alex stopped using magical vision and lit a cigarette. Raising his gaze to the ceiling, Alex exhaled cigarette smoke and rubbed his eyes slightly. All right. Time to get to work. I have about 8 to 10 hours. I need to get everything done. I'll probably start with the bath messenger, Alex said, pinching the bridge of his nose, trying to get into work mode. Stopping rubbing the bridge of his nose, Alex lowered his gaze, looked at the contaminated blood echoes he was going to use as trading material if his theory was correct. Getting up from the chair, Alex stretched a little and began to leave the hunter's workshop. Once outside, Alex saw the doll tending to the graves. A light smile appeared on Alex's face when he saw that the doll had carefully placed the moonflower he had given her on a grave so that nothing would happen to the flower. Not wanting to distract the doll from her work, Alex descended the steps. Once downstairs, Alex turned his gaze to the right and saw a small elegant white marble bathhouse that was slightly filled with water. Clenching the cigarette between his teeth, Alex approached the bath. Getting closer, Alex heard the indistinct whispering of the messengers coming from the water. Rummaging in the pocket of his hunter's coat, Alex took out the sword hunter badge and, holding it by the chain, brought it to the bath. "Well, little ones, don't let me down. I hope this works the way I think it will," Alex said, exhaling cigarette smoke. Alex threw the sword hunter badge into the water, and the water immediately began to bubble, absorbing the badge. A moment later, the sword hunter badge dissolved in the murky gray water. And along with it, messengers appeared from under the water, with the sword hunter badge hanging around the neck of one of them. Alex couldn't hold back a smile. His guess had been confirmed, and he immediately brought the contaminated blood echoes to the bath, lowering them into the water. The contaminated blood echoes instantly dissolved and were absorbed by the murky gray water. And what next? How do I get my items? Or will there be random items here too? Alex asked, stroking his chin. In response to Alex's words, the bath messengers plunged into the murky gray water. And a moment later, the messengers appeared again. But now they were holding various items in their small hands. Alex saw consumable items that the messengers were holding in their tiny hands. But Alex didn't need those items. He was interested in only a few specific things, namely weapons and clothing for his collection, and some items that should serve as useful tools. Not seeing those things, Alex slightly narrowed his eyes. Little ones. I need weapons and the Hunter Chief emblem, Alex said, looking at the messengers. As soon as Alex uttered these words, the messengers plunged back into the murky gray water. A moment later, the Kirkheimer, repeating pistol, and finally a white handkerchief with golden patterns and a silver ring literally flew out of the bath. The handkerchief softly landed on the Kirkheimer's handle. Alex slightly tilted his head, thinking that he would need to pronounce the names of specific items for the messengers to give them to him. While Alex was looking at what he had supposedly bought from the messengers themselves appeared again from the murky gray water, offering Alex the remains of the blood echoes. Seeing this service, Alex was momentarily surprised and stunned by how it worked. Alex could not even imagine that the purchasing process in real life would differ so drastically from the gameplay. But at the same time, he believed that this was exactly how it should be. After all, this was not a game. You even give change. How sweet of you, little ones, Alex said, taking the crystallized blood echoes, which had significantly decreased in size. In response, the bath messengers only raised the same consumable items and continued to offer them to Alex. Looking at these charming creatures, Alex couldn't hold back a smile and threw the remaining blood echoes into the bath, wanting to buy quicksilver bullets with what was left. Touching the bundle of quicksilver bullets with his finger, one of the messengers plunged into the water, and a moment later a medium-sized wooden box was thrown out of the bath, landing at Alex's feet with a characteristic clink. Bending down, Alex opened the box and saw that it was filled to the brim with quicksilver bullets. Closing the wooden box with the quicksilver bullets, Alex shook his head slightly. He still didn't understand how the price of items was calculated in this world. And the only option that came to his mind was that the so-called price came from the number of milliliters of blood stored in the blood echoes. Alex simply had no other options, because unlike the game, no shop screen with prices appeared in front of his eyes. I see you have already managed to find common ground with them, good hunter, came the doll's gentle voice from behind Alex. Hearing the doll's voice, Alex turned his head and once again met the doll's gray eyes. The doll herself was standing quite close to Alex, as if it were very natural for her. While tending to the graves of the past hunters who had been in this dream, she had seen Alex standing by the bath messengers. And she had really wanted to approach Alex, even if she herself did not understand why she wanted to. At that moment, she simply wanted to be closer to him. If only they also gave instructions on how to use their services, Alex said, shaking his head slightly with a smile on his face. Ah, the little ones, the inhabitants of dreams. They find hunters like you, worship them, and serve them. Speech is unknown to them, but they are still lovely, aren't they? The doll said, looking at the messengers with a tender gaze. You can't argue with that, they really are quite cute creatures. And what were you doing, doll? Alex said, nodding slightly with a smile, looking at the doll. For a long time, many hunters have found themselves in this dream. These graves are in memory of them. The doll said with nostalgia, looking at the many tombstones in this place. Southwest they left this place, Alex said, briefly glancing over the dozens of tombstones. The doll nodded softly at Alex's words and squeezed the stem of the moonflower she was holding in her hands. The doll stood next to Alex and looked at the tombstones belonging to the hunters with nostalgia. She remembered each of them, all those who had entered this dream and were forced to hunt until the next cycle came to an end. And every time she watched as each of these hunters broke under the weight of knowledge, blood, and madness, until in the end they all chose the same end, wishing to awaken from this nightmare. Alex turned his head and looked into the doll's eyes. She immediately turned her head toward him and softly tilted it to the side, as if not understanding why he was looking at her. Doll. If you're not busy, could you help me? I want to understand how to use the bloodstone shard to upgrade weapons, Alex said with a soft smile on his face. Of course, good hunter. I will help you, for that is why I am here. If my presence can calm your heart, I will stay by your side for as long as it takes, the doll said with a soft smile on her face. Alex smiled slightly and picked up the Kurkumer, repeating pistol, and the box of quicksilver bullets. Slipping the Kurkumer over his shoulder, Alex gently beckoned the doll to follow him. As Alex began to leave, the doll followed him with slow steps, climbing the steps after him. Entering the hunter's workshop, Alex looked at the coffin where Alucard was sleeping and, seeing that the process was going as it should, immediately looked away. The doll's gaze also fell on the coffin, and she sensed what was happening inside. After all, she was the one who helped hunters absorb blood echoes to nourish their bodies with strength for their survival. The honorable huntress with noble blood. She. The doll began, looking at the coffin where Alucard was sleeping. You mean Carmilla? She is sleeping right now. Sorry for taking away your work. But my method of absorbing blood echoes suits Carmilla better, Alex said, placing the box of quicksilver bullets on the workbench and the Kurkumer beside it. I understand. I sense that the huntress is different from all those who came before her. Her blood is noble and untainted. But at the same time it carries so much blood echo. The doll said in a calm voice, looking away from the coffin. I would say that Carmilla would appreciate your compliment. But it's not like that. Have a seat, doll. We're going to be here for a while. Alex said with a strained smile, pointing to the chair next to the workbench. The doll nodded softly and sat down on the chair beside the workbench, placing her hands on her knees without letting go of the moonflower. Sitting down at the workbench, Alex stroked his chin, thinking where to start. After thinking for a moment, Alex took out a book related to the use of bloodstone shards. Opening the first page, Alex began to read quickly, flipping through the pages and absorbing the new information. Alex was very interested in how to use such hardened blood to upgrade weapons. Alex was sure that even his wife Hephaestus would show considerable interest in such a method of creating and upgrading weapons. While Alex was busy reading, the doll watched his face without taking her eyes off him for a moment and without even blinking. Next to him she felt such calm, as if she were near something dear to her. To be continued. So now I'm thinking, should I skip all the unnecessary stuff and move on to the important stuff, so as not to drag out the plot? Or should I do everything sequentially and let it unfold? Or should I return to the supernatural world for now to finish the plot there, and then return to Bloodborne, or should I finish Bloodborne and then return? It seems I need to decide whether to finish it now or later. I don't know what to do yet. Okay, I'll go eat and think about it. You should think about it too. Peace, love, and just hug doll. Chapter 658, Chapter 657, not the most pleasant stroll through the sewers in the company of the Black Cat. Alex sat in the hunter's workshop and carefully read the book about how to use bloodstone shards to upgrade weapons. As he read this book, written by one of the hunters who had decided not to reveal his name, Alex turned page after page, trying to understand better how everything worked. After all, this was the first time he had encountered such a method of creating and upgrading weapons, and it was completely new to him. Tapping his finger on the table, Alex turned the next page and fell into thought. He could have used magic or runes to upgrade any hunter weapon in this world and simply not waste time on something like this. But Alex considered that option too boring and too quick. Reading dozens of notes, Alex quickly memorized the entire process of using bloodstone shards. While Alex was busy reading, the doll watched his face attentively and did not blink once from the moment he started reading. The doll carefully followed every change in Alex's facial expression and every gesture he made. The doll herself did not understand why, but she felt so calm being next to Alex, even though it was her presence that was supposed to bring calm to the hunters who found themselves in this place. More than an hour had passed since Alex began reading the book and the doll started watching him. After that time, Alex closed the book and pinched the bridge of his nose. He had memorized all the processes for using bloodstone shards to upgrade both melee weapons and firearms. Alex realized that the process was not as complicated as it seemed at first glance. And his very first thought was to conduct a small experiment on upgrading a weapon. Fortunately, he had several bloodstone shards to perform the initial upgrade. Alex already knew that bloodstone shard was the lowest tier item for upgrading weapons and that there were others. But since he only had bloodstone shards at the moment, he had no choice. For his first experiment, Alex wanted to use the Kurkumer, which was a neatly carved piece of stone with prayers engraved on it, a silver handle, and a silver sword that connected to the hammer. Lifting the Kurkumer with one hand and placing it on the workbench, Alex began rummaging through the drawers. "Doll, if it's not too much trouble, could you get the mortar from the cabinet and the vessel?" Alex said, turning his head toward the doll. "Of course, good hunter. It is not difficult for me to provide you with everything you need so that in the future you can hunt even better," the doll said, standing up from the chair and nodding her head slightly. Alex only nodded, fully understanding that the doll was used to helping all the hunters who ended up in this place, which was why she behaved this way. Stretching slightly, Alex decided to get to work. First, he separated the stone hammer from the silver sword and carefully placed them on the workbench. Alex looked at the stone hammer and ran his finger over the inscriptions carved into the stone surface. After carefully reading the inscriptions on the stone surface, Alex realized that this was the creed of the church hunters, engraved on their weapons. While Alex was busy reading, the doll returned, holding a black stone mortar in her hands that was soaked with old dried blood. After examining the mortar from all sides, Alex threw one blood stone shard into it and began grinding it, turning it into fine powder. Once the blood stone shard had turned into fine powder, Alex glanced at the book to see what needed to be done next. Seeing the next step, Alex began rummaging through the pockets of his hunter's coat. "What are you looking for, good hunter?" the doll asked, watching Alex's actions. "I'm looking for blood echoes. To complete the process, you need to mix blood echoes with the blood stone shard powder so it turns into a paste. But it seems I don't have any blood echoes left." "I used them all," Alex said with a strained smile on his face. "You can go hunting and obtain blood echoes," the doll said in a quiet and calm voice. "Let me guess, you don't have any blood echoes so I don't have to leave this place," Alex said, sighing tiredly. "Unfortunately, you are correct. But I will pray that your hunt goes successfully and that you find what you are looking for," the doll said quietly, nodding her head slightly with a faint expression of sadness on her face. Alex looked at the doll and sighed heavily. At that very moment, the last thing he wanted to do was go to Yarnum to obtain a few blood echoes just to conduct a weapon upgrade experiment. Lighting a cigarette, Alex quickly realized that this was his chance to explore Central Yarnum and find some items for his collection. Tapping his finger on the workbench, Alex made the decision to return to Central Yarnum and quickly deal with everything. Alex's gaze shifted to the coffin where Alucard was sleeping. He understood that he had more than enough time to explore the city. Smiling slightly, Alex put on his hunter's hat and stood up from the chair. "All right. So, hunting it is. Doll, while I'm gone, keep an eye on Carmilla," Alex said, preparing to leave the hunter's workshop. "I will await your return, good hunter. Please return safely, and may the echoes of blood guide your path," the doll said, folding her palms together and looking at Alex. Hearing the doll's words, Alex smiled and waved goodbye, putting on his hunter's mask that covered half of his face. Slipping the kurkumar over his shoulder, Alex left the workshop to return to Central Yarnum. When Alex left the hunter's workshop, the doll's gaze lingered on the door longer than usual, as if she was seeing him off until he left this dream. Sensing that Alex's presence had disappeared, the doll shifted her gaze to the black coffin where Alucard was sleeping. The doll sat quietly on the chair by the workbench, with her palms resting on her knees and continuing to hold the moonflower in her hands, waiting for Alex's return. At that moment, Alex was once again traveling through dimensions with the help of the messengers. Alex found himself back in Central Yarnum, specifically on the Cathedral Bridge. Returning to the Cathedral Bridge, Alex looked around. He once again noticed that all the environmental destruction was resetting in reverse, and all the consequences of Alucard and the cleric beasts battle had been undone. The stone railings of the bridge and the stone statues were intact, and even the iron gates in which the cleric beast had gotten tangled were whole and still closed. After looking around, Alex began thinking about where to start first. "I'll get blood echoes anyway. So all that remains is searching for people," Alex muttered, stroking his chin. Alex had many options for where to begin. After a short reflection, he decided to start with the most unpleasant place in Central Yarnum. Gripping the kurkumar in his hand, Alex inserted the silver sword into the hammer's handle to use the hammer mode of the weapon. Placing the kurkumar on the floor, Alex took out his notebook to check his notes, recalling what he needed to do in Central Yarnum before moving on and how much time it would take. While Alex was busy scanning the compiled list with his eyes, the black cat jumped out of his shadow, leaped onto his shoulder, and gently rubbed her muzzle against his cheek. "All right, little one. We'll start with the sewers and move in a circle. We need to finish before Carmilla wakes up," Alex said, putting the notebook back in the pocket of his hunter's coat and lightly scratching the black cat's chin with his finger. The black cat meowed softly and jumped off Alex's shoulder, running ahead. Alex stretched a little, grabbed the kurkumar with one hand, and ran after the cat. As soon as Alex ran through the arch, his first opponent was a mini-giant with a brick. Without stopping, Alex swung the kurkumar, and the stone hammer struck the mini-giant directly in the face. The mini-giant's head burst with a nauseating pop, and his body flew over the stone railings of the bridge. Without stopping, Alex ran further and crushed the crows lying in his path with his feet. Continuing to run, Alex saw two werewolves ahead fighting over the body of a dead person, pulling it between themselves. Jumping up, Alex landed on the back of one of the werewolves and struck its head with the stone hammer. The werewolf's body instantly went limp, and the second werewolf sensed new living prey. Alex sharply pulled the kurkumar's handle, releasing the silver blade. Before the second werewolf could attack, Alex plunged the tip of the silver sword into the werewolf's eye socket. Where to next? To the end of the bridge and right, then down, and then straight to the end, Alex muttered, recalling the route. Alex quickly inserted the silver sword blade back into the stone hammer and ran further, to the end of the bridge. After running a little ahead, Alex saw stone steps leading down. Turning, Alex quickly descended the steps. Once downstairs, Alex found himself on a platform above the buildings near the main street of central Yarnum, from where the voices of the maddened Yarnum residents wandering the streets in search of monsters to kill could be heard. After a quick look around, Alex saw what he always did: abandoned luggage, dozens of coffins, and empty crates. Recalling the path, Alex saw an alley and immediately ran into it, remembering that there was a descent into the Yarnum sewers in that alley. The black cat followed Alex, collecting everything related to blood from the corpses of monsters and Yarnum residents. Reaching the end of the alley, Alex saw a drop leading downward. Looking down, Alex saw a deep sewer shaft. Without thinking long, Alex took a step forward and began to fall. Alex landed on the head of a Yarnum resident who was almost fully turned into a beast, crushing him into a bloody pulp. Hearing the squelching sound beneath him, Alex lowered his gaze and saw pieces of flesh, fur, and bones mixed with blood. Realizing that he hadn't imagined crushing someone, Alex stepped aside and began wiping the blood off his boots on the floor. "Sorry, I didn't see you. In the next cycle, walk more carefully. You never know what might fall on your head, for example, me," Alex said with a blank look on his face, continuing to wipe the blood off his boots. Alex understood that the corpse was unlikely to answer him. After all, in any case, during the next reset, this almost beast-turned resident of Yarnum would come back to life and continue aimlessly wandering the sewer shaft like a programmed mad puppet. After wiping all the remaining blood from his soles, Alex looked around and gave a slight whistle. Alex had seen this place in the game, but seeing it in real life evoked completely different impressions. Even the sewer shaft looked quite gloomy and refined. Small stone bridges with elegant railings connecting both sides of the sewer, the dim light of lanterns that barely illuminated the place, and, as always, a strong atmosphere of abandonment, not counting the strange sounds coming from the very bottom of the sewer shaft. And completing this gloomy picture was the smell that hung in the place, the smell of rot and sewer waste mixing to form a unique palette of odors. But the smell here is just awful. Even the mask doesn't help. I hope this smell disappears when I return to the dream. The last thing I want is to stink like a sewer rat, Alex said, covering his nose through the mask. After looking around, Alex slung the Kirkheimer behind his back and took out the repeating pistol from under his coat. Holding the repeating pistol in one hand and covering his nose with the other, Alex moved further through the sewer shaft. Alex remembered that in these sewers there was a hunter's corpse from which he could take the Saw Hunter badge. And unfortunately for Alex himself, all he remembered were the approximate landmarks on how to reach that hunter's body. Moving along the upper part of the sewer shaft, Alex saw the light of torches carried by Yarnum residents who were almost fully turned into beasts. After walking a little further, Alex raised the repeating pistol and fired the first shot. The quicksilver bullet flew out of the barrel and hit the beast-like Yarnum resident directly in the back of the head. Alex watched as the resident's body fell off the edge and flew to the very bottom. The next moment, the sound of splashing water rang out. Continuing forward, Alex heard a sound as if someone was being eaten. Looking down, Alex saw huge rats the size of large dogs devouring the body of the killed Yarnum resident. In real life they look much bigger. But they're still just as disgusting. Alex muttered, looking at the huge rats. Alex knew that these rats had mutated because they fed on the corpses of people who had used blood as medicine. As a result, the rats had grown to such sizes. Shaking his head, Alex continued walking forward, occasionally shooting from the repeating pistol and killing the wandering beast-like Yarnum residents. The black cat following Alex continued to perform her purpose, collecting everything she came across. This included blood-stone shards from corpses hanging on the wooden beams below. While collecting another blood-stone shard from the corpse of a Yarnum resident lying on a beam, the black cat slightly hooked the corpse, causing it to fall down and attract the attention of the huge rats nearby. The black cat only cast a short glance at those rats and jumped back up to Alex. Seems like a dead end. Now it should be downward, Alex said after reaching the end of the path. Realizing that he would have to jump down directly into this filth consisting of sewage water and who knows what, Alex grimaced slightly. Approaching the edge, Alex took a step and fell downward. Alex landed below with a characteristic splash of water that immediately spread in all directions. At the same moment, two huge rats lunged at Alex. With one quick movement, Alex detached the silver sword from the stone hammer's handle while grabbing the stone hammer's handle with his other hand. Alex instantly plunged the silver sword into the body of the first rat. Taking a step to the side, Alex avoided the second rat's lunge and immediately crushed its head with the massive stone hammer. I never like places like this with such huge rats. You always stink so badly, Alex said, shaking the blood and brains off the stone hammer. Slipping the stone hammer behind his back, Alex approached the first rat that he had pierced with the silver sword. At that moment, the huge rat let out a loud squeak that echoed throughout the entire sewer shaft. Grimacing slightly at the loud squeak in such a place, Alex grabbed the silver sword's handle and plunged the tip into the rat's head, twisting it slightly. The huge rat's body twitched slightly and then finally went limp. Pulling the silver sword out of the rat's head, Alex shook his hand lightly to fling the blood off the blade and put the sword behind his back, reconnecting it with the stone hammer. As he was about to leave, Alex heard a strange loud noise behind him. Alex turned his head back to see what was making the noise. The moment he turned his head, his eyelid began to twitch strongly. He saw an entire horde of huge rats rushing toward him. The huge rats were running toward Alex, trampling their own kind, running along the walls, falling from above, and merging with the main wave. "Well, fuck," Alex said in a tired tone. Alex had once again ignored the most obvious fact of his life. In worlds like this, his luck simply became terrible. Before Alex could grab the handle of his stone hammer, he was swept away by the horde of huge rats and carried forward. The huge rats did not stop, and the entire horde continued rushing forward, piling onto Alex in a massive mountain of flesh. Finding himself under an entire horde of huge rats, Alex exhaled irritably from the stench of the rats surrounding him. Drawing the silver sword, Alex began cutting his way to freedom. With every swing of the silver sword, Alex killed dozens of huge rats, and their numbers only grew with every moment. Alex used only the silver sword and the stone hammer to kill the huge rats, without resorting to magic. At that moment, Alex wanted only one thing, to slash and crush the huge rats. "When will you finally end?" Alex shouted, swinging the stone hammer and sending several huge rats flying. From Alex's blow, the rats scattered in all directions and crashed into the stone walls. The huge rats continued to attack Alex as if he were the most dangerous predator in the sewer shaft and it was their duty to devour him. The rats that Alex killed were devoured by their own kind at tremendous speed. After eating their dead comrades, the huge rats threw themselves at Alex with even greater fury. The huge rats kept coming, and Alex kept killing them. With every moment, the number of huge rat corpses around Alex grew, but the number attacking him did not decrease. Alex did not know how much time had passed since the horde of huge rats had attacked him. But after killing the last huge rat, Alex sighed heavily. The entire hunter's clothing on Alex's body was covered in small cuts and completely soaked with the blood of the huge rats. Pulling the silver sword out of the head of the last huge rat, Alex wearily raised his gaze to the ceiling of the sewer shaft. Once again, the greatest difficulty for Alex in such a battle was the narrow passage where the rats kept pressing on him. Exhaling once more, Alex lowered his gaze and looked at the mountain of huge rat corpses. "Now I really feel like a true hunter. Or rather, a petty adventurer who has to hunt rats," Alex said, lowering the cloth mask from his face to smoke. "Meow." Came the cat's meow from above. Hearing the meow, Alex raised his gaze and saw the black cat with red eyes sitting on a wooden beam directly above him. Alex lit a cigarette and wiped the remaining blood from his face. He didn't even try to clean all the blood that had stained his hunter's clothing. Exhaling cigarette smoke, Alex looked at the black cat again. He knew that she had been sitting on the wooden beam the entire time, simply watching as the endless stream of huge rats attacked him. In response to Alex's gaze, the black cat calmly raised her paw, licked it slightly, and ran it behind her ear, showing that she was resting. "You could at least help instead of just sitting up there," Alex said, exhaling cigarette smoke. "Meow." The black cat meowed, continuing to sit on the wooden beam. "What do you mean you're not going to help because you weren't created for that?" Alex asked, looking at the black cat with a blank expression. "Meow." The black cat replied, slowly swinging her tail. "Just because I created you to collect blood doesn't mean you can't fight. You have claws and teeth," Alex said, pointing his cigarette at the black cat. "Meow." The black cat meowed lazily, jumping down onto the mountain of huge rat corpses. "Since when have you been such a spoiled lady?" Alex asked, shaking his head tiredly. "Meow." The black cat meowed, raising her front paw. "Just because you're a cat doesn't mean you have to be spoiled," Alex said, rolling his eyes. In response to Alex's words, the black cat opened her mouth and began absorbing blood echoes from all the huge rats. Shaking the ash from his cigarette, Alex turned away and slung the curcumer behind his back. After walking a little further, Alex reached a drop that led to another part of the sewer shaft. Looking down, Alex saw dozens of disgusting rotted corpses lying on the surface of the sewer water. These vile creatures, thrown into the sewers during the beast hunting, continued to hunt people, lying in wait for them in the water or near bodies of water. Like all blood-infected Yarnum residents, they had beastly features but with rotting bodies and scraps of decayed clothing. Looking at all this filth below, Alex reached for the satchel behind his back and took out a Molotov cocktail. "I think one won't be enough," Alex said, holding the Molotov cocktail in his hands and looking down. Tossing the Molotov cocktail in his hands, Alex was well aware that one bottle would not be enough to burn such a number of rotted corpses. Therefore, Alex decided to slightly enhance this flammable mixture. Smiling slightly, Alex drew a small rune on the Molotov cocktail. Grinning widely, Alex lit the Molotov cocktail and casually threw it downward. The burning mixture flew down and landed right in the center among the rotted corpses. In the same instant, bright and extremely hot flames flared up. Following the burst of flame came a loud scream of pain that spread in all directions. Alex watched with a smile on his face as the rotted corpses writhed, engulfed in flames. Still smiling, Alex shifted his gaze to the side and saw a corpse dressed in hunter's clothing with an iron rod sticking out of its chest. "Lucky, a dead hunter," Alex said with a smile, turning toward the impaled hunter's corpse. Alex approached the impaled hunter's corpse and pulled the rod out of its chest. Folding his hands in a short prayer, Alex began rummaging through the hunter's pockets in search of a hunter badge. All Alex found were a couple of empty blood vial bottles and a bundle of quicksilver bullets. Putting the quicksilver bullets in his pocket, Alex pulled back the collar of the dead hunter's clothing hoping to find a hunter badge. But all Alex found was a broken hunter badge that the messengers definitely would not accept. Sighing, Alex lowered the collar of the dead hunter. Looking at the hunter's corpse, Alex snapped his fingers and burned the body. After burning the hunter's corpse, Alex approached the edge and jumped down to continue his path through the Yarnum sewer shaft. The moment Alex jumped down, the black cat immediately leaped onto his shoulder and wrapped her tail around his neck. "Now you're using me as transportation, young lady," Alex said, scratching the black cat's chin with his finger. Meow. The cat meowed, purring slightly from Alex scratching her chin. "Yeah, I know girls don't like getting dirty. But you could have hidden in my shadow," Alex said, sighing slightly. The black cat only looked at Alex with her red eyes and simply lay down on his shoulder, slowly swinging her tail. Continuing forward, Alex raised his gaze upward and saw only the towering buildings above. Shaking his head, Alex walked on, because his goal lay further ahead. Alex walked forward, slowly moving his legs and stepping through water that reached his ankles. The black cat lightly tapped her tail on Alex's shoulder, looking at the huge crows sitting on the wooden beams above. Taking out the repeating pistol from under his coat, Alex fired several shots, hitting the huge crows directly in the eyes with quicksilver bullets. The huge crows fell from the wooden beams with a characteristic splash of water. Stepping over the crow corpses, Alex continued on. Descending the wooden steps, Alex saw several rotted corpses lying at his feet and pretending to be dead. Raising his foot, Alex crushed the head of the first rotted corpse and repeated the action with the other two. "It really stinks," Alex said, covering his nose so as not to smell the rotting corpses. Suppressing his disgust at the revolting smell, Alex saw a long tunnel at the end from which a strange sound resembling the grunting of a huge pig was coming. Next to the entrance to the tunnel was a ladder leading upward. Hearing this sound, Alex instantly shifted his gaze to the tunnel and perked up slightly, because that was exactly the pig he needed. Approaching the tunnel, Alex saw the outline of a huge pig hidden behind a light mist hanging in the tunnel. Grinning, Alex took the kerchimer off his back and walked forward. The closer Alex got, the clearer the outline of the huge pig's backside became. Beginning to sneak quietly, Alex moved closer and noticed that the giant pig was finishing eating someone's corpse. Slightly loosening his shoulders, Alex gripped the kerchimer's handle with both hands and assumed a baseball player's stance. "I hated you even back then. Now I can finally get my revenge," Alex said with a wide grin. Before the giant pig could turn around, Alex swung the kerchimer, and the stone hammer struck the giant pig's backside with perfect accuracy. From Alex's blow, the giant pig flew forward with a disgusting squeal, as if it had received a booster in its ass. Alex watched as the giant pig flew forward, followed by the disgusting sound of flesh colliding with a hard surface. Having killed the giant pig in this manner, Alex could not hide his smile, because this was the giant pig he hated the most in this world full of madness. And killing this pig instantly lifted Alex's mood, which he could not hide due to the wide smile on his face. "Ugh. I feel so much better. I really feel like it was worth going down into the sewers," Alex said, in a good mood. Meow. The black cat meowed, looking at her master with a blank feline gaze. "You just don't understand. This is the most disgusting pig in this world. I had to kill it," Alex said, poking the black cat's nose with his finger. Meow. The black cat meowed, swatting at Alex's finger with her paw. "You're a cat, you have no right to judge me," Alex said, rolling his eyes. The black cat demonstratively closed her eyes and laid her head on Alex's shoulder. Seeing the behavior of his familiar that he had created, Alex could not understand why she was exactly like this. The only reason Alex could come up with was that his familiar's behavior was connected to the fact that she was a cat. Shaking his head to drive away unnecessary thoughts, Alex looked around, and his gaze fell on another hunter's corpse, who unfortunately had not been lucky enough to become a snack for the giant pig. Approaching the corpse of yet another hunter, Alex squatted down and immediately pulled back the collar of the dead hunter's clothing. Seeing a thin leather cord, Alex grabbed it and pulled it toward himself. Tearing off the cord, Alex pulled out an iron badge resembling a saw. "That's the second one. 8 more to go," Alex said with a grin on his face, holding the saw hunter badge in his hands. Having obtained what he had descended into the sewers for, Alex walked forward until he reached the end of the sewer tunnel, where there was a drop leading somewhere very deep, and on the wall above this drop was a huge red stain and pieces of flesh. After all, this was the wall the giant pig had crashed into, and all its remains had fallen into the abyss. Grinning, Alex turned left and stepped out onto a small spacious balcony. Turning his head to the right, Alex saw stairs leading upward. Raising his gaze upward, Alex quickly shook his head, not intending to climb such a long staircase. Squatting slightly, Alex pushed off the floor and immediately jumped. From such a sharp jump, the black cat sleeping on Alex's shoulder instantly woke up and opened her red eyes wide, digging her claws into Alex's coat. Jumping to the very top, Alex saw a mini giant and a Yarnum resident with a torch in his hand standing in front of a huge woven ball. "Good evening. Are we interrupting?" Alex asked, tilting his head slightly to the side. In response to Alex's words, the Yarnum resident with the torch set the huge straw ball on fire, and the mini giant lifted it above his head despite the fact that it was burning. Seeing this, Alex drew the repeating pistol from under his coat and fired several quick shots at the mini giant's hands. The quicksilver bullets hit the mini giant's elbows precisely, and he could no longer hold the burning straw ball above his head. The burning straw ball fell onto the mini giant's body, setting it on fire. The Yarnum resident with the torch in his hands lunged at Alex, swinging the burning torch. Alex smiled slightly, stepped aside, and tripped him. The Yarnum resident tripped over Alex's leg and fell downward with a scream, continuing to swing the torch. Alex looked down and saw how the Yarnum resident turned into a red smear on the stone floor. "You need to be more careful in places like this, or you might fall," Alex said, shaking his head with a smile on his face. Lowering the cloth mask from his face, Alex lit a cigarette and approached the burning straw ball. Walking around the burning ball, Alex lightly kicked it with his foot, and it began rolling along the bridge, hitting unsuspecting Yarnum residents. Looking at the bridge he had ended up near, Alex tried to remember where he was now. Glancing around in search of familiar landmarks, Alex stroked his chin slightly. A moment later he remembered where he was and what this place was. "If I'm not mistaken, if I go that way, I'll come out at the graveyard behind Eden's chapel. And if I cross the bridge, I'll return to Central Yarnum," Alex said, nodding his head. Meow. The black cat meowed, sitting on Alex's shoulder. "No, it's still too early to go to Father Gascoigne. I haven't met the crow yet. She has a badge I need," Alex said, exhaling cigarette smoke. Meow. The cat meowed, jumping off Alex's shoulder and leaping onto a stone pillar. "I don't remember which way to go to find that girl. I know where to find the crow, but I don't remember where this child is," Alex said, shaking the ash from his cigarette and looking at the black cat. Meow. The black cat meowed, pointing with her tail at the bridge. "Wait. I'm an idiot, she was right nearby." "Oh. All right, you're right, I'm an idiot," Alex said, staring at the cat in shock. Meow. The black cat meowed, smiling in a cat-like way. "What do you mean you told me? When did you ever say anything besides meowing?" Alex said, pointing his finger at the black cat. Meow. The black cat meowed lazily, jumping down from the pillar and starting to run along the long bridge. "What do you mean I'm the one talking to you, not you to me? Come back and let's talk like civilized men and cat," Alex shouted after the running black cat. In response, Alex heard only silence. Sighing in disappointment, Alex extinguished his cigarette and followed the black cat. Thanks to the conversation with the black cat, he remembered that all the people he needed were relatively close to each other near the cathedral bridge. And now he had to return to the bridge to complete his list of plans for Central Yarnum. Quickly catching up with the black cat at the end of the stone bridge, Alex followed her to the elevator. Entering the elevator, Alex stepped onto the platform, and the elevator began to rise. While the elevator was ascending, Alex sighed at his forgetfulness and at the fact that he had gotten lost once again, even though he knew the way. To be continued. So, this was Alex's solo journey, through places Alucard would definitely refuse to go. Next on the list is another boss, rescuing Loli, talking to the Hunter of Hunters, and Eden's Chapel. I'll try to speed things up so as not to describe those long wanderings through labyrinths, because worlds like these are damn labyrinths, and it's hard to figure out how and where to go. If I remember any key or slightly important places, I'll mention them too. For now, I'll go get something to eat. Peace, love, and why there are so many of them. Chapter 659, Chapter 658, Meeting Those Who Have Not Yet Gone Mad in Yarnum. Rising in the elevator, Alex thought only about what he still needed to finish before heading to Eden's Chapel to fight Father Gascoigne. When the elevator reached the top, Alex left it and looked at the street ahead of him. Seeing a small staircase leading to another street, he slightly narrowed his eyes upon noticing two mini-giants aimlessly wandering around. Lighting another cigarette, Alex decided to check his plans before moving forward. Taking his notebook and pen from the inner pocket of his hunter's coat, Alex began going through the points of his plan. As he scanned the list, he placed checkmarks next to the tasks he had already completed. After quickly looking through it, he realized he had completed almost everything except meeting the hunter Eileen, the grumpy old woman, and Gascoigne's younger daughter. But what interested Alex was how Gascoigne's older daughter had managed to survive in this madness and later return home. Lightly tapping the pen against his chin, Alex simply shook his head, concluding that Gascoigne had taught his older daughter very well how to survive in such a situation. That was why the girl was hiding so skillfully while searching for her parents. Putting the notebook back into the inner pocket of his coat, Alex narrowed his eyes slightly, and an intriguing idea appeared in his head that he couldn't shake off. Gradually, a wide smile spread across Alex's face as he decided how he would proceed. The plan isn't perfect, but it should work. If I do everything right, I'll be able to hire a couple of new workers, Alex said, narrowing his eyes slightly. Meow. The black cat meowed, sitting on Alex's shoulder. I'm not talking to myself, you're here too. Maybe I'm sharing my thoughts and plans with you, Alex said, rolling his eyes at the black cat. In response to Alex's words, the black cat lazily yawned, closed her eyes, and rested her head on his shoulder. Lowering his mask to light another cigarette, Alex left the elevator room to begin carrying out his plan. His goal at that moment was the same as in any other world he had visited, to kill monsters and save people. Stepping out onto the street, Alex climbed the steps and found himself on the street that ran beneath the cathedral bridge. Seeing the two mini-giants, who for some unknown reason had begun fighting each other, Alex gave a slight whistle of mild surprise. The mini-giants paid no attention to him at all and continued smashing each other with their huge bricks. Deciding to ignore the spectacle, Alex moved on to deal with his main objectives. Walking a little further and not interfering with the two mini-giants killing each other, Alex climbed another set of steps and found himself in a small alley with a staircase leading up to the cathedral bridge. Remembering that this staircase had collapsed, Alex turned in the other direction. After walking a little further and once again descending a flight of stairs, Alex heard loud dog barking that even made the black cat on his shoulder open her eyes. Emerging from the alley, he saw rows of empty dog cages, some of which still contained dogs. Mad dogs with foam at their mouths, covered in growths or boils, barely having any fur left, eaten away by disease, with stinking maws and rotten fangs. The dogs, noticing Alex, immediately began barking loudly and trying to break out of their cages, spraying saliva in all directions. They kept slamming their muzzles against the iron bars with such force that the metal rods began to bend under their blows. Because of this, the already mangy fur on the rabid dogs' faces peeled off even more along with their skin, making them look even more disgusting. Watching all this, Alex lightly kicked a handful of small pebbles at his feet. In the same instant, the small pebbles struck the bodies of the rabid dogs like shrapnel, piercing straight through them and embedding into the wall of the house behind them. Exhaling cigarette smoke after killing the rabid dogs, Alex calmly moved on. Passing the cages with the already dead rabid dogs, Alex descended the steps and stepped onto the street he needed. The only thing that irritated him was the loud barking of the rabid dogs, of which there were quite a few on this street. Seeing another dozen cages with rabid dogs locked inside, Alex drew his repeating pistol. As soon as he fired the first shot, a mangy rabid dog that had managed to break out of its cage leaped at him from the alley. Intercepting the dog mid-jump, he grabbed it by the neck and slammed it to the ground. "Stay," Alex said, crushing the rabid dog's head with his foot. Meow. The black cat meowed, sitting on an empty iron cage. Hearing the black cat's meow, Alex tactfully chose to ignore it, pretending he didn't understand what she was saying. After finishing off all the rabid dogs, Alex moved on across a small bridge that connected the two streets lined with houses. Stopping on the bridge, Alex wondered why anyone would build such confusing streets where it was so easy to get lost. To him, the entire city and its surroundings looked like one huge labyrinth of streets, houses, villages, and everything else. And he was well aware that even worse labyrinths lay ahead. Putting his mask back on his face, Alex continued forward, crossing the small bridge to go search for the hunter Eileen, who, according to his memories, should be somewhere nearby. Passing by another set of doors, Alex paid no attention to the faint light leaking from the cracks beneath one of them. "Oh, you're a hunter, aren't you?" an elderly voice sounded as Alex walked past the door. Hearing the voice, Alex stopped in place and remembered that a lonely old woman was supposed to live in this house. Quickly scanning the surroundings and digging through his memories, Alex recalled that this was indeed the case. He had simply planned to talk to Eileen first and then deal with finding the lonely old woman and Gascoigne's daughter. Since the lonely old woman had spoken to him herself, Alex saw no reason to ignore her. Extinguishing his cigarette, Alex approached the door and knocked lightly to show that he was peaceful and meant no harm. "Yes, I'm a hunter. How can I help you, ma'am?" Alex asked, leaning against the wall next to the door. "Ugh, at least one of you savages has some semblance of manners. All you lot know how to do is kill and kill again. Not a drop of manners or respect for elderly people," the lonely old woman began speaking in an irritated tone. Hearing the lonely old woman start complaining, Alex understood that this would take a while. And he was right, the lonely old woman did not stop scolding everyone, expressing her dissatisfaction with everything happening around her and how it was happening. Tiredly pinching the bridge of his nose, Alex decided to give the lonely old woman a chance to vent as much as she wanted. He understood that for most people who had not yet gone mad, this day was a real nightmare. And this was only the beginning of the night of the hunt, yet for these people it was supposed to become their usual way of life. Listening to the endless stream of complaints from the lonely old woman, Alex wondered why she was still relatively sane. The only explanation that came to his mind was the sedatives the lonely old woman was taking, which helped her remain in her right mind. "Are you listening, young man?" The lonely old woman's voice sounded again from behind the door. "Yes, ma'am. I'm listening. Lazy hunters aren't doing their job properly. And you have to lock yourself inside your house, fearing that some creature might break in at any moment," Alex said in a monotonous voice, shaking the ash from his cigarette. "Exactly, that's how it is. If you hunters weren't so lazy, everything would be different," the lonely old woman said, her voice softening a little. "I understand perfectly, ma'am. So how can I help you?" Alex said, sighing tiredly. "Don't sigh here, young man. I can hear from your voice that you're young. You're even younger than my son, and you're already sighing. If you're a hunter, you should know that simply locking yourself inside isn't always enough," the lonely old woman said in a lecturing tone, lightly tapping the door. "Yes, that happens too. In a situation like this, simply locking yourself inside really isn't enough," Alex said, ignoring the lonely old woman's moralizing. "That's why you should know where there's a safe place where I could wait out this terrible night. You must help me, do you hear?" the lonely old woman said in an insistent tone. "Unfortunately, at the moment it's impossible to reach a safe place," Alex began, throwing away his extinguished cigarette. "Yes, that's what I thought. No use from you at all. You don't respect your elders," the lonely old woman shouted, instantly interrupting Alex and not letting him finish. "I haven't finished speaking yet," I said, "at the moment." Alex began in a tired tone, starting to grow weary of talking with such a demanding old woman. "Yes, you can never expect anything good from you outsiders. Go on, admit it, you think we've all gone mad here, don't you? Just go away." "I know all your tricks," the lonely old woman interrupted again, not letting Alex finish. "Ma'am, listen. I'll clear the path to a safe place and come back for you. Just hide inside and wait," Alex said, tiredly rubbing the bridge of his nose. The moment Alex said these words, silence fell on the other side of the door. Hearing that the lonely old woman had gone quiet, Alex breathed a sigh of relief. The only reason Alex could not ignore people like her who asked for help, even if they spoke somewhat rudely, was that he understood the lonely old woman was not a bad woman, she was simply a bit grumpy and used to behaving this way. But what Alex was absolutely certain of was that if Alucard had been with him, she would have simply ignored the lonely old woman and continued on her way. That was why he had decided to find all these people while Alucard was sleeping in her coffin after absorbing the blood echoes. Shaking his head, Alex pushed away unnecessary thoughts, seeing no reason to blame his wife for her character. After all, he loved her exactly as she was. "Really? You'll come back?" the lonely old woman asked after a short silence. "Yes, I'll come back. I promise," Alex said, nodding his head slightly even though the old woman could not see the gesture. "All right, I admit I got a little heated. But you must understand what kind of time this is, young hunter," the lonely old woman said in a calmer tone. "It's nothing, ma'am. Being on edge at a time like this is the most ordinary thing," Alex said, chuckling slightly. "Since you've finished talking, then don't just stand there. Go cut a few throats and deal with all this already. Or are you waiting for me to invite you for tea? Go do your business," the lonely old woman said, returning to her foul temper. Hearing the lonely old woman's last words, Alex could no longer hold back and rolled his eyes. Even the black cat sitting on his shoulder rolled her eyes as well. Stopping rolling his eyes, Alex lit another cigarette and moved on. His next goal was to meet the hunter Eileen. Descending the steps into the building adjacent to the street, Alex found himself in a spacious room that looked more like an old-used attic above some building. Dozens of empty barrels and crates standing against the walls blocked a very noticeable passage further ahead. Remembering that behind these crates and barrels was a passage that would lead him to Eileen, Alex listened to the surrounding sounds. He heard strange voices of maddened Yarnum residents on the floor below and the sound of them moving around the room. Stopping listening, Alex decided to play it safe and took a claymore mine from his inventory. He didn't even remember where he had gotten it. Approaching the staircase leading to the lower room, Alex placed the claymore mine right at the top of the stairs. Smiling slightly after setting the mine, Alex approached the wooden barrels and crates blocking the passage and calmly pushed them aside. The moment he knocked over the wooden barrels and crates, it caused a loud crash that was impossible to miss. In the same instant, a sound resembling a beastly growl rang out, followed by very fast footsteps. Alex slowly turned his head toward the staircase and saw the outline of a fur-covered head of a Yarnum resident holding a lit torch and a rusty saw. As soon as the resident reached the end of the staircase, the claymore mine activated. Hundreds of small lead pellets instantly riddled the body of the Yarnum resident caught in the explosion. The loud sound of the explosion spread in all directions, and the flying shrapnel riddled not only the unlucky resident but also the wall behind him. Thinking that no one else would come up, Alex was about to move on. But the next moment, even more sounds of rapid footsteps rang out. Sighing tiredly, Alex took an incendiary grenade from his inventory and approached the staircase. He saw the light of burning torches appear from around the corner of the stairwell, casting shadows of the maddened Yarnum residents on the destroyed wall. Pulling the pin from the grenade, Alex lazily released it from his hand, and it rolled down the steps. The incendiary grenade rolled down the wooden stairs and stopped at the feet of the maddened Yarnum residents, who, noticing Alex, immediately rushed toward him. Before any of the maddened residents could take a step, the incendiary grenade exploded. In the same moment, the bodies of the Yarnum residents were engulfed in flames. They began rolling on the floor to extinguish the fire, tumbling down the steps and swinging the weapons in their hands, hitting each other. "It always burns so brightly," Alex said, tossing his extinguished cigarette butt onto the bodies of the burning residents. Watching the burning Yarnum residents, Alex had no intention of putting out the entire fire, because he knew the city would return to its previous state no matter how much it was destroyed. After all, everything would reset, and everything would repeat over and over until it all ended. Alex continued standing at the top of the staircase, and the fire from the burning bodies of the maddened Yarnum residents was reflected in his eyes. The sight of all this made Alex think that since he was here, he would simply end this entire nightmare before leaving this world. Smelling the burning bodies, a smell he had already encountered more than once, Alex covered half of his face with his hunter's mask and turned his gaze toward the passage leading to the attic. Passing through the half-destroyed passage, Alex looked down and saw rotten wooden planks he could jump onto. Taking a step forward, he landed softly on the wooden planks so they would not collapse under his weight. Looking around, Alex tried to remember where the passage to the balcony was, where, according to his memories, the crow Eileen should be. After looking around, he saw another doorway blocked by empty wooden barrels. Remembering that this was the exact passage, Alex stroked the black cat and moved toward the blocked passage. Approaching it, Alex simply knocked the barrels over onto the floor, and they began rolling down. In the same moment, the sound of empty barrels crashing against the stone floor rang out. Stepping back and looking down, Alex saw another sewer shaft where giant rats were crawling about. One of the fallen barrels landed directly on a giant rat, turning it into minced meat smeared across the floor. Now the giant rats were devouring their dead comrade, paying no attention to anything else. What if? Alex muttered, feeling a surge of amusement. The moment he thought about it, an empty barrel rolled past him, pushed by the black cat. Alex watched as the empty barrel slowly rolled to the edge and then fell downward. Alex and the black cat watched as the barrel fell and then crashed with a loud thud directly onto the head of a giant rat, crushing it. Blood and guts from the huge rat mixed with the fragments of the broken barrel, flying in all directions. But this did not stop the other giant rats from beginning to eat their latest killed comrade. Slightly pursing his lips, Alex turned away, not wanting to watch this act of cannibalism again. Deciding to focus on why he had come here, Alex passed through the passage leading to the balcony and looked around. His gaze immediately shifted to the woman standing on the stone balcony. This woman was Eileen. She was dressed in her hunter's attire, consisting of a black cloak resembling crow feathers, a pointed hat, and a white mask with a beak where she placed incense to cope with the smell of rotten blood. Seeing Eileen in real life, Alex once again thought that she looked more like a plague doctor than a hunter who hunted blood-maddened hunters. The moment Alex noticed Eileen, she noticed him as well. Her head turned slightly toward Alex. She immediately began assessing him with her gaze. Meanwhile, Alex began climbing the small wooden bridge that connected to the balcony where Eileen stood. All of this happened under her watchful gaze. All Eileen saw in Alex at that moment was a young hunter who had gone out on the hunt for the first time. But she understood that appearances could be deceiving, and she knew this better than most. Even though her face was hidden behind the crow mask, she clearly smelled the scent of monsters coming from Alex's body. Alex himself also looked at Eileen attentively. After all, he did not know what kind of woman was hiding behind that crow mask. Alex stopped a couple of steps away from Eileen and leaned against the iron railing, lowering his mask to light a cigarette. "You must be the hunter who made all that noise. You've got quite the nerve," Eileen said, deciding to speak to Alex first. "It was easier for me to make some noise to gather them in one place. After all, how could I walk right past someone who was watching me and not say hello?" Alex said with a smile on his face, bringing the cigarette to his lips. When Alex's words sounded, Eileen did not react in any way and simply looked out from behind the balcony railing they were standing on, seeing the sewer passage Alex had recently passed through. She had been watching him from above until he disappeared into the tunnel. After all, it was hard to ignore someone who passed right under your nose in such a manner while making so much noise. But what she had not expected was that Alex would notice her in such a situation when he had barely lifted his head upward. She realized that the person next to her was by no means an inexperienced hunter. Alex approached the railing, from which one could look down into the sewer, and glanced downward. Taking a drag of cigarette smoke, Alex exhaled and looked at Eileen again. "You've really gotten yourself into a mess." "And on a night like this," Eileen spoke again, shifting her gaze to Alex. "I wouldn't say that." "So far everything is going as it should," Alex said, shaking his head slightly while leaning on the railing. "Then you should prepare for the worst. There will soon be no people left. And they will all soon turn into carnivorous monsters," Eileen said, fully turning toward Alex and folding her arms across her chest. "I know that too. It's not hard to guess that things will only get worse from here. The sun hasn't even set yet. And when the moon rises over the city, everything will become much more interesting," Alex said, raising his palm toward the sky lit by the rays of the setting sun. "At least someone here still possesses reason." "But for how long?" Eileen said, not taking her eyes off Alex. "It's not for you to say that, Crow." "Is it?" Alex said, turning around and leaning his back against the metal balcony railing. He. "You're right, young hunter. This cursed city can swallow anyone. Here, take this, in honor of our meeting." "It might come in handy for you," Eileen said, extending her hand with a small bundle of worn parchment. Seeing the bundle, Alex took it from Eileen's hand to examine it better. Unfolding the bundle, he saw several old, almost decayed parchments with an inverted hunter's rune drawn on them. Seeing this, Alex tilted his head slightly to the side. Even while playing the game, Alex had never thought about why Eileen specifically had this item. Raising his gaze to Eileen, Alex thought that she had most likely once found herself in the hunter's dream as well and had also chosen to awaken. But instead of the expected sunrise and loss of memory of all the nightmares, Eileen had woken up at the beginning of this nightmare. At the moment, Alex saw no other explanation for why Eileen carried the bold hunter's mark with her. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Alex put the bold hunter's mark into the satchel behind his back. Now he was even more curious about who Eileen really was and why she had this item. Hiding his smile, Alex reached into the satchel behind his back again and took out a bundle of incendiary grenades that did not look too conspicuous. "Since we're exchanging gifts in honor of our first meeting, this is from me," Alex said, handing her the bundle of incendiary grenades. Eileen saw the bundle of items in Alex's hands and immediately understood that it was explosives. Without thinking long, she took the bundle of incendiary grenades and put it into the satchel behind her back. She was not the type to refuse something that could make hunting other hunters easier for her. Seeing that Eileen had accepted the bundle of grenades, Alex smiled slightly and threw away his extinguished cigarette, pulling the cloth mask back over his face. After standing for a few more moments, Alex prepared to leave. After all, he only had 2 points left on his list, and the faster he finished, the faster he could return to the hunter's dream. "All right, I'll be going." "The hunt waits for no one," Alex said, preparing to leave and adjusting the kerchimer on his back. "You're right. A hunter should hunt monsters." "Leave the hunters to me," Eileen said after the departing Alex. "Until we meet again, Crow." "See you soon," Alex said, waving goodbye. Alex approached the wooden bridge and began descending it to return to the attic of the sewer shaft and go back the same way he had come. The last thing he wanted was to wander through the sewers again and deal with giant rats. Eileen watched every step Alex took, and before he left, she decided to ask him a question. "Before you go, tell me your name, young hunter," Eileen said before Alex finally left. "My name is Alexander. But you can just call me Alex, I'm already used to that name," Alex said, turning his head while standing in the doorway. "You can call me Eileen." "Until we meet again, young hunter Alexander," Eileen said, nodding her head slightly and turning her back to Alex. "Until we meet again, Eileen," Alex said, looking over his shoulder and nodding. Turning his gaze away from Eileen's back, Alex decided to move on and leave everything else for later. After all, the more he interacted with the locals, the more questions he had that he wanted answers to. Passing through the doorway, he found himself back in the attic of the sewer shaft, and at that same moment the black cat jumped onto his shoulder, having just returned from her own search. Scratching the black cat's chin with his finger, Alex began returning the same way he had come. Jumping onto a ledge by a broken window frame, Alex climbed the steps and stepped out into the alley where he had already listened to the long tirade from the lonely old woman. Trying not to make noise so as not to attract the lonely old woman's attention, Alex decided to return to the cathedral bridge and from there descend into the courtyard with the fountain. The last thing he wanted right now was to listen to the lonely old woman again, who would repeat that he was doing nothing. One time had been enough for him. Walking to the end of the street, Alex climbed the steps and turned into the alley away from the iron cages with the dead rabid dogs to reach the collapsed staircase leading to the cathedral bridge. Climbing the broken steps, Alex jumped upward. Jumping onto the railing of the cathedral bridge, Alex headed toward the descent to the street with the non-working fountain. Because Alex had killed all the nearby enemies, he did not have to stop. Reaching the steps leading downward, Alex sighed slightly and drew his repeating pistol because he saw maddened Yarnum residents and rabid dogs, which he had conveniently forgotten about. As soon as he descended, he was immediately noticed. A rabid dog instantly lunged at Alex, wanting to sink its teeth into his throat. Alex intercepted the dog mid-air and threw it toward a maddened Yarnum resident who had thrust rusty pitchforks forward. The dog's body was impaled on the pitchforks, knocking the resident off his feet, the one who had wanted to stab Alex. Detaching the silver sword from the stone hammer, Alex parried a rusty axe strike with his pistol and pierced the resident's chest with the silver sword. Without pulling the silver sword out of the killed resident's chest, Alex used him as a meat shield. At that same moment, another resident attacked, gripping a massive rusty cleaver that sank with a crunch into the skull of the one Alex had pierced with his sword. Alex kicked the chest of the one he had pierced, knocking down the one standing behind him. Under the weight of the body, the second Yarnum resident staggered and fell onto his back, pinned under his comrade's body. Alex instantly reconnected the silver sword with the stone hammer and immediately brought it down on the resident who was trying to crawl out from under his comrade. Crushing both their heads, Alex sharply turned and swung the stone hammer, striking the resident with the pitchforks. The stone hammer hit the body of the maddened resident holding the pitchforks. In the same moment, the sound of breaking bones rang out, and the resident himself flew backward, crashing his back into a well and falling down. After killing the last one, Alex shook the blood off the kerchimer and put it behind his back. Descending the steps into the square with the fountain, Alex's gaze immediately shifted to the closed iron gates behind which was a window emitting a faint light. To make sure completely, Alex approached the iron gates and listened. Besides the already familiar sounds of laughter and crying from the maddened residents locked in their homes, Alex began to hear a light, soothing melody coming from the window, which was wrapped in sturdy chains for extra security. After all, only a hunter could have done something like that to protect his family. Having confirmed that this was the right place, Alex decided to act carefully so as not to frighten the child living in this house. Grabbing the iron bars with his hands, Alex sharply pulled them toward himself, opening the iron gates. Slightly miscalculating his strength, instead of simply opening the iron gates, he tore them out along with pieces of the wall. "I hope that wasn't too loud," Alex muttered, carefully leaning both parts of the iron gates against the nearest wall. "Who is it?" a child's voice sounded from the window. Hearing the voice, Alex turned his head and saw a pair of curious light-colored child's eyes peeking at him from behind the curtains. Alex cleared his throat awkwardly, quickly brushed off his hands, and looked at the girl peeking from the window. Alex examined the girl. She had light hair, a cute little face, and a white dress. The girl herself was cautiously peeking from behind the curtain with caution, looking at Alex. "I apologize, young lady. I must have scared you," Alex said, removing the mask from his face and smiling kindly. "Your voice is unfamiliar to me, but I know this smell. You must be a hunter," the girl said, continuing to look at Alex with caution. "Yes, I am a hunter." "You guessed correctly," Alex said, nodding his head and remaining in place so as not to scare the girl. The moment Alex confirmed that he was a hunter, the girl noticeably relaxed and fully peeked out from behind the curtain. Alex himself continued to maintain a kind smile on his face. And his decision to save this girl and her family only grew stronger after he saw her innocent childlike face. And unfortunately for himself, Alex perfectly understood that he would not be able to save this girl's mother. But he knew that he could still save Gascoigne, and he had many ways to preserve the life of the head of the family and bring the blood-intoxicated hunter back to his senses. Not revealing his thoughts, Alex continued to keep the smile on his face. "If you are a hunter, can you help me?" the girl asked cautiously, looking at Alex with hope. "Of course, sweetie. I'll try to help in any way I can," Alex said, nodding his head. "Can you find my mom, please? My dad didn't come back from the hunt, and Mom went looking for him and also disappeared," the girl said in a sad tone, looking at Alex with an expectant, sad gaze. "How long ago did she leave? Maybe that way I can better understand where to look for her," Alex said, lightly stroking his chin, pretending he did not know what fate had befallen the girl's parents. "I don't know. She always leaves when Dad is late from the hunt. But she always comes back with him. Please, help me find them. I'm all alone. I'm scared," the girl said in a very sad voice with tears in her eyes. "Of course, I'll look for your parents," Alex said with a smile on his face, since he had already planned to do exactly that. The moment he agreed, a bright smile appeared on the girl's face, and all her sadness instantly vanished. Even though she was a child, she was not one of those naive children who could trust strangers. After all, she had been born and raised in Yarnum, where one had to be careful in the evenings. And growing up in a hunter's family, she partially understood the danger of this place. She simply thought this was a regular night of the hunt, just like many before it. Seeing the smile on the girl's face, Alex sighed heavily, trying not to think about the bad things that were supposed to happen and had already happened many times from cycle to cycle. Alex was sure that many hunters had tried to save this girl, and none of them had succeeded. "Really? Oh, thank you. My mom wears a red brooch decorated with precious stones. It's so big and beautiful. You'll notice it right away. Oh, I almost forgot. If you find my mom, please give her this music box, the girl said, extending a small music box through the window to hand it to Alex. I'll give her this music box, sweetie. So you don't have to worry, Alex said, taking the music box from the girl's hand. It plays Daddy's favorite melodies. When Daddy forgets about us, we play it and he remembers right away. Silly mommy, she ran off without it, the girl said, shaking her head and considering her mom silly and forgetful. I think she's looking for your dad right now. So there's no need to worry. And while I'm looking for them, you stay quiet. As soon as I find your parents, I'll bring them back, Alex said with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Hunter. I'll behave quietly, Daddy always said you shouldn't make noise on the night of the hunt, the girl said with a serious expression on her face. You can call me Alexander, otherwise when you call me Mr. I feel older, Alex said, chuckling slightly. My name is Vivian, Mr. Alexander. I'll wait for your return, Vivian said with a bright smile on her face. I'll be back soon. Now hide and stay quiet, Vivian, Alex said, bringing his finger to his lips. Vivian immediately covered her mouth with her little hands and nodded, showing that she would definitely stay quiet. Shaking his head with a smile on his face, Alex decided to play it safe just in case. And for Vivian's better safety, he decided to use the iron gates he had torn out a moment ago. Lifting the iron gates, Alex leaned them against the window for additional protection. While Alex was doing this, Vivian watched him attentively with her childlike eyes full of genuine interest. After all, she had never seen such a strong person who could lift iron gates so easily. After finishing reinforcing the window, Alex waved goodbye to Vivian before leaving. After walking far enough away, Alex took the small music box out of his pocket and squeezed it in his hands. His next goal was to save Gascoigne so he could protect his daughters. Alex intended to change the fate of this family. Putting the music box back in his pocket, Alex headed toward the elevator that led to the bridge leading to the Eden's Chapel tomb, where the blood-maddened Father Gascoigne was located. To be continued. Anyway, I promised to speed things up after the battle with Gascoigne. But I'm not promising anything, you know me, I say one thing and write another. Now on to important matters. I accidentally stumbled upon a picture of Eileen, and I must say, she was quite cute. If you're interested, you can ask me to publish it. It's not hard for me. And as far as I understand, if we cut out all the nonsense with fighting regular monsters and focus only on bosses, we can finish quickly. Whether it can be called a boss rush or not, I don't know yet. Anyway, time for food. Peace, love, and the mission to save Lowly. Chapter 660, Chapter 659, Battle at the Graveyard, and another unexpected incident during the fight. Alex quickly returned to the elevator that led straight to the bridge he needed to cross to reach the tomb behind Eden's Chapel. On his way to the elevator, Alex didn't even pay attention to the two mini-giants who had finally beaten each other to death with their huge bricks. The only one who noticed the mini-giants was the black cat lying on Alex's shoulders. Without jumping off Alex's shoulders, the black cat collected the blood echoes from the bodies of the two mini-giants and fell asleep again. Alex paid no attention to any of this, his thoughts were occupied with only one thing. Holding the small music box he had received from Vivian in his hands, Alex thought only about saving Gascoigne to prevent the tragic fate that awaited this family. Entering the elevator, Alex stepped on the floor plate that activated it. As the elevator began descending, Alex looked at the music box in his hand and sighed slightly, putting it back into his pocket. After putting the music box away, Alex sighed again, feeling that he needed a short break after all that wandering around Yharnam. When the elevator reached the bottom, Alex stepped out and walked toward the bridge that led to the tomb behind Eden's Chapel. All right. The plan is simple, kill the beast inside Gascoigne, reach Eden's Chapel, get Vivian and the old woman out of central Yharnam, and then I can rest, Alex muttered, looking at the bridge in front of him. Meow. The black cat meowed, opening one eye and looking at Alex. Yes, I remember I still need to upgrade the weapon for Carmilla. That's why we came back to central Yharnam in the first place, Alex said, shaking his head at the black cat's words. Meow. The black cat meowed, stretching slightly and sitting up on Alex's shoulder. What I was doing was also important, Alex said, rolling his eyes slightly. The black cat said nothing more and jumped off Alex's shoulders, running ahead across the bridge. Shaking his head, Alex followed the black cat, walking along the bridge. Stopping in the middle of the bridge, Alex looked toward the sunset. Seeing that the sun had almost disappeared below the horizon, Alex took out his pocket watch and checked the time. The hands of the watch had not moved since the cleric beast had died. What Alex didn't know, and what raised several questions for him, was what would happen if he saved Father Gascoigne. After all, the progression of the entire cycle depended on Gascoigne's death, and further advancement toward the ending also depended on Gascoigne's death. Looking at the frozen watch face, two theories surfaced in Alex's mind about what might happen. Either everything would reset after saving Gascoigne and the cycle would continue moving forward. Or whoever controlled this nightmare would decide to put everything back in its place, which Alex definitely wanted to avoid. Looking at the setting sun, Alex began thinking about how to avoid the most unpleasant outcome. After all, he only needed to kill the monster Gascoigne, not Gascoigne himself, who was still human inside. "How I hate beings like you, Murgo," Alex said in a cold tone, looking in a certain direction. Meow. The black cat meowed, appearing on the bridge railing next to Alex. "Don't pay attention. Just another bunch of bastards who love playing with fate," Alex said, stroking the black cat on the head. Stopping looking in the direction from which he sensed the presence of the Great One yet to be born, Alex continued across the bridge. Alex could feel the presence of the Great Ones very clearly. But for now, he had no intention of paying attention to them. After all, he would reach them soon enough and kill them. He had more than enough time to break this endless cycle of the hunt and kill those responsible. Smiling slightly, Alex crossed the bridge leading to Eden's tomb. Climbing the steps and ignoring the burned corpse of the mini-giant, Alex began walking forward slowly. After climbing the steps, Alex continued onward. As soon as he walked a little further, a scene of slaughter appeared before his eyes. The entire alley was flooded with blood and the bodies of decapitated Yharnam residents who had already partially turned into beasts. But what seemed strange to Alex was why Gascoigne had left the maddened residents standing on the bridge untouched, while turning this area into a full-blown massacre. Shifting his gaze to the side, Alex saw that a trail of blood led toward a long stone staircase that went straight up to Eden's tomb. This is strange. In the game, he didn't leave the graveyard. But here he carried out a real slaughter. Alex said, stroking his chin. Meow. The black cat meowed, jumping from Alex's shoulder onto the nearest stone pillar. What happened in the game and what's happening here is almost the same. Perhaps these are just minor glitches that simply weren't in the game, Alex said, stopping stroking his chin. Meow. The black cat meowed, nodding her head slightly. I won't say you're wrong. But anything is possible. Maybe he killed these Yharnam residents before he went mad from the blood, Alex said, nodding slightly. The black cat said nothing more and simply flicked her tail toward the staircase, hinting that he should start climbing. Alex rolled his shoulders to loosen up. After all, he had already gotten used to the fact that he would have to hold back during the fight so as not to destroy everything around him. Stopping his warm-up, Alex began climbing the steps leading upward, stepping over decapitated corpses and pools of blood on the stairs. The higher he climbed, the clearer he heard the sound of an axe sinking into flesh. Reaching the end of the steps, the sound of the axe blade plunging into flesh became even more distinct. Looking at the archway that would lead him into the graveyard at Eden's tomb, Alex immediately moved forward. Passing through the arch, he saw an old abandoned graveyard with dozens of tombstones already tilted from age. And in the middle of all these tombstones stood a tall pedestal. The silence of the graveyard was broken only by the sound of the axe repeatedly sinking into flesh. Walking past the tombstones, Alex saw Father Gascoigne himself standing near the staircase that led to Eden's chapel. At that moment, Gascoigne paid no attention to the fact that someone else had appeared in the graveyard. He simply continued plunging the blade of his axe into the body of an already dead Yharnam resident. Gascoigne was dressed in black clerical clothing and the hat of the healing church. His entire outfit was soaked with the blood of dozens of people he had already killed since the hunt began. Approaching a little closer, Alex heard Gascoigne's ragged, heavy breathing and the grinding of his teeth with every swing of the axe, as if all that remained in him was unquenchable rage and the madness of blood that had consumed him. Getting close enough, Alex saw what was left of the corpse of the Yharnam resident who had turned into a beast. What Gascoigne was plunging his axe into could only be called minced meat consisting of fur, flesh, and bones. Plunging the axe blade into the beast's minced meat once more, Gascoigne slowly raised the axe, breathing heavily. He slowly turned his head and looked at Alex. Alex himself was currently looking at the very essence of Gascoigne to see if the men could still be saved. And what Alex saw made him smile. Half of Gascoigne's essence still remained human, even though it was slowly being consumed by the maddened beastly half. Nothing but monsters around, young hunter, Gascoigne said, focusing his cloudy gaze on Alex. If you're talking about what's under your feet, then it's hard to call the thing a monster, father, Alex said in a calm tone, leaning against a tombstone and not taking his eyes off Gascoigne. Soon you will become one of them, sooner or later, you will. So allow me to put you to rest before you become a monster, Gascoigne said in a quiet voice with a faint beastly growl between the words. Old man, maybe we can make a deal. I don't want to kill you, Alex said, frowning slightly. In response to Alex's words, Gascoigne's cloudy eyes began to resemble those of a maddened beast. Gascoigne sharply raised his hunter's blunderbuss and aimed it at Alex. Without waiting for Alex's next words or reaction, Gascoigne pulled the trigger. In the same instant, quicksilver shot flew from the blunderbuss barrel toward Alex. Seeing this, Alex drew the Kirkheimer from behind his back and held it in front of himself. All the quicksilver shot hit the stone hammer, which blocked the blast. Lowering the Curcumer, Alex looked at Gascoigne, who, gripping his axe, rushed toward him. Alex sharply leaned back, rolling over the tombstone he had been sitting on. In the same moment, the axe blade crashed into the stone tombstone with a crunch, completely destroying it. Gripping the hunter axe in his hands, Gascoigne raised his maddened gaze to Alex and let out a low growl. Holding the hunter axe in one hand and the hunter's blunderbuss in the other, Gascoigne lunged at Alex, who stood a couple of steps away. Gascoigne instantly closed the distance and delivered an upward strike with the axe, leaving clear marks on the ground. Before the axe blade could touch Alex, he took a step back, dodging the blow. And at the exact moment when the axe blade was level with his chest, Gascoigne activated the mechanism on the axe handle. In the same instant, the handle extended, and the sharp tip at the end of the axe shot toward Alex's chest. Once again, Alex raised the Curcumer in front of himself, blocking the strike. The sharp tip slammed into the stone hammer, forcing Alex to slide across the ground and leaving clear tracks in the damp dirt. Gascoigne gripped the extended handle of his axe with both hands, continuing to press against Alex. Alex himself narrowed his eyes slightly, shielding himself with the Curcumer. Alex tilted the Curcumer slightly to the side, and the sharp tip of the axe slid along the stone hammer, leaving a distinct mark. Because Gascoigne had put so much force into his arms, he immediately lost his balance the moment his axe slipped to the side. The instant Gascoigne lost his balance, Alex stepped forward and appeared right next to him. Striking the Curcumer against the ground, Alex braced his hand on the iron handle and immediately swung his leg. Spinning sharply, Alex delivered a kick, using the stone hammer's handle as support, and struck Gascoigne in the chest. At the very last moment, Gascoigne raised the extended axe handle in front of himself to block the kick. But the moment Alex's foot touched the axe handle, Gascoigne was sent flying backward with a loud crack, destroying dozens of stone tombstones with his body. After knocking Gascoigne back, Alex stood up and rested the Curcumer on his shoulder, looking in the direction where Gascoigne had flown. "I hope after that hit he doesn't turn into a beast," Alex said, stroking his chin. Stroking his chin, Alex turned his gaze back and looked at the archway through which he had entered the graveyard. Just like on the cathedral bridge where Alucard had fought the cleric beast, this area was also sealed off by fog. One could enter through it, but not leave. After examining the fog on the cathedral bridge, Alex had realized that this fog served as a one-way portal into a small subspace that could simply be called a boss arena. And therefore, creatures like the cleric beast, Gascoigne, and other similar unique beings were important triggers that made the cycle move forward. And what Alex had already partially confirmed was that these unique beings contained a much higher concentration of the Great One's blood than ordinary creatures. Continuing to ponder this phenomenon that the game called boss monsters, Alex suddenly jerked to the side, dodging a blast of quicksilver shot aimed at his back. Gascoigne, whom he had sent flying, was already back on his feet and didn't look like he had suffered from the blow to the chest. After firing, Gascoigne quickly reloaded his blunderbuss and fired at Alex again. Dodging another blast of quicksilver shot, Alex positioned himself behind a stone tombstone and kicked it. Stone fragments from the tombstone flew toward Gascoigne. Gascoigne sharply jumped to the side and rolled, avoiding the stone shards. He rolled behind another tombstone and immediately fired back at Alex. Alex turned sideways, and all the quicksilver shot flew past him. While Gascoigne was reloading his blunderbuss, Alex drew the repeating pistol from under his coat and began firing back. Even though Gascoigne had gone mad from the blood, he was still a hunter and knew how to fight. Using the stone tombstones as cover, Gascoigne rolled from side to side, shooting back at Alex. Even in his blood madness, Gascoigne stared at Alex as if he were prey. Alex remained in the same spot and continued shooting at Gascoigne, deliberately aiming only at the tombstones to force him to come closer. When Gascoigne rolled once again, he hid behind a dead tree, and the click of the mechanism activating was heard as the handle of his axe extended. Alex lowered the repeating pistol and hid it under his coat. Grabbing the silver sword's handle, he detached it from the stone hammer and looked at the dead tree where Gascoigne was hiding. In that same moment, Gascoigne leaped out from behind the tree with a beastly roar and jumped, swinging the hunter axe. In midair, Gascoigne swung, gripping the extended handle of the hunter axe with both hands, and brought it down from above. Alex watched as the axe blade approached him and raised the silver sword to block the strike. The moment Alex raised the sword above his head, the axe blade collided with the sword blade, sending sparks flying in all directions. Gascoigne gripped the axe handle with both hands and pushed downward, continuing to emit a beastly growl. Alex held the silver sword with one hand, blocking the strike, and looked into Gascoigne's maddened eyes. "Why does it feel like I'm the boss monster and not you?" Alex said with ease, pushing the axe blade away with the silver sword. "Ah, the sweet stench of blood. Simply wonderful," Gascoigne said, delivering another wide swing with his axe. "Old man, stop sniffing everything, it's weird," Alex said, once again pushing the axe blade away. Gascoigne once again ignored Alex and growled again after being pushed back. Changing his grip on the extended handle of the hunter axe, Gascoigne spun sharply, performing a circular swing. Alex took a step back, avoiding the strike, and continued observing Gascoigne's essence. He saw that the human and beast sides inside Gascoigne were still struggling. Alex even thought that he might not need to use his abilities to save Gascoigne. Thinking about this, Alex smiled slightly and continued dodging Gascoigne's powerful wide swings. Gascoigne swung his axe, smashing everything around him, including the stone tombstones. With every moment, Gascoigne began swinging his axe more and more furiously. And in all his swings there were fewer and fewer human movements, making him look like a beast with a weapon in its hands. Gradually, Gascoigne began giving into his beastly side, more strength appeared in his arms, and his eyes began to fill with blood. At that moment, Alex's eyes narrowed as he noticed it. Alex saw that the beastly side in Gascoigne's soul had finally begun to consume the human side. And it was happening quite quickly. "All right, time to end this. Any longer and you'll fully become a beast, old man," Alex said, stepping aside to avoid the strike. The hunter axe blade crashed into the ground with a thunderous sound, with such force that stone shards flew in all directions and a clear dent appeared in the earth itself. Alex stepped on the axe handle, preventing Gascoigne from lifting it. Swinging his arm, Alex plunged the silver sword into the ground beside him, and Yamato instantly appeared in his hand. With one swift motion, Alex drew Yamato from its sheath and pierced Gascoigne's chest. The moment Yamato's blade sank into his chest, Gascoigne froze in place. A moment later, his body began to shake violently, and he raised his face to the sky and let out a very loud beastly roar. Immediately after the loud beastly roar, Gascoigne's body went limp, and behind him towered a tall beast dressed in the torn clothing of a healing church priest. Gascoigne's beastly side looked like a half-transformed werewolf with gray hair and bandages covering its face and eyes. Having separated Gascoigne's human and beastly sides with Yamato, Alex grabbed the unconscious Gascoigne by the collar and tossed him behind his back. Gascoigne's beastly side let out another loud howl, as if celebrating its freedom. "You can shut up, you underdeveloped werewolf," Alex said, striking the beastly side of Gascoigne across the face with Yamato's sheath. From Alex's blow, the underdeveloped werewolf flew backward, crashing its back into a stone statue that immediately shattered. The underdeveloped werewolf fell to the ground, and its body was buried under pieces of the destroyed stone statue. Alex had not lied when he called Gascoigne's beastly side an underdeveloped werewolf. It was all because of the appearance of this werewolf, which looked as if it had only transformed halfway. A wolfish muzzle with a partially elongated face and a wide maw where human teeth still remained instead of wolf fangs, a hunched back, elongated arms with long clawed fingers, and human legs with sharp claws on the toes. The appearance of such a werewolf only caused disgust in Alex. Looking at the pile of rubble under which the underdeveloped werewolf lay, Alex shifted his gaze to the unconscious Gascoigne. Alex's eyes flashed for a moment, and he saw that Gascoigne was no longer bound to this place, while his beastly side was still the core of this separate space. What interested Alex the most was that inside Gascoigne there was no longer any trace of the Great One's blood, nor any trace of madness. Seeing this, Alex thought for a moment, and a theory formed in his head about what was happening. "I'll need to test this. But first, this mutant," Alex said, turning his head back. The moment Alex turned his head, pieces of the statue flew in all directions, and the underdeveloped werewolf crawled out from under the rubble, having fully taken its beastly form. Seeing this, Alex whistled slightly in surprise. Using magical vision, he saw that changes were occurring inside the beastly part of Gascoigne. That tiny amount of the Great One's blood inside the beastly part of Gascoigne was pushing the werewolf toward further transformation into a more horrifying beastly form. The muzzle began to elongate even more, small horns started to sprout on its forehead like those of the cleric beast, the claws became sharper, and the legs fully became beast-like. Dropping onto all fours, the werewolf let out a low growl, looking at Alex as its prey. Noticing that the werewolf was looking at him as food, Alex raised an eyebrow slightly and dismissed Yamato, sending it away. "What a cute little doggy. But unfortunately for you, there is only one werewolf in my life, and that is my wife Enid," Alex said, taking several steps forward and pulling the silver sword that was stuck in the ground. Pulling the silver sword out of the ground, Alex approached the stone hammer lying nearby. He calmly inserted the sword blade into the stone hammer's handle. Lifting the kerchimer with one hand, Alex rested it on his shoulder and took a step forward. Alex instantly appeared next to the werewolf, already with the kerchimer raised above his head. Alex swung the stone hammer downward sharply, aiming at the werewolf's limb. The werewolf didn't have time to react before the stone hammer crashed down on its front leg, instantly crushing it. The werewolf howled in pain and swung its remaining paw, aiming its claws at Alex's chest. Alex smiled slightly and raised the iron handle of the stone hammer to block the claw strike. The claws collided with the iron handle, sending sparks flying with a metallic clang. Stepping on the stone hammer to prevent the werewolf from pulling its paw free, Alex drew the repeating pistol from under his coat. "Wasting bullets is inefficient when the target is this close," Alex said, spinning the repeating pistol in his hand. Grabbing the repeating pistol by the barrel, Alex swung and struck the werewolf in the face with the handle. Alex began delivering a series of strikes with the pistol handle directly to the werewolf's head. With every blow, blood from the werewolf's head flew in all directions. After just a few strikes, the sound of cracking bones could be heard. Stopping the strikes to the werewolf's head, Alex saw that in the place where he had hit, a chunk of flesh was missing, exposing the shattered skull with a missing piece. The werewolf itself was in no condition to react and could only emit a tired whimpering sound. For the first few strikes the werewolf had still tried to resist, but soon all its attempts quickly ended. Turning the repeating pistol in his hands, Alex gripped the bloodied handle and pressed the barrel against the werewolf's exposed skull. "I thought fighting you would be much more interesting, little doggy," Alex said, calmly looking down at the werewolf from above. In response to Alex's words, the werewolf raised its gaze and sharply jerked its head. The werewolf sank its fangs into its own arm, which was pinned under the stone hammer. With one sharp jerk of its head, the werewolf bit off its own arm and instantly leaped backward. Seeing this, Alex was slightly surprised and lifted the brim of his hunter's hat a little to look at the werewolf. The werewolf itself, having jumped away from Alex, clutched its stump with its remaining paw, the one it had bitten off itself. Even though the werewolf's eyes were still wrapped in bloodied bandages, its gaze was fixed on Alex. The werewolf's chest heaved heavily, and it sharply raised its head toward the sky where the pale moon had risen and let out a loud howl. The werewolf's body began to glow with a strange white light as it howled. In the same moment, there was a powerful bang that caused destruction all around. Alex slightly covered his face with his hand so the dust wouldn't get in his eyes. Lowering his hand, he saw that the werewolf had transformed into a huge beast-like creature with red fur dripping with blood. The werewolf now resembled the cleric beast, only more complete. It now had two massive arms from which blood dripped, red deer antlers that looked as if entrails were hanging from them, and from its eyes, still covered by bloodied bandages, bloody tears flowed. "I admit. I didn't expect this. But why did you turn out like this?" Alex said in a surprised tone, looking at the transformed werewolf. Alex understood that no one was going to answer his question. But he was genuinely curious why Gascoigne's beastly side had ultimately transformed into a version of the bloody cleric beast. Alex's eyes flashed as he activated magical vision. And before he could examine anything, the bloody cleric beast attacked first. Alex grabbed his stone hammer with one hand and instantly jumped backward. Dodging the bloody cleric beast's strikes, Alex carefully examined the essence of this creature. And all Alex saw inside the bloody cleric beast's essence was that the Great One's blood within its body had pushed Gascoigne's beastly side toward such a transformation. Alex had a theory that it was connected to Gascoigne's blood madness. And since all of Gascoigne's madness had gone to his beastly side, it had led to this kind of transformation into the bloody cleric beast. While Alex dodged the bloody cleric beast's strikes, pondering the specific reasons for such a mutation, the beast itself swung its massive paws, smashing everything around it. During one of the bloody cleric beast's swings, Alex jumped upward and landed on the beast's head. Alex's gaze instantly caught on the steps leading to Eden's chapel. And his gaze smoothly shifted to the building. In that same moment, Alex remembered the corpse of Vivian's mother and Gascoigne's wife, whom he had killed with his own hands. Remembering this, Alex jumped, dodging the bloody cleric beast's paw, and, spinning in the air, struck the beast's back with the stone hammer. Immediately there was the sound of breaking bones, and the beast let out a cry of pain after its spine was shattered. The bones of the spine and ribs protruded from its back, and the bloody cleric beast began slamming its massive paws against the ground, trying to get up. But its legs no longer obeyed, and all it could do was try to stand and howl in pain. "I almost forgot about her. Lucky that this creature only destroyed this part of the graveyard," Alex said, shaking his head while standing to the side and looking at the bloody cleric beast. Watching the bloody cleric beast try to stand, Alex simply yawned lazily and lowered the cloth mask that covered half of his face. Taking a cigarette from his pocket, Alex leaned on the handle of the Kirkheimer lying nearby and slowly lit it, releasing smoke into the sky where the moon hung. Alex understood that this was the end of the battle. After all, the bloody cleric beast would not be able to regenerate such an injury as a shattered spine and ribs. Slowly smoking his cigarette, Alex watched as the bloody cleric beast began crawling toward him very quickly. Clenching the cigarette between his teeth, Alex grabbed the stone hammer and rested it on his shoulder. And before the bloody cleric beast could crawl all the way to Alex, he himself walked over to it. Alex placed his foot on the bloody cleric beast's muzzle, literally pressing the beast's face into the graveyard soil and preventing it from moving. This was quite educational and interesting. "Here's my farewell gift," Alex said, raising the stone hammer above his head. Without waiting for any reaction from the bloody cleric beast, Alex brought the hammer down on the beast's head. The stone hammer fell onto the beast's head, and in the same moment the bloody cleric beast's head exploded in a bloody fountain, spraying everything around. After crushing the bloody cleric beast's head, Alex, without changing his expression, lifted the stone hammer and rested it on his shoulder. But Alex had forgotten one important fact. Before he could take the cigarette out of his mouth, the bloody cleric beast's body exploded in a bloody firework, and the beast's blood flew in all directions. Holding his hand near his face, fingers clenched around the cigarette, Alex's gaze at that moment was completely blank. His entire hunter's outfit instantly turned red with blood, including his face, except for the small area near his mouth that he had covered with his hand while gripping the cigarette with his fingers. Looking at the tall stone fence of Eaton's graveyard, Alex tiredly exhaled cigarette smoke and wiped the blood from his face with the inside of his small cloak that hung from his shoulders. Looking around, Alex saw only a scene as if a huge container of blood had exploded near him. Well, it could have been worse. I could have fallen underground again, Alex said, exhaling cigarette smoke. Meow. The black cat's meow sounded nearby. Alex slowly turned his head and saw the black cat sitting on a barely intact tombstone a few meters away from him. Alex could see from the black cat's eyes that she was laughing at him. Taking a drag of cigarette smoke, Alex pointed at his blood-soaked clothes and at his surroundings, drenched in the bloody cleric beast's blood. The black cat narrowed her eyes slightly and nimbly jumped onto the next tombstone. Jumping onto the tombstone next to Alex, the black cat opened her mouth full of sharp shark-like teeth and began absorbing the surrounding blood echoes of the bloody cleric beast. After watching the black cat for a bit, Alex took out his pocket watch from his pocket and saw that the hand had moved again, indicating that evening had come. Raising his gaze to the sky where the moon hung, Alex nodded slightly. Lowering his gaze, he looked toward the graveyard archway through which he had entered. And he saw that the fog that had sealed the passage had also disappeared. So I only need to destroy the beast. I should test this on Amelia. She's next on the list, Alex said in a thoughtful tone, putting the pocket watch back in his pocket. While Alex was deep in thought, the black cat finished absorbing the blood echoes of the bloody cleric beast and jumped onto Alex's shoulder. Throwing away his extinguished cigarette, Alex lightly ran his finger along the black cat's chin, causing her to purr again. Stopping petting the black cat, Alex shifted his gaze to Gascoigne, who was still unconscious. Thinking that there was only a little left and he would be able to return to the hunter's dream, Alex sighed heavily and walked toward Gascoigne to wake up this hunter who was no longer mad. And fortunately for Alex himself, he had managed to save this man, which meant that Vivian would not suffer the terrible fate she had faced cycle after cycle. It also meant that Gascoigne's older daughter would survive and would not decide to end her life after losing all her loved ones. Smiling slightly, Alex approached Gascoigne and sat down on the nearest tombstone, looking at the unconscious man. To be continued. So, Gascoigne is saved, and I can afford to do it. To hell with tragic endings. Sure, I could just kill Gascoigne and then adopt his daughters. But I'm aiming for a happy ending. So, the rest of the story is a return to the hunter's dream, a little cuddle with Doll, and then the cathedral ward with Alucard. I've been thinking about it for a while now. Anyway, I'll go get something to eat. Anything else related to the plot, you can ask if you're interested. Peace, love, and the pale moon has risen. Chapter 661, Chapter 660, Eden Chapel and the Cathedral Ward. Alex stood in the graveyard located behind Eden Chapel. He was sitting on an old tombstone, slowly smoking a cigarette, while a black cat slept peacefully on his shoulders, lazily swinging her tail in time with the blowing wind. Alex's gaze was fixed on Father Gascoigne, whom he had recently saved. After fighting Gascoigne, Alex had partially confirmed one of his theories: for the cycle to continue moving forward, he only needed to kill the beast that served as the prey for the hunt. And fortunately for himself, Alex remembered that another unique monster would appear on his path, on which he could test this theory. Exhaling cigarette smoke, Alex moved his finger slightly, and the corpse of Gascoigne's wife, lying on the roof of a small building in the graveyard, began to slowly levitate. Moving his finger again, Alex transported the body of Viola. As far as he remembered, that was her name. While moving the body, Alex quickly created a simple wooden coffin using magic. Placing Viola's body in the coffin near her husband Gascoigne, Alex sighed heavily. He perfectly understood that as soon as Gascoigne woke up, a whole flood of memories of what he had done would crash down on him. Exhaling another puff of cigarette smoke, Alex could only mentally pity Gascoigne for what he had committed. The realization that he had killed his own wife with his own hands, even if it had happened in a fit of blood madness, would haunt him until the end of his life. Alex did not know what the real relationship in Gascoigne's family had been like. But even seeing that Viola had gone out more than once to bring her husband back from the hunt, knowing that he fell into blood madness, said a lot. And even Vivian was not afraid of her father, she only worried about his condition and feared that he might forget them again. All of this made Alex understand that the Gascoigne family truly cared for one another. Pinching the bridge of his nose, Alex reached for a new cigarette, continuing to watch the unconscious Gascoigne. He didn't keep track of how much time had passed, but a small pile of cigarette butts had already begun to accumulate at his feet. After finishing another cigarette, Alex noticed Gascoigne's eyelids twitch slightly. He was starting to come to. Alex deliberately did not wake him, giving him time to regain consciousness on his own. Gascoigne's eyes slowly opened, and he began to rise slowly, as if there was no strength left in his body. Sitting up slowly, Gascoigne stared blankly ahead at the destroyed graveyard. Gradually, his eyes began to clear as memories of what he had done crashed down on him in one heavy wave. Gascoigne slowly raised his gaze to the sky, where the pale moon hung. His shoulders began to tremble slightly, and then he burst into loud laughter. But it was neither mad nor joyful laughter. It was the bitter, broken laughter of a man who had killed with his own hands the woman he loved deeply. Gascoigne continued laughing bitterly as tears streamed down his cheeks. He remembered everything up to the last moment, how he had fallen into madness again during the hunt, how Viola had tried to bring him back to his senses, and how instead he had killed her with his own hands. Stopping his laughter, Gascoigne lowered his gaze and looked at his own hands. It was with these very hands that he had killed the woman he loved with all his heart. "What have I done?" Gascoigne muttered, staring at his hands. Tears slowly dripped onto his rough, calloused palms, which had formed from going out to hunt and kill monsters every night. Like many before him, he had come to this city for one purpose, for medicine for his wife. But obtaining it had not been easy. That was why he had gone through so much, and in the end he had joined the Healing Church, where he had earned the title of father for everything he had done. Night after night he fought those into whom the residents of Yharnam were transforming. He did it only for his family. Even when blood madness began to consume him, he believed that all the sacrifices were worth it. But in the end, it had all been in vain. At one point Gascoigne stopped crying and laughed bitterly again, pressing his hands to his face and clenching his teeth in rage directed at himself. He had done so much for his family, and in the end he had destroyed everything with his own hands. "I didn't come here only for medicine for my wife. I wanted to protect them. From all this madness. From those who began to transform. And in the end I became worse than all of them," Gascoigne said, continuing to laugh bitterly. "Keep crying, priest. Your tears are proof that you are still human. Because when a man stops crying and his tears finally dry up, he becomes a monster, becomes something completely different. So keep shedding tears over your grief, priest. Because you are still human," Alex spoke in a quiet, calm voice, looking directly at the crying Gascoigne. Gascoigne slowly turned his head upon hearing the unfamiliar voice nearby. Turning, he saw a young man in black hunter's clothing sitting on a stone tombstone and looking straight at him. Seeing Alex, Gascoigne immediately remembered who he was. Even in the midst of blood madness, he had not forgotten the one he had fought on this graveyard. Gascoigne clearly remembered that he hadn't even been able to touch Alex while his mind was still clear, and the rest of the fight had been like a blur to him. The fact that Alex was unharmed and his hunter's clothing was almost undamaged served as clear proof it had been a one-sided battle. But none of that mattered now. Gascoigne was interested in only one thing: why he had been saved. Why his life had been spared and he had been forced to go through all of this. "Why didn't you kill me, young hunter? Why are you making me go through this? Doesn't someone like me deserve to die?" Gascoigne asked in a hoarse voice, looking straight into Alex's eyes. "Before saying something like that, Gascoigne, have you asked yourself whether you really have nothing left worth living for?" Alex replied calmly, leaning forward slightly. Hearing the question, Gascoigne paused for a moment, and the faces of his two daughters with smiles on their lips flashed before his eyes. In that moment he remembered that he still had daughters he needed to take care of. If he died here, no one would look after them, and they too would become victims of this cursed city. Gradually, the sad thoughts were replaced by determination. But all that determination instantly shattered when he remembered what he had done. He did not want to, and was afraid to, meet his daughters. He didn't even know what he would have to tell them about what had happened to their mother. Gradually, Gascoigne's heart filled with fear as he imagined his daughter's frightened eyes upon learning the whole truth. Alex, who was watching this, sighed heavily, seeing the struggle and fear in Gascoigne's eyes. "If you want to blame yourself until the end of your damn life. But don't forget that she would not have approved of you abandoning your daughters. Keep living for them. And instead of grief, remember your wife's smile every single damn day until the end of your life," Alex said, extinguishing his cigarette on the tombstone and looking directly at Gascoigne. "Why are you helping me? Any other hunter in your place would have killed me. What do you gain from this?" Gascoigne asked, raising his gaze to Alex while still sitting on the dirty graveyard ground. "I promised Vivian that I would bring her parents home. And I always keep my word. So get up, Gascoigne, and say goodbye to your wife one last time, as you should," Alex said, approaching Gascoigne and standing beside him. Gascoigne lowered his gaze. A bitter smile appeared on his face, and he shook his head slightly. Wiping his eyes with the back of his hand, he raised his gaze to Alex again and nodded. Alex extended his hand to help Gascoigne stand. Seeing the offered hand, Gascoigne had not expected that in this cursed city there would be someone like Alex who, because of a promise given to a child, was willing to save even a monster like him. Grabbing Alex's hand, Gascoigne slowly stood up and straightened. Even while standing, he still felt the weight of guilt on his shoulders. But he understood that he would have to live with this feeling until the end of his days, and he was ready to carry that burden in order to protect his daughters. Seeing the determined look in Gascoigne's eyes, Alex lightly patted him on the shoulder and pointed behind him. Gascoigne turned his head and finally saw his wife. Tears welled up in his eyes again when he saw her lying in the coffin. The feeling of pain and sorrow once again began to fill his heart. Carefully approaching the coffin, Gascoigne knelt down and gently took Viola's hand in his rough palms. He pressed his forehead to her hand, shedding tears. "Forgive me, Viola. I told you so many times not to come looking for me. But you never listened. You were always afraid that I would completely lose myself. Forgive me. I couldn't keep my promise. I no longer have the right to say such things. But I will protect our children. Even if I have to burn this city down to take them away from here. I swear, Viola. When this night ends, we will leave," Gascoigne said, crying bitterly and squeezing his wife's hand one last time. Alex stood behind Gascoigne and watched as the men said goodbye to his wife. He placed a hand on Gascoigne's shoulder to offer at least some support in this difficult moment. Gascoigne felt the comforting warmth on his shoulder and turned his head slightly toward Alex. Nodding in gratitude, Gascoigne released his wife's hand and touched her cheek with his palm one last time. Running his hand over her cold skin, he once again felt a sharp pain in his heart. But now he no longer shed tears. He knew that Viola would not have wanted that. Even back when they had arrived in the city, she had asked him not to cry if something happened to her. And he intended to keep that promise. Carefully lowering his wife's hand, Gascoigne rose from the ground to bury her properly. Closing the coffin lid, he looked at Viola's face one last time and quietly said goodbye. Taking the ornament from her head, Gascoigne closed the coffin. He was going to dig a grave for his wife with his own hands. "Here. This is what you're looking for." "I'll help," Alex said, handing Gascoigne a shovel. "You don't have to do this, young hunter. You've already done too much for us," Gascoigne replied, taking the shovel and noticing that Alex was holding another one. "I just want to help you, old man," Alex said, shaking his head. Gascoigne said nothing more and simply nodded, not intending to dissuade Alex. They began digging the grave to bury Viola. While they dug the earth, neither of them spoke a word, only the sound of shovels plunging into the soil echoed across the quiet graveyard. After digging a sufficiently deep grave, they carefully lowered the coffin into the ground. Gascoigne stared at it, gripping the shovel and continuing to feel the heavy bitterness of loss. Alex, standing nearby, stuck his shovel into the ground, lit a cigarette, and folded his hands together for a short prayer. In moments like this he felt strange. After all, he was the son of the Creator. But that did not stop him from occasionally doing such things. Et lux perpetua lucet ei. Amen, Alex quietly recited a short prayer for Viola. "What do those words mean, young hunter?" Gascoigne asked, turning his head toward Alex. "I am praying for your wife, that she may find peace and eternal light that will never fade," Alex replied, lowering his hands. "Thank you," Gascoigne muttered, nodding slightly. Hearing the words of gratitude, Alex smiled faintly and patted the man on the shoulder. Gascoigne said nothing more. He simply looked at the coffin in the ground with sorrow, feeling as if he had lost a part of his soul. Suppressing the remnants of grief to remain strong for his daughters, Gascoigne gripped the shovel tightly. With a heavy heart, he began slowly filling the grave. In this methodical action, Gascoigne sank into thought, realizing that this night of the hunt was radically different from all the previous ones. Now that the madness had passed and his thoughts had cleared, he understood that something had begun to happen in Yarnum that should not be spoken of aloud. As a member of the Healing Church, he knew some of the internal history of what had occurred long before his arrival in the city. "I hope I'm wrong," Gascoigne muttered as he finished filling his wife's grave. "What about, old man?" Alex asked, tossing the shovel aside. "This night of the hunt. It's different. Not like the ones before. The moon tonight is different, more ominous. And this smell of blood hanging in the air, it's thicker. Even here it can be felt," Gascoigne said in a heavy tone, looking directly at Alex. "Ah, you mean that? Yeah, you're right. Something is indeed happening, and this is only the harbinger of madness." "It will only get worse soon," Alex said, shaking his head with a faint smile on his face. "You're right. It will only get worse soon," Gascoigne nodded with a serious expression. "All right, enough about what hasn't happened yet. We need to find a safe place to take your daughters." "Staying at home is very dangerous," Alex said, deciding to change the subject. "Eden Chapel. We can take shelter there. The incense protects this place. I specifically sealed the entrance so that no creature could get inside," Gascoigne replied, taking out the key to the gates from his church coat. Alex lowered his gaze and saw the copper key in Gascoigne's hands, then nodded, showing that he agreed with the decision. Seeing the agreement, Gascoigne put the key back in his pocket, indicating that they needed to go. Before leaving, Gascoigne glanced at his wife's grave one last time and quietly said his farewell. Taking his hunter axe and blunderbuss, Gascoigne prepared to leave the graveyard to return home and pick up his daughters. Before leaving, Alex took out a moonflower and placed it on the grave. Slipping the Kerchimer onto his back, he detached the silver sword from the stone hammer and followed Gascoigne. Descending the steps, they walked straight onto the bridge without stopping. Walking beside Gascoigne, Alex raised his gaze to the sky where the moon was rising. Crossing the bridge, they entered the elevator that would take them upward. Standing in the elevator, Alex noticed that Gascoigne had already switched into hunter mode and had become very focused, noticing everything around him. "We still need to pick up the grumpy old woman. I promised her I'd come back," Alex said, turning his head toward Gascoigne. "Ah, her. She became like that after losing her son." Gascoigne replied, nodding slightly. "Was her son a hunter or was he simply unlucky?" Alex asked, adjusting his hunter's hat on his head. "Few people are lucky in this city, young hunter," Gascoigne said, lifting the brim of his hat with the barrel of his blunderbuss. Alex nodded understandingly and said nothing more. After all, he perfectly understood that Yharnam was not a place where dreams came true. It was a city of death, blood, and madness, where there was no room for hope or luck. When the elevator reached the top, Gascoigne was the first to step out, gripping his hunter axe in case any maddened residents were nearby. Alex followed, and together they headed to the street where Gascoigne's family home was located. Once again, the familiar scene appeared before Gascoigne's eyes, and he was about to take the usual route. But Alex led him along a shortcut where no one would stand in their way. Following the same route he had taken to reach Eileen, Alex climbed through a hole in the fence that opened directly into the courtyard with the fountain. Gascoigne jumped in after him and quickly headed toward his house. Seeing that the house was intact and the light inside was still on, Gascoigne felt genuine relief. Approaching the door, he froze in place, afraid to enter. Alex stood behind Gascoigne and slowly smoked a cigarette, listening to the mad laughter and crying of Yharnam residents coming from the houses. Scratching his ear with his finger, Alex wanted to leave this place as quickly as possible. All these sounds were already starting to irritate him. After hesitating for a few moments, Gascoigne entered his house to pick up his daughters and take them to a safe place. Seeing that Gascoigne had gone inside, Alex exhaled cigarette smoke and turned his head back upon hearing a crash behind him. Lazily turning around, he saw that the boarded-up gates, which had been closed, had been smashed open by a mini-giant with a brick. And behind the mini-giant stood a furious crowd of Yharnam residents driven mad by blood and the hunt. Seeing this crowd, Alex tiredly exhaled cigarette smoke and tossed the cigarette aside. "You really picked the wrong time. I just want to finish all this already." "Well, fine. Let's make it quick," Alex said, connecting the silver sword to the stone hammer's handle. Grabbing the Kerchimer with one hand, Alex rushed forward toward the crowd of maddened Yharnam residents who were holding weapons and blunderbusses. Pushing off an abandoned carriage, Alex jumped. Spinning the Kerchimer in his hands, he struck the mini-giant's head with the stone hammer, killing him first. Turning the mini-giant into minced meat smeared across the ground, Alex landed in the center of the furious crowd. Before they could attack him, Alex grabbed the stone hammer's handle and delivered a circular kick, knocking the nearest opponents away from himself. Using the momentum from the spin, he began swinging the Kerchimer, sending the nearest enemies flying. Dodging a strike to his back, Alex delivered a wide swing to the head of a Yharnam resident holding pitchforks. And during the strike, he detached the silver sword from the stone hammer. Grabbing the hammer's handle with his other hand, Alex began using both weapons at the same time. By the time Alex had killed the last maddened Yharnam resident, Gascoigne emerged from his house, carrying his younger daughter Vivian in his arms. Hearing the noise on the street, Gascoigne had quickly grabbed his daughter and come out, only to see Alex single-handedly dealing with more than 30 maddened residents. "Oh, you're fast. Hello again, little Vivian. Where's your older sister?" Alex asked, shaking the blood off his sword and hammer and putting them behind his back. "Thank you, Mr. Alexander," Vivian said, waving her hand slightly while sitting in her father's arms. "Violetta went looking for us. When we reach the chapel, I'll go search for her. If she returns home, I left a note for her to wait for me," Gascoigne said in a calm voice, holding his daughter in his arms. "I see. I think your older daughter knows what she's doing. Since she went out onto the street at a time like this," Alex said, nodding slightly. Gascoigne said nothing and simply nodded. After all, he had indeed taught his daughter how to behave at such times and what she could and could not do. Without saying another word, they moved on to pick up the lonely old woman. And the moment Alex knocked on the door, she launched into a long tirade about how she had waited so long and had nearly died of old age. But when she stepped outside and saw Gascoigne, she launched into an even longer angry tirade. Gascoigne maintained a cold expression and stood to the side, completely ignoring everything the old woman said. All that concerned Gascoigne now was the safety of his daughters. The lonely old woman only stopped talking when Alex began carrying her on his back so as not to waste any more time. But even in that situation she managed to complain that Alex smelled of blood and sewers. Entering the elevator, Alex began to feel a strong headache and ringing in his ears from the lonely old woman's voice. He was sure that if he told his wife Alucard about this, she would only laugh at him and remind him that he himself had chosen to be kind and save those who were nearby. When the elevator descended to the bridge, Gascoigne set his daughter down on the floor and was the first to step out to check the surroundings for danger. A couple of minutes later he returned and picked up his daughter again, showing that the path was clear. Crossing the bridge, they returned to the graveyard behind Eden Chapel. Passing through the destroyed graveyard and climbing the steps to the closed gates, Gascoigne took out the key to open them. Opening the gates, Gascoigne walked forward, still carrying his daughter in his arms. Alex followed behind him, glad that the lonely old woman had finally stopped talking. Passing through a small alley behind the gates, they entered the flooded cellar beneath the chapel. Looking around, Alex saw only soaked sacks of grain and a single staircase leading upward. Gascoigne shifted his daughter onto his back and began climbing the steps. Alex followed, carrying the lonely old woman on his back. After climbing up, Alex saw a small library with books. Gascoigne was already ascending the next set of stairs. Following up the circular staircase, Alex saw that Gascoigne was already opening the heavy wooden doors. The moment the doors opened, a strong smell of incense hit their noses. Grimacing slightly at the sharp aroma, Alex stepped through the doors after Gascoigne. Once inside Eden Chapel, Alex realized that it was no different from old churches, a high ceiling, narrow stained glass windows through which light entered, and elegant candle stands. And the only difference between Eden Chapel and other churches Alex had ever visited was that this chapel had been built in honor of one of the great ones named Eden. Lowering his gaze, Alex saw mysterious statues resembling people in hooded robes who hid their faces behind masks, and dozens of ceramic vessels from which the smell of incense emanated. Right in the center hung a large incense lamp from which gray smoke slowly drifted, spreading throughout the chapel. While Alex was looking around, the lonely old woman climbed down from his back, holding her lower back, and walked forward. Gascoigne meanwhile was busy talking with his daughter Vivian. "Hm. Oh, you two must be hunters," a surprised voice sounded nearby from Alex. Hearing the voice, Alex remembered that there was another person in this church. Turning his head, he saw a man wrapped in a red cloak, his face hidden by a hood. He had long, thin arms with blackened claws, a dark face, and white blind eyes. Alex knew that this man was very kind and wanted to help people, but because of the condition of his body he could not leave Eden Chapel. "Yes, sorry for entering like this without asking," Alex said, addressing the chapel Samaritan. "Sorry I didn't notice you right away, the incense probably masked your scent." "Excellent. I was waiting for someone of your kind," the chapel Samaritan said with an ugly smile on his face. "Do you need help?" Alex asked, lighting a cigarette. Yes, I do. Because of the hunt everyone has locked themselves in their homes. They're waiting for it to end. It will definitely end, it has always been that way. But the end will not be good this time, the chapel Samaritan said, trying to sound as peaceful as possible. "So you also understand that this night is different from what came before," Alex said, squatting down next to the chapel Samaritan. "Even some of those sitting in their homes are still going mad. The screams of women, the smell of blood, the growling of monsters. All of this has already become familiar. Yarnum is finished, I tell you," the chapel Samaritan said in a sad tone, extending his withered hands toward Alex. "So what do you need from me?" Alex asked in a lazy tone. "If you meet people who are still in their right mind, tell them about Eden Chapel. They will be safe here. The smell of incense repels monsters. Tell them, let them come here. If it's not too much trouble." The chapel Samaritan said, his voice full of hope. "All right. If I meet anyone, I'll send them here. Or bring them myself," Alex said, nodding and standing up from his squat. "Thank you, Hunter. I have nothing to pay you with for your help. But take this tool. It has been gathering dust in this place for a long time. But it might be useful to you," the chapel Samaritan said, extending a small object toward Alex. Taking the tool from the chapel Samaritan's hands, Alex realized that it was the blood gem workshop tool, a special tool used by hunters to insert blood gems into weapons. Alex had not expected to encounter something like this in the real world. After all, he had not even fully figured out how to upgrade weapons using bloodstone shards yet, and now he had another tool in his hands that he would have to work with. Sighing, Alex shook his head and put the blood gem workshop tool into the satchel behind his back. The last thing he wanted right now was to think about something he didn't need at the moment. Stopping his conversation with the chapel Samaritan, Alex approached the messenger lantern standing in the center and lit it. Alex noticed that no one else had seen this lantern except him. Passing by Gascoigne, Alex descended the steps and prepared to go outside to look around. After all, he was now in the cathedral ward, and he would have to spend some time exploring this area. Stepping outside, Alex grimaced slightly at the sound of the bell and slowly turned his head to the side, raising his gaze upward. Alex saw an amygdala clinging to the wall of Eden Chapel and looking directly at him with its almond-shaped head. The amygdala was an incomprehensible creature with an almond-shaped head and 4 pairs of crooked, elongated arms of different sizes. Looking at this incomprehensible god that was everywhere in Yarnum, Alex lazily yawned and raised his hand. "Go fuck yourself," Alex said, giving the amygdala the middle finger. The amygdala did not react to Alex's gesture in any way and simply continued to watch him with its many eyes, blinking one after another. Slightly shuddering from the attention of such a god, Alex stepped back inside Eden Chapel. After all, he definitely did not want to deal with the amygdala right now. But they would meet soon enough when the time came. Approaching the messenger lantern, Alex sighed and placed his hand on it to return to the hunter's dream. At that moment Alex wanted to rest a little and drink some coffee. Before the messengers pulled him in, Alex noticed that no one had seen what was happening to him, and he smiled slightly before the messengers dragged him into the ephemeral puddle. While being pulled by the messengers, Alex thought about what he had managed to accomplish in central Yarnum and what he still had to do in the cathedral ward. And while Alex was thinking, the list of his tasks instantly grew. He understood that in addition to hunting unique monsters, he would also have to take care of a couple of side tasks. But first, rest. Everything else can wait, Alex said after returning to the hunter's dream. Upon returning to the hunter's dream, Alex lazily stretched and instantly relaxed, feeling that Alucard was still asleep. That meant he still had a little time to rest before starting work on the weapon. Before heading up to the hunter's workshop, Alex approached the Bath messenger and tossed them the Saw Hunter badge. After dealing with the messengers, Alex began climbing to the workshop. The moment he reached the top, he saw that the doll was looking straight at him. "Welcome home, good hunter," the doll said in a gentle tone. "Yeah, I'm back," Alex said with a light smile on his face, removing the stone hammer from his back and his hunter's hat. To be continued. "So, here's the new location, and then we have some other places on the list. Next up is Alucard's Awakening, another unique monster or two. Who knows? We'll see. Anyway, I forgot what I wanted to say, but yes, Gascoigne's daughter is now saved, and the old one will soon be saved too. The girl who was destined to die no matter what I did was saved by my own hands. I'm so proud of myself that I'm going to buy myself something sweet. And now, peace, love, and what are you staring at, amygdala?" Chapter 662, Chapter 661, Alucard's Awakening, and time to head to Old Yarnum. After greeting the doll, Alex entered the hunter's workshop. He really wanted to rest and relax a little. Approaching the workbench, he set the Kirkheimer down on the floor beside it. After that, Alex took off his cloak and coat, hanging them on a small rack near the workbench. Freeing himself from the outer clothing, he lazily stretched, slightly loosening his muscles to fully relax. What truly pleased him was that after returning to the hunter's dream, all his clothes were completely cleansed of the heavy smell of blood and the stench of the sewers, which he had thought would haunt him for a very long time. While Alex was doing a light warm-up before resting, the doll watched him attentively. She had seen this kind of exhaustion on the faces of hunters who had found themselves in this place many times before. And that exhaustion was always connected to one single thing, hunting monsters. By this point, Alex had finished his warm-up and wearily sat down at the workbench, resting his head on the table and letting out a heavy sigh. Physically he wasn't tired at all, but mentally he was worn out from constant thinking while wandering through central Yarnum. And ahead of him lay many more places he would have to visit. At least the one thing that brought Alex a small amount of joy was that he had saved Vivian, and she would not become food for the giant pig or end up as material for experiments in the hands of the fake Iosefka. Lying face down on the workbench, Alex smiled slightly and sighed. Closing his eyes to relax, he suddenly felt a warm hand on his head. Sensing the gentle touch, Alex lazily turned his head and looked at the doll, who was stroking his hair with the same calm expression on her face. "And what is this for?" Alex asked, looking into her gray eyes. "This is comfort for you, good hunter. You must be feeling heavy right now." The doll replied quietly, continuing to stroke his hair. "Well, I'm not complaining. Your hands are surprisingly warm, even though they're doll hands. I'd even say you're very good at this," Alex said, still lying on the workbench and looking at the doll. "It makes me happy to hear that my touch helps relieve your fatigue," the doll said softly, gently running her fingers through his hair. "But why did you assume I was tired?" Alex asked, raising an eyebrow slightly. The doll froze for a moment and stopped moving her fingers through his hair. She didn't know whether she should tell him the truth in advance or let him discover the heavy truth himself when he saw everything with his own eyes. The doll still didn't understand why, but Alex seemed very different to her, not like all the hunters who had come before him. She felt drawn to him, as if to something dear and close. Because of this closeness and attraction, the doll didn't want him to feel sadness or sorrow. She wanted that same smile to remain on his face, the one she had seen when she first managed to look at him with her own eyes. The doll herself didn't understand why she was experiencing such feelings. That was why, after Alex had gone to Central Yarnum to gather blood echoes, she had felt a slight emptiness, as if something important to her had left. She had sat motionless, trying to understand these new, unfamiliar sensations that she couldn't comprehend. And when Alex returned and she saw the slight fatigue on his face, new feelings flared up inside her again, joy at his return and a light anxiety that he might go through the same pain as the hunters before him. That was why she wanted to comfort him and tell him the truth that could wound his heart. But at the same time, she felt that she shouldn't speak about the fate of Gascoigne's daughters. She knew that story and had watched many times as hunters who tried to save Gascoigne's daughter eventually broke under the weight of guilt. Good hunter. You should know this. The doll said, removing her hand from his head and placing both palms on her knees, squeezing the stem of the moonflower. What exactly? Do you want to tell me where I need to go next after Carmilla wakes up? Because I already know where to go, Alex replied in a lazy tone, shrugging slightly. Good hunter. I know how hard it can be. But many before you tried to save that child. But she always perished, the doll said calmly, looking straight into Alex's eyes. You mean Vivian? She's already in a safe place. Gascoigne and I took her there, Alex said, resting his cheek on his fist and looking at the doll with a faint smile. When those words sounded, the doll froze in place, becoming still like the doll she partly was. She simply couldn't understand what Alex meant. She had sensed that the hunt cycle had advanced further, which could only mean one thing: Gascoigne was dead. But she couldn't understand why Alex was saying that Gascoigne was alive. The doll's gaze became more intense, as if she was trying to figure out how he had managed it and what exactly he had done. For the first time in her entire existence, the doll experienced a feeling of confusion and incomprehension. Alex, on the other hand, was genuinely amused by what was happening with the doll. He clearly saw the confusion in her eyes. After all, everything had repeated from cycle to cycle without a single deviation, and the only change had always been a new hunter arriving in the hunter's dream and beginning a new cycle. Alex perfectly understood that the doll had heard the same story many times from other hunters who had failed to save Vivian. The situations had always been different, but the outcome had always remained the same. As I understand it, even for you this is the first time, doll, Alex said, chuckling cheerfully and looking into her eyes. Yes. This is the first time in all the cycles of the hunt. May I ask how you managed it? The doll asked, nodding her head slightly and showing genuine interest for the first time. What exactly? Saving Vivian from death? Or saving Gascoigne himself? Alex asked with a playful smile, pointing a finger at her. Both. From cycle to cycle, Gascoigne died at the hands of other hunters in the graveyard. That is his fate, to die there. The cycle of the night of the hunt depends on his death. But the cycle, it continued. And the key target of the hunt is alive. This is the first time. It has never happened before that Father Gascoigne and his family survived even in one of the cycles. It has been this way since the very first cycle of the hunt, the doll said in a calm voice, staring intently at Alex. So my theory that every hunter who arrives here follows the same path as the first hunter was correct, Alex said, nodding slightly after listening to her words. Good hunter. You were able to understand this, the doll said, feeling a slight surprise. If you want to hear how I figured all this out. Do you mind if I work while I tell you? Because if Carmilla wakes up and I haven't done anything, she'll definitely bite me, Alex said, chuckling lightly and pointing at the black coffin. The doll nodded slightly, showing that she was ready to listen to everything he had to say, even if it took a long time. She still couldn't understand it, but she liked talking to Alex. In the past she had also talked with other hunters and offered them support. But talking with Alex felt completely different to her. He himself seemed completely different to her, radically different from everyone who had come before him. She understood that this cycle was very different from all the previous ones. After all, 2 hunters had arrived in the hunter's dream instead of 1. But even so, all her attention was fixed on Alex. She wanted to talk to him, to listen to him, and, what was strange even to herself, she wanted to touch him. Because when she had stroked his hair, she had wanted to continue doing so. While Alex prepared everything necessary to continue the work on upgrading the weapon with bloodstone shards that he hadn't finished earlier, the doll lowered her gaze to her doll-like hands. She had a strange, persistent thought to touch Alex, which she couldn't understand. Alex finished his preparations and tapped his finger on the table. The black cat immediately jumped out of his shadow. The doll looked away from her hands and looked at her. She sensed many traces of blood echoes from the black cat. But those traces seemed to be stored inside her rather than merging with her. Seeing such a unique creature capable of storing blood echoes, the doll began to examine the black cat closely. The black cat lazily looked at the doll with her red eyes, turned away, flicked her tail, and sat with her back to her. Alex, seeing this reaction, only rolled his eyes and picked up the black cat in his arms. Turning her to face him, he ran his fingers over her head, showing that it was time to return everything she had collected. The black cat opened her mouth, and crystallized blood echoes began to fall out of it, including blood stone shards and twin blood stone shards. Among this pile of crystallized blood, Alex even noticed several blood gems. After the black cat had given back everything she had gathered, her gaze shifted back to the doll. The doll was also looking back at her, and for a while both of them simply stared into each other's eyes. The black cat stood up and walked lazily to the edge of the workbench, then sat down opposite the doll. Looking at her, the doll raised her hand and repeated Alex's gesture, running the tips of her doll-like fingers over the black cat's head. The cat narrowed her eyes slightly at the touch and let out a soft purr. Hearing that sound, the doll tilted her head slightly to the side, not understanding why the black cat was making such sounds. At that moment, the black cat stopped squinting, jumped onto the doll's lap, and lay down on her knees with her eyes closed, continuing to purr quietly. Carefully lowering her hand, the doll ran her fingers along the soft fur, feeling a pleasant warmth and a strange, soothing sensation. It seems she likes you. Nice to see that, Alex said, separating the blood echoes into pure and contaminated. What kind of creature is this? It can absorb and store blood echoes without absorbing them. Such a wonderful being. The doll said, continuing to stroke the black cat. If you're curious what kind of animal this is, it's a cat, Alex replied, finishing separating the blood echoes. A cat. What a wonderful name. For the first time, something other than the messengers has appeared in this place, the doll said, nodding her head slightly and continuing to stroke the black cat, who had comfortably settled on her lap. Creatures like her are called familiars. She's a kind of assistant of mine, even if she's lazy, Alex said, pointing at the black cat. Meow. The black cat meowed, opening one eye and looking at Alex. If I say you're lazy, then you are. Where did you disappear to every time I had to fight? Alex asked, staring at the black cat with a blank look. In response, the black cat lazily yawned, stood up on the doll's lap, deliberately turned her back to Alex, and lay down again, showing that she wasn't going to talk to him. The doll watched this strange scene with interest, feeling inside herself some unfamiliar but pleasant feeling that resembled joy. But, as before, she didn't understand what this unfamiliar sensation was that she would have to comprehend. Alex rolled his eyes once again and got to work. He needed to upgrade the weapon for Alucard and repair her hunter's blunderbuss, which had unfortunately been damaged during the fight with the cleric beast. Getting down to business, Alex took several crystallized blood echoes and threw them into the mortar with bloodstone shard powder. He began mixing the two ingredients until he achieved the consistency of a paste that needed to be applied to the weapon. While doing this work, Alex began telling the doll how he had understood what was happening in Yharnam. The doll slowly turned her head toward him, continuing to stroke the black cat. While applying the red paste to the sock lever, Alex described his observations in detail. The doll listened attentively, staring at him intently and almost without blinking. After finishing applying the paste, Alex took the pocket watch out of his coat pocket. Pointing at the frozen hand and explaining that it had remained motionless until the cleric beast's death and then moved after killing the beast inside Gascoigne, he told her how he had managed to keep Gascoigne alive. When the doll heard that Alex had only killed the beast and not Gascoigne himself, her gaze flickered for a moment, and she felt surprise again. The doll didn't ask questions, she simply listened to everything he said. But besides the doll, there was someone else who heard Alex's story. Gehrman, who had recently woken up after a short nap in the garden behind the hunter's workshop. That garden was the only place where he spent time, aside from the workshop itself. Upon waking, he had sensed that the hunt cycle had advanced further. As in many previous cycles, he had intended to give advice to the hunters, or rather, the hunter and the huntress, as he always did. Very often, new hunters lacked the strength to deal with the monsters that appeared after evening fell, when the moon rose. And he always gave the same advice: find the ritual chalice that would open the way to the tomb where hunters could gain strength. Rolling up to the workshop doors in his wheelchair, Gehrman froze when he heard Alex and the doll's conversation. Upon learning that Gascoigne had survived, along with his daughter, Gehrman experienced another shock. Another deviation in the hunt cycle. And this is already the second one. Perhaps they will be able to do it. Perhaps then all of this will finally end, Gehrman muttered, sitting in his wheelchair and eavesdropping. But he immediately shook his head, denying his own thoughts. Perhaps the cycle had deviated from its usual path, but that still meant nothing. Gehrman knew that in a place like this there was no room for hope or salvation. Even if the hunter's dream served as a safe refuge during the cycle, it didn't make it truly safe. He knew who truly controlled this place and what that being was capable of. When he had first met it, he had already understood that no one could defeat the creature. That was why he hadn't even tried to fight and had simply accepted his fate, becoming the gardener and helper who guided hunters along the path. Gehrman simply didn't believe in something like hope, because life had clearly shown him that there was only endless despair, madness, and an eternal cage into which he had locked himself. Gehrman didn't want to believe and wasn't even going to try to believe that two hunters could change anything. In his eyes, the end was already predetermined: the hunters would awaken, the doll would fall asleep, and everything would return to its place until a new cycle began. That was how it had been the first time and had repeated thousands of times, most of which he had almost forgotten. And that was how it would be in this cycle as well, even with small deviations. Gehrman didn't even try to guess the plans of the being that controlled this place. All he intended to do was, as always, play his role and nothing more. Listening to Alex's voice coming from the workshop, Gehrman was certain that the deeper Alex delved into the truth of Yharnam, the more he would realize the futility of any attempt to change anything. He had seen many such hunters before, those thirsty to unravel the secrets of Yharnam, intelligent, determined, observant. But those qualities had always been the cause of their downfall. The end had always been the same, madness, after which they themselves begged him to awaken them. And Gehrman could already see what end awaited Alex and Alucard. One would go mad from knowledge, the other from blood. And then he would once again have to take up his weapon and go out on the hunt. Alex, sitting in the workshop and working on upgrading the weapon for Alucard, clearly sensed Gehrman's presence as the old hunter had decided to eavesdrop on the conversation. He roughly understood what was going on in the old hunter's head now that he had realized the usual cycle had slightly deviated from its course. But Alex also understood that Gehrman would most likely do nothing and would simply continue sitting in his wheelchair and waiting for the end, as always. Shaking his head, Alex returned to repairing the hunter's blunderbuss so that Alucard could use it after she woke up. The doll tilted her head slightly to the side, noticing that Alex had simply shaken his head for no apparent reason. "Is something bothering you?" she asked in a quiet voice, looking at Alex. "Not really. So far everything is going as it should. I'll finish repairing the blunderbuss now. I'll wait until Carmilla wakes up, and then we'll go explore the cathedral ward." "That's the plan for now," Alex replied, turning his head slightly toward the doll and continuing to work. The cathedral ward is a place where faith and blood have intertwined in the most tragic way. A place where the servants of the healing church, who sought salvation in the blood of the great ones, themselves became victims of that power and turned into monsters, the doll said quietly, looking at Alex. "Well, thanks for telling me what's happening there. But it would be better if you told me exactly where I need to go. Or even better, gave me a map." "I would be very grateful," Alex said, looking at the doll and pursing his lips. "Unfortunately, I don't have a map. Use the messengers to find the way forward, toward the Grand Cathedral," the doll replied calmly, tilting her head forward slightly so that a few strands of hair fell across her face. The Grand Cathedral. "That half-dead corpse you were talking to mentioned that place," came Alucard's lazy voice from behind Alex. Hearing Alucard's voice, Alex turned his head and saw her opening the lid of her coffin. Alucard calmly stood up, sensing the changes in her body. But all she felt was complete restoration and the absence of any weakness. Realizing that nothing drastic had happened after absorbing the blood echoes, Alucard only grinned. If there were no changes, that meant she needed to absorb even more blood echoes to notice a difference. Shifting her gaze to the doll, Alucard raised an eyebrow slightly. Now she sensed the doll in a completely different way. If before she had relied on her Nosferatu senses, now everything was different. She felt that the doll's true essence was hidden behind some kind of veil. "Oh. Interesting," Alucard said, lightly licking her lips. "It seems you're starting to perceive the world in a new way, my love," Alex noted after he finished examining the changes in Alucard's body. "Should I start repeating Integra's words? Or will you figure it out yourself, my love?" Alucard asked, shifting her gaze to Alex. "Are you talking about your weapon or the fact that I left without you?" Alex asked with a strained smile. "I don't care that you decided to play hero again. It's even amusing to watch. Is my weapon ready?" Alucard said with a cheerful smile, slowly approaching Alex. Coming closer, Alucard leaned toward him and ran her finger across his lips with a playful smile. Alex looked at her with a calm gaze and cleared his throat lightly, glancing toward the doll, who was watching them too intently. Seeing where he was looking, Alucard smiled even wider. She understood what Alex wanted, but that didn't mean she had to obey. Continuing to smile, Alucard leaned even closer and kissed him on the lips, wrapping her arms around his neck and not letting him escape. The doll watched all of this with an intense gaze, without blinking. She had never seen anything like it before and was trying to understand what was happening before her eyes and what this process was called. Stopping the kiss, Alucard ran her finger across Alex's lips, wiping away the red lipstick. "I feel like I've been taken advantage of," Alex said in a dry tone. "We can arrange that, my love." "Just ask," Alucard replied, running her tongue along his neck. You pervert. Take your weapon and go." "I'm in mourning, no one will marry me now," Alex said in a dramatic tone, placing his hand on Alucard's chest and pushing her away from himself. Alucard was momentarily stunned by the push. But a second later she stared at Alex with an amused look, feeling him squeeze her breast. Alucard continued to look at him with a playful smile, to which Alex cleared his throat lightly and quickly removed his hand. Deciding to change the subject very quickly before everything ended differently from what he wanted at that moment, Alex picked up the saw cleaver and explained what was supposed to happen to the weapon after the upgrade. Alucard took the saw cleaver and swung it a couple of times, gripping the handle. Stopping her swings, she sharply jerked her hand, directing the jagged blade toward Alex's neck. He raised a finger, stopping the blade an inch from his skin. "I hope when I give you the blunderbuss, you won't shoot me in the face," Alex said, pushing the blade away with his finger and looking at Alucard. "Of course not. How could I do something like that to you, my love?" Alucard replied with an innocent smile, calmly folding the saw cleaver into its compact form. "You already shot me in the face, or do you need me to remind you how our first meeting went?" Alex asked, sighing tiredly and shaking his head. "Was there something like that? Why don't I remember?" Alucard asked in the same innocent tone, looking at Alex with a playful smile. Alex only sighed and handed her the repaired hunter's blunderbuss so she could check how it felt in her hand. Alucard took the weapon and once again pointed the barrel at his face. Alex sighed tiredly and pushed the barrel away with his finger. Alucard burst out laughing and put the blunderbuss under her red coat. Alex understood that since Alucard had woken up, it was time to go hunting again. And he had several goals for this hunt. When Alex began getting dressed to head to the cathedral ward, Gehrman rolled into the workshop in his wheelchair. He swept his cloudy gaze over Alex and Alucard. "The moon will rise soon. You have a good hunt awaiting you in the cathedral ward," Gehrman said, looking at them. "If you say so, old man, then perhaps that's true," Alex replied, putting on his hunter's hat. "If the monsters are huge and seem impossible to defeat, seek the Holy Chalice. As all hunters before you have done. The Holy Chalice will point to the tomb of the gods, where hunters partake." Gehrman continued, staring intently at Alex. Alucard smiled contemptuously, looking at Gehrman, who had said they couldn't defeat the monsters. The more dangerous the monsters, the more interesting it was to kill them. Alex, on the other hand, raised an eyebrow slightly, recalling what chalice he was talking about. Remembering the so-called catacombs beneath Yharnam, built by the Pthumerian race that had once lived on these lands and constructed tombs for the Great Ones, Alex could barely remember anything about what happened in those tombs. All he remembered was that they were very vast and deep. Alucard noticed Alex's look and raised an eyebrow, mentally reminding him that she had no intention of descending into such a place, since she wasn't here to search for some chalice. Alex calmly looked at her and shook his head, showing that she wouldn't have to do anything. "And where can I find this chalice?" Alex asked, tilting his head to the side. "Most of the holy chalices rest deep within the tomb of the gods. And only those few that ended up on the surface were lost among people once again," Gehrman replied in a hoarse voice, shaking his head slightly. "Well then, it's not meant to be. If it's lost, then it's lost," Alex said, shrugging and preparing to leave. But if the old hunter tales are to be believed, one of the holy chalices is worshipped in a village located in the valley. The city is in chaos. Faced with calamity, it was burned and abandoned. Now only monsters live there, Gehrman added before Alex and Alucard left. "You mean Old Yharnam, which was burned to prevent the epidemic from spreading?" Alex asked, raising an eyebrow and folding his arms across his chest. "Correct. An excellent place for a hunter, isn't it?" Gehrman said, nodding his head slightly. Seeing the nod, Alex remembered who guarded that chalice. He shifted his gaze to Alucard, hoping she had heard his thoughts. Alucard looked at him with a calm gaze and nodded slightly. She wasn't interested in the chalice, only in the creature that guarded it. Seeing Alucard's agreement, Alex smiled slightly and took her by the hand. He had no intention of descending into the tombs at all. He could send his clones there, and they would do all the work for him, not only clearing every floor but also finding hidden secrets. When Alex and Alucard were about to leave the hunter's workshop, the doll stood up from her chair and followed them outside. Leaving the workshop, Alex and Alucard approached the tombstone with the messengers to return to Eden Chapel. "Grand Cathedral first or Old Yharnam?" Alex asked, looking at Alucard, who was standing beside him. "Old Yharnam. I'm curious what kind of creature lives there. And whether it will be stronger than the thing on the bridge," Alucard replied in a lazy voice, leaning on Alex's shoulder. "You will need to descend from Eden Chapel to reach Old Yharnam. But be careful, hunters still live there who keep those who want to leave from leaving and those who want to enter from entering," the doll said, standing a couple of steps away from them. "How sweet of you to tell us where to go, little doll. As I see, you've become more talkative," Alucard said, narrowing her eyes slightly at the doll. "Thanks for the tip, doll. If needed, I'll ask Gascoigne how to get us to Old Yharnam if we get lost," Alex said with a light smile on his face. "It is the least I can do for you, good hunter. Farewell, and may the echoes of blood guide your path," the doll said, bowing slightly. Alex nodded with a smile and, holding Alucard's hand, placed his other hand on the tombstone to return to Eden Chapel. In the same moment, an ephemeral puddle appeared beneath their feet, and the messengers pulled them in. Alex didn't need to tell Alucard what was happening in Eden Chapel and the Cathedral Ward, she already knew thanks to their connection. Returning to Eden Chapel, Alex grimaced slightly at the strong smell of incense, while Alucard scrunched her face in disgust. Alex noticed the chapel Samaritan sitting nearby, but the man only continued praying with his head bowed, not even sensing Alucard's presence. Shaking his head, Alex noticed that Gascoigne was gone, leaving Vivian sitting alone on a chair near the messenger lantern. Noticing Alex's appearance, Vivian waved with a smile and tilted her head to the side upon seeing the woman beside him. "Vivian, where's your father?" Alex asked, walking closer. "He went looking for Violetta. He's afraid something might happen to her, so he left right away," Vivian replied, nodding her head slightly. "I see. Aren't you scared to stay here alone?" Alex asked, squatting down beside her. "Nope, Daddy said it's safe here and no monsters can come in. He told me to wait for him here," Vivian said, nodding. "Then be a good girl and stay here. Here's a little gift from me. It's a protective amulet, it will keep you safe," Alex said, taking out a small protective amulet from his pocket. "Really? It's for me. Thank you so much, Mr. Alexander. I love you almost as much as Mommy, Daddy, and Grandpa," Vivian exclaimed with a bright smile, hugging Alex around the neck. "Ha ha ha. I'm glad to hear that. So take care of yourself, little lady. And we have to go do our job now," Alex said, patting Vivian on the back. Vivian stopped hugging him and nodded with a smile, immediately beginning to examine the protective amulet she had been given. After finishing his conversation with Vivian, Alex turned around to suggest to Alucard that they move on. Turning his head, he didn't see his wife and sighed heavily. Descending the small steps, Alex turned left to exit onto the side of the street from which one could reach Old Yarnum. Stepping outside, he saw Alucard. She was looking at the walls of the chapel, narrowing her eyes slightly. Alex was surprised that Alucard had been able to sense the presence of the amygdala even though she couldn't see it. Approaching closer, Alex raised his gaze and looked at the amygdala again. "Oi, cunt. Fuck you," Alex said, raising his middle finger toward the amygdala once more. Alucard slowly turned her head toward Alex, then shifted her gaze back to the wall of the chapel. Realizing that she hadn't imagined it and that there really was something there, even if she couldn't see it yet. But seeing how her husband treated this invisible being, she understood a lot. Chuckling slightly, Alucard leaned on Alex and suggested they move on. After all, she wanted to kill something to stretch her limbs. To be continued. "So I think I'll just skip all this wandering around Yarnum and move on quickly," casually mentioning the locations. "Because there are a lot of places to visit. And as I already said, I want to feed all the boss monsters to Alucard. Or I'll just skip some events, like I usually do. But you know, I prefer to develop the relationship between Alex and the girls. After all, the potential love interest is Doll and Maria. And that takes time. Doll doesn't yet understand her feelings for Alex and her own, and Maria hasn't even met Alex yet, so there could even be talk of something happening between them. I'll go eat. Peace, love, and oi." Chapter 663, Chapter 662, Speedrun through Old Yarnum. Alex thought that he and Alucard would reach Old Yarnum without any particular problems, making no stops along the way. But, unfortunately for him, Alucard attacked the church giant to test her repaired and improved weapon. Leaning against a nearby stone column, Alex watched as the huge church giant swung its giant bloodied axe, intending to chop Alucard in two, while she calmly dodged, lazily observing his attacks. Stone shards flew everywhere under the swings of the giant axe. Seeing the church giant once again drive its weapon into the gate column, causing it to become covered with even larger cracks, Alex gave a slight cough to attract Alucard's attention. Hearing the cough, Alucard dodged another strike and placed her foot on the blade of the huge axe, preventing the church giant from pulling its weapon out of the ground. She turned her head toward Alex, who tapped his finger on his wrist, reminding her that they had other things to do. Alucard gave him an empty look, and at that very moment the pentagram on her white gloves glowed slightly. Alucard's shadow began to lengthen until it was directly under the church giant's feet. In the same instant, the cleric beast emerged from the shadow. The new cleric beast looked noticeably different from the previous one. It now appeared even more terrifying and was covered with dozens of red eyes that stared intently at the church giant. Before the giant could realize anything or attack, the familiar cleric beast plunged its huge hand into the giant's chest and tore out its heart. Seeing that the cleric beast had become Alucard's familiar, Alex gave a low whistle of surprise. His plan to feed Alucard such creatures only grew stronger. Now she could gain even more of these powerful familiars. Having killed the church giant with the help of her new familiar, Alucard calmly turned to Alex, showing that she was ready to move on. However, her gaze clearly said that she hadn't even warmed up properly. Alex merely smiled and walked through the open gates, beginning to descend the stairs. He remembered well how to get to Old Yarnum. The path was quite short, they only needed to reach the abandoned chapel nearby. Reaching the fork, Alex led Alucard to the left side. The black cat, which had been sitting on his shoulders, jumped down and ran further down the stairs. Alex only turned his head for a brief moment, seeing where she had headed, but said nothing and continued descending. Just a couple of minutes later they reached the old chapel, beneath which was the passage to Old Yarnum hidden under a stone sarcophagus. But instead of immediately going down, Alex stared at the corpse of the church hunter in white robes, next to which lay a weapon broken in half that resembled a wooden wheel. As soon as they entered the chapel, a man in a golden cap attacked them and immediately rushed at Alucard. The healing church hunter screamed about impure blood, attacking furiously. But Alucard did not lose her composure. With one hand she simply crushed the wooden wheel, and with the other she punched through his chest and crushed his heart. Before the healing church hunter died, Alucard tore off his head. Alex himself watched all this with an empty gaze, shifting his eyes alternately between Alucard and the corpse of the healing church hunter, whom, as he remembered, was named Alfred, a mad fanatic who hunted the impure-blooded representatives of Cainhurst. And what was that just now? Alucard asked, holding Alfred's head in her hands. A church fanatic. Alex replied with a strained smile. Really? I probably didn't understand that when he attacked me screaming about some impure blood, Alucard said in a cheerful tone, looking at Alex with unconcealed sarcasm in her eyes. Do you want a history lesson? Alex asked with a cheerful smile, squatting down next to Alfred's corpse. No. Everything I need to know, I can learn from his blood. And what are you doing? Alucard said, licking the blood from her fingers to obtain Alfred's memories. Taking his hunter badge. While you were sleeping, I learned a couple of interesting things, Alex replied, showing the silver pendant in the shape of a wheel. Seeing the silver amulet in Alex's hands, Alucard gave a slight nod. Having received Alfred's memories through his blood, she understood what impure blood he had been talking about. Learning this information, Alucard smiled slightly with disgust and dropped Alfred's head to the floor, immediately crushing it with her heel. Alex himself had not even planned to stop Alucard when Alfred attacked. This pathetic fanatic was himself to blame for choosing the wrong target for his hunt. Looking at the wheel hunter badge, Alex only smirked and put it in his pocket. Raising his leg, he kicked the white sarcophagus standing in the center of the chapel. Destroying the sarcophagus, Alex opened the passage leading to Old Yarnum. Having removed the obstacle, he looked at the staircase located under the marble sarcophagus. Before descending further, Alex whistled quietly to call the black cat. While he waited for her return, Alucard had already begun to descend, not waiting for him. Do you even know the way? Alex shouted after the departing Alucard. I'll figure it out. I'm not you to get lost. There was information in that pathetic bastard's blood on how to get to Old Yarnum, Alucard replied without turning her head, waving her hand slightly and continuing to descend the stairs. Then wait for me, since you think I might get lost, Alex shouted, looking at the receding Alucard. In response, he heard only cheerful laughter that echoed through the stairwell tunnel leading downward. Sighing, Alex turned his head just as the black cat appeared, carrying something incomprehensible in her mouth. Looking closer, Alex saw a strange creature consisting of several heads through which branches resembling limbs had grown. The black cat ran up to Alex and dropped this abomination at his feet. Without changing his expression, Alex kicked the thing like a football. The incomprehensible creature flew in an arc and slammed into the wall with a fleshy slap. Alex knew that this creature was called a large wandering nightmare and that there were many such creatures in Yarnum. But in life they looked even more disgusting. Seeing that what she had brought to her owner now represented a red stain on the wall, the black cat looked at Alex with an empty cat-like gaze. Don't look at me like that. It was weird and disgusting. Don't bring me things like that. Ugh, fuck, this is disgusting, Alex said, shuddering slightly as he recalled the sight of that abomination. The black cat gave him another empty look and began calmly descending the stairs, not even intending to wait for him. Shaking his head, Alex followed her to catch up with Alucard, who had gone ahead. Alex managed to find the way very easily thanks to the trail of werewolf corpses that Alucard had killed along her path. In the end, he still didn't get lost, even if the black cat wasn't going to wait for him because of her grudge against her owner. Finding the passage further, Alex began to descend the destroyed steps to the very bottom, or rather, he fell down because the wooden steps had long since rotted from time and dampness. Once at the very bottom, Alex coughed slightly from the dust, looking around. Climbing out from under the debris, he saw the passage leading further, and behind him was a spacious room with a messenger lamp, next to which stood Alucard. You weren't in a hurry, my love, Alucard said, looking at the dust-covered Alex as he entered the room. I tried my best. But gravity decided to ruin everything for me again, Alex replied, shrugging slightly and brushing the dust off himself. I'm not even surprised that you fell down again. And if you're done, maybe we can move forward. I want to see what this blood-starved beast is like, Alucard said, leaning against a stone column and not taking her eyes off Alex. All right, I'll just light the messenger lamp and we can go, Alex said, shaking off the remaining dust. In response to his words, Alucard only adjusted her red glasses and said nothing more. Approaching the messenger lamp, Alex touched it and lit it to mark the location. Seeing that the lamp was lit, Alucard walked forward toward the only sealed gates in the room. Approaching them, she gave the doors a slight push. The heavy wooden gates opened without any particular problems under the light touch. Alex and Alucard together passed through the open gates, and before their eyes appeared the gloomy view of Old Yarnum, over which hung a light mist mixed with smoke. They felt a strong smell of burnt flesh and fur hanging in the air. Alex grimaced and pulled a cloth mask over his face, while Alucard inhaled the smell deeply. Ah, the smell of burning bodies and this view. It brings back memories, Alucard said, looking at Old Yarnum with a slight smile. You mean the times of the witch hunts? I somehow even forgot that you're almost 600 years old, Alex said, nodding his head and folding his arms across his chest. Do you want to die, my love? Or should I shorten your tongue? Alucard asked, turning her head toward him and looking with red eyes. I'm just saying. Why such aggression? Alex replied in a dry tone, turning away. Next time talk less. It would be very sad for me to tear out your tongue, my love, Alucard said, placing her palm on his cheek. You do understand that this is basically impossible. I'm just reminding you, stop looking at me like that, Alex said calmly, taking a step back. In response, Alucard only smiled tenderly and touched his lips with her finger, showing that she could still try. Sighing, Alex shifted his gaze to the houses of Old Yarnum below and approached the spacious observation platform. Descending to the half-destroyed observation platform, he tried to remember where the blood-starved beast was located. Quickly looking around, Alex saw only old brick buildings hidden behind the mist and smoke rising from below. The view of Old Yarnum was simultaneously mesmerizing. And at the same time it evoked not the most pleasant feelings. After all, this place had been burned together with those who lived here. Now Old Yarnum served as a refuge only for the monsters that had once been its inhabitants. Shall we take the short way or look around? Alex asked, turning his head to Alucard, who was standing nearby. Don't you want to examine this place? Or do you know that there's nothing interesting here? Alucard asked, lowering her glasses to look at him. Everything that interests me is the hunter badge that the hunter guarding this place has, Alex replied, nodding his head toward the tower from which he sensed the hunter's presence. Alucard shifted her gaze in the direction Alex indicated and saw an old hunter standing at the top of one of the towers. After examining him, she very quickly lost interest. She saw no point in fighting hunters, for her they were all the same. Even if this was another world she had come to with Alex, the essence of hunters had always remained the same. In her time she had killed hundreds of such hunters who came to kill her. Different weapons, different eras, but the essence was always the same. And even the words these hunters spoke were identical. Stopping looking at the hunter guarding this place, Alucard shifted her gaze to Alex, showing that he could deal with it himself. She wasn't going to do anything. I thought you would be interested in the local hunters, Alex said, noticing Alucard's lazy look. I've already killed enough of these legendary hunters. They all think they're special. But in reality, just another victim. And it's you who needs what this hunter has, so deal with it yourself, Alucard replied with contempt in her eyes, showing her attitude toward hunters. Then you don't mind if I kill everyone in our path, leaving you the tastiest one? Alex asked, tilting his head slightly to the side. Of course. It would be a gentlemanly act on your part, to remove all obstacles in our path, Alucard said with a light laugh. Then, with your permission, I'll take care of these obstacles, my countess, Alex said, bowing slightly. Seeing Alex in such a state, Alucard narrowed her eyes slightly, and a light smile appeared on her face. Nodding her head, she showed that she was ready to leave the rest to him. Alex smiled, took out a magic musket from his inventory that had been gathering dust since the end of the war against Millennium. One bullet from this musket would be enough to clear all of Old Yarnum of everyone living in it, whether human or beast. Rising from the observation platform, Alex walked forward, spinning the magic musket in his hands and juggling it. A light smile was on his face as he began to hum a light melody, walking toward the bridge that needed to be crossed to enter Old Yarnum. Alucard, following him, recognized the melody he was humming, and a cheerful smile appeared on her face. She began to enjoy this melody. After all, it was a song about a magic marksman that she had heard once before. As soon as Alex and Alucard approached the bridge, the sound of a shot rang out, and a mercury bullet hit the stone next to Alex's leg, leaving a distinct hole. Hey, hunters! Didn't you see the warning? Leave immediately, both of you. People burned and abandoned Old Yarnum. Now only monsters live here, the voice of the old hunter Jura echoed throughout the area. Alex stopped spinning the musket, turned his head toward the hunter who had shot at him. Tapping the musket on his shoulder, he tilted his head slightly to the side. Shaking his head from side to side a little, Alex smiled widely and closed his eyes. Marking every living creature in Old Yarnum, he opened his eyes and aimed the barrel of the magic musket at Hunter Jura. Alucard watched with amusement what Alex was about to do. She knew that in Alex's hands this magic musket would be much more dangerous than in the hands of the one he had taken it from. Looking straight at Jura, Alex narrowed his eyes with a wide smile on his face. My bullets don't distinguish who or where. And they punish everyone indiscriminately, whether human or beast, Alex said in a calm tone, looking directly at Jura in the distance. Alex pulled the trigger, and immediately there was a loud bang from the shot that echoed throughout Old Yarnum. Following the sound of the shot came a distinct whistle. The bullet fired from the magic musket twisted in the air, changing its trajectory. Every time the bullet changed direction, there was a bang. It was breaking the sound barrier. Jura, standing at the top of the tower and guarding the entrance to Old Yarnum, could not understand what was making that sound. And only at the very last moment did he see the round bullet flying toward him. Jura didn't even have time to dodge or do anything before the bullet turned his body into a sieve. But the magic bullet did not stop at killing Jura. It sharply turned in the air and flew downward, beginning to kill all the monsters that inhabited Old Yarnum. Alex didn't need to aim or control the bullet. He had already marked all the creatures in Old Yarnum. The only job left in this place was for the black cat, who would have to collect all the blood echoes from the killed creatures. Watching as the magic bullet killed everything living in this place, Alex transferred the musket to his other hand and put his arm around Alucard's waist. He took a step, and they found themselves on the tower where Jura's body lay. Squatting down next to the corpse, Alex pulled back the collar. Grabbing the silver chain, he jerked his hand sharply, ripping it from Jura's neck. Looking closer, Alex saw that the hunter badge was a vial filled with explosive liquid in which small drops of mercury floated. Alucard, standing next to Alex, leaned toward the corpse and dipped her finger in Jura's blood in order to obtain his memories. Licking the blood from her finger, she immediately spat it out, not wanting such blood to touch her tongue. But even after spitting out the blood, she still received Jura's memories. This is exactly what you told me about this place. But it seems this hunter knew why the inhabitants of this place got sick, Alucard said, looking at Alex. You mean that the healing church deliberately poisoned the locals, infecting them with the ashen blood disease for the so-called experiments? I just didn't think it was worth telling about, Alex replied, shrugging and putting the powder keg hunter badge in his pocket. I'm not surprised. I've seen this for many centuries. The world is different, but people's actions are still the same, Alucard said with a contemptuous smile. Not all worlds are the same. There are many much more interesting and exciting worlds. And don't say you don't like a place like this. In the light of this pale moon you are especially beautiful, Carmilla, Alex said, rising from his squat and smiling as he looked at Alucard. I didn't say I don't like this world. This world quite suits my tastes. Only if you are nearby, Alucard replied, running her palm over his cheek. And here I blush, and you forcibly kiss me, and then we have a wedding, and we get another little princess, Alex said with a serious expression on his face, folding his arms across his chest. I'll think about giving birth to another child for you. But you must put in more effort for that, my love, Alucard said with a light laugh, pushing Alex's face away from her. Continuing to laugh, Alucard approached the edge of the tower and pushed off, jumping upward, and began to soar over Old Yarnum. Alex looked at her and simply shook his head, after which he lit a cigarette. Squeezing the cigarette between his fingers, he began to follow Alucard, but instead of soaring, he simply walked through the very space with slow steps. Stepping through the air above the city, Alex caught up with Alucard, who was slowly soaring, enveloped in transparent mist. Passing by her, he smiled slightly and walked further, deliberately demonstrating his relaxed gait. Soaring in the form of mist, Alucard looked at Alex and immediately appeared above him. The mist around her dissipated, and she began to fall downward. Before landing on Alex, Alucard changed her form, taking the appearance of a 16-year-old girl. She landed softly on his shoulders, placing her hands on his head. Feeling the weight, Alex adjusted Alucard's position and walked on. Reaching the right place through the air, Alex began to fall downward. He landed on a small fenced alley from which there was a view of the destroyed church. So that's where this creature lives. Its smell is quite specific, Alucard said, sitting on Alex's shoulders and continuing to rest her hands on his head. As I remember, this beast's blood is poisonous. And it poisons everything around itself, Alex said, stroking his chin. Interesting. How poisonous is this blood and can it poison me? Alucard asked, jumping off his shoulders and stepping onto the stone railing. I don't think such poison would affect you in any way. Only if its poison contains hemotoxins. Then yes, it would be dangerous for you, Alex replied, climbing onto the railing and standing next to her. A creature that feeds on blood spreads a poison that causes bleeding. Everything has become much more interesting, Alucard said with a predatory smile on her face, looking at the entrance to the destroyed church. Yeah, a natural enemy for creatures that can control blood. It's just a shame it's weak. But if it becomes your familiar, then heh. Alex said with a smirk, bringing the cigarette to his lips. You're reading my mind, my love. I want this creature for myself, Alucard said, slightly licking her lips. Was that a question or a statement? Because thanks to Volander we can hear each other's thoughts, Alex said, turning his head slightly toward Alucard. In response, Alucard only rolled her eyes, and her body disintegrated into a swarm of bats. The next moment she appeared at the entrance to the destroyed church and turned to Alex, showing that she was going to enter with him or without him. Throwing away the extinguished cigarette, Alex took a step and found himself next to Alucard at the entrance to the church. Turning to the entrance, he saw only an old abandoned church that inside looked as if someone still came there to pray. Dry grass had long sprouted from under the stone slabs on the floor, the stone columns were overgrown with moss, and at the very end stood an altar on which stood a golden chalice. Alex and Alucard entered the abandoned church and began to walk deeper toward the altar. And as soon as they entered, the passage behind them became covered with mist through which it was impossible to exit. Reaching the very center, they heard something creeping above them. Raising their gazes, they saw a bony creature clinging with all four limbs to a stone column. The remains of skin hung from the creature's back, partially resembling a bloodied hood from which blood dripped. The face under this leather bloodied hood partially resembled both a human and a beast. The blood-starved beast resembled a very thin mangy werewolf and at the same time a completely different creature. And while Alex and Alucard looked at this creature, the blood-starved beast looked back at them. It let out a loud howl and immediately pushed off from the stone column it was clinging to and attacked them. At the very last moment Alex and Alucard jumped in different directions, dodging the blood-starved beast's leap. Carmilla, are you sure you want to make such a creature your familiar? It's quite disgusting, Alex said with disgust, looking at the blood-starved beast. Really? To me it's the most ordinary creature. So don't interfere with me taming my new doggy. Go do what you came here for, Alucard said, lazily waving her hand. Finishing her conversation with Alex, Alucard immediately shifted her gaze to the blood-starved beast, which was slowly creeping toward her like a predator on a hunt. Seeing such behavior from the monster, Alucard slightly licked her lips and returned to her previous form. In her hands immediately appeared a saw axe, and in the other, a hunter's blunderbuss. Baring her sharp teeth in a bloodthirsty smile, Alucard instantly appeared next to the blood-starved beast and pressed the barrel of the blunderbuss to its face, firing instantly. The mercury shot hit the beast's face point blank, and it let out a loud screech, beginning to swing its limbs. Dodging the blows, Alucard jumped over the blood-starved beast. Finding herself directly above it, she fired again from the blunderbuss, this time into its back. Another portion of mercury shot hit the beast's back. But together with the wound to the back, the blood-starved beast began to spray poison around itself. Seeing the cloud of poison, Alucard jumped back, quickly reloading the blunderbuss. So that's the kind of poison inside you. Understood, Alucard said, realizing that inside the blood-starved beast was poison that prevented blood clotting. After the wound to the back, the blood-starved beast began to splash poison around itself. The reason was that Alucard's shot had damaged the poison sac located in the leather hood hanging over the beast's face. But even if this poison affected blood, it did not bother Alucard at all, it would cause her no inconvenience. Stopping spraying poison, the blood-starved beast stared at Alucard and sharply jumped toward her. Seeing the speed at which the beast began to move, Alucard was quite surprised. She stepped aside at the last moment, dodging the lunge. But the blood-starved beast's claws still caught her clothes, leaving a long tear on her chest. Seeing that the beast had managed to tear her clothes, Alucard was quite impressed. It became faster. That's very good. Now I definitely want you to become my doggy, Alucard said, licking her lips and looking at the blood-starved beast. Carmilla, don't overdo it. And don't let it mutate, Alex shouted, sitting on the altar and spinning the golden chalice in his hands. Alucard quickly looked at Alex and, continuing to look at him, fired directly into the mouth of the blood-starved beast that had lunged at her. The mercury shot hit the beast's mouth directly and flew out of the back of its head. The blood-starved beast began to convulse, swinging its paws and leaving claw marks everywhere on the stone columns and floor. Alucard, however, stood horizontally on one of the columns, calmly watching as the blood-starved beast in a fit of rage destroyed everything around it. Still standing on the column, she noticed that the more wounds the beast received, the faster it became. Alucard shifted her gaze to Alex, who was lying on the altar with his leg hanging down, examining the golden cup in the moonlight and slightly swinging his leg. Hearing Alucard's thoughts, Alex put down the golden chalice, took the magic musket out of his inventory and, without turning his head, fired at the blood-starved beast. The magic bullet began to inflict wounds, piercing the beast's body through and through. And in the next instant the entire body of the blood-starved beast was torn to pieces, its limbs flew in different directions, and the beast's carcass itself was even more mutilated. I didn't ask you to kill it, Alucard said, looking at the mutilated corpse of the blood-starved beast in the center of the hall. You said, make holes in it, so I made them, Alex replied, sitting down on the altar and propping his cheek with his fist. And where am I supposed to find the next toy? If you killed this one? Alucard asked, jumping off the column and looking at Alex. I know the location of two more. A revived electric werewolf skeleton and a saint who is supposed to turn into a monster. Choose any, Alex said, raising 2 fingers. A saint and a werewolf. Quite a meager choice, Alucard said, leaning on the altar where Alex was sitting. For now, only this. These are the closest monsters at the moment. You can't handle the others yet, Alex replied, jumping off the altar and standing next to her. Oh. For example, with whom? Alucard asked with an intrigued smile. For example, with that amygdala creature that you feel but don't see, Alex said, lighting a messenger lantern and starting to leave to exit the destroyed church. Alucard raised an eyebrow and smirked, following him. She was curious what that creature was like, whose presence she sensed but could not see. When Alex and Alucard approached the corpse of the blood-starved beast, the black cat ran in through the entrance to the destroyed church, looking at them with an offended gaze. Alex smiled embarrassedly and picked up the black cat in his arms, while Alucard lightly ran her fingers over its head. But this did not stop the black cat from rolling its eyes, showing that it was still angry for being forced to run all over Old Yarnum and collect the blood echoes of all the killed monsters. Seeing another monster corpse, the black cat rolled its eyes and opened its mouth to absorb the blood echoes of the killed blood-starved beast. Leaving the destroyed church, Alex took Alucard by the hand and took a step. In the next moment they found themselves in the same place where they had begun their path in Old Yarnum. That was somehow quick, Alex said, looking at Old Yarnum below. Even very quick. I didn't even have time to enjoy this place, Alucard said, leaning on Alex's shoulder while he hugged her around the waist. We can stay and breathe in the smell of burning bodies. I love that smell so much, Alex said in an exaggerated tone, turning his head toward Alucard. Better let's go visit that saint you mentioned, Alucard replied, chuckling slightly at his tone. I'll just conduct another experiment. Since we're heading for Amelia, Alex said, stroking his chin. Alucard looked at Alex with an amused gaze, especially at how he called saving a woman an experiment. Alex ignored her look and took another step. At that same moment they found themselves in the cathedral ward, near Eden's chapel. Right in the place where there was a view of Amygdala, the second one clinging to the wall. Seeing Amygdala once again, Alex flipped the middle finger at this deity. Amygdala herself continued to look at him and did not react in any way to his gesture, only watching him intently with her many eyes. Alucard looked at Alex, wondering what this creature had done to make her husband react to it like that. But Alex himself clearly was not going to answer that question. He simply did not like how Amygdala looked, especially the way it stared at him. Stopping paying attention to Amygdala, Alex and Alucard entered Eden's chapel. And as soon as they entered, they saw that the previously closed doors were now open. Alex reached into his pocket, took out a pocket watch and looked at the time. Remembering what was behind this door, he looked pleadingly at his wife. Seeing his look, Alucard nodded her head, also showing interest in what was behind this door. To be continued. I saw no reason to drag out my exploration of Old Yarnum because there's nothing interesting there, including the encounters with the boss, who's terribly boring. I think I'll leave some moments off-screen to avoid dragging things out even further. But as I recall, if you do everything right, you can literally shorten a long journey. Of course, you can't do this in the game, but Alex and Alucard can. So you could call it a partial speedrun of the locations. And now it's time for food, sweets, and TV. Peace, love, and it was quick. Chapter 664, Chapter 663, A Small Adventure with My Wife and a Gift for the Doll. Returning to the Eden Chapel, Alex and Alucard saw that the door, which had previously been closed, was now open for some reason. Alex immediately reached into his pocket and pulled out his pocket watch. After checking the time, he remembered that killing the blood-starved beast was also an important factor in advancing the cycle forward. And most importantly, thanks to the death of that creature, the door leading to the places Alex needed was now open. The first place was the upper cathedral ward, through which lay the path to one of the great ones named Abradas. The second place was the old abandoned workshop, where 2 very important items necessary for Alex's plans could be found. Alucard, standing next to Alex, heard his thoughts and narrowed her eyes slightly, realizing what lay beyond the previously closed door. She was especially interested in this so-called Great One located beneath the upper cathedral ward. She was curious what kind of creature it was, how strong it was, and how exciting the battle against Abradas would be. While Alex quickly formed a route plan and Alucard carefully followed the flow of his thoughts, Vivian was watching them from behind the stone railing, leaning on it with her small hands. As a child, she was also curious about what was behind those ancient doors that had suddenly opened. But she was an obedient child, so she didn't approach them and simply watched from afar. Putting the pocket watch back into his pocket, Alex noticed Vivian's attention as she cautiously peeked at them. A warm smile appeared on Alex's face, and he waved his hand. Vivian responded with a bright smile and waved back lightly. Having lifted his mood thanks to the adorable Vivian, Alex looked at Alucard, wondering if she was ready to move on. Alucard looked at him with a calm gaze and nodded, showing that she was ready. Seeing that Alucard was also prepared to continue, Alex waved goodbye to Vivian and walked forward. Passing through the doors, Alex and Alucard climbed the stairs and stepped onto a stone platform that could take them upward. Stepping onto the platform, Alex pressed the tile, and it began to slowly rise. First up, then up again, then down, Alex muttered, recalling the route. Do you really need to constantly remind yourself where to go? Alucard asked, shifting her gaze to him. I'm just repeating the plan. We still have many places ahead to visit. That's why I'm working out the right route, Alex replied, shaking his head and gathering his thoughts. And, as I understand it, you're planning to drag me through all these places, Alucard said, looking at Alex with a slight smile. You guessed correctly, my love. But I'm only interested in a few locations, the Hunter's Nightmare and a couple of others, Alex said thoughtfully, tapping his finger on his chin. As you wish, my love. For now, everything suits me. I'm also curious to see what else this world has to offer. And whether these creatures are really as strong as you think they are, Alucard said in a cheerful tone, tapping her nails on Alex's shoulder. Alex nodded with a smile on his face after hearing his wife's words and began listening to the characteristic sound of the elevator platform continuing to rise toward the Healing Church workshop tower. Listening to the sound, which resembled granite being dragged across tiles, Alex raised his gaze. He realized they had arrived when the elevator platform stopped at the very top. Seeing the passage in front of him that led into the workshop, Alex stepped through it first, followed by Alucard. They had barely left the small corridor when gunfire opened up on them. Alex stood in front of Alucard, and all the mercury bullets fired at him began to bounce off and fall to the floor. Alucard peeked out from behind Alex's shoulder and saw an old man sitting in a wheelchair, holding a machine gun. Adjusting his hunter attire, Alex approached the old man and punched him in the face while simultaneously taking away the antique six-barreled machine gun. After knocking out the old man with the gun, Alex walked around him, placed his hands on the handles of the wheelchair, and began pushing it. What an interesting greeting they have here, Alucard said with an amused smile, looking at the beaten old man in the wheelchair. It's roughly the same way they greet people arriving on Pandora. Only there they usually also shout something like, I want to see your inner world, so let me get you. And so on, Alex said, slowly starting to push the wheelchair. Really? What an interesting planet Pandora is, Alucard said, showing interest in such a place. The scenery there is beautiful, and the people are quite specific, even if they're insane in a way. Alright, we can keep going. I'll just toss this old man off the cliff first, Alex said, pushing the wheelchair to the stairs leading to the bridge. Why? Wouldn't it be simpler to just kill him and move on? Alucard asked, raising an eyebrow. Does a person need a reason to throw someone off a tower? I just want to, Alex replied, shrugging and giving Alucard a look that said, isn't it obvious? Hearing Alex's answer, Alucard burst into loud laughter. She also believed that if you wanted to do something, why would you need a reason? Without much effort, Alex dragged the wheelchair with the old man up the stairs. Before rolling it onto the bridge, Alex took out his hunter pistol and stepped onto the bridge first. Raising his gaze, he fired several quick shots upward. A moment later, several bodies with muskets fell from the upper floors of the tower, plummeting to the bottom. Alex quickly stepped aside and grabbed the nape of a Yarnum resident who had lunged at him. He immediately slammed the attacker's face onto the sharp iron spike of the fence. The spike pierced straight through the head and came out the back of the skull. Alex raised his gaze again and examined the tower more carefully. It was an ordinary round tower, except that it connected two districts. Once again, Alex couldn't help but wonder who the genius was who had designed such labyrinthine architecture. Stopping thinking about the local architecture, Alex turned back and looked at Alucard. She immediately kicked the wheelchair with the old man toward him. The wheelchair rolled up to Alex, and he began pushing it further. After dragging the wheelchair up another set of stairs, Alex took a grenade with silver needles from his pocket and threw it into the room. There was an explosion and the whistle of flying silver needles that killed everyone inside. Peeking into the tower room, Alex saw only bodies mutilated by the silver needles. After killing everyone on this floor of the tower who could interfere with him, Alex turned the wheelchair around to give it momentum. Taking aim, he pushed the wheelchair, which quickly began rolling toward the edge of the tower. Right at the edge, the old man Alex had knocked out regained consciousness. At that very moment, the wheelchair flew over the edge and plummeted downward. A second later, there was a distinct thud of a body hitting a hard surface that echoed through the area. Alex and Alucard walked to the edge and looked down at the old man who had crashed into a gravestone below. Well, that wasn't as fun as I expected. I was hoping for, how should I put it, something more, Alex said, lighting a cigarette, squatting at the edge, and looking down. Try aiming better next time. For example, at that tree over there. The sound of flesh impaling on tree branches is hard to mistake for anything else, Alucard said with a cheerful smile, pointing at the dry tree below. Then maybe you'll join in. Let's play a game while we're up here. The loser carries the winner, Alex said with a playful smile. And that's all. Fine, I'll play your game. But I'll take a different prize, Alucard said, kissing Alex on the lips. Alex smirked and followed Alucard, who had already entered the tower room. Once inside, they began climbing the stairs in search of their next victim for the little game. After going up the stairs, Alucard killed a Yharnam resident with a musket who had shot her in the head. Alucard's head jerked slightly to the side from the mercury bullet that struck her temple. Alucard slowly turned her gaze to the one who had shot her. She looked him in the eyes and slightly lowered her red glasses to stare directly at him. The pentagram on Alucard's gloves glowed faintly, and the Yharnam resident's eyes turned red as he pressed the barrel of his musket to his own chin. In the next instant, he shot himself in the chin. Alex, seeing how Alucard had killed the resident, smirked slightly. Interesting method. Did you hypnotize the second one for company? Alex said, pointing at another old man in a wheelchair with a machine gun attached to it. I need a toy to participate in your little game. I wouldn't want to break it too early, Alucard said, slowly approaching the old man. Alex tilted his head to the side and nodded, finding it logical. Alucard began slowly pushing the wheelchair outside, and Alex decided to go out first. As soon as Alex stepped out, there was a loud gunshot, and his head jerked backward. When Alex leaned back forward, he had a large mercury bullet clenched between his teeth, and his angry gaze was fixed on the old man in the wheelchair holding a large caliber musket. Alex's eyelid twitched slightly, and he crushed the mercury bullet with his teeth. Before the old man could reload his musket, Alex had already approached. Snatching the large caliber musket from the old man's hands and throwing it aside, Alex grabbed him by the collar and punched him in the face. There was the sound of cracking bones, and the old man's face caved inward from Alex's blow. After shattering the old man's skull, Alex released him, throwing him back into the wheelchair. Alucard watched all this with an amused smile on her face. Old bastard, who the hell shoots people in the face the moment they step out? He could have at least shouted something for decency, Alex said irritably, looking at the unconscious old man with a caved-in face. It was funny watching your head jerk, Alucard said, pushing the second old man in the wheelchair. The main thing is that you had fun, Carmilla. All right, game time. Whoever impales their old man on the tree wins, Alex said with a cheerful smile, turning the wheelchair around. It's been a long time since I played games, Alucard said, clear amusement in her eyes. I would say something, but I'm afraid you'll decide to throw me off this tower next, Alex said dryly. In response to Alex's words, a tender smile appeared on Alucard's face that hinted she might actually do it. Clearing his throat dryly, Alex rolled the wheelchair aside, giving Alucard space to push hers off the edge of the tower. Alucard positioned the wheelchair in front of her and lightly pushed it with her finger. The wheelchair began rolling forward until it reached the edge. At that moment, the old man in the wheelchair fell off the edge and began plummeting downward. Thanks to their sharp hearing, they could hear everything. A moment later came the sickening sound of flesh being pierced by tree branches. Hearing that unmistakable sound, Alucard looked at Alex with a slight smile that said, I win. In response, Alex raised a finger, showing that the game wasn't over yet. Pushing the wheelchair with the old man, Alex watched as it slowly rolled toward the edge. A moment later, the old man and his wheelchair were falling downward. Another moment later, the sound of flesh impaling on the branches of the dry tree was heard again. Alex and Alucard walked to the edge and looked down. They saw the bodies of two old men impaled on the branches of the old dry tree below, their guts wrapped around the branches and blood slowly dripping downward. A draw? Alex asked with a smirk. Fine, a draw. I admit, it was somewhat entertaining, Alucard said with a smile, looking down. I'm afraid many people wouldn't agree with you, Alex said casually, shrugging and lighting a cigarette. Why should I care about other people's opinions? Alucard asked, slowly turning her head toward Alex. That's not what I meant. All right, since we're done playing, let's go up. I'll take what I need, and then we'll head down, Alex said, exhaling cigarette smoke. Then carry me, Alucard said, stretching her arms toward Alex. Weren't you going to take a different prize for winning? Alex asked with a cheerful smile, looking at Alucard who was reaching out to him. Prize? I just want what I want, Alucard said with a carefree smile, wrapping her arms around Alex's neck and hanging on him. Alex nodded automatically and lifted Alucard into his arms. Walking a bit further along the outer side of the tower, Alex jumped upward and landed on the top floor. Circling the tower once more along the outside, Alex carried Alucard in his arms until he reached the entrance. Entering the room, Alex expected to see crazed hunters who were supposed to guard this place. But all he and Alucard saw was a spacious round room with a passage leading further, where at the end was a closed door that led to the upper cathedral ward. Looking around, Alex saw only empty coffins and the familiar gloomy dark atmosphere typical of any such place in Yharnam. But none of that interested Alex, he had come here for only one thing. His gaze fell on a small wooden box with exquisite carvings. Setting Alucard down, Alex approached the box and picked it up. When he opened it, a faint light hit his eyes, making him squint slightly. Looking closer, Alex saw a silver pendant glowing with moonlight, resembling a sword and a cross. Jackpot. This is exactly what I needed, Alex said with a smirk, taking out the Radiant Sword Hunter badge. I still don't understand why you're collecting these hunter badges. What's the use of them? Or is it just your desire to add to your extensive collection of useless things? Alucard asked, resting her chin on Alex's shoulder and looking at the Radiant Sword Hunter badge in his hands. While you were sleeping, I learned that if you give these hunter badges to the Bath messengers, you can exchange them for blood echoes to get various items, including weapons, Alex said, putting the hunter badge into the pocket of his coat. So that's what you meant by bargaining with the messengers. Now I'm curious what it looks like, Alucard said, showing interest in the new thing. So far I've only collected 5 out of 11 hunter badges, Alex said, shaking his head. Since you're done, maybe we should head down like you said. Alucard asked, showing that she was starting to get bored. Of course, follow me. I'll show you something interesting, Alex said, beckoning Alucard to follow. Alucard knew that if Alex said he would show something interesting, then it truly was. Leaving the room, Alex jumped down instead of going back the same way. Alucard jumped after him and landed beside him on the bridge. Waiting for Alucard, Alex went first and turned right at the tower entrance. Reaching a hole in the floor, Alex jumped down and continued walking without stopping. He walked along the edge of the tower until he reached another entrance leading to a special room. Alucard entered after Alex and stood beside him. Alex stood at the edge of a wooden platform and looked down. He saw rows of wooden platforms that had once been stairs used by hunters and for delivering resources to the workshop. But after the hunter workshop was closed, this place had fallen into disrepair, and no one visited or maintained it anymore. Everything was destroyed, and the only reminders that someone had once been here were the old wooden platforms and empty barrels. Alex's gaze wandered across the place until he spotted the desired door. We need to go there. Through that door, Alex said, pointing at the barely noticeable door in the center of the deep tower. And what's so interesting behind that door? Alucard asked with slight boredom in her voice. You'll see soon. Now jump after me. But be careful. The boards rotted long ago, and one wrong step and we'll fall down, Alex said with a wide smile, turning his head toward Alucard. After finishing speaking, Alex didn't wait for Alucard's reaction. He jumped forward, grabbed the wall with his fingers, and began sliding downward. Alex slid down the wall, leaving a clear trail from his fingers on the stone surface. Sliding along the wall to the right spot, he pushed off and jumped onto a wooden platform. Carefully landing on the old wooden platform, Alex looked at the door, and anticipation grew inside him for what he was about to open. But before opening the doors, Alex wanted to wait for Alucard. Raising his gaze, he didn't see his wife above until he heard slow footsteps from above. Turning toward the sound, Alex saw Alucard slowly walking down the wall with her hands in her pockets, her long black hair hanging calmly downward. Descending to Alex, Alucard pushed off the wall and landed softly beside him. Once Alucard was down, Alex could no longer wait and looked like a child about to open a present. Carefully placing his hands on the exquisite wooden doors, he began to slowly open them, savoring the process. Can you go faster? Alucard asked, already tired of watching Alex slowly open the doors. Don't ruin the moment, my love. This place is part of my plan, and 2 very important things are stored here, Alex said, fully opening the doors. Alucard only narrowed her eyes and said nothing more. When Alex finally opened the doors, there was a staircase leading downward behind them. Alex stepped forward and began descending the steps. The lower he went, the more interest he showed in this place. When they reached the bottom, Alucard lowered her glasses in surprise, recognizing the place they had come to. She saw an identical location to the one in the hunter's dream, except this place looked long abandoned and old. Everything was identical, except for the hunter's graves that existed in the hunter's dream. At the same time, Alucard felt something inside her change for a brief moment. It was a minor change that was hard to notice, so she didn't pay much attention to it and simply looked around. I admit, this is indeed interesting, Alucard said, stopping her inspection and looking at Alex. This is where Gehrman spent his last days in madness and despair, Alex said, starting to walk forward. So this is where he made his deal. Amusing. Very amusing, Alucard said with a contemptuous smile. The only place he considered his home became a cage for him. That really is funny, Alex said, shaking his head and walking along the path. Alex walked along the stone path where grass had already sprouted. Climbing this path, he saw the only grave in this place. Approaching the grave, Alex squatted down and snapped his fingers to repair the tombstone. After restoring the tombstone, Alex realized whose it was. It was the grave of Lawrence, Gehrman's only close friend, whom he had lost. Taking out a moonflower from his inventory, Alex placed it on Lawrence's grave. Alucard watched all this and didn't interfere with Alex's affairs. After placing the moonflower on the grave, Alex sighed slightly. He understood that a person who had lost everything would eventually fall into despair and might do the unthinkable. Shaking his head, Alex entered the workshop, and his eyes immediately fell on the ritual table, which was covered with various papers. On top of them stood a vessel containing 1/3 of umbilical cord. The umbilical cord itself resembled a dried worm with eyes all over its body. Before Alucard could see the item, Alex quickly put it into a box and then into his inventory. Alucard, however, was looking at the doll lying in the corner of the workshop. "You weren't talking about this important thing, were you?" "Your doll is just a doll here," Alucard asked, lifting the doll by the collar. "Yes, this is one of the two important things. There should also be a golden hair comb that belonged to Maria. And don't damage the doll," Alex said, looking around. "What are you planning to do with it? Keep it for your collection like some pervert?" Alucard asked with a smirk, slightly shaking the doll she was holding. "No. I'll tell you later. It's all part of my evil plan to awaken emotions in the doll," Alex said with a serious expression. "An evil plan to save a damsel in distress. You really are a villain, my love," Alucard said, placing the doll back in the corner. "Yeah. I'm a real villain. Now I'll find the comb. Then we can move on, or we can return to the hunter's dream so you can absorb the blood echoes," Alex said, beginning to rummage through the old cabinets. "If you want to please your doll, just say so." "No need to make up excuses," Alucard said in a lazy tone, watching her husband dig through the drawers. "What if I say you'll get a chance to fight a false god?" Alex asked, turning his head toward Alucard. Hearing Alex's words, Alucard narrowed her eyes and removed her red glasses from her face. She immediately looked him in the eyes. Alucard didn't deny that the offer to fight a god had interested her. She was very curious what this creature was capable of. From Alex's thoughts, she understood that such beings were very strong and dangerous and in no way comparable to any monster she had dealt with before. Inside Alucard, the desire to fight this false god and kill it began to awaken. Alex saw a smile growing on Alucard's face. And he realized he had managed to make his wife reconsider her priorities. Giving his wife time to think, Alex continued searching for the golden comb. Continuing to rummage through the drawers, Alex managed to find the golden comb in a drawer where it was buried under a stack of old books. Throwing the old books aside, Alex took the golden comb in his hand and narrowed his eyes in pleasure. "You were talking about that creature you flip off every time you see it?" Alucard asked to clarify her assumption after thinking. "Yes, I was talking about Amygdala. To reach her, you need to be on the border of the nightmare. She lives there. But to get there, everything has to be done correctly," Alex said, nodding and putting the golden comb into the pouch on his back while storing the doll in his inventory. "Hunting a false god. I like how that sounds. I wonder what a god's blood tastes like," Alucard said, lightly licking her lips. "Then it's decided. First, we'll return to the hunter's dream. And then go hunting," Alex said, smiling widely and baring his sharp teeth. Alucard mirrored Alex's smile, and they both laughed. Stopping their laughter, Alex approached the messenger lamp and lit it to return to the hunter's dream. Alucard walked up to Alex and wrapped her arms around his neck, lightly running her tongue along his neck. Still smiling, Alex placed his hand on the lamp, and beneath their feet appeared an ephemeral puddle into which the messengers pulled them. A moment later, they were already in the hunter's dream. Stopping her embrace of Alex, Alucard pushed him in the back. Alex understood what his wife wanted and walked over to the bath messenger. Approaching the bath messenger, Alex threw the 3 hunter badges he had found into the murky gray water. Alucard stood behind Alex, hugging his neck with her chin resting on his shoulder and watching the entire process. A moment later, messengers emerged from the bath, wearing miniature copies of the hunter badges around their necks. The messengers immediately began offering various items, wanting to sell them. "What do we do next?" Alucard asked, turning her head and resting her cheek on Alex's shoulder. "You need to throw blood echoes into the water. And ask for what you need. Though I still haven't figured out what determines the price and all that," Alex explained the trading process with the messengers. "It turned out simpler than I thought." "All right, let's go. I want to absorb the blood echoes as quickly as possible and start the hunt for the false god," Alucard said, pulling Alex by the hand. Alucard dragged Alex into the hunter's workshop, where he saw the doll sleeping on a chair by the workbench, her head lowered with her eyes closed. Alex approached the sleeping doll and squatted slightly to look at her sleeping face. He gently touched her cheek to wake her. The moment Alex's hand touched the doll's cheek, her eyes immediately opened, and she raised her gaze to Alex, who was very close. A small ripple passed through the doll's eyes when she saw Alex's face so near. Without realizing it, she pressed her cheek against Alex's palm, which was still resting on her cheek. "Ah, welcome home, good hunter. I seem to have dozed off. Do you need my help? The doll said in a quiet, gentle voice, placing her doll-like hand over Alex's. I don't need anything right now. I brought you a gift, Alex said, moving his hand behind his back to take out the golden comb from his pouch. A gift? For me? Why? The doll asked, tilting her head slightly to the side. Alex smiled slightly and took out the golden comb from the pouch on his back. He extended the golden comb toward the doll. She lowered her gaze and looked at the golden comb resting on Alex's palm. The doll carefully reached out and touched the golden comb with her finger. A real storm of emotion she didn't understand was happening inside her. But this golden comb seemed so familiar and precious to her. The doll carefully took the golden comb in her hands and pressed it to her chest as if something very important had returned to her. I can't remember anything, only I feel longing. I've never felt anything like this before. What's happening to me? Tell me, what is this feeling inside me? Is it joy? The doll said, raising her gaze to Alex, hoping he would have the answer. Is this feeling you're experiencing pleasant? Alex asked, continuing to look into the doll's gray eyes. I feel warmth in my chest. This warmth. It's pleasant, like your touch. I like this warm feeling. As if something important to me has returned. The doll said quietly, once again trying to understand her emotions. These feelings can be called joy. When you find something important to you. Try to remember this feeling, Alex said with a smile, removing his palm from the doll's cheek. The doll looked at Alex and extended her doll-like hand, placing it on Alex's cheek the same way he had done with her. She gently ran her fingers across his cheek, as if this was her way of showing gratitude for what he had done for her. Alex smiled slightly, allowing the doll to stroke his cheek. Alucard, meanwhile, sat on her coffin and watched this with an amused expression in her eyes. She was curious what the doll would eventually become under Alex's influence, since even Integra and Sarah's had changed, and now another woman, even if not human, was changing before her eyes. Alucard wanted to know how long it would take her husband to change a being like the doll. Leaning forward, Alucard propped her cheek on her fist and smiled slightly, licking her lips. Alucard had found another activity she was starting to enjoy, watching her husband change the people around him. After all, even she had changed under his influence. And she didn't deny that it was very interesting. To be continued. Yeah, I wanted to speed things up, but damn, some things need to happen gradually. Just like Alex and Alucard's walk through the workshop, finding the old hunter's workshop, and the gift for doll. I think after killing Amygdala, Alex will go after Maria. And then I'll speed things up even more. What I definitely don't want to describe is the damn wandering through the forest, and I certainly don't want to describe the entire wandering through the nightmare border. And so, this is the plan for now. Kill Vicar Amelia, Amygdala, go to the hunter's nightmare, and then we'll figure out the rest. I think that's it. I'll go get something to eat. Peace, love, and you fell from the tower yourself. Chapter 665, Chapter 664, The Grand Cathedral and Vicar Amelia. Alex and Alucard were in the hunter's workshop after visiting the Healing Church workshop and finding Gehrman's old workshop, where he had spent his final days. In that old workshop, Alex had found several useful items that would help him carry out his plans. And now he was busy separating pure blood echoes from the contaminated ones so that Alucard could absorb them without any issues. While Alex was occupied with separating the blood echoes, Alucard sat on her coffin with mild boredom, watching the process. She had already grown used to such care from her husband, so she didn't interfere and simply waited, feeling slightly bored. The only one doing nothing was the doll, who was staring at the golden comb in her hands that Alex had given her. All this time, the doll hadn't taken her eyes off the golden comb, slowly stroking it with her doll-like fingers. As before, she was trying to understand the new emotions she had never experienced. And this golden comb was the cause of these strange sensations. Are you done? Alucard asked in a bored tone, stroking the black cat that sat beside her on the coffin. Almost. Luckily, this time you won't have to fall asleep. Your body has fully adapted to this kind of blood, Alex said, turning his head slightly to look at Alucard. Alucard noticed Alex's thoughtful gaze, and a small smile flashed across her face. She stopped stroking the black cat and stood up from her spot. Alucard walked over to Alex and hugged him from behind, wrapping her arms around his neck. She leaned closer and exhaled a cloud of cold mist into his ear. Feeling Alucard's breath, Alex finished separating the blood echoes and turned his head, raising an eyebrow slightly as he wondered what was going on. You have the face of someone whose plans to play explorer have been ruined because I didn't fall asleep, Alucard said, placing her palm on Alex's cheek. You're wrong. My plans are moving exactly in the direction I need. Don't forget that I have assistants, Alex replied with a cheerful smile, poking Alucard's nose with his finger. Ah, yes. You mean them. And since you're finished, I assume you won't mind if I take what belongs to me. Alucard said, running her nail along Alex's neck. Of course. And while you absorb the blood echoes, I'll go get my new weapon. And at the same time, I'll put the chalice back in its place, Alex said, extending his palm with the purified blood echoes resting on it. Alucard took the crystallized blood echoes from Alex's palm and immediately tossed it into her mouth like candy. Once again, Alucard noticed that absorbing blood echoes felt completely different from how she used to absorb blood in the past. She couldn't help but notice that the sensation was similar, yet the effect was entirely different. Sitting back down on her black coffin, Alucard waved her hand at Alex, showing that she had finished absorbing the blood echoes. Alex raised an eyebrow slightly and activated his magical vision to see what was happening inside Alucard. Not seeing any drastic changes, he stroked his chin and nodded. Getting up from the workbench, Alex walked over to the bath messenger to collect his new toys. Rolling the contaminated blood echoes between his fingers, Alex left the workshop. But he didn't go alone. As soon as he stood up, the doll followed him, walking a couple of steps behind. Alucard, who was watching this, stared intently at the doll's back. After absorbing another batch of blood echoes, Alucard had begun to understand the doll's nature better. Even if it was still hidden behind a very thick, impenetrable veil. It wasn't difficult for Alucard to figure out what was happening to her. But it didn't bother her, she was simply enjoying the process. Indeed. This is very interesting. Will I eventually see the world the way he does, or not? Interesting. Don't you think so, little one? Alucard muttered, stroking the black cat sitting next to her. Meow. The black cat meowed under Alucard's gentle strokes. You're quite a wise creature for someone who only recently appeared. At least smarter than that idiot Sarah's, Alucard said with a smile, narrowing her eyes as she continued to pet the black cat. Meow. The black cat meowed, rolling its eyes. As you say, Alucard replied, picking up the black cat by the scruff and placing it on her lap. While Alucard was busy talking to the black cat, Alex had already received his new weapon. He was near the graves, swinging Ludwig's holy blade. Ludwig's sword was an elegant silver blade with a curved guard and decorative runic engravings on the sword. But the main feature of this silver sword lay in its massive silver scabbard, which could also be used as a weapon, transforming it into a massive greatsword. After swinging Ludwig's holy blade a few times, Alex smiled and slung it over his back. Alex enjoyed collecting weapons that looked beautiful in his eyes but were also dangerous. He stored all the other weapons he had bought from the bath messenger in his inventory. While Alex was enjoying his new toy, the doll watched him without once looking away. You handle such weapons very well, dear hunter, the doll said, clapping her hands lightly as she observed Alex. It's not difficult for me. And why did you change the way you address me? Before, you called me good hunter, Alex said, walking up to the doll and leaning forward slightly to look into her eyes. It felt like it would be right. I don't know why. But it seems like it should be this way. I can stop if it displeases you, the doll said in a quiet voice, looking Alex in the eyes. Call me whatever feels comfortable to you. As long as it makes you happy, Alex said, shrugging lightly and poking the doll's nose with his finger. Once again, the doll froze from Alex's action. When he touched her cheek with his palm, it caused a warm and pleasant feeling inside her. But when he poked her nose with his finger, it triggered completely different emotions that she would also have to understand. The doll stared intently into Alex's multicolored eyes and repeated his gesture, poking his nose with her finger, even though she didn't understand the meaning of the action. Seeing the doll repeat his gesture, Alex chuckled softly and shook his head. Because of Alex's laughter, the doll tilted her head, thinking she had done something wrong. But seeing the smile on his face, the doll unconsciously smiled slightly at the corners of her lips. May I ask you for something? The doll suddenly asked, staring intently at Alex. What is it? Do you need something? Or do you want to tell me something? Alex asked, tilting his head to the side. May I repeat the gesture that the hunter with noble blood made? The doll asked, bringing her doll-like face closer to Alex. Sure, just don't do anything weird, Alex said, shrugging, not wanting to refuse the doll. The doll nodded slightly and extended her doll-like arms, wrapping them around Alex's neck. She hugged him and leaned against him, fully replicating the gesture she had seen Alucard make. She was curious what it was called and why the feeling was so pleasant. Alex himself was pleasantly surprised that the doll had decided to hug him at that moment. But he understood that time flowed differently in the hunter's dream. Alex had already seen the changes in the doll's gray eyes and how emotions were gradually bringing her to life. And he saw nothing wrong with the doll experiencing more emotions instead of remaining a helper doll who only guided and assisted hunters. Alex wrapped his arms around the doll's waist, allowing her to fully understand what a hug felt like. What is this gesture called? The doll asked, continuing to hug Alex around the neck. It's called a hug. Sometimes people hug the person they love, sometimes a friend or family member. Each hug has its own meaning. But sometimes you just want to hug someone. Like right now. You simply wanted to hug me, even without knowing what the gesture meant, Alex said, leaning back a little to look into the doll's eyes. It's a strange but pleasant gesture. It's coming. And being this close, I can feel your heartbeat, dear hunter. The beating of your heart is soothing, the doll said, placing her palm on Alex's chest. Yeah, just don't squeeze your hand while it's on my chest. Otherwise you'll turn into a pervert, Alex said with a light laugh, wanting to joke a little. Hearing Alex's words, the doll tilted her head in confusion, not understanding why he said that or what turn into a pervert meant. Noticing that the doll didn't understand his joke, Alex cleared his throat dryly and pretended he hadn't said anything. After standing like that for a little longer, the doll stopped hugging Alex. As soon as she lowered her arms, she felt that pleasant warm feeling inside her suddenly disappear. Feeling a strange sense of loss, the doll looked at Alex, and once again she wanted to hug him. Before she could do so, a mocking cough sounded behind them. Alex leaned slightly to the side and saw Alucard standing at the entrance to the workshop with an amused smile on her face, stroking the black cat that lay in her arms. The doll turned and tilted her head slightly. You look like a villainess from old movies right now, Alex said, jerking his chin toward Alucard. If I've interrupted you hugging your little doll, then you can consider me a villainess, Alucard said, beginning to descend the stairs. So you did it on purpose? Alex clarified, raising an eyebrow. Of course, my love. And since you're finished, shall we go? Alucard said, walking up to Alex and placing the black cat on his head. Seeing the smile on Alucard's face, Alex understood that she simply enjoyed acting this way. And what pleased Alex was that at least Alucard didn't react like Zhanya, who would try to kill him in a fit of jealousy every time. Hearing her husband's thoughts, Alucard raised her hand and ran her nail along Alex's neck, giving him a hint that she simply hadn't started yet. Pursing his lips, Alex gave Alucard an empty look, which made her laugh as she stroked his cheek. Sighing once again, Alex shifted his gaze to the doll, who was once again staring intently at his interaction with Alucard, as if memorizing every tiny detail. All Alex hoped for at that moment was that the doll wouldn't pick up anything bad from Alucard. Sighing, Alex shook his head, because dealing with girls like this wasn't new to him. He already had experience with his red and white wives, which had once given him headaches. We're going hunting, doll. Don't get too bored without us, Alex said, walking toward the gravestone to return to Yarnum. Have a good hunt, dear hunter. And may the blood echoes guide your way, the doll said, bowing slightly. Heh. Dear hunter. Amusing, Alucard said, narrowing her eyes at Alex. Alex cleared his throat dryly and grabbed Alucard's hand. Waving goodbye to the doll, Alex placed his hand on the gravestone. At that moment, an ephemeral puddle appeared beneath Alex and Alucard's feet and began to pull them in. All this time, Alucard looked at Alex with a cheerful smile, genuinely amused by his behavior. Alex tried to ignore that look while the messengers transported them to Yarnum. A moment later, Alex and Alucard found themselves back in the old hunter's workshop. Realizing where they were, Alex frowned slightly because he had thought they would be taken to the Eden Chapel, not here. Lighting a cigarette, Alex tried to figure out why they had been sent here instead of where he had been thinking. I don't understand something, Alex said, exhaling cigarette smoke. Another one of your theories? Go on, I'm listening, Alucard said, leaving the old workshop. These messenger lamps are supposed to serve as beacons for the messengers. And when we were being transported, I was thinking about the Eden Chapel. But they sent us back to where we left from, Alex said, catching up with Alucard so they could leave the old workshop. Maybe you should stop thinking and start saying it out loud. Or do you think that with all the protection on your body, these little ones can still read your mind? Alucard asked, giving Alex an amused look as they climbed the stairs. Oh, shit. You're right. We made a contract with the messengers. But they still can't read my thoughts. Now I'm surprised they even transported us at all, Alex said, slapping his forehead and shaking his head. In response to Alex's words, Alucard once again gave him an amused look and continued walking forward. Returning the same way they had come, Alucard noticed that all the enemies they had killed earlier had respawned. But she didn't want to deal with such small fry, so she sent her familiar, the Baskerville hound, at them. A large black hound leaped out of Alucard's shadow and immediately began a massacre, tearing the revived crazed huntsman to pieces. Stepping over the torn corpses, Alex and Alucard reached the elevator platform to descend to the Eden Chapel. Before they went down, the Baskerville hound returned with the black cat sitting on its back. The hound dissolved into Alucard's shadow, and Alex pressed the floor tile to activate the platform. I want to show you my world. Where the beat goes up and down. Let me open the door. Elevator operator, Alex began to sing as the elevator platform descended. Alucard shifted her gaze to Alex, who had fully immersed himself in the music and even started dancing. At that moment, Alucard's gaze was completely empty and devoid of any emotion. Alex, however, continued singing and dancing to lift his mood at least a little. When the elevator platform reached the bottom, Alucard placed her palm on Alex's back and gently pushed him forward. The reason was that Alex hadn't noticed they had already arrived. Feeling the push, Alex realized they had reached the bottom and stepped forward. Descending the stairs, they entered the main hall of the Eden Chapel and noticed new arrivals. The first was an elderly man dressed in old, worn yellow hunter clothing. The second person was a young teenage girl in a gray dress with light-colored hair. Alex recognized both. The first was Henrik, Gascoigne's old friend and partner, and the second was Violetta, Gascoigne's eldest daughter. What Alex hadn't expected was Henrik's appearance, since he was supposed to have gone mad like Gascoigne. "Young hunter. You have returned with..." "Forgive me, I don't know who you are," Gascoigne said, approaching Alex. "This is my wife, Carmilla." "As I see, you found your eldest daughter and another hunter," Alex said, gesturing toward Alucard who stood beside him. "This is my old friend Henrik. We've been through a lot together. He was like a father to Viola and a grandfather to my daughters," Gascoigne said, introducing Henrik. "It's good to hear that not all hunters went mad. Did you manage to find or learn anything?" Alex asked, nodding at Henrik in greeting. "Unfortunately, no. Henrik and I were planning to go to the Grand Cathedral to ask Vicar Amelia for guidance. Did you manage to find out anything?" Gascoigne said, shaking his head. "We only visited Old Yarnham and the Healing Church workshop above. And since you mentioned the Grand Cathedral, how about my wife and I go there? You and Henrik can watch over this place," Alex said, pointing in the direction they had come from and making the suggestion to Gascoigne. Gascoigne frowned for a moment and looked at Alucard, who stood behind Alex. With his many years of experience, Gascoigne understood that the woman in red clothing was very dangerous. And the smell of blood coming from her was hard to mistake for anything else. Gascoigne had only sensed such a strong scent of blood from monsters that had killed many people. Stopping his gaze on Alucard, Gascoigne looked back at Henrik. Thanks to their long years of working together, Henrik quickly understood what Gascoigne was asking. After a short moment of thought, he nodded, showing that he would leave the decision to Gascoigne, whether to go hunting or protect this place. Seeing his old friend's nod, Gascoigne shifted his gaze to his daughters, Vivian and Violetta. Looking at his daughters, Gascoigne remembered the promise he had made at his wife's grave, to protect his daughters and not abandon them. "Very well, young hunter. Henrik and I will stay and watch over this place. But be careful on your way to the Grand Cathedral. And may the blood echoes guide your way, young hunter," Gascoigne said in a hoarse voice, placing his hand on Alex's shoulder. "No need to worry about that, old man. We won't get lost. Here, take this amulet. It's a protective charm for Violetta. It will protect her," Alex said, taking a protective amulet from the pouch on his back. "Thank you." "I owe you," Gascoigne said gratefully, accepting the amulet. Alex simply nodded and looked at Alucard, who had been patiently waiting the entire time. After saying goodbye once more, Alex and Alucard exited through the main entrance of the Eden Chapel. Once outside, Alex looked up at the sky. Lighting a cigarette, he heard the crunch of bones beside him. Turning his head, Alex saw Alucard pressing the head of a tall, strange man in rags holding a sack into the side of an old carriage. Remembering who this was, Alex simply shook his head. This tall creature was the kidnapper, who, as Alex remembered, had close ties to the School of Menses and kidnapped Yarnham residents to deliver them to the school for horrifying experiments. While Alex smoked his cigarette and watched Alucard sadistically smile as she crushed the kidnapper's head into the carriage, he thought only one thing: the kidnapper had chosen the wrong target. A moment later there was a loud pop, and the kidnapper's head burst from the pressure. After killing the kidnapper, Alucard simply shook the blood off her palm. "How would you have reacted if you knew this corpse wanted to kidnap you instead of kill you?" Alex asked, looking at his wife. "Not much. I probably would have tortured him longer," Alucard said, looking at Alex with a calm gaze. "That's also an option. And before we leave..." "Oi, cunt. Go fuck yourself," Alex said, shrugging and turning toward Amygdala. "Do you really have to do that every time you see that creature?" Alucard asked, looking at Alex's back. "You just don't see how that thing stares at me. It's creepy. I don't even know if it's a woman or a man. It's just, ugh," Alex said, his whole expression showing disgust toward Amygdala. Alucard shifted her gaze to where she sensed Amygdala's presence and narrowed her eyes slightly. After absorbing another portion of blood echoes, she could sense Amygdala's presence better. But she still couldn't see the creature. And Alucard's interest was starting to grow. She remembered the nightmare border Alex had mentioned, and that she would be able to see and kill Amygdala there. Thinking about it, Alucard couldn't hold back a bloodthirsty smile, already looking forward to encountering such a being. While Alucard anticipated hunting Amygdala, Alex created a couple of his clones and sent them off to do his bidding. The clones grabbed their preferred weapons and headed in different directions to carry out their tasks. After dealing with the clones, Alex and Alucard prepared to head to the Grand Cathedral. Alex and Alucard began climbing the stairs leading upward. They hadn't gone very far when tall men in white healing church robes with pale, emotionless faces appeared on the steps, making them look more like wax masks. Seeing two church servants blocking their path, Alex pulled Ludwig's holy blade from his back and immediately jumped forward. Alex instantly appeared beside the first church servant and sliced him in two. Alucard killed the second one by plunging her hand into his chest and ripping out his heart. Weird guys. Didn't anyone teach them that pointing is rude? Alex said, shaking the blood off Ludwig's holy blade and slinging it over his back. What a hypocritical remark, my love, Alucard said, crushing the head of the dead church servant. Those are two different things, Alex said, trying to make his point. Of course, my love. I understand everything, Alucard replied in a playful tone, calmly walking ahead. Hearing Alucard's words, Alex's eyelid twitched slightly. Lighting a cigarette, Alex caught up with Alucard, and they continued onward together. On the way to the Grand Cathedral, they encountered more church servants and even a church giant, which they quickly killed without stopping. Once on the main staircase leading to the Grand Cathedral, Alex turned around to get a better view of the cathedral ward from above. The cathedral ward, like Central Yarnum, was built in a Gothic style. But it was also filled with majestic cathedrals, tall spires, arches, and intricate stained glass windows. The same narrow cobblestone streets surrounded by stone buildings with carved facades created the gloomy atmosphere of a cursed city. Unable to resist, Alex took out his phone and took a photo of the view. While Alex was busy admiring the scenery, Alucard killed all the church servants guarding the entrance to the Grand Cathedral. Alex only stopped taking photos when a church servant in black robes with a hole in his chest rolled down the stairs beside him. Putting his phone away, Alex turned his head and saw Alucard standing at the top of the stairs, looking at him with a calm gaze. The sight of Alucard in her red Victorian clothing, with her long black hair flowing in the wind against the backdrop of the Grand Cathedral, left Alex stunned by her beauty. Before Alucard moved, Alex took out his phone and photographed his wife, who looked incredibly beautiful in his eyes at that moment. Alucard, standing at the top of the stairs, sensed her husband's emotions and smiled slightly as she looked down at him. Raising her hand, she beckoned Alex with her finger to come up. After taking dozens of photos of his wife, Alex put his phone back in his pocket and began climbing the stairs. Once he reached the top where Alucard stood, Alex continued forward toward the gates of the Grand Cathedral. Climbing another set of stairs to the gates, Alex saw statues of Amygdala positioned on both sides of the entrance. Shaking his head, Alex pushed the heavy iron gates open without much effort. Opening the gates, Alex and Alucard saw yet another set of stairs lined with Amygdala statues, and the air was filled with the strong smell of candles and incense mixed with a faint but unmistakable scent of blood. How many damn stairs does this cursed city have? Every place has stairs, Alex began to complain, staring tiredly at yet another long staircase. Do you really want to hear my answer, or will you figure it out yourself? Alucard asked, looking at Alex with an amused gaze. Fine. It seems Vicar Amelia hasn't turned into a monster yet. That's a plus, Alex said, hearing a faint female voice. Alucard nodded, having also heard the quiet voice of the woman praying. But Alucard's thoughts were occupied with the new pet she would gain after absorbing Amelia's blood echoes. Sighing once more, Alex began climbing the stairs, hoping to save Amelia before she fully turned into a beast. Alex's plan was very simple, to ruin this cycle as much as possible. And the consequences were already beginning to show, as Henrik hadn't gone mad thanks to encountering the living Gascoigne. Reaching the very top, Alex and Alucard saw a spacious hall with high ceilings and no unnecessary decorations. The only ornate object in the main hall was a tall altar decorated with golden trim and marble statues. Behind the altar grew a dark tree that cast a shadow over it. And near the altar stood Amelia herself, praying with her head bowed before a large altar on which lay the skull of a monster. Alex raised his hand, stopping Alucard from moving forward, and narrowed his eyes slightly. He carefully observed the changes in Amelia's body. While Alex was busy watching Amelia, she continued praying until her voice suddenly fell silent. Alex saw that Amelia's blood had literally begun to change. It was the same thing he had seen inside Gascoigne when he was about to transform into a beast. Alex instantly summoned Yamato. A second later, he stood behind Amelia. Alex drew Yamato and plunged it into Amelia's back. The moment Yamato pierced her back, she raised her head and let out a quiet gasp. Alex grabbed Amelia by the waist and jumped backward. As soon as he jumped back, a massive beastly hand with long claws slammed down where Amelia had been a moment earlier. Alex returned to Alucard, carrying the unconscious Amelia under his arm like a sack of potatoes. So this is what that saint was supposed to turn into? Alucard asked, pointing at the large beast that had emerged from Amelia. Amelia's beast form resembled a large, thin werewolf with deer antlers, long limbs wrapped in white bandages, and sharp claws. The beast was covered in long white fur that glistened in the moonlight streaming through the windows. The most unique feature of this beast was the fur that fell over its eyes, resembling a white veil. Looking at this beast, Alex couldn't help but admit that Amelia's beast form was probably the most beautiful monster in this world. For a brief moment, Alex even thought it would be a shame to kill such a creature. Even Alucard found the beast beautiful in its own way. But that didn't change her desire to kill it. "I hope you won't interfere with me killing this creature," Alucard asked, looking at Alex. "No. I would like to, but Enid would sulk if I did. She's super cute, of course, but very territorial when it comes to others of her kind," Alex said, awkwardly scratching his cheek as he thought about Enid. Alucard once again gave her husband an amused smile and said nothing more. Turning her gaze away from Alex, Alucard looked at Amelia's beast form and smiled widely. Alucard took out her sawcleaver and hunter blunderbuss from her red coat to begin the hunt for the beast. Alucard slowly began approaching the beast. The beast itself sensed Alucard's approach and immediately let out a loud howl, raising its muzzle upward. The howl shattered all the stained glass windows, sending shards flying in every direction. While the beast howled, Alucard reached the center of the main hall. Stopping about 10 meters from the beast, Alucard flicked her wrist, unfolding the sawcleaver. "You're stronger than all the ones before you. I rate you as a Category B beast. Authorization to release the third and second levels of Cromwell's seal confirmed. Restrictions on ability usage will be lifted until the target finds peace. Time to show you how a true monster fights," Alucard said, raising her hands in front of her. The moment Alucard released her ability restrictions, the temperature in the main hall instantly dropped, and white vapor began to escape from her mouth. Amelia's beast form sensed the threat and immediately attacked Alucard. The beast instantly appeared beside her. It opened its maw and sank its fangs into Alucard's body. The beast began shaking its head from side to side, trying to tear Alucard's body apart. Alucard's limbs and blood flew in all directions. Yet the beast still felt a lingering fear signaled by its animal instincts. The limbs and blood that had scattered everywhere turned into wriggling centipedes that began crawling in one direction with a disgusting sound. Alex, who was watching this, simply placed Amelia on his shoulder and began descending the stairs to leave the Grand Cathedral. Seeing that Alucard had released her restrictions, Alex understood that his wife simply wanted to play with her new doggy, and it might take a while. But as soon as Alex reached the bottom, he saw a thick gray mist blocking the exit. Remembering this, Alex leaned Amelia against the wall and sat down on the stairs himself, leaning back and lying on them. "This is going to take a while. Maybe I shouldn't have said that werewolf was cute," Alex said, lighting a cigarette and exhaling the smoke upward. In response, Alex only heard rumbling sounds coming from the main hall, where the battle between the Nosferatu and the antlered werewolf had already begun. Exhaling another puff of smoke, Alex took out his pocket watch and looked at the time that had frozen in place. Bringing the cigarette to his lips, Alex put the pocket watch away and closed his eyes. To be continued. "I'm thinking about skipping the Alucard versus Amelia's beastly side fight. I'd end up describing every boss fight, and it'd take up a whole chapter or even half. I'm already trying to keep it short to get to the end. If I remember correctly, we have the Nightmare Frontier on the list, and then the Hunter's Nightmare itself. Yeah, I thought I said there wouldn't be a speedrun, but I realized it wouldn't be worth dragging it out. There are some interesting things to show, but we'll stop there. If you have any opinions on the matter, feel free to share them. I have a feeling everyone is happy with everything. Personally, I'm happy with everything. Hee hee. Okay, I'll go eat. Peace, love, and you have nothing to prove." Chapter 666, Chapter 665, Time to head to the Nightmare Frontier. Alex was inside the Grand Cathedral of the Healing Church, lazily lying on the steps near the main entrance. The exit from the Grand Cathedral was blocked by a thick, opaque gray mist that made it impossible to leave. One could only enter through it. Alex could easily pass through this mist and leave the Grand Cathedral, but he saw no reason to do so and was in no hurry. He continued lying on the wide steps leading to the main hall, staring at the ceiling while statues built in honor of Amygdala towered above him. He wanted to close his eyes and relax. However, from the main hall of the cathedral came the rumbling of battle and a bestial howl that sounded every few seconds. The cause of this rumbling and howling was Alucard's battle against the beastly side of Vicar Amelia. Listening to the sounds of the fight, Alex understood that Alucard was simply toying with her food to relieve her boredom somehow. Thinking about how long this would last, Alex heard another loud crash that sounded like a stone column being destroyed. He didn't even need to look to know how the battle was going. Hearing yet another crash of a collapsing column, Alex let out a heavy sigh and hoped that his wife wouldn't destroy the entire Grand Cathedral. Stretching slightly, Alex sat up and looked at the unconscious Amelia, who had been unconscious ever since he had separated her beastly side from her. Where to go next? Or maybe it's better to stick to the already planned route. Alex muttered, stroking his chin and ignoring the rumbling behind him. As he thought about where to head next, Alex shifted slightly to the side. The moment he did so, one of the amygdala statues standing along the wide staircase crashed down with a loud bang, scattering dark stone shards in all directions. Alex glanced at the fallen statue, and a question arose in his mind. Could Alucard, with her current strength, defeat Amygdala? Alex wasn't sure she had enough power yet to deal with such an entity. Unless the Amygdala located on the Nightmare Frontier was merely one of its projections. In that case, Alucard would have quite good chances of victory. Tapping his finger on his knee, Alex remembered that he had promised Alucard they would go to the Nightmare Frontier, which meant his choices were limited. Lighting a cigarette, Alex narrowed his eyes slightly as he recalled what lay beyond the Nightmare Frontier. Thinking about the Hunter's nightmare, he realized that things wouldn't be as simple as they were in the game. He was completely certain that entering the Hunter's nightmare wouldn't be easy. Alex wanted to reach the Hunter's nightmare to see Maria and kill the Orphan of Kos. But one thing he was sure of was that, unlike the game, he would have to take a completely different path to get there. What if I just destroy the Nightmare Frontier? I'll need to check, Alex said, narrowing his eyes and staring at the Grand Cathedral's gates shrouded in mist. Alex's plan to destroy an entire dimension only grew stronger the more he thought about it. And this plan seemed to him the most effective and simplest. Otherwise, he could use other means to reach where he needed to go. While Alex was lost in thought, the rumbling behind him grew more intense. Deciding to see what was happening in the main hall, Alex closed one eye. In that instant, the scene of Alucard's battle against Amelia's beastly side appeared before him. The entire main hall of the cathedral was covered in deep claw marks on the floor, walls, and even the columns, which could barely be called intact anymore. The only thing that had survived the destruction was the main altar, which had miraculously remained undamaged. On that altar lay the skull of a monster, which presumably belonged to Lawrence after he had transformed into a beast. And in the center of all this were Alucard and a giant snow-white werewolf with deer antlers on its head. The snow-white fur of the giant werewolf was soaked in its own blood. Amelia's beastly side was in a pitiful state, it was missing one eye, and blood flowed from the empty socket. A large chunk of flesh was torn from its side near the ribs, and the wound looked as if something massive had ripped it out with its teeth. The small deer antlers on the beast's head were completely broken, and the wounds on its front limbs were deep enough to reveal the white bones beneath. Compared to the snow-white werewolf, Alucard didn't have a single wound. Her long straight hair flowed behind her in the wind blowing through the shattered stained glass windows, and the light of the pale rising moon cast a shadow over her face, revealing only her pink-red eyes that glowed brightly in the darkness. Alucard was wearing a black leather straitjacket with straps tightened all over her body. A wide smile was on her face as she looked at the snow-white werewolf, whose fur was drenched in its own blood. The snow-white werewolf let out a low growl, staring at Alucard, and tried to crawl backward to heal itself. But every time it tried, Alucard attacked, preventing it from regenerating and inflicting even deeper wounds. Alucard continued smiling until suddenly her body turned into black liquid that began forming a black puddle, flooding the entire main hall of the cathedral. In the next moment, the whole main hall was covered in thick shadow, through which even the moonlight could not penetrate. The snow-white werewolf growled and looked around, sensing danger from all sides. A moment later, hundreds of red eyes opened throughout the main hall, all staring at the snow-white werewolf. Before the beast could do anything, two silhouettes began to appear beneath its feet. The first was the cleric beast, and the second was the bloody cleric beast, the beast that had come from inside Gascoigne. Both beasts grabbed the snow-white werewolf by its limbs and began pulling in opposite directions. A moment later came the sound of tearing flesh mixed with the crunch of bones. Both beasts slowly tore the snow-white werewolf apart. Then, with a sharp tug, they ripped the beast in half from head to groin. The snow-white werewolf's guts and blood spilled onto the floor at the feet of the two beasts, each holding one half of its body. After the snow-white werewolf's death, the shadow slowly flowed in one direction, forming a small black puddle. Slowly emerging from this black puddle was Alucard in her usual male Victorian attire. She looked at the torn snow-white werewolf, whose halves were held in the paws of her familiars. A bored smile appeared on her face. On one hand, she had found it interesting to fight such a monster that could regenerate its wounds. But it had quickly bored her, especially after the snow-white werewolf stopped regenerating once it began receiving more and more wounds. Alucard slowly put on her red glasses and took a step back so she wouldn't get splattered. At that same moment, the body of the snow-white werewolf exploded in a fountain of blood, like a bloody firework. Once the snow-white werewolf had completely ceased to exist, the black cat jumped down from the altar and began absorbing the blood echoes. Alucard watched the process until she heard the sound of footsteps. Turning her head, she saw Alex walking toward her, carrying the still unconscious Vicar Amelia on his shoulder. As he approached his wife, Alex noticed that the battle had helped her have some fun, even if not as much as she had hoped. Walking up to Alucard, Alex glanced at her familiars, who immediately dissolved into shadow and merged with Alucard's shadow. Did you have fun? Or was it not enough? Alex asked, tilting his head slightly to the side and looking into Alucard's eyes. It was a little interesting, but it got boring quickly. It felt like fighting a very resilient beast, Alucard said, running her finger along Alex's cheek. Maybe it's because I separated the human part from this beast. The beast that came out of Gascoigne started mutating. Why didn't this werewolf mutate? Alex said, stroking his chin and narrowing his eyes slightly. Does it matter? The beast is already dead. All your pondering is pointless, Alucard said, poking Alex in the chest with her finger. You're right. All right, I'll touch the next trigger in this cycle now. Then we can move on, Alex said casually, shrugging and nodding toward the monster's skull on the altar. The cycle didn't advance after the beast's death. Alucard asked, slightly surprised and raising an eyebrow. Alex nodded and took out his pocket watch from his pocket to show Alucard the time. Looking down, Alucard saw that the time on the watch remained exactly the same as before. Seeing the confirmation, Alucard nodded, remembering what Alex had told her about such special places and their triggers. Still carrying the unconscious Amelia on his shoulder, Alex approached the altar and reached out toward the monster's skull that had once been Lawrence. Alex didn't even want to know why the healing church kept the skull of the beast that the founder of their church had become. Before touching the monster's skull, Alex decided to examine it with his magical vision. He saw that inside this monster's skull was stored an oppressive power made of a mixture of guilt, madness, and ancient rage. While using magical vision on the monster's skull, Alex was able to understand the true reason why Lawrence had become a monster. It was a curse connected to the incident in the fishing hamlet. And as Alex examined the monster's skull, a distant, mournful child's cry began to sound in his ears. But what interested Alex most was the power carried by that mournful cry. Grinning, Alex narrowed his eyes and traced the connection all the way to the source of the curse. And, as he had suspected, the entrance to that dimension was closed to those who were not cursed by the being that dwelled in that nightmare. And Alex saw who was guarding the passage to the hunter's nightmare. Looks like I found the door. Hee hee. Alex said with a soft chuckle, observing where the connection led. What door? Alucard asked, hearing her husband's laugh. The door to the nightmare. I just need to open it or break it. And kill the one guarding that door while I'm at it, Alex said, turning his head. Amygdala. Alucard asked with a slight smile. Alex nodded in response to Alucard's question. Seeing the confirmation, Alucard smiled slightly, understanding where they would go next. Stopping his examination of the monster's skull, Alex deactivated his magical vision, and the mournful cry of the orphan of Kos stopped sounding in his ears. Carefully lowering Amelia to the floor, Alex reached out and touched the monster's skull. The moment he touched it, he saw the memories stored within. They were memories from the time when Lawrence was still part of Bergenworth and a student of Master Willem. During his research, Lawrence had sought a way to ascend. And his research had led him to the conclusion that the blood of the Great Ones was the way to ascension. When Lawrence shared his findings with his teacher, the latter rejected his student's theory. Master Willem believed that to ascend to greatness, one needed eyes to be opened, and a brain to comprehend what was seen. That was why Master Willem believed that if the brain could not keep up with what the eyes saw, madness would follow. Master Willem's goal was to find a way to connect the eyes with the brain so that one could see the world as the Great Ones saw it. Unlike his teacher, who sought the path to see the world as the Great Ones did, Lawrence had found another way. A path that had come to him from Master Willem's own words. And gradually, Lawrence had delved deeper into the study of the Great One's blood to find the path to rebirth and ascension. When Lawrence first proposed his theory to his teacher, the latter immediately rejected it. And thus began the endless arguments between teacher and student, where one tried to guide his pupil onto the right path, and the pupil tried to show his teacher another way. In the end, Lawrence decided to leave Bergenworth to continue his research. When Lawrence informed his teacher of his departure, instead of arguing or trying to stop him, Master Willem gave only one final piece of advice: to fear the old blood. That was the last memory stored in the monster's skull. Pulling his hand away, Alex clicked his tongue lightly. He had expected to see more, but only got a short fragment of Lawrence's past life. Still, thanks to these memories, Alex had heard both theories of the two madmen who wanted to become something greater. But hearing both theories together, Alex couldn't hold back and burst into loud laughter at the stupidity of the two men. He clutched his stomach and laughed so hard that his laughter echoed through the main hall. Alex couldn't stop laughing at the foolishness of the two madmen, both of whom were right, yet because of their pride couldn't accept each other's words. Alucard looked at Alex, who was laughing hysterically. She became curious about what had caused her husband to suddenly laugh like this. Oh, humans. How I love them. Such lovely creatures. So unique, yet so proud. It's no wonder pride is considered the greatest sin. It closed the eyes you were supposed to open. You were so close, yet so far, Alex said in a gentle tone, wiping away tears after his long bout of laughter. What did you see? What made you laugh so much? Alucard asked, walking up to Alex and leaning down to look into his eyes. One wanted to open eyes, the other wanted to be reborn through blood. But both were wrong, and at the same time, both were right, Alex said with a wide smile, still impressed by the memories he had seen. I'm ready to listen to what you saw. If it made you this amused, then it must be something quite interesting, Alucard said with a narrowed smile, stroking Alex's cheek. Alex smiled and poked Alucard's forehead with his finger, transferring the knowledge of the two theories, including what he himself had understood. After quickly processing the memories, Alucard thought for a moment, then burst into the same loud laughter as Alex. She couldn't stop calling Lawrence and Master Willem two stupid bastards who were entirely to blame for achieving nothing. But even if the teacher and student had decided to work together, it wouldn't have changed anything. The explanations Alex had given her were direct proof of that. Even if one opened their eyes and absorbed the blood of the Great Ones, the human essence inside would still remain. There were only two outcomes, the next stage of evolution, or a brainless monster. Alex himself had seen this many times, which was why he laughed so sincerely at what he had seen in the memories. Without rejecting human nature, they would have achieved nothing. Alucard said, stopping her laughter and shaking her head. And to ascend in such a way, a whole series of conditions must be met. Anyway, this doesn't concern us, Alex said, picking up Amelia, who still hadn't regained consciousness. Alex carried the unconscious Amelia over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes, with Alucard walking beside him. They descended the stairs, stepping over the fallen amygdala statues. Exiting through the gates of the Grand Cathedral, Alex and Alucard looked up at the sky and saw that the pale moon hung at its zenith. Alex took out his pocket watch and saw that night had already fallen. Looking at the frozen time, Alex remembered that the next trigger would be the death of the one who was holding back the influence of the red moon. And when the red moon rose over Yharnam, it would mark the beginning of the awakening of madness and the omen of the birth of yet another great one, who tried to be born cycle after cycle. And this great one was the reason why Yharnam was trapped in an eternal mad nightmare, where everyone eventually went insane. Sighing, Alex put the pocket watch back into his coat pocket and looked at his wife, who was thoughtfully gazing at the moon in the sky. Alucard was lost in her thoughts. Sensing Alex's gaze on her, she turned her head toward him. Didn't your friend ascend and then become a god? Alucard asked as they left the Grand Cathedral together. Buchan. That's proof that a human can become a god. But it was destined for him to become a god and walk the path he walked. Gods, humans, animals, all are subject to fate. The beginning and the end of the path are always the same. Only the path itself changes, Alex said, shaking his head. Fate. Yes. It's always her, Alucard said, beginning to descend the stairs. Yeah, the biggest villain of all. Shame on her, Alex said with a cheerful smile, walking down the stairs beside Alucard. Said the Demon King who constantly complains about either fate or luck, Alucard said in a sarcastic tone, giving her husband an amused look. And this is coming from my wife. Ah, my heart. It's broken. I'm dying. I urgently need a life-saving kiss, Alex said dramatically, clutching his heart with his hand. I would do it, if you weren't carrying another woman on your shoulder. So, my love. Not fate, Alucard said in a cheerful tone, walking ahead and ignoring Alex's dramatic performance. Hearing such a joke from Alucard, Alex was momentarily stunned, then burst out laughing. Catching up with her, they continued descending the stairs to return to the Eden Chapel. Fortunately, to reach the Eden Chapel, they only needed to go down. When Alex and Alucard were almost at the Eden Chapel, their path was blocked by one of Alex's clones, dressed in black hunter clothing and holding a rifle spear. The clone reached into his pocket, pulled out a small object, and immediately threw it at Alex. Alex caught the thrown item and saw a small green stone with pores that resembled Amygdala's head. Seeing this tonsil stone, Alex smiled slightly and put it in his pocket. Thanks, Greed. Where did you find this? Alex asked, looking at his clone named Greed. I had to break into a couple of houses to find it. And now? Be so kind as to go fuck yourself, original. I have other work to do, Greed said, flipping Alex off. After showing Alex the middle finger, Greed lowered his hand, tapped the rifle spear on his shoulder, walked past Alex, and bumped him with his shoulder. Alex looked at his clone with an empty gaze. He carefully lowered Amelia to the floor. Before Greed could climb the stairs, Alex kicked him in the back. From the impact, Greed flew up the stairs and crashed back first into a building, smashing through the wall with his body. Alucard, who was watching this, didn't hide the amusement in her eyes. She understood the relationship between Alex and his clones, of course. Greed climbed out of the building he had crashed into and lightly brushed the dust off himself. Go fuck yourself too, Alex said, flipping Greed off. I can't, I am you, Greed replied with a carefree smile, spreading his arms. Go do your job already. Stop getting on my nerves, Alex said, waving his hand, picking up Amelia, and slinging her back over his shoulder. Yeah, whatever you say. And you'd better watch the time, original. I think Wrath went to kill that disgusting old hag, Greed said, pointing his rifle spear in the direction the other clone had gone. Isn't that where? Alex said, narrowing his eyes. Yeah, it is. I'll go get the invitation now. And now, I take my leave, original, Greed said, heading toward the central square while tapping the rifle spear on his shoulder. Watching his departing clone, Alex smirked and turned to Alucard. He didn't need to explain anything, she could already hear his thoughts. Especially his thoughts about the place they were talking about. Alucard showed no reason to refuse visiting a place like Canehurst Castle. For her, it was just another place for a walk where there would be an interesting opponent. But the most important thing was the tonsil stone, which could open the doors to the nightmare frontier without needing to use other abilities. The encounter with the clone named Greed had brought quite a few benefits. Not wanting to linger any longer, Alex and Alucard continued on their way back to the Eden Chapel. Once again approaching the Eden Chapel, Alex flipped off amygdala before entering the building. The moment they stepped inside, they immediately drew attention. But Alex noticed that there were more people in the chapel now. In addition to Eileen the Crow, who stood aside leaning against the wall, 3 more people had appeared. The first was an old man who looked at Alex and Alucard with suspicion. The second was the prostitute Ariana. And the last one Alex hadn't expected to see was Adela, who was supposed to be in the underground prison. Alex wondered which of his clones had decided to personally climb into the kidnapper's sack so that he would carry him to the prison. Young Hunter, you've returned. What happened to Vicar Amelia? Gascoigne said, approaching Alex and Alucard. The same thing that happened to you. She's still unconscious, Alex said, nodding at Amelia, who lay on his shoulder. Did you manage to find out what's going on? Henrik asked, approaching closer and frowning slightly. Not much. The vicar wasn't in a state to talk. But I think the answers we need will be in Bridgenworth, Alex said, handing the unconscious Amelia over to Gascoigne. It will be difficult to reach Bridgenworth. They closed the entrance to outsiders long ago. And the path there isn't easy either, Henrik said, continuing to frown as he looked at Alex. Alex nodded understandingly, knowing that the path through the Forbidden Woods was one big labyrinth of trees. While Alex discussed the route with Henrik, Gascoigne handed Amelia over to Adela so she could look after her. After handing Amelia to Adela, Gascoigne joined the conversation to help with the route through the Forbidden Woods. While Alex was busy discussing the route, Alucard leaned against the wall and calmly observed, having no desire to talk to people. Watching Alex talk with the 2 hunters, Alucard felt a steady gaze on her. She turned her head toward the source of the gaze and met eyes with Eileen the Crow, who was staring at her intently. Alucard looked at Eileen for a couple of moments and quickly lost interest in yet another hunter. Looking at Alucard, Eileen sensed the danger emanating from her, especially the thick scent of blood. Meanwhile, Alex continued talking with the 2 hunters, giving them small hints about what might happen at any moment. Gascoigne and Henrik were not foolish hunters and had lived long enough to understand what Alex was implying. But none of them said it out loud. And even without Alex's hints, it was clear that things would only get worse soon. Thanks again for your help. Now we're heading to Bridgenworth. And when the red moon rises, don't leave the chapel, Alex said, bidding farewell to Gascoigne and Henrik. Young Hunter, are you sure the red moon will rise? How do you know that? Gascoigne asked with a serious expression, knowing what it would lead to. I saw it when I touched the skull in the Grand Cathedral. That's why I mentioned Bridgenworth, Alex said, pretending he didn't know much himself. So the night of the Great Hunt is coming again. And that's very bad news, Henrik said, frowning even more. Indeed. So we'll hurry before all of this happens, Alex said, shaking his head. Then take care of yourself, Hunter. And may the blood echoes guide your way, Gascoigne said, nodding at Alex's words. You take care of yourselves too, old men. See you soon, Alex said, preparing to leave. When Alex finished speaking, Alucard looked at him with a gaze that clearly said, are you done with this pointless chatter? Seeing his wife's look, Alex gave her a thumbs up, showing that he was finished with all business in this place. Alex still had no intention of talking to Eileen at that moment and saw no reason to. After all, he wasn't planning to head to Bridgenworth right now. He would return to this place later after visiting the Nightmare Frontier. Leaving the Eden Chapel together with Alucard, Alex explained where they needed to go to reach the Nightmare Frontier. Are you sure? Alucard asked, walking up the stairs beside Alex. Sure about what? Alex asked, tilting his head slightly to the side. That this creature will open the passage for you with this stone. Especially after all your gestures, Alucard asked, taking the tonsil stone out of Alex's pocket. If that bitch doesn't open the doors, I'll open them myself. The tonsil stone is just a key. But you don't always need a key to open doors, Alex said with a carefree smile, taking the tonsil stone from Alucard's hand. Alucard only smirked at Alex's words and continued climbing the stairs. After ascending almost to the Grand Cathedral, Alex and Alucard turned right to reach the temple built in honor of Amygdala, where the doors leading to the Nightmare Frontier were located. Walking a bit further along the right side of the Grand Cathedral, they saw the temple itself in the distance. Alex pointed his finger at the temple so Alucard would know where they were going. Alucard's red eyes began to glow as she sensed Amygdala's presence from the temple Alex was pointing at. Descending downward, Alex and Alucard saw the bodies of two dead hunters whose limbs were twisted at unnatural angles. But one corpse stood out from the other, a tonitrus, an electric mace, was sticking out of its head. And a note was impaled on the handle of the tonitrus. Grabbing the tonitrus, Alex removed the note from the handle and read what was written on it. "Don't thank me. I wasn't going to, you bastard. I would have taken this weapon anyway," Alex said, tossing the note aside. "Your clones have quite an interesting sense of humor. Especially their cruelty," Alucard said, kicking the mutilated hunter's corpse with her foot. "At least no one will bother us on the way forward. The last thing I want is to stop because of some idiots who've gone mad," Alex said, storing the tonitrus in his inventory. "Are you that eager to reach the Nightmare Frontier, my love?" Alucard asked, wrapping her arms around Alex's neck, her lips almost touching his. "I'm interested in what's near the Nightmare Frontier," Alex said, quickly kissing Alucard on the lips. Feeling the kiss on her lips, Alucard smiled tenderly and ran her finger across Alex's lips, wiping away the remnants of her lipstick. After they finished embracing, Alex took Alucard by the hand and headed toward the Temple of Amygdala. Descending to the temple, Alex and Alucard saw the corpses of mini-giants who had been killed by their own weapons. Ignoring the corpses, they entered the Temple of Amygdala. Upon entering the temple, they began descending the stairs, and Alex immediately saw Amygdala clinging to the wall directly above the closed door. Once again feeling Amygdala's gaze on him, Alex grimaced as he walked down the stairs. After descending, Alex and Alucard found themselves in a spacious round hall where Amygdala statues stood along the walls, and a circular platform stood in the center of the hall. Approaching this platform, Alex stepped onto it and looked at Amygdala. "Oi, cunt. Open the doors." And quickly, Alex shouted, throwing the tonsil stone at Amygdala. The tonsil stone flew in an arc and landed directly in one of Amygdala's hands, which it had raised. At that same moment, Amygdala lowered its hand, and beneath it a vortex began to form that tore through space itself. Very quickly, the vortex that had torn through space turned into a portal leading to the other side. Grinning, Alex raised his hand and once again flipped Amygdala off. Once again, Amygdala did not react to Alex and simply continued to watch. Alex took Alucard by the hand and led her toward the portal that Amygdala had opened. Approaching the portal, Alex and Alucard stepped inside without wasting any time. In that same moment, they found themselves in a completely different place. To be continued. I actually thought Alex and Alucard would end up at the nightmare border by this chapter. But as usual, I couldn't fit everything in, so the chapter ended with the portal. Next, we have a very short journey through the nightmare border and its destruction. And then the transition to the hunter's nightmare. I'll try to do everything quickly, including describing the lore and all that. Regarding the fight with Amygdala, I don't know whether it's worth dragging it out or not. But I'll think about it. On the one hand, yes, on the other, I don't think it's worth it. Anyway, I'll decide everything tomorrow. And now, it's time for food. Peace, love, and adventure time. Chapter 667, Chapter 666, Destruction of the Nightmare Frontier. Alex and Alucard stepped through the portal, which resembled a distorted vortex in space itself, created by Amygdala after Alex had thrown the tonsil stone at that false god. Passing through the portal, Alex and Alucard found themselves in a very dark place. Even though complete darkness surrounded them, both Alex and Alucard could clearly see everything around them. Looking around, they saw a table covered with empty flasks, a cabinet with reagents, and other similar items. The room somewhat resembled an old laboratory where Bergenworth students conducted their research. Driven by considerable curiosity, Alex began rummaging through the desk drawers and the reagent cabinet, hoping to find something interesting. However, during his short search, all he found were old empty notebooks with nothing written in them. While Alex was busy with his pointless search, Alucard, without waiting for her husband, decided to leave the room and look around. Approaching the lamp in the room, Alucard touched it with her palm the same way Alex had done earlier. When the messenger lamp lit up, Alucard pushed the door open and left the room. Once outside, she saw a long corridor lined with library shelves. Alucard's red eyes began to glow faintly as she looked around, noticing doors that resembled small closets used for conducting unknown experiments, as well as spacious lecture halls. Realizing that this place was something like an old abandoned institute, Alucard remembered how Alex had repeatedly mentioned Bergenworth. She calmly raised her gaze upward to look at the second floor and saw only rows of balconies and observation platforms. After looking at the second floor of the lecture building for a moment, Alucard lowered her gaze. Unlike her husband, Alucard had no interest in exploring such places. She was only willing to listen to stories about them because it was her husband telling them. If anyone else had been in his place, she wouldn't have bothered listening at all. Turning her head toward the door of the room she had just left, Alucard could hear Alex still rummaging through the drawers, as if he wanted to find something interesting. Before she could call out to him and hurry him along, Alucard heard a rustling sound behind her. It sounded like a large spider running across the walls. Along with that rustling, Alucard felt a very intense gaze on the back of her head, as if someone was watching her. Without turning her head, Alucard's body blurred into a red streak and suddenly vanished from sight. She instantly appeared in front of a closed door, from behind which she felt an overly intense gaze that irritated her. Appearing beside the closed door, Alucard raised her hand and instantly punched through the wooden door, grabbing whoever was on the other side by the neck. With a sharp tug, she pulled the creature through the door she had just destroyed. Grabbing the one who had been watching her, Alucard saw an ugly creature with a hideous bald human head, black eyes, small sharp teeth in its mouth, and a spider-like body. If Alex had been beside her at that moment, he would have immediately recognized this ugly spider with an ugly human face. It was Patches, the one you should never trust, the most deceitful man you could find in such worlds. The kind who would stab you in the back the moment you turned away. Oh, this can't be you. No, you're not. How did this happen? Wait a second. You think badly of me, don't you? Patches said in a hoarse voice, feeling Alucard's hand squeezing his neck tighter with every passing second. Think badly of you. You think far too highly of yourself, Spider. I simply don't like it when someone spies on me, Alucard said in a cold tone, squeezing Patches' neck even harder. Wait. Let's make a deal. He. I can give you what you need. I can be your guide. I'll show you the way. I know everything. I know every corner of this place. He. Wherever you want to go, I'll take you there, Patches said, trying to break free. Really? You know every path? Alucard asked with a gentle smile on her face, looking at Patches with unconcealed sarcasm. Yes. I know every path in this place, out of this place. And every path to every place. I know all the secret passages, every corner of this cursed city. He, Patches said with a strained smile. Patches continued moving his spider legs, trying to escape Alucard's grip. But every time he moved, her grip on his neck grew tighter. Alucard looked at Patches with a clearly sarcastic smile. Gradually, the smile on her face grew wider with every passing second. How could she not know what kind of creature Patches was? She had seen people like him throughout her long life. Pathetic rats who clung to whoever would bring them the most benefit. And such creatures would be the first to stab you in the back at the first opportunity. It's good that you know every path. Alucard said, narrowing her eyes slightly. Then we have a deal. He. I'll be your guide, Patches said with a nervous smile. Except I don't need you. I have a husband who knows every path. And your blood will tell me everything you know, Alucard said in a gentle tone, her gaze turning cold. The moment those words left Alucard's mouth, Patches' eyes widened in terror. He stared at the woman in front of him, who had a light, gentle smile on her face as if she were looking at something insignificant. Patches felt the grip of the woman's hand on his neck growing stronger with every short moment. Patches began frantically moving his spider legs to break free from Alucard's grasp. But his spider legs could do nothing to help him. He pressed his spider limbs against Alucard's body, trying to push her away. No matter how hard he tried, Alucard remained standing in place, continuing to squeeze his neck. Patches saw the woman who was strangling him raise her other hand. Alucard placed her second palm on Patches' bald head and dug her nails into his skull with such force that they pierced the skin and sank into the bone itself. Without changing her expression, Alucard began pulling Patches in opposite directions with a sadistic smile on her face. Patches felt the woman's nails scraping against his skull while her other hand pulled on his neck. Before Patches could understand anything, his head was torn from his body. Blood sprayed from the severed head and spider body in all directions. Pathetic creature. I've seen thousands like you. And they all said the same words to save their miserable lives, Alucard said contemptuously, looking at Patches' head in her hand. Without changing the look of disgust on her face, Alucard was about to throw away Patches' body parts so she wouldn't have to see such a parasite anymore. But before she could discard the body, it turned into white sand that crumbled onto the floor. The only thing left in Alucard's hand after Patches' body turned to sand was a black skull. Looking at the black skull in her hand, Alucard heard a strange whisper coming from the empty black eye sockets. She felt the whisper trying to creep into her mind, attempting to fill every corner of her thoughts. But Alucard only smirked contemptuously upon hearing the whisper that now echoed in her subconscious. Her red eyes glowed faintly, and the strange whisper in her head instantly vanished. And what is this thing? Alucard asked, spinning the black skull on her finger. It's the knowledge of a madman. Actually, no, it's Great One's wisdom, Alex's voice sounded behind her. Alucard turned her head and saw Alex stepping out into the corridor with his hands in the pockets of his hunter coat. Hearing the name of the skull, Alucard shifted her gaze to the black skull in her hand and narrowed her eyes slightly, showing a bit of interest in the new item. She ran her finger over the cold, rough surface of the skull, listening to the whisper. Alex also stepped closer and looked at the black skull. His eyes sparkled slightly, as he wanted to understand exactly what was contained within it. After all, he hadn't found any such items before to study them. And what he saw through his magical vision confirmed his thoughts. Inside the black skull was a tiny fragment of understanding the world from the perspective of the Great Ones. It was like glimpsing the world through their eyes for a brief moment. At the same time, this fragment of perception carried an enormous amount of negative emotions that were best left untouched. From such a pathetic creature, something like this dropped. It whispers. And it's trying to tell me something, Alucard said, narrowing her eyes at the black skull in her hand. Better give it to me. And where did you get it? Alex asked, taking the black skull from Alucard's hand and putting it away as far as possible. Alex quickly stored the black skull in his inventory so Alucard wouldn't interact with it again. This was not something to be used carelessly. He trusted his wife and knew she wouldn't use anything that looked so suspicious. Not wanting to stand still and talk, Alex led Alucard forward along the first floor of the lecture building to reach the end of the corridor, where the doors leading to the nightmare frontier would be. He had already examined the place with his magical vision and understood what this lecture building was. That thing appeared after I killed one parasite, Alucard said in a carefree tone. Parasite? Oh, Patches. Pathetic bastard. I don't feel sorry for you at all, Alex said, shaking his head as he remembered who Alucard was talking about. Understanding who Alucard meant, Alex glanced back over his shoulder, remembering the destroyed doors. He recalled who was supposed to be there. But it had slipped his mind when he saw the black skull in Alucard's hand. Alucard, having heard the name of the spider she had killed, once again showed a contemptuous smile on her face. So that thing had a name. How cute. But you'd better tell me about this skull. It doesn't look like an ordinary trinket. There's power in it, weak, but it's there, Alucard said, looking at Alex with a slight smile and poking his shoulder with her finger. That's exactly what I call this thing. Inside this skull is a fragment of the Great One's perception. In simple terms, it's like seeing the world through their eyes for a brief moment, Alex said, stroking his chin. So this artifact allows you to see the world through the eyes of those beings? Alucard asked, raising an eyebrow and folding her arms across her chest. It would be simpler to take out your own brain, put it in a blender, and then pour the contents back into your skull. The effect would be exactly the same, Alex said, stopping in front of a pair of wooden double doors at the end of the long corridor. Interesting comparison. And why have you stopped in front of this door? Alucard said with amusement in her eyes after hearing Alex's explanation. Because these are the doors we need. Alex said, beginning to push the doors open. As soon as Alex pushed the doors, they slowly swung open. The moment the doors fully opened, a strange, alien feeling washed over them, as if something that shouldn't exist had appeared. The air suddenly became filled with something dark and negative. On the other side was another vortex of broken space that sucked everything into itself. The sudden change in the atmosphere had no effect on Alex or Alucard, they simply didn't care. Alex took Alucard by the hand and stepped into the dark portal. A moment later, they found themselves in a strange dark cave where a messenger lamp glowed dimly, casting a faint gray light on the walls. Looking around the cave they had appeared in, Alex and Alucard saw hundreds of old stone tombstones of various distorted shapes. Stopping his inspection, Alex touched the messenger lamp, lighting it up. Alex and Alucard exited the cave, and before their eyes appeared a strange, distorted view. Everything looked as if the ground had been torn apart and folded in chaotic order. It was as if someone had ripped out an entire piece of reality, thrown it here, and decided never to touch it again. Everything Alex saw could only be described as the mad dream of a person trapped in a nightmare. Even Alex was in such a place for the first time, and it felt wrong and unnatural to him because of how it was structured. Even the sky looked unpleasant, covered with heavy clouds that had a reddish tint. But the most unpleasant thing about this place was the feeling of being watched from all directions. Well. Welcome to the nightmare frontier. The buffer dimension between the nightmare and the dream, Alex said, standing on the edge of a cliff and looking at the strange landscape below. A strange place. And unpleasant. Everything here feels wrong, Alucard said, slightly frowning as she looked down. That's why it's called the nightmare frontier. From here, you can even see the nightmare itself, Alex said, pointing in a certain direction. Alucard looked at the only strange structure visible in this place. It was a tilted tower that emanated the most disgusting, sticky, and repulsive feeling. Hearing Alex's voice beside her, she shifted her gaze in the direction he was pointing. All she saw was very thick fog and a barely visible shore that was almost impossible to make out no matter how hard she stared. Alex, on the other hand, could see everything clearly, especially the body of Kos, and he could hear the mournful cry of the orphan of Kos. The hunter's nightmare dimension was a cursed, self-contained realm born from the death and rage of Kos and her child. Meanwhile, the nightmare frontier was merely a buffer zone, something like a corridor between two dimensions created by two different Great Ones. I can only see faint outlines of the shore, and they're blurry and distorted, Alucard said, trying to understand what she was seeing and feeling discomfort from this place. It all depends on how you look at it. From one side, it seems like we're standing on a cliff and looking down at a foggy shore from above. From the other side, the distance to that shore isn't something you can walk. The shore seems close. But in reality, it's so far away that the brain simply can't comprehend it, Alex explained. A disgusting place. This is completely different from anything I've ever seen. And this place truly deserves to be called the Nightmare Frontier. I would like to say I like this place. But I don't. I feel it pressing on my mind. I don't like this sensation, Alucard said, not hiding her discomfort. If it's unpleasant for you, I can help you deal with it, Alex said, raising his hand and looking at his wife, who had been frowning ever since they arrived. And how will you help me? Alucard asked, turning her gaze to Alex. Instead of answering, Alex touched his finger to Alucard's forehead to calm her mind. He understood that even though Alucard was an ancient Nosferatu, and the most powerful one at that, this place would still have a strong effect on her, especially on her mind. Whether human or Nosferatu, everyone would react the same way to such a place, which would gradually drive them insane due to its unnaturalness. When Alex touched her forehead, Alucard felt the pressure on her head disappear, and everything returned to normal. Once her mind had calmed, Alucard looked at the landscapes of the Nightmare Frontier again and quickly understood. She hadn't expected this place to affect her so strongly. Shifting her gaze to the tilted tower below, she realized who was responsible for this unpleasant feeling. Actually, I wanted to give this to you later. But I think now is the perfect time, Alex said, taking out a small black box from his pocket. Alucard turned her head after Alex's words and saw an exquisite black box with red lines in his hands. She understood what was inside the box and calmly took it from him. Alucard opened the black box and saw a white gold ring with an engraving of a rose wrapping around a Victorian cross. At the top of the ring was a small red gem that shimmered as if blood flowed inside it. Looking at the ring inside the box, Alucard experienced a whole palette of emotions. She felt happiness when she saw the ring. But at the same time, she was surprised by the intensity of those feelings. She knew that Alex personally crafted every wedding ring for the women in his life. But receiving her own ring overwhelmed her with emotions. Alex saw Alucard's frozen gaze and took the ring out of the box. He carefully slipped it onto Alucard's ring finger. Do you like it? Alex asked, looking at Alucard, who was staring at her ring finger where the wedding ring now sat. Yes. But, as always, you don't know how to pick the right moment to give something like this, Alucard said with a sarcastic smile. I was expecting to hear, I love you and all that. Not another comment about the timing being wrong, Alex said in a dry tone, giving Alucard an empty look. Of course, my love. I would say those words to you. And I could say them forever. But not when I receive something so significant in such a disgusting place. However, seeing your sad look, fine, I'll give you a small reward, Alucard said in a cheerful tone, raising her hand to look at the wedding ring before shifting her gaze to Alex. After finishing speaking, Alucard leaned toward Alex and kissed him on the lips. Her arms slowly wrapped around his neck, pulling him into a long kiss. Neither of them cared about the place they were in. Especially Alex, because now with this ring on her finger, nothing in this place could threaten Alucard, even if the entire dimension collapsed. After finishing the kiss, Alucard pulled back slightly and placed her palm on his cheek, gently stroking it with her thumb. Before meeting Alex, she had already forgotten what love and attachment felt like. All she had was boredom. But after he entered her life, Alucard didn't mind experiencing such feelings again, knowing that the one who loved her would never leave her. I wouldn't want to interrupt our very romantic moment. But this gaze is starting to irritate me, Alex said with a heavy sigh. Not just you, my love. This intense stare is very irritating. And now I understand why you reacted to this creature the way you did, Alucard said, removing her palm from Alex's cheek. Shall we go smash this disgusting bitch? Alex asked, raising an eyebrow with a bloodthirsty smile. With pleasure, my love, Alucard replied with the same bloodthirsty smile. Alex smiled and wrapped his arm around Alucard's waist. He wasn't going to take a long detour just to reach Amygdala. Lifting Alucard into his arms, Alex took several steps back from the edge of the cliff. After a few wide strides, he pushed off and jumped straight toward the place where Amygdala was located. Neither he nor Alucard had any desire to deal with the creatures that lived in this place. Holding Alucard in his arms, Alex landed right at the entrance to Amygdala's location. Setting Alucard down, Alex turned his head and saw something like a swamp behind them, where large mollusk-like creatures with many growths along their bodies were crawling. Alex knew how and why these creatures had appeared. These mollusk-like beings had once been humans. Their transformation into such forms was the result of worshipping the Great One named Kos, who lived deep in the ocean and was worshipped by the people of the fishing hamlet. And these mollusk-like creatures were only those who had managed to slip through the cracks in the nightmare and end up here. Losing interest in these creatures, Alex turned his head and looked at a small archway embedded in the rock. Through this small arch, one could see the tall tower tilted to the side. But Alex could see that this tower was the door to the hunter's nightmare. "You do understand that if anything happens, I'll intervene?" Alex asked, turning his head toward Alucard, who was staring intently at the tower. "No need to remind me of what I already know," Alucard said, lazily waving her hand. "I'm just reminding you. In case the real amygdala appears and not just a projection," Alex said, putting his hands behind his head. Alucard calmly nodded, perfectly understanding Alex's words. Such a being was not something she could kill, even with the 3 million souls she had absorbed still inside her. Seeing that Alucard had calmly accepted the possibility that she might not be able to fight Amygdala, Alex stepped through the archway first, leading to Amygdala's dwelling. Passing through the arch, Alex and Alucard entered a place that resembled the nest of some creature living in the nightmare dimension. They had barely taken a few steps forward when the space in front of them cracked, and a very long, thin arm emerged from it. Following that arm, the owner of the limb appeared from the tear in space. The creature looked like a huge, multi-armed monster that resembled a nightmarish hybrid of a spider, a crab, and a deformed human. Amygdala's body was massive and muscular, covered in gray-blue, rough, wrinkled skin with a metallic sheen. Amygdala had 9 very long, thin, yet extremely strong arms with multiple joints. They looked bony, with protruding tendons and sharp claws at the ends. It had a huge head resembling an almond, with many openings from which small eyes glowed with an unpleasant light, giving the feeling of being watched from all directions. Amygdala's body was strangely deformed, with protruding bones, folds of skin, and growths. It looked as if it had once been something human but had mutated and grown beyond recognition. Seeing Amygdala, Alucard fully understood why Alex always made a face whenever he saw this creature. It looked disgusting and alien, not like a god from another dimension, but like a very large and dangerous beast born in this cursed world. Looking at Amygdala, it seemed to Alucard that the creature's body was strangely distorting, as if there was static rippling before her eyes. Alex, on the other hand, leaned forward slightly, staring at Amygdala. What he saw made him frown. Because instead of a projection, the real Amygdala had come out to face him. But what he couldn't understand was why Amygdala had decided to appear in person. He had 2 assumptions: she didn't want to let him enter the hunter's nightmare so he wouldn't kill the orphan of Kos, or Amygdala had a completely different reason. Not taking his eyes off Amygdala, Alex was glad he had given Alucard the wedding ring. Otherwise, her mind would have been overloaded by seeing the real Amygdala. "Oi, cunt. What the hell are you doing here?" Alex asked, narrowing his eyes and looking at Amygdala, which moved and twisted unnaturally while standing near the tower. In response to Alex's words, hundreds of different voices began to sound throughout the space, merging into one incomprehensible cacophony of chaotic sounds that overlapped and played as if someone had turned on fast reverse playback. Alex felt strong discomfort from this strange noise that came from everywhere. It was like hundreds of people whispering directly into your ear. If any normal person had been in Alex's place, they would have already gone mad and tried to destroy their own hearing just to stop hearing it. Alucard also heard all these voices, which caused her discomfort as well. But thanks to the ring, it didn't affect her, it only irritated her. "Oi, cunt. Can you speak like a normal person?" Alex asked in an irritated tone, covering one ear. "Go away. No. For you. Passage. Closed. Leave. Violation." Cycle, distorted voices sounded from all directions, barely understandable. "You want to die? You want to stop me? If I want to enter, I'll enter through any door. If I want to break the cycle, I'll fuck this cycle and flip it upside down. Now get the hell out of here, you creature." "Because you're not the first disgusting thing I've killed," Alex said, cracking his neck and staring at Amygdala. "Go away. Leave. Cycle. Continue." Intervention, the voices sounded again from all sides. Alex looked at Amygdala, which stood motionless like a statue, clearly showing that it intended to protect the door leading to the nightmare. Alex slowly took a cigarette from his pocket and brought it to his lips. Lighting the cigarette, he took a small drag and exhaled the smoke. Gradually, a slight smile appeared on his face as he realized why Amygdala had let him into this place so easily. She wanted to drive him out of Yharnam because he had begun to break the hunt cycle that had remained unchanged. Taking another drag, Alex understood that amygdala wasn't watching the cycle itself, but what was happening behind the scenes of this cycle. Raising his gaze to the sky, Alex exhaled cigarette smoke. All this time, amygdala stood motionless in the same spot, staring intently at Alex. When Alex's cigarette had burned down to half, Alucard was no longer behind him. She had hidden in Alex's shadow, just like Zhanya. And she had no intention of interfering in a battle of this scale. Taking another drag, Alex lowered his head and looked at amygdala again. Okay. You're fucked. You don't want to open the doors for me. Then I'll open them with your disgusting head, Alex said, tossing the cigarette aside. Alex cracked his neck and slammed his fists together. When his fists collided, the Beowulf gauntlets appeared on his hands, and the impact created a shockwave that destroyed everything around him. The shockwave was strong enough that the very space of the nightmare frontier cracked, and amygdala was thrown backward. Before amygdala could even get up, Alex was already directly above its head. He dropped down sharply, delivering a heel strike straight to amygdala's head. From the impact, the space around amygdala's head cracked, and its head slammed into the ground. Amygdala braced all its limbs against the ground to rise. But as soon as it lifted its head slightly, another strike landed on it. Alex stood on amygdala's head and delivered one blow after another, driving its head deeper into the space of this dimension. Strange purple blood from amygdala's head flew in all directions, including onto Alex's face, which became increasingly covered in purple blood with every strike. I told you. If you don't open the doors, I'll open them with your disgusting head, Alex said, not stopping his blows against amygdala's head. Alex didn't give amygdala even a chance to resist. With every strike, the space of the nightmare frontier shattered like a glass castle. Alex had no intention of playing any games with amygdala and saw no reason to. All he saw was an obstacle in the way of his goal. Gradually, amygdala's head deformed under Alex's increasingly furious strikes. Amygdala used one of its arms to grab Alex. But before the arm could even touch him, Alex simply swatted it away like an annoying fly. He jerked his hand back sharply, and the arm amygdala had tried to grab him with simply vanished, leaving nothing behind. But losing an arm didn't stop amygdala from trying to throw Alex off. Noticing this, Alex cast a spell, and black spears instantly appeared in the air, pinning amygdala's limbs to the ground. Having pinned amygdala's limbs, Alex continued delivering blows, deforming its head even more. After delivering the final strike, Alex raised his fist above his head, and it began to glow with bright light. You should have stayed in your hole and watched, Alex said in a calm tone. Alex didn't wait for amygdala's response, nor did he want to listen to this creature. The Beowulf gauntlet glowed so brightly that it illuminated the entire nightmare frontier. Deciding to end this farce, Alex brought his fist down, delivering the final blow to amygdala's head. At that moment, there was a silent crack, as if glass had shattered, followed by a shockwave that destroyed everything around it. The entire nightmare frontier ceased to exist in an instant, and amygdala's body instantly evaporated, as if it had never existed. After destroying the nightmare frontier, Alex began falling downward into a white, impenetrable mist. To be continued. Like I said, I didn't see the point in dragging out the battle with amygdala. For heaven's sake, it's the damn amygdala. It's basically a pathetic god who can only wave his limbs. Fuck amygdala. About Hunter's nightmare. If I remember correctly, it's a pretty short passage to the end. But all I care about is Maria and the death of that scumbag orphan Kos. And I'll try to do everything quickly, yeah. Probably. Well, you know, I can suddenly start dragging something out, just because I can. Okay, I'll go eat. Peace, love, and don't stick your fingers in the socket. Chapter 668, Chapter 667, Welcome to the Hunter's Nightmare. Once in Yharnam, a single event occurred that changed the lives of many people. An event that ultimately drove countless people mad and plunged them into the most terrifying and insane nightmare they could ever imagine. And this event took place several decades ago. It was the beginning of the fall of the Healing Church, the mass madness of both people and hunters, and the gradual increase in the influence of the Great Ones. It all started on the outskirts of Yharnam, where there existed an unremarkable fishing hamlet, one of many. But this small fishing village hid one great secret. The cause of this secret was a single being that the villagers worshipped. Every resident of the hamlet prayed to a goddess named Kos, who dwelled in the sea. Every day, the people of the fishing hamlet offered prayers to the great Kos. This continued for a long time. The villagers lived their lives and worshipped Kos, while rumors and mysteries about the being they worshipped grew around the hamlet. Because the fishing hamlet was small and located in a remote area, few people ever visited its outskirts. Most didn't even know about it or simply considered it a small fishing community living its own life. Therefore, outsiders rarely found themselves in these parts. Still, uninvited visitors occasionally appeared in the fishing hamlet, merchants who took a wrong turn and ended up there by accident, sailors who drifted into the hamlet's harbor by chance, or random travelers who wandered into the area. And everyone who happened to find themselves in this fishing hamlet noticed the strangeness of the place. They saw rituals by the sea, strange songs, and prayers that no one understood. Those who stayed overnight could witness or hear the actual rites of worship to Kos. It left a strong impression on those who saw it with their own eyes. And all those who found themselves there by chance would later tell stories in taverns, ports, and neighboring villages. Rumors about the strange fishing hamlet spread from mouth to mouth, gaining new details with each retelling. At first, they were just rumors about strange people who looked like fish living in a closed community. Then came rumors that the residents of the fishing hamlet worshipped some strange sea deity. With every new person who visited the fishing hamlet, the rumors gained new details, that the villagers had eyes like fish, or that they ate raw fish and sang strange songs at night. Eventually, these rumors reached the ears of those obsessed with blood and the search for a way to ascend. In the end, the rumors and secrets reached the Healing Church. The followers of the Healing Church were already actively seeking the power of the Great Ones, so when they heard about a sea deity that granted power to those who worshipped it, the rumors immediately sparked great interest among the church's leadership. They began gathering more information, sending people to the area where the strange fishing hamlet was rumored to be. The servants of the Healing Church, under orders from Vicar Lawrence himself, observed the fishing hamlet day and night, collecting more and more information. They pretended to be lost travelers who had stumbled into the area. Gradually, the Healing Church studied Kos through indirect sources and the words of the villagers themselves. Coming to the realization that the residents of the fishing hamlet differed from other people because of Kos's blood, which led those who worshipped her toward ascension, Lawrence, who desperately desired to ascend, saw this as an opportunity for his research. And then one event occurred that became the key factor in the beginning of the nightmare for many. On one moonlit night, Kos was washed ashore. No one knew how or why it happened. And no one would ever learn the answer to why Kos had been cast onto the shore, because what followed were horrific events. When rumors that the great Kos had been washed ashore reached the Healing Church, Lawrence, the first vicar, gave the order to prepare an expedition. Once all preparations for the expedition were complete, a group of the first and finest hunters, led by Vicar Lawrence himself, set out for the fishing hamlet with one goal, to seize the body of the great Kos. This expedition included not only Lawrence, but also Gehrman, Maria, Ludwig, and many other hunters. When this group of hunters reached the border of the fishing hamlet, they intended to take the body of the great Kos. And when the villagers saw the large group of armed men, they immediately understood why these people had come. But the residents of the fishing hamlet had no intention of handing over the deity they worshipped and who had blessed them. What the villagers didn't know was that these men wanted not only Kos, but them as well. On Lawrence's orders, a true massacre was carried out in the fishing hamlet. The hunters killed every resident and cracked open their skulls. The sound of the slaughter echoed throughout the area, and blood flowed like a river straight into the sea beside which the fishing hamlet had been built. The hunters, intoxicated by blood, reveled in the slaughter, killing everyone who lived there. While cracking open the skulls of the villagers, the hunters found eyes that had grown from the brains of the hamlet's residents. The corpses of the slain villagers with split skulls were simply thrown onto the dirty ground. And when the hunters reached Kos herself, Lawrence and Gehrman learned that Kos had been pregnant. They assumed that her pregnancy was the reason she had been washed ashore. The one who slit open the belly of the great Kos was Maria herself, who also took part in the massacre, killing the residents of the fishing hamlet. And when Maria opened the belly of the great Kos, everyone saw the being she had been carrying, a creature that would eventually be known as the Orphan of Kos. When the Orphan of Kos was taken from its mother's body, Kos finally died. But with her death, she cursed everyone responsible for the massacre and the fate of her child. Only a distant echo, like the whisper of the wind, reached the ears of the hunters who had carried out the slaughter. May the true fiends be cursed. May their children and their children's children be cursed for all eternity, the quiet, wind-like mournful voice of Kos rang out, cursing the guilty. Kos's final words, like a whisper on the wind, reached the ears of those she cursed. But those upon whom her rage and curse were directed did not hear her words. And when Kos died, the massacre in the fishing hamlet came to an end. Those who had taken part in the slaughter stood on the blood-soaked shore. The blood of the fishing hamlet's residents and the blood of Kos herself mixed with the seawater, turning it red. And everyone's eyes were fixed on Kos's body and her child, who had been taken from her. At that moment, only a few of the hunters realized what kind of atrocity they had committed. One of those hunters was Maria. When the slaughter ended, she realized what they had done. A feeling of guilt instantly overwhelmed her. Maria stood among the corpses, still gripping her bloodied blade. Her hands trembled as she looked at the dead villagers, women, children, elders, and for the first time during the entire expedition, she began to understand what they had done. Looking at her hands covered in the blood of innocent people and her clothes soaked in blood, Maria felt the full horror of the act she and the other hunters had committed. Her guilt was so strong that she threw her weapon into a deep well. And so the feeling of guilt took root in Maria's heart, growing stronger with each passing day. When the expedition ended, none of them even suspected what kind of horror and madness they would bring back to Yharnam with them. Kos's body and her child were to be sent for experiments, and the hunters returned to their duties. When the hunters returned to Yharnam, everything was supposed to go back to normal. But it didn't. Kosa's curse began to take effect. Every night, the hunters who had participated in the massacre in the fishing hamlet had nightmares that wouldn't let them sleep. Kosa's curse wasn't limited to creating just one nightmare. The hunters who had first raised their weapons against the Great One and her child unknowingly returned to Yharnam already broken. Gradually, the hunters began to go mad without realizing it. They started seeing images of monsters more often, monsters that turned out to be ordinary people or members of their own families. Slowly but surely, many hunters lost their minds to Kosa's curse. Day after day, night after night, without realizing it, their minds grew more insane, and the hunters themselves looked like living corpses suffering from insomnia and exhaustion. Every night they saw nightmares in which a mournful child's cry rang out, driving them mad. And over time, even outside of the nightmares, they heard this mournful child's cry, filled with the resentment and rage of a child whose mother had been taken away. But Kosa's curse was far worse than mere nightmares and the maddening cry of a child. Kos wanted to take back everything that had been taken from her. More than half of the hunters who had taken part in the expedition to the fishing hamlet, driven by madness and the blood overwhelming them, began a slaughter in Yharnam and started killing everyone around them. The hunters who had succumbed to madness could no longer distinguish reality from nightmare. They killed their own wives, children, and even their brothers in the order with their own hands. They fought with such insane fury that they could not be stopped. But their minds could not withstand this madness. Blood flowed from their eyes, ears, and noses, and their brains literally leaked out through cracks in their skulls. They died in terrible agony, screaming about monsters that only they could see. And by dawn, the mad hunters had perished on the streets of Yharnam. But for them, it was not the end of the nightmare, but only the beginning of an eternal imprisonment in a world of blood and madness. The hunters who had not gone mad understood what had caused half of them to lose their minds and start the slaughter. Some hunters eventually simply left the hunter order and stepped away from their duties, hoping they would not go mad. One of those hunters was Maria. But she left the hunter order not out of fear of going mad, but because of the guilt that had been consuming her since the end of the massacre in the fishing hamlet. Maria had thrown her weapon into the well in the fishing hamlet so she would never again hold the weapon that had taken the lives of innocent people. Upon returning to Yharnam, Maria left the hunter order and joined the clinic to care for the sick. Joining the clinic run by the Healing Church, Maria thought and hoped that in this way she could atone for the innocent blood on her hands. Day after day, Maria cared for the sick, talking to them while changing their bandages. She did everything she could to atone for her guilt. During the day, when the sun was shining, she visited the patients' wards with a gentle smile. But in the evenings, when no one was around, the guilt would return and slowly devour her from within. Even Gehrman, who saw Maria as a daughter and student, could do nothing to help her. And Maria didn't want to accept anyone's help, believing that this guilt belonged only to her and that only she could atone for it. And when the mad residents of Yharnam began slaughtering people on the city streets, Maria was the one who cared for those who had survived the weapons of the mad hunters. While changing bloodied bandages on people's bodies, Maria sank even deeper into the abyss called guilt. Even when her hands trembled as she removed the blood-soaked bandages, Maria kept a smile on her face. But upon returning home, the guilt would consume her with even greater force. Maria lived with only a small hope that one day, at some point, she would be able to atone for the murder of innocents. And then perhaps the blood of innocent people would be washed from her hands. Only this small hope of redemption was the single ray of light that kept her alive. But at one point, that ray of light was extinguished when Maria learned a terrible truth. Maria discovered the horrifying truth hidden within the walls of the clinic where she worked and cared for the sick. With her own eyes, she saw the horrific experiments with blood being conducted on the patients she had been caring for. And that was when she learned who was responsible for these experiments on the sick. The first Vicar Lawrence had ordered experiments with the blood of the Great Ones on sick people to see what effect it would have. Upon learning this horrifying truth, Maria completely lost her last hope of redemption. At that moment, a mournful laugh filled with bitterness, sorrow, and despair escaped her lips. She realized that everything was pointless and she would never be able to atone for her sins. Because she had not only failed to wash the blood of innocents from her hands, she had only stained them with even more innocent blood. The sight of what had become of the clinic's patients only deepened Maria's despair. The patients who had been subjected to experiments began to change, their bodies and limbs lengthened, and their heads swelled into a tumor-like mass of skin, inside which something sloshed that resembled anything but a human face. The sight of the patients she had cared for drove her into even greater despair. From that moment on, Maria no longer trusted anyone. She no longer trusted her teacher Gehrman. Because she knew that Gehrman was a close friend of Lawrence and might have known what was happening in the clinic, hiding this horrifying truth from her. Having lost her last hope, Maria understood that this was the end she deserved for everything she had done with her own hands. And in a fit of despair that had become unbearable, Maria decided to perform one final act of mercy for those who had become victims of the experiments. Under the cover of night, Maria sneaked into the section of the clinic where the experiments on people were being conducted. With her own hands, she began killing those who had been experimented on. And while killing with her own hands those she had cared for, Maria repeated that it was better for them to die by her hands and stop suffering than to continue being subjected to unthinkable experiments. After killing the last person who had been experimented on, Maria looked at her bloodied hands and thought that this might be the last good thing she would ever do. Having done this, Maria climbed to the clock tower, where she used to go to be alone. Looking out the window of the clock tower one last time, Maria already understood that she would never be able to atone for her sin and guilt. And so she decided to end her life so that her hands would no longer be stained with the blood of innocence. She herself would become the last person killed by her own hands. But what Maria did not know at that moment was that it was impossible to atone for guilt before the great Kos, whose child had been taken from her. And with her act of mercy, Maria doomed those she killed to the same nightmare in which she herself became eternally trapped in the clock tower, forever hearing the mournful cry of the orphan of Kos. Alex lay on the cold floor of the Eden Chapel in the hunter's nightmare, staring at the ceiling. Above him, slightly leaning forward, sat Alucard, listening in silence. "Well, that's roughly how it all happened," Alex said, exhaling cigarette smoke as he continued staring at the ceiling. They had ended up in this place right after Alex destroyed the nightmare frontier and killed Amygdala. The place where Alex found himself was the very hunter's nightmare he had told her about. Slowly smoking his cigarette and looking at the high ceiling of the Eden Chapel, Alex shifted his gaze to his wife Alucard, who was sitting on a chair and towering over him. Alucard sat with her legs crossed, elbow resting on her knee, cheek propped on her fist. She looked at her husband with a tired gaze. From the very beginning, he had continued lying on the floor next to the messenger lamp, not even trying to get up while telling his story. And once again, she had to listen to a long and boring story about what had happened here. She wasn't surprised by the greed of people who, under the guise of great goals, destroyed an entire settlement and were ultimately cursed. And knowing her husband, Alucard assumed that his entire story boiled down to just one single moment, the part about the girl named Maria, because he had spoken about that fragment with more emotion. Continuing to rest her cheek on her fist, Alucard knew that her husband had a strange tendency to save women with tragic fates. And on one hand, it even amused her. "Are you done? Or do you want to tell me something else?" Alucard asked, noticing that Alex had fallen silent and was simply smoking. "I'm done telling the story. But was it really not interesting to you at all?" Alex said, sitting up and propping his cheek on his fist, lightly swaying the cigarette clenched between his teeth. "No. The essence is the same, people kill each other, covering up their greed by calling it a great goal. They just chose the wrong being as the object of their greed," Alucard said, lazily waving her hand to show her attitude toward what she had heard. "Ugh. And I tried so hard to share another tragic story from this world with you," Alex said, exhaling smoke and looking at his wife with an offended expression. "The only tragic thing I heard in this long and boring story was the fate of your princess from the clock tower," Alucard said, looking at Alex with an amused gaze. "She's not my princess." "Well, not yet," Alex said, coughing into his fist and turning away. "Then you should have just told the story of this Maria, instead of making me listen to another long story again," Alucard said, poking Alex in the forehead with her finger. In response to Alucard's words, Alex turned away, pretending that he had to explain how this place came to be and what caused it. Seeing her husband's behavior, Alucard smiled mockingly and stood up from the chair she had been sitting on. She no longer wanted to sit still and wished to see with her own eyes what this world of the nightmare, created from the curse of a sea goddess, was like. Alucard extended her hand to Alex so he would finally get up from the floor and they could move on. When Alex took her hand, Alucard pulled him sharply toward her. In the next moment, Alex found himself in Alucard's arms, and she touched his lips with her finger. Her gaze told him that she was no longer going to listen to his long stories that didn't interest her. Alex slightly pursed his lips and shrugged, showing that there was nothing more to tell about this place. "All right, let's go see what awaits us in this place. Or did I destroy an entire dimension for nothing?" Alex said with a cheerful smile, pulling Alucard along with him. "We would have done it earlier if it weren't for you," Alucard said, following Alex. Alex pretended not to hear his wife's words and left the Eden Chapel, stepping outside. Once on the street, Alex and Alucard saw the distorted side of the cathedral ward, which looked as if it had been created from the fevered memories of a madman. Everything looked as though giant roots had grown through the streets, lifting the roads and buildings. It all looked as if hundreds of years had passed in the cathedral ward, ultimately turning it into such an abandoned piece of land. Just like in the nightmare frontier, the sky was covered with heavy clouds with a reddish tint. But the most distinctive feature of this place wasn't that it looked like a madman's view of the world, but what was supposed to be the moon or the sun. What was supposed to be the sun or moon looked more like a huge yellow clock face of a clock tower or the eye of a madman watching over this nightmare. But upon closer inspection, Alex realized that it was indeed an eye, the eye of the being that had created this world and was watching the suffering of those trapped here. "Revenge from a being like this is not something a human can imagine," Alex said, narrowing his eyes and looking at the eye in the sky. So it wasn't just my imagination that something was watching us, Alucard said, standing beside Alex and looking at the same thing. Something like that. Better not pay attention to it. We need to look around a bit to figure out where to go, Alex said, shaking his head and turning away from the giant eye in the sky. I thought you already knew where to go. Alucard said, shifting her gaze from the sky to Alex. More or less. We need to head toward Old Yarnum. The passage further is there, Alex said, starting to walk forward to show the way. As they walked, Alex remembered that mad hunters who had participated in the massacre in the fishing hamlet roamed this place. And the first place Alex intended to visit was the Grand Cathedral, where the body of Lawrence, who had been turned into a monster and cursed to remain a mindless beast forever, experiencing the pain of burning, was located. Even though the cathedral ward was distorted beyond recognition and the old paths were blocked, Alex still knew where to go. And as soon as Alex and Alucard walked a little further, they encountered the first mad hunter, armed with a beast cutter. The weapon resembled a heavy one-handed axe that could transform into a heavy whip. The hunter was dressed in the clothing of the first-generation hunters, but the most striking feature was his eyes, which glowed with insane yellow light. Before the hunter could even swing his beast cutter, Alex was already beside him and grabbed the hunter by the head. Twisting the mad hunter's head 180 degrees with a disgusting crunch of a broken neck, the hunter fell to his knees before collapsing flat onto the ground. New toy, hooray, Alex said, taking the beast cutter from the dead hunter's hands. Alex swung the beast cutter a few times to get used to the weapon. And when he turned his head to show the weapon to Alucard, he noticed she was gone. At that same moment, he heard the sound of gunshots and screams. Sighing tiredly, Alex pushed off the ground and jumped. Landing on a tilted building, Alex looked around until his gaze fell on the central square of the distorted cathedral ward. He saw his wife Alucard fighting 3 hunters armed with different weapons. Jumping down to get closer, Alex leaned against a tombstone and watched as Alucard easily killed the first mad hunter. Alucard effortlessly tore off the arm of the hunter holding his weapon and immediately stabbed him in the chest with his own weapon. After killing the first hunter, the death of the second didn't take long. Alucard dodged the second hunter's attack and appeared behind his back. She slammed the second hunter to the ground and pressed her blunderbuss to his head. A gunshot rang out, and the second hunter's head exploded in a bloody firework. After killing the second hunter, Alucard's gaze shifted to the third, who was holding a boom hammer. The third hunter attacked Alucard, and right before swinging, he ignited the boom hammer and struck at her. Alucard raised her saw cleaver to block the blow. When the boom hammer and saw cleaver collided, Alucard was thrown backward. Sliding across the ground, Alucard hadn't expected the hammer to explode on impact and send her flying back. Alucard's surprise was only about the weapon the hunter was holding, not the hunter himself wielding it. She shifted her gaze to the third hunter, and her body suddenly blurred. In the next moment, she was already behind the hunter with the boom hammer. Alucard grabbed the arm holding the boom hammer. With one sharp motion, she tore the hunter's arm off. Taking the boom hammer from the hunter, Alucard repeated his motion, igniting the boom hammer, and struck the hunter's head. The moment the boom hammer touched the hunter's head, his body exploded. After killing the last hunter, Alucard tossed the boom hammer aside as if it were useless. And before the boom hammer could hit the ground, Alex caught the discarded weapon. If you don't need it, I'll take it. Thanks, my love, Alex said, spinning the boom hammer in his hand. Enjoy, Alucard said, turning her head toward Alex. How did you like the first-generation hunters? Alex asked, storing the boom hammer in his inventory. They were quite mediocre. It wasn't even worth wasting time on them, Alucard said in a lazy tone, putting her weapons away under her cloak. Alex nodded understandingly and wasn't even surprised by Alucard's assessment of the hunters. Seeing no reason to linger, Alex began climbing the stairs to reach the Grand Cathedral. As they ascended, Alex and Alucard heard a bell ringing in the Grand Cathedral. Reaching the gates of the Grand Cathedral, Alex and Alucard saw hunters fighting a church giant. Not wanting to get involved in the fight, Alex and Alucard decided to simply watch. And very quickly, the church giant, armed with a huge iron axe, turned 2 hunters into a red smear on the stairs. Alex whistled lightly, seeing how quickly 2 hunters lost to 1 church giant. The moment Alex whistled, the church giant turned all its attention toward them. The church giant began walking toward Alex and Alucard with wide, clumsy steps, gripping its huge iron axe. Before the church giant could get close to Alex and Alucard, Alex pulled the beast cutter from his back and activated the mechanism, transforming the heavy one-handed axe into a heavy whip. Alex swung his arm, and the tip of the beast cutter tore off the front part of the church giant's head. Having lost part of its head, the church giant continued walking forward until it tripped and rolled down the stairs. Convenient weapon. But the chains word my little princess made is still better, Alex said, putting the beast cutter away on his back. Fatherly love for his daughters in its purest form, Alucard said with a smile as she climbed the stairs. I'm just stating obvious facts, Alex said, shrugging and following her up the stairs. Passing through the gates of the Grand Cathedral, Alex and Alucard began climbing the stairs to the main hall. Upon reaching the main hall, Alex couldn't help but comment on the fact that the main hall looked exactly the same as in Yharnam, considering they were now in a distorted world. And the only difference in this main hall was that on the altar where the monster's skull had been, the monster itself now lay. It was a huge beast, identical to the cleric beast that Alex and Alucard had already seen. But this monster was Lawrence himself, cursed for his actions to remain a mindless beast forever, experiencing the pain of burning. The monster's body was engulfed in flames, and it lay limply on the altar, devoid of all signs of life. Alex approached the monster and examined it more closely. His gaze fell on the monster's paw and what it was clutching. Alex took the item from the monster's paw, and it turned out to be an old silver pendant with a porcelain eye in the center. "This will come in handy," Alex said, putting the pendant in his pocket. "What could this be useful for? Are you planning to resurrect this creature?" Alucard asked, looking at Alex. "That's right. Or aren't you interested in killing the first vicar?" Alex said, turning to Alucard and giving her a thumbs up. "So this is him. He couldn't even turn into a proper monster. What a pathetic sight. I expected more from a man who did so much in pursuit of ascension. And in the end, he turned into this," Alucard said with contempt, looking at the monster's body. "In the end, he'll still become your familiar. A new pet for you, and his memories for me," Alex said, shrugging. Alucard slowly blinked as she looked at her husband and tilted her head to the side. She didn't mind having such familiars. But her contempt for Lawrence remained. As she had said, she had expected more from a man who had been so consumed by his ambitions that he ended up as a mindless beast. Alucard even thought that such a fate perfectly suited a piece of trash like Lawrence, who couldn't do anything right. Finished with Lawrence, Alex and Alucard moved on. Alucard, toward her new hunting target, and Alex, toward a new weapon for his collection. To be continued. So you might be wondering, why the hell is he telling us about the lore of this world? Well, first of all, you need to know how all this crap happened that led to the creation of such a dimension. And I've literally simplified your task, because if you try to figure it all out yourself, it will take you a long time. But I've done all the work for you. And don't worry anymore, there won't be any lore, or there will be. Who knows? But at least now you know what the hell happened. And I'm going to go eat. Because my head is splitting from having to squeeze so much lore into such a small chunk of text. My runaway editor will answer any further questions, if you can catch him. Peace, love, and don't stick your finger in the beehive. Chapter 669, Chapter 668, The Righteous Who Became a Monster. Leaving the Grand Cathedral, Alex and Alucard once again found themselves on the streets of the distorted cathedral ward inside the Hunter's Nightmare. Alex knew exactly where their next target was and how to reach it. Instead of taking a long detour and dealing with the numerous inhabitants of the Hunter's Nightmare, he led Alucard back to the Eden Chapel. The last thing Alex wanted was to wander aimlessly through this cursed world when the passage forward was so close and all they needed to do was break down the right doors. Alucard fully agreed with her husband, there was no point in wasting time on roundabout paths. During their leisurely walk back to the Eden Chapel, Alex shared his thoughts about this Hunter's Nightmare and how it looked in his eyes. Alucard occasionally nodded, calmly listening to his explanations about how this place was structured. Even though they could have reached their destination simply by jumping across the roofs of the distorted buildings, Alex and Alucard preferred a slow walk through this world of the nightmare. Returning to the Eden Chapel, they entered inside. Approaching the only closed door in the place, Alex raised his leg and kicked it hard. The doors flew open with a loud crack, revealing a faint, flickering light inside the corridor. The source of this dim light was a small lantern hanging from the belt of a man. This man was dressed in old hunter clothing that had almost turned into rags from long wear. He had the aged, heavily emaciated face of someone who had lived a far from easy life and endured much. His eyes were tightly wrapped in a bandage, as if he was desperately trying to shield his gaze from all the horror happening in this place. Alex immediately remembered who this man was. It was Simon, one of those who, even after many long years, had still not gone mad in this cursed place. Simon was a descendant of hunters who had participated in the massacre in the fishing hamlet. He had seen with his own eyes how his father suffered night after night from nightmares, complaining about the maddening cry of a child that echoed in his ears. Simon had watched as his father gradually lost his mind and eventually died a horrible death, screaming about monsters that only he could see. It was his father's death that gave Simon the reason to dig for the truth. He joined the Hunters of the Healing Church to uncover all the secrets the church was hiding. The more Simon learned, the more horrifying the truth became. Seeing no other way out, he entered the Hunter's Nightmare himself to put an end to this endless nightmare and free everyone trapped in this dimension forever. Alucard, hearing Alex's thoughts, looked at the man who stood in the corridor, leaning his back against the wall and pressing 2 fingers to his forehead, as if trying to cover his inner eye. The sight of a person who had willingly entered such a nightmare only filled Alucard with contempt. She didn't find his story interesting or captivating. Over her long life, she had heard dozens of similar tragic tales where a son seeks revenge for his father's death. To her, Simon was just another weak idiot who naively believed he could fix something. Another pathetic human who decided to stick his nose where it doesn't belong. He thinks he can find the truth and fix everything. How naive. Let him suffer. I don't care about him at all, Alucard thought to Alex, glancing at him from the corner of her eye. I completely agree with you. He's a total idiot, Alex replied mentally, nodding his head. Alucard only smiled slightly upon hearing her husband's response. Alex himself didn't know exactly how much time Simon had spent in this place after arriving. And Simon didn't concern him much anyway. Not wanting to waste any more time, Alex and Alucard decided to move on. The rhythmic footsteps of Alex and Alucard echoed in the quiet corridor. Simon, leaning against the wall, raised his head when he heard the approaching steps. Even though his eyes were covered by a bandage, he could see two people walking toward him. He himself no longer remembered how much time had passed since he arrived here. But one thing he was certain of, a very long time had passed. Listening to the footsteps and observing those who made them, Simon smelled the thick scent of blood coming from the woman, while the men seemed strangely different to him. He continued watching them until they walked past and headed further inside. Oh, hunters. Are you still in your right mind? Simon spoke, looking in their direction. At first, Alex wanted to simply ignore him, as he saw no reason to talk to this man. But hearing the question, he still stopped and turned his head back. Sighing, Alex looked at Alucard. She returned his gaze and waved her hand, showing that if he wanted to talk to this idiot, she wouldn't interfere. Seeing that Alucard didn't mind, Alex approached Simon. Why such questions, old man? Alex asked, lighting a cigarette. I see. Since you answer like that, it means you simply took the wrong turn, Simon said in a calm tone, still keeping his fingers at his forehead. I wouldn't say that. We came here willingly, Alex replied, exhaling cigarette smoke. I see. We are more alike than you think, Simon said, nodding slightly and raising his gaze toward Alex. So you also entered this cursed place of your own free will, Alex said, flicking the ash from his cigarette and leaning against the wall. Cursed. Yes, this place is cursed. This is the hunter's nightmare, where hunters end up when blood rushes to their heads, Simon said, shaking his head. Do you know much about this place? And how long have you been here? Alex asked, bringing the cigarette to his lips. A long time. A very long time. There is no time here. So temper your arrogance, hunter. Turn back while you still can. Unless you're pursuing some goal in this nightmare, Simon said in a hoarse voice, looking at Alex through the bandage. Alex couldn't help but roll his eyes at those words. Alucard, standing nearby, once again looked at Simon with contempt. In her eyes, he was a weak and useless idiot who couldn't do anything. And now this idiot was trying to drive them away. Alucard began thinking about simply killing Simon and stopping wasting time on him. Alex calmly raised his hand, signaling that he would finish the conversation soon. Alucard waved her hand, showing that he should hurry up. After that, she decided to leave the Eden Chapel and go outside to find someone to kill and relieve her boredom. Alex nodded slightly, indicating he would catch up with her soon. Watching Alucard's back as she left, Alex shifted his gaze to Simon, who was also listening to the receding footsteps. We're looking for something. So, I guess we'll be staying in this place for a while, Alex said, rolling his eyes. Yes. That's how it should be. It's the best thing a hunter can do. But be careful. Secrets are secrets for a reason. And some of them do not wish to be uncovered, Simon said in a quiet voice, lowering his fingers from his forehead for the first time during the conversation. Now I'm curious what else this place is hiding, Alex said with a slight smile. You can try to uncover the secrets of this place. Even if they are quite unsightly, Simon said, nodding slightly. I'll keep that in mind, old man. Now I'm going, Alex said, waving his hand and preparing to leave. Go, hunter. Just don't let the blood intoxicate you while you search for the truth, Simon called after the departing Alex. Hearing the final words, Alex simply waved his hand and continued walking forward. During the conversation with Simon, he realized that the men had searched almost every corner of this hunter's nightmare to find a way to end it. In his search for the truth, Simon had come to the conclusion that he simply didn't have the strength to change anything. And Simon himself could be called lucky that he still hadn't gone mad. Stopping thinking about Simon, Alex left the Eden Chapel and stepped outside from the other side. The moment he was outside, he immediately smelled the acrid, thick scent of blood, which was especially heavy in this place. Climbing a small hill, Alex saw the same distorted views of Yharnam. Looking around the area, he noticed the corpses of dead hunters lying on the bridge. Alex quickly realized this was the distorted part of central Yharnam's streets. But right now, he was more interested in another question, where his wife was. He saw the corpses of hunters, but Alucard herself was nowhere to be seen. "And where did you go, Carmilla?" Alex asked, stroking his chin. "Follow the river of blood," Alucard's lazy voice sounded in his head. Hearing his wife's voice, Alex shifted his gaze in the direction he thought the sound was coming from. Stepping toward the bridge, he noticed stairs leading downward. Approaching closer, Alex saw a small river of blood stretching into the distance, along with a trail of corpses. Descending the stairs, he stepped into the river of blood, which reached up to his ankles. Alex understood that Alucard could only have gone to one place, and the river of blood was leading straight there. To confirm, he closed one eye and used his observation magic. Alex saw Alucard standing at the entrance to a cave from which all this blood was flowing. She was leaning against the wall with her arms crossed over her chest. Sensing his gaze, Alucard looked up. Realizing who was watching her, she smiled slightly and pointed her finger at the cave, hinting that Alex should hurry up. So she already reached Ludwig. "Got it. I need to hurry," Alex said, recognizing where his wife was. Confirming Alucard's location, Alex decided to speed up. Ignoring the corpses of creatures that looked like degenerated vampires, he began moving forward. Passing through a small crevice, Alex saw even more corpses of dead hunters, killed quickly and very brutally. The further he went, the more corpses appeared on the path. Collecting weapons that weren't yet in his collection, Alex began to feel the scent of blood in the air becoming thicker and more unpleasant. Walking a little further, he reached an alley piled with the corpses of people. Bodies without skin lay in heaps on top of each other, and these people had not been killed by Alucard. These were the bodies that served as a reminder of who was responsible for their deaths. Some of these mutilated corpses were still alive and made hoarse groaning sounds, as if experiencing endless pain. All these corpses were the bodies of those killed by Ludwig while he was still a hunter of the Healing Church. Good intentions. "Of course, I believe that," Alex said, looking at the hundreds of mutilated corpses. Shaking his head, Alex raised his gaze upward and jumped, landing on a building to move forward. Once again repeating to himself how much he disliked such distorted places where everything felt wrong, Alex climbed to a height from which a simultaneously mesmerizing and horrifying view opened up. Before him lay tilted and twisted buildings below. In the distance stood the tall research hall tower, connected by a bridge to the clock tower. And behind the clock tower in the sky hung a yellow sun that was actually an eye watching over this place. Even though it looked this way, Alex took out his phone to photograph the view of the clock tower. While taking the photo, he immediately thought of Maria, who was there. He didn't know if she would accept his help if he offered it, or if she would want to die. But Alex still wanted to save Maria. And he was ready to show her the truth about what had really happened if it hadn't been for their actions in the fishing hamlet. From the moment Alex arrived in this place, he had suspected that this wasn't simply a mother's revenge for her child. He felt that many things didn't add up in the story he knew. Why had a being like Kos been washed ashore? Why had her child been inside her at that moment? And what had she been trying to achieve by wanting to give birth to her offspring in the real world? Stroking his chin, Alex's eyes suddenly widened. And it began to dawn on him what Kos had truly been trying to accomplish with her actions. It seems Kos isn't as simple a goddess as she appeared. Heh. Now I'm starting to understand. A clever move, Alex said, narrowing his eyes and looking directly at the yellow eye in the sky. Chuckling, Alex moved on. He was beginning to understand what Kos's true goal had been behind all her actions. And to confirm it, he needed to reach the orphan of Kos. At that moment, Alex was 70% sure that his assumptions were correct. Kos had not been washed ashore because she was pregnant and weakened, but because she wanted to give birth to her offspring in the real world, a world she could only influence through those who believed in her, worshipped her, and performed rituals in her honor. Still pondering his theory about Kos, Alex jumped down from the height and landed on a spacious patch of ground. Everything around was soaked and drenched in blood that flowed from afar. Not wanting to linger and admire these crimson views, he walked forward. With every step, bones of mutilated human bodies crunched under his feet. He only had a short distance left to reach Ludwig's dwelling, where Alucard was already waiting for him. But this time alone gave Alex the opportunity to think even more about what was really happening in this place. Alex continued walking through the valley of blood, listening to the crunch of bones under his feet and the background of horrible groans from people who had the misfortune of remaining alive in such a state. After a couple of minutes, he reached the cave where Alucard was waiting. He saw her standing at the entrance to the cave, with the black cat lying on her shoulders, lazily yawning and opening one eye. "You took your time," Alucard said, looking at her husband with a calm gaze. "Sorry, I just couldn't resist admiring the view of the clock tower. And then I realized something," Alex said with a slight smile, approaching his wife. "I hope I won't have to listen to another long and boring story again." Alucard asked, looking at him mockingly. "Nope. Let's go kill Ludwig instead." After all, he was one of the best hunters of the first generation, Alex said with a smile. "Then I hope he doesn't disappoint me," Alucard said with a slight smile on her face. Alex expressed slight doubt at Alucard's words. After all, Ludwig was no longer human but had become a disgusting monster. Alucard herself paid no attention to her husband's look and entered the cave first. Alex followed her. It was from this cave that the entire river of blood had been flowing, which had accompanied him the whole way. Inside the cave there were even more mutilated corpses, some of which were still alive and groaned hoarsely, scratching the cave walls with their fingers. Walking a little deeper into the cave, Alex and Alucard saw a passage leading further. Approaching it, a short corridor opened before them, leading into a spacious hall. Stepping through this short corridor, Alex felt his feet literally sinking into the blood that continued to flow from the hall ahead. When they exited the corridor, a spacious hall with a high ceiling appeared before them. The entire hall was filled with blood and thousands of mutilated corpses piled in heaps against the walls. In this place, the smell of blood was so thick that the metallic taste could be felt in the mouth. To get rid of it, Alex lit a cigarette. Alucard, on the other hand, looked at this sight with the gaze of someone who had seen such things many times before. Mountains of corpses and a river of blood were not something that could surprise Alex or Alucard. But instead of looking around, their gazes were fixed on the creature located at the end of this vast hall. This hideous being was Ludwig himself. Ludwig had sincerely believed in the Church's mission, that humanity could be elevated through the blood of the great ones. He had been an idealist and believed he was doing a good deed. But like the other hunters who returned after the massacre in the fishing hamlet and the constant use of blood, he had slowly begun to lose his mind. And when Ludwig died, intoxicated by blood, he had already committed many atrocities that he considered righteous. Upon arriving in the hunter's nightmare, he had not become one of the aimlessly wandering hunters drooling with blood. In this place, Ludwig had become what he truly was and how those who had died by his hands had seen him. Ludwig had turned into a true monster, obsessed with blood, surrounded by mountains of corpses and a river of blood. The holy hunter, you say? Alucard asked, looking at Ludwig, who was slowly beginning to awaken. He became what he truly was inside, Alex said, shaking his head and exhaling cigarette smoke. Ludwig's monstrous form was truly repulsive and showed his true nature. All that remained of the valiant warrior whom people had followed was a monster. Ludwig in his monstrous form resembled a hybrid of a human, a horse, and a beast. His face had turned into a distorted horse muzzle, as if a human face had been stretched over it. The second head on Ludwig's body looked like the maw of a monster, filled with dozens of eyes instead of teeth, staring uncontrollably in different directions. He had 6 twisted, horse-like legs positioned disproportionately, as if they had simply been attached to his body. He had one massive arm, in which he had once held his sword, while the other was deformed and withered, which he used to support himself while standing. Rising up, Ludwig let out a strange cry that sounded like a mix of a horse's neigh and a human scream. His gaze lowered onto Alex and Alucard. At that same moment, Ludwig, supporting himself with his thin arm, lunged at them. Seeing the monster charging toward them, Alex and Alucard jumped in opposite directions to avoid the attack. Ludwig crashed his horse-like head into the wall, partially collapsing the passage. Not cool, dude, Alex said, looking at the collapsed passage. As soon as Alex spoke, Ludwig turned his attention to him. Noticing that the monster's gaze was fixed on him, Alex pursed his lips. Ludwig immediately charged at him, raising his massive arm. Alex jumped away again, and at that moment the massive arm struck the spot where he had just been standing. Ludwig began pursuing Alex, swinging his huge arm and slamming it into the ground. With every strike, blood and pieces of bodies lying on the floor flew in all directions. While Alex dodged Ludwig's wide swings, his gaze remained fixed on the sword on the monster's back. Seeing that sword, Alex wanted to obtain it. Dodging another strike once more, Alex glanced at Alucard, who was standing aside. From the very beginning, Alucard had only been observing Ludwig's behavior to understand his habits. "My love, can you help me take that sword from him?" Alex shouted, jumping backward and dodging a hoof strike. Alucard looked at her husband, then shifted her gaze to the great sword hanging on Ludwig's back. She couldn't hold back a smile at the fact that even in moments like this, her husband was thinking about weapons. Seeing no reason to refuse the request, Alucard took out her socklever from under her red coat. With a sharp flick of her wrist to unfold the weapon, she jumped forward. Landing on the rampaging Ludwig's back, Alucard plunged the socklever into the maw of the second head, which was filled with dozens of eyes. Ludwig let out a howl of pain as the saw's teeth sank into his second head. Alucard pulled back sharply, deliberately dragging the weapon to cause even more pain. The eyes inside the second head's maw made disgusting popping sounds as Alucard yanked out the socklever. From such pain, Ludwig began bucking like a horse trying to throw off its rider. But Alucard calmly remained standing on his back and, grabbing Ludwig's holy moonlight sword, threw it toward Alex. After throwing the sword, Alucard began delivering slashing blows to the second head, wanting to cut it off completely. Alex jumped up to catch the holy moonlight sword. "Thanks for the gift, my love," Alex said, catching the weapon. Alucard didn't respond to her husband's words and simply continued stabbing the second head with her saw cleaver. All this time, Ludwig tried to throw Alucard off his back, wildly bucking and slamming into the walls. Seeing what Ludwig was doing, Alex decided to use the true form of the Holy Moonlight Sword. He activated the runes on the blade, and the sword began to glow with a soft green light. Alex swung the weapon, and with the swing came an air slash that immediately struck one of Ludwig's legs and severed it. Losing one leg, Ludwig lost his balance and nearly fell. Alex began sending more moonlight slashes, wounding the monster's body. In the next instant, Ludwig's body was covered in dozens of wounds, while Alucard, standing on his back, continued delivering slashing blows to the second head. With her final strike, Alucard severed the second head filled with dozens of eyes and jumped backward. Landing beside Alex, Alucard flicked her wrist slightly, shaking the blood off the sawcleaver's blade. From such a combined attack, Ludwig not only lost one of his heads but also several limbs, making it difficult for him to stay on his feet. Quite resilient for a monster, Alucard said in a calm tone. I would believe you if you weren't holding back. You could have torn his head off with your bare hands. And I'm not even mentioning the Cromwell seals, Alex said, resting the Holy Moonlight Sword on his shoulder. What's the point of killing this creature right away? I thought he would be more interesting. But he's just another big beast, Alucard said, showing her lazy attitude. I would like to argue. But that's exactly what he is, Alex said, shrugging carelessly. While Alex and Alucard talked, standing ankle-deep in blood, they barely paid attention to Ludwig, who continued trying to get up. Every time he tried to stand, he fell face-first into the blood again. The loss of two front limbs prevented him from keeping his balance. Continuing to brace his hands against the ground, Ludwig's gaze cleared slightly. And now his gaze was fixed on Alex. More precisely, on the Holy Moonlight Sword in Alex's hands. The sight of that sword triggered old memories in Ludwig that had long been forgotten. Ludwig realized who or what he had become and why he had turned into this creature. He understood that the Holy Moonlight Sword, which had been with him for many years, had chosen another wielder. And someone like him was no longer worthy of carrying this weapon. Ah, my old friend. My faithful friend. Even you have left me. But even now. I see. Your beautiful moonlight. Go, my friend. I have failed you. Ludwig said, staring intently at the Holy Moonlight Sword in Alex's hands. Alex and Alucard fell silent and shifted their gazes to Ludwig, who lay face down in the blood, staring at the weapon. Ludwig's eyes were no longer the eyes of a blood-crazed beast, now they were the eyes of a man who had realized what he had done. Alex himself was slightly surprised that Ludwig had come to his senses in this way. Alucard looked at Ludwig and saw that he no longer intended to fight. And she immediately lost interest in him. Alex also saw that Ludwig had no intention of continuing the battle and had simply accepted his fate. And this seemed very strange to him. Alex even thought that perhaps Ludwig had hit his head too hard against the wall while trying to throw Alucard off, and his true self had awakened for a short time. Ludwig himself continued to lie there, no longer trying to stand or continue the fight. Oh, Hunter. Kind Hunter. Tell me. I, soaked in the smell of blood and monsters. Will you grant someone like me a merciful death? Ludwig said in a weary voice, looking at Alex. You've come to your senses, the Holy Blade Ludwig. Alex asked, narrowing his eyes slightly. Yes. I am Ludwig. I was him. But no longer. Now I am what I fought against. And even my faithful friend has turned away from me. So grant me a merciful death, Hunter, Ludwig said, looking at Alex as his last hope for redemption. Alex frowned even more and began thinking about what to do. Looking into Ludwig's eyes, full of hope and despair, Alex let out a heavy sigh. It no longer mattered to him why Ludwig had suddenly come to his senses. Right now, before him stood only a broken man who had become a monster and simply wanted to end his suffering. Putting the Holy Moonlight Sword away on his back, Alex extended his hand forward, and the scythe of death appeared in his grasp. Since Ludwig wanted a merciful death, Alex intended to give him what he asked for. Approaching Ludwig, Alex rested the scythe of death on his shoulder. Looking down at him from above, Alex felt pity for such a man. Ludwig had sincerely believed he was doing the right thing by protecting people. And this form, and the place itself, were confirmation that all his actions and decisions had been wrong. Ludwig looked up at Alex towering over him and felt the cold breath of death emanating from him. Sensing this coldness, Ludwig felt relief that his suffering would soon end. Thank you. Now I will sleep peacefully. Take care of my faithful friend. Do not fail him as I have failed him, Ludwig said, looking at Alex. Close your eyes and go to sleep, the Holy Blade Ludwig. You will have no more nightmares, Alex said, raising the scythe of death for the strike. Yes. Yes. A sleep without nightmares. I can feel this pleasant sleep. Ludwig said, slowly closing his eyes. When Ludwig finished speaking and closed his eyes, Alex swung the scythe of death sharply. After the swing, Ludwig's horse-like head separated from his bulky, horrifying body. Even though Ludwig's face was a terrifying horse muzzle, it bore an expression of peace. And instead of the usual bloody firework, Ludwig's body began turning to dust, carried away by the wind. Along with Ludwig himself, the mutilated bodies of those he had killed also turned to dust. Alex had freed not only Ludwig, but also all those who had ended up in this nightmare because of his actions. After a few moments, the entire hall was empty, thousands of human bodies disappeared, along with Ludwig's body, who had finally been able to find release. Alucard watched all this with a calm expression on her face. After all, how could she not know what was going on in her husband's head? And Alucard had no intention of judging Alex's action or even commenting on it. Good intentions, huh, Alex said, putting the scythe of death away. Nothing but an excuse, Alucard's voice sounded behind him. You're right, my love. I didn't expect such an ending. At least I saw something pleasant in this place, Alex said, placing his hands behind his head and turning to Alucard. Shall we move on? Alucard asked, narrowing her eyes slightly with a smile on her face. Alex nodded, smiling slightly. After all, the next place they were heading to was the research hall, through which they could reach the clock tower. And the situation with Ludwig was only one of the tragedies that had touched this place. Alex remembered that they would need to pass through the prison area to reach the hall where a large platform with a statue served as an elevator leading upward. To be continued. On the one hand, I thought about making a cool fight with Ludwig. But then I realized that it wasn't worth it. Ludwig is another tragic character. And so I decided to just end his life and let him go peacefully, not as a monster, but as a person. As for what Kos was planning, I won't say yet. But I don't think it's that hard to guess what Kos was really up to. And I'll say right away, it's not in the lore, these are just my thoughts. And I still find the fact that Kos washed up on the shore suspicious. Yeah. I believed it. Here's my magic lamp. It's just as magical as Kos simply washing up on the shore. Okay, time for dinner. Peace, love, and stop sticking your fingers in your sockets, you're not kids anymore. Chapter 670, Chapter 669, The Research Hall, a place created by the order of a madman. After Alex freed Ludwig from the hunter's nightmare, he also freed the souls of those who had died at Ludwig's own hands. The once spacious hall that had served as Ludwig's dwelling had been filled with blood and mutilated bodies. Now, this hall, which had recently been soaked in blood and piled with corpses, was completely empty. There were no bodies, no blood, only an old, spacious hall that no one had entered in a long time. The only thing present was a messenger lamp burning in the center, casting a dim gray light around itself. Looking over the now clean hall, free of bodies and blood, Alex shifted his gaze to Alucard, who suggested they move on. Alex had no objections to continuing forward, since the place that interested him was very close. Climbing the stairs to the spot where Ludwig had previously slept, Alex and Alucard saw a passage on the left side. As Alex remembered, this passage led to the prison cells, where people were still slowly going mad. As they climbed the stairs, they heard a strange sound. A strange squelching sound and quiet muttering echoed from a prison cell behind them. Alex approached the wooden doors and peered through the small barred window. He saw a man repeatedly banging his head against the wall, endlessly repeating the motto of the healing church hunters. The spot on the wall where the man was banging his head was so covered in blood that it was already dripping onto the floor. You look like you've never seen madmen before, Alucard said, standing behind Alex and leaning her back against the wall. I was just curious. How many cursed psychiatric asylums do you think I've visited? Alex asked, stopping paying attention to the mad hunter. Apparently not enough, Alucard replied with light sarcasm in her voice. Alex lazily shrugged, not denying her words. Stopping paying attention to the mad hunter who continued banging his head against the wall, Alex decided it was best not to stop anymore and to keep moving forward. Ahead of Alex and Alucard stretched a long prison corridor with closed cells. As they began walking down this long corridor, they heard the sound of footsteps. Ahead appeared several church servants in black robes, walking along the corridor like prison guards. Seeing them, Alex pulled the holy moonlight sword from his back. Gripping it with a reverse hold, he narrowed his eyes slightly. The sword in his hand began to glow with a soft green light, and in that same moment Alex delivered 3 slashing strikes, sending cross-shaped energy slashes forward. Where the 3 energy slashes passed, clear marks were left on the walls. The 3 energy slashes instantly reached the church servants and cut them into pieces. After killing the church servants, Alex put the holy moonlight sword away on his back and narrowed his eyes with a satisfied smile. Looks like I found a temporary replacement for rebellion, Alex said with a pleased smile, looking at the aftermath of his strike. What kind of sword? Alucard asked, shifting her gaze to her husband. Rebellion is the opposite of my Yamato. To put it simply, Yamato can separate, while rebellion can unite. Alucard raised an eyebrow slightly, showing interest in such a weapon. She knew that the Yamato sword Alex possessed had unique abilities and wasn't just another piece in his collection. Seeing that Alucard had shown interest in rebellion and Yamato, Alex decided to share a few facts about these weapons. As they continued walking down the corridor toward the church hall that would lead them to the research hall, Alex told her about the two swords and how they were created. Even though the Yamato in Alex's hands had been created by the hands of the creator himself, Alex's father. Hearing about the special properties of Yamato and rebellion, Alucard was somewhat impressed by such weapons. By the end of the prison corridor, Alex had finished telling her about the two swords, and they began climbing the stairs. If I remember correctly, Lawrence's skull should be in the hall ahead, Alex said, climbing the stairs. And why do you need the skull of that man? Alucard asked, climbing the stairs beside him. For the ritual to resurrect the monster we saw in the Grand Cathedral, Alex said, looking at Alucard and reminding her of what he wanted to do. You're planning to go back? Alucard clarified, narrowing her eyes at her husband. Alex smiled slightly, hinting that they would return in a much faster way than a regular walk. Noticing the smile on Alex's face, Alucard smirked and continued climbing the stairs. A moment later, they stepped into a very spacious church hall. Unlike all the other places in the Hunter's Nightmare, this church hall looked very neat, as if the place was frequently cleaned. Alex's gaze fell on several empty medical beds that looked as though people had recently slept on them. And at the very end stood an altar, before which a woman knelt, quietly praying. This place was neat and well maintained for a reason. This church hall had been created from Maria's own memories. And unlike the other inhabitants of the Hunter's Nightmare, Maria had not gone mad from blood or insanity. Maria's life had ended because of the guilt that had been devouring her from within. And this church hall symbolized how Maria had cared for the sick in the hope of saving as many people as possible. The research hall above served as a reminder that all her attempts at redemption had been pointless. The place that was supposed to save people had turned into a place where people were subjected to even greater suffering. As I've come to understand, the world in the Hunter's Nightmare is formed from how the people trapped here perceived it. That's why this place looks like this. And this place, it was born from Maria's memories, Alex said, lighting a cigarette. So it's a cage she built for herself. Quite ironic, Alucard said, looking around the church hall that had been used to heal the sick. Perhaps. It reminds me of the hell my brother managed. To eternally watch the very thing you blame yourself for. And the most interesting part is that the doors aren't locked. You can leave at any moment, Alex said, shaking his head and letting out a heavy sigh. Has anyone managed to leave through these doors? Alucard asked, turning her head toward Alex and showing interest in the hell he had mentioned. No one even tries to leave. And that says a lot, Alex said, exhaling cigarette smoke and flicking the ash at his feet. Alucard narrowed her eyes slightly, understanding what Alex was saying. She had seen this many times in the memories of people whose blood she had absorbed. Guilt that cannot be fought. But Alucard had no intention of sympathizing with these people or commenting on it. Perhaps, a very long time ago, she had once blamed herself for the actions she had committed. But that was so long ago that those memories had long been washed away by time, and she had no desire to recall them. It's time to move on. I hope these church nuns don't attack us, Alex said, tossing aside his extinguished cigarette. Are you talking about her? Alucard asked, pointing her finger at the nun in black robes. Alex shifted his gaze in the direction Alucard was pointing and noticed the nun holding a two-handed Ludwig's holy blade. At that same moment, Alex realized he had stopped hearing the quiet voice of the praying woman. Looking around the church hall, he saw that the second nun in white robes was also walking toward them, holding a threaded cane in her hand. Pursing his lips, Alex let out a heavy breath through his nose. He looked at both nuns, who clearly had no intention of talking, and pulled the holy moonlight sword from his back. Black nun or white nun for you? Alex asked, looking at Alucard. I'll take the white one. She has a more innocent look. I like those, Alucard said, lightly licking her lips. You sound like a pervert, Alex said, giving his wife an empty look. Alucard only smiled at Alex's words and instantly appeared beside the nun in white robes. The nun didn't even have time to react before Alucard's palm pierced through her chest. Instantly, the white robe of the nun became soaked with blood and turned red. With a slight smile on her face, Alucard pulled her hand out of the nun's chest and lightly licked the blood from the tips of her fingers. Seeing how quickly Alucard had dealt with the nun, Alex shifted his gaze to the nun in black robes. Before she could get close, Alex attacked first. He drew the holy moonlight sword back and then made a sharp forward thrust. Alex instantly closed the distance between himself and the nun in black robes. The holy moonlight sword pierced straight through the nun's chest, and she didn't even have time to raise her two-handed sword to deliver a counterattack. Blood immediately gushed from the nun's mouth, partially splattering onto Alex's hands and the blade of the holy moonlight sword. I know you're still not completely mad. But this outcome is the most merciful, Alex said, looking directly into the eyes of the nun he had impaled. Lady Maria. The nun in black robes croaked with her last strength. After the nun in black robes spoke her final words, her body turned into white sand that immediately vanished. Alex shook his head, understanding why the nun had spoken Maria's name. These nuns were trapped in a single moment of their lives and no longer realized what was happening around them. Putting the holy moonlight sword away on his back, Alex turned to Alucard, who had approached the altar. Alex also walked up to the altar where the nuns had been praying and began examining it. On the altar stood 3 statues towering over a human skeleton, as if performing the final ritual before burying the body. And how do I make this platform move, my love? You do love playing by these stupid rules, Alucard asked, resting her chin on Alex's shoulder and looking at the skeleton lying on the altar. You'd better take a few steps back, Alex said with a slight smile. Alucard narrowed her eyes and turned her head toward her husband. Seeing that Alucard didn't want to move away, Alex raised his hand and waved it lightly, hinting that she should step back. Rolling her eyes, Alucard demonstratively took a few steps back, moving off the platform. Seeing that Alucard had moved away, Alex took out a silver pendant with a crystal eye in the center from his pocket. Seeing this pendant, Alucard raised an eyebrow. I told you this thing would come in handy, Alex said, spinning the pendant on his finger. What a good boy. Now activate this platform, Alucard said in a sarcastic tone, clapping her hands a couple of times. Alex rolled his eyes at his wife's words. Stopping spinning the pendant on his finger, Alex leaned over the skeleton on the altar. Gripping the pendant in his hand, he slipped his hand into the cracked skull of the skeleton, feeling for the hole where the pendant needed to be inserted to activate the mechanism. Finding the hole, Alex inserted the pendant, and a click sounded, indicating that the mechanism had activated. Before the platform began to rise, Alex jumped backward. With the creak of the mechanism, the platform slowly began to rise to the very top. Alex and Alucard watched as one platform moved away and another rose from below to replace it. The platform that arrived from below looked more like an altar in honor of a specific person. On this altar stood a golden throne, beneath which was a golden coffin, and on both sides were statues of people reaching out their hands, as if asking for a blessing from the person who was supposed to sit on this golden throne. And beneath this entire structure was a table on which lay a human skull wrapped in bandages. And the person in whose honor this altar had been built was the first vicar Lawrence, who was revered in the healing church that he had created together with his closest followers. Ah, poor Lawrence. So many aspirations and so many sacrifices. And it all turned out to be in vain. And the remnants of your memories remain only in this nightmarish world. Now you are nothing more than a skull forgotten by time. And a monster in the eyes of people. No lips, no speech, only an empty void in which the whole world saw your end, Alex said, holding Lawrence's skull in one hand and looking into its empty eye sockets. Alex himself didn't know why he had suddenly felt poetic when he took Lawrence's skull in his hands. But it seemed to him like the perfect moment for something like this. Alucard, watching this, clapped her hands lightly, fully appreciating such dramatic poetry. Hearing the applause, Alex turned his head toward his wife. A soft smile appeared on Alex's face, and he bowed slightly, like an actor after finishing a performance. That was wonderful, my love. I thought such behavior wasn't like you. But you surprised me, Alucard said, looking at Alex with a slight smile on her lips. Thank you, my countess. Your praise warms my heart and soul, Alex said, bowing once more. Don't overdo it, my love, Alucard said, poking Alex in the forehead with her finger. Alex chuckled lightly at Alucard's words and stepped off the platform. Putting Lawrence's skull into his inventory, Alex walked over to the lever that controlled the platform's mechanism and pulled it slightly. The sound of the mechanism working rang out again, and the platform began to descend. Lighting a cigarette, Alex waited for the upper platform to come down. When the upper platform descended, Alex and Alucard stepped onto it. And the platform immediately began to rise with the characteristic sound of the working mechanism and the clinking of chains. Alex raised his head and thought about what awaited them above. The place the platform was rising to was the research hall, where the healing church conducted its inhumane experiments on people, trying to find a path to ascension through the blood of the great ones. Alex didn't consider it a coincidence that the skull of the first vicar Lawrence was located in such a place. After all, it was by his orders that all these experiments had been carried out. I wonder if there will be any records in this place, Alex said, stroking his chin. Are you that interested? Alucard asked, shifting her gaze to her husband. A little. I'm more interested in the diaries of the patients who were experimented on. I keep things like that in my creepy museum, Alex said, shrugging. Ah, yes. The creepy museum. I'll have to visit it sometime, Alucard said, remembering what Alex was talking about. Alex nodded, showing that he didn't mind if Alucard visited his museum with its collection of creepy items from cursed places. When the platform reached the very top, a single passage with stairs leading upward and a lone messenger lamp burning with a dim gray light appeared before Alex and Alucard. Touching the messenger lamp to light it, Alex began climbing the stairs to enter the research hall. After climbing the stairs, Alex and Alucard entered the research hall. Raising his head, Alex saw a long spiral staircase that went all the way up. "I have a feeling we're going to be here for a while," Alex said, looking at the number of floors and the size of the research hall. "Only if you don't plan to clean out every corner of this place," Alucard said, also looking upward. "You can sleep in my shadow while I do all this. And when I reach the garden, I'll wake you up," Alex said, looking at his wife. "And what's so interesting about that garden you mentioned?" Alucard asked, lowering her gaze and shifting it to Alex. "I think it would be appropriate to call those beings the ones who are stuck between human and celestial messenger," Alex said, narrowing his eyes, stroking his chin, and looking at the balcony that led to the garden. Alucard thought for a moment, considering her husband's suggestion. After thinking for a bit, Alucard smirked and extended her palm toward Alex. Alex understood without words what Alucard was asking for. In that same moment, the black cat jumped out of his shadow. The black cat jumped onto Alex's shoulder and opened its mouth, spitting out all the crystallized blood echoes it had managed to collect up to that point. Alex had already gained enough experience to quickly separate the contaminated blood echoes from the pure ones. After spending a few minutes separating the blood echoes, Alex extended the finished pure crystallized blood echoes toward Alucard. "Thank you, my love. Now you can play researcher for a bit. And I'll take a little nap," Alucard said, gently touching her lips to his. After another short kiss, Alucard gently ran her fingers across Alex's lips and took the crystallized blood echoes from his hands. Alucard stepped onto Alex's shadow and began to slowly sink into it, not taking her eyes off him. She saw no reason to interfere with him playing researcher of secrets, but she also didn't want to watch. And since Alex had offered her a chance to sleep a little, she had no intention of refusing. When Alucard disappeared into his shadow, Alex was left alone. Or at least he thought he was alone, because the black cat was still lying on his shoulders with a clear intention of not going anywhere. Stroking the black cat's chin, Alex raised his gaze upward again, thinking about where to start. "I hope I won't waste my time searching every corner of this place. But first, I need to get rid of all the obstacles," Alex said, looking around the spacious research hall. In response to Alex's words, the black cat only yawned and closed its eyes, settling more comfortably on his shoulders for a nap. Alex took out the magic musket from his inventory and raised it with the barrel upward. Closing his eyes and spreading his mana throughout the entire research hall, Alex marked every target in this place. After marking everyone who needed to be killed, Alex fired the magic musket. The bullet shot out of the barrel with a bang and flew toward its first target with a whistle, twisting in the air. The research hall was a multi-story building with a spiral staircase that reached all the way to the top. Long balconies with wards and research rooms. And all of it formed a labyrinth of stairs, balconies, and mechanisms. Only the first floor was relatively normal. If one ignored the shallow pool in the center of the room, which was filled with suspicious liquid. The smell coming from the liquid in the pool was far from pleasant, it resembled the smell of harsh chemicals that stung the nose. And in this suspiciously caustic liquid lay the dried bodies of dozens of people in medical coats. Seeing nothing interesting on the first floor except for two closed doors, Alex decided to first climb the spiral staircase to the second floor to see what was there. After climbing the spiral staircase, Alex saw two sets of stairs leading in different directions. Choosing the one that led to the second floor, Alex began climbing the steps. "I'll start from here and gradually work my way upward," Alex said, arriving at the balcony on the second floor. The balcony on the second floor was lined with cabinets containing various reagents needed for the experiments conducted in this place. Approaching one of the cabinets, Alex took a glass jar and pulled out the cork to smell what was inside. Inhaling the smell, Alex grimaced strongly from the ammonia scent and immediately threw the jar aside. Deciding it was better not to smell anything that might be in these reagent jars, Alex entered the first room on the second floor. Upon entering the room, he saw a dozen simple beds that looked as though everyone who had slept on them had died in a far from pleasant way. The sheets on every bed were soaked with already dried blood. And the room itself was filled with the bodies of those who had been experimented on. Elongated bodies with long limbs and huge heads covered with sacks. Approaching one of these corpses, Alex squatted down and saw a hole in the chest left by a magic bullet. "You won't mind if I touch your head a little, will you?" Alex asked, placing his palm on the swollen head of the patient. When Alex's hand touched the patient's head, he pressed lightly on the bloated head. Continuing to squeeze the patient's head, it felt to Alex like he was squeezing a jellyfish. Feeling disgusted by the touch of something like this, Alex pulled his hand back and shook his head slightly. He had no intention of looking under the sack covering the test subject's head, as he saw no particular point in it. Standing up, Alex lit a cigarette and looked around, thinking about finding something interesting. But all he saw were wooden beds with blood-stained sheets and the corpses of experiment victims. Exhaling cigarette smoke, Alex climbed the stone stairs to reach another hall on the second floor. Entering the second hall, Alex saw the same picture, wooden beds with blood-stained sheets and the corpses of experiment victims. The only distinctive feature in the second hall was a staircase leading to the third floor. Looking at the staircase leading to the third floor, Alex exhaled cigarette smoke and shook his head. He didn't see any reason to climb to the third floor yet, so he went back to the balcony on the second floor. Returning to the spiral staircase, Alex descended the steps and began climbing the other staircase that led higher. After climbing the stairs to the third floor, Alex saw a sign attached to the wall near one of the closed rooms. Third floor, left wing. Experimentation hall. This is what I need, Alex read the inscription on the sign by the doors. Recognizing what kind of room this was, Alex smiled and approached the door. Seeing a small bullet hole in the door, Alex nodded understandingly. Pushing the door open, Alex saw an old and creepy research laboratory, in the center of which stood several tables with the bodies of patients lying on them. Looking around, Alex saw piles of books stacked against the walls, surgical instruments hanging from above, and several cabinets filled with medicines and reagents. Like any such room, it was quite spacious enough to accommodate a sufficient number of people. There was also a freight elevator used to deliver gurneys with patients for experiments. Before starting to look around, Alex kicked the lever to call the elevator. While the elevator was rising, Alex began his inspection with the books, of which there were a great many. Taking the first book, Alex blew the dust off it to see the title. Human Anatomy. Structure of the Human Body. Theories of Brain Function. Collection of Herbs. Alex read the titles of the books, picking one up after another. Throwing aside the uninteresting books, Alex continued to explore the experiment room. Alex took everything his hands could reach or whatever caught his eye. In this way, Alex reached the desk that belonged to one of the doctors. On the doctor's desk lay dozens of different books, which Alex immediately tossed aside as useless. Beginning to open the drawers, Alex was looking for one specific thing, the diary of the doctor who owned this desk. Alex was 100% sure that such scientists always kept diaries. Opening the last drawer of the desk, Alex found a worn diary in a leather binding. Smirking, Alex took the diary in his hands and opened it. Dr. Augustine Crane. Let's see what you managed to write. Although your handwriting is quite beautiful, Alex said, seeing the name to whom this diary belonged. Taking the diary in his hands, Alex walked over to the dead old man in the wheelchair who was supposed to be guarding this room. Shoving the corpse off the wheelchair, Alex lazily settled into it. When Alex sat down, the black cat that had been dozing on his shoulders immediately jumped onto his lap. Beginning to read from the first page, Alex lit a cigarette and slowly read page after page, in no hurry. Lightly rocking back and forth in the wheelchair, Alex balanced on the rear wheels while reading Dr. Crane's diary. So you were researching the connections between consciousness, dreams, and other dimensions. Interesting, Alex said, flicking the ash onto the floor. After reading to the last page, Alex was quite impressed by Augustine Crane's notes, who had been engaged in such research. There were many cruel moments in the notes in which the doctor himself admitted his actions. But like other people of his kind, he repeatedly wrote in his diary that all these sacrifices were for the sake of science. Closing the diary, Alex tossed it onto his shadow so that the diary would become part of his collection. Not wanting to get up from the wheelchair, Alex decided to examine a couple more similar doctors' desks that were in this room. Rolling over to one of the desks in the wheelchair, Alex quickly found another diary. I wonder what you were working on, Cyrus Walter. Interesting. Research into death and resurrection using blood echoes. Now this is interesting, Alex said, beginning to read the diary of another doctor. Pushing off the desk with his foot, Alex rolled back to the center of the room and began reading the new diary. But after just a couple of pages, Alex lost all interest, because Cyrus Walter had ultimately come to nothing. The diary Alex was reading looked more like the diary of a lab assistant who had only just started working and knew nothing. Throwing the diary aside, Alex checked the last two desks but found nothing except dusty medical reports and a few framed photographs. Tapping his finger on his chin and rocking back and forth in the wheelchair, Alex's gaze shifted to the freight elevator and then to the hatch with stairs leading to the second floor. Stairs are out. I don't want to get up. The elevator it is, Alex said, turning the wheelchair around. Rolling into the elevator in the wheelchair, Alex drove straight onto the plate that activated the elevator. The freight elevator doors immediately closed, and the elevator began to descend. The freight elevator arrived on the first floor in another research room. Rolling out of the elevator in the wheelchair, Alex began looking around. As he looked around, Alex noticed a patient who had been experimented on. And he remembered who this patient had been before turning into this creature with a swollen head. Alex turned the wheelchair to roll closer. Rolling closer, Alex stopped a step away from the patient who was strapped to the chair. This patient was named Adeline. Just an ordinary girl who had ended up in the Healing Church's hospital and ultimately found herself in a place like this, becoming a victim of horrific experiments with the blood of the great ones. "Is that you, Lady Maria?" Adeline asked, sensing a person nearby. "Sorry, but I'm not Maria," Alex said with a light sigh, looking at Adeline, who was strapped to the chair. "No. That's too bad. I haven't seen Lady Maria in a long time. She hasn't visited me in so long. I miss our conversations," Adeline said with a slight note of nostalgia in her voice, sitting perfectly straight in her chair, not even trying to move. "So you knew Maria?" Alex asked, resting his cheek on his fist and leaning back in the wheelchair. "Yes. We talked often." Her voice was soothing, Adeline said, still with that same nostalgic tone. Even though Alex could hear Adeline's voice, it seemed to him that the voice wasn't coming from her swollen, fluid-filled head at all. Alex shook his head slightly from side to side, thinking about what to do with Adeline. Alex could save Adeline and restore her human form, and he could do it quite easily. But then the question arose, did Adeline herself want that, or had she already forgotten what it was like to be normal? While Alex was lost in thought, considering what to do with Adeline, she didn't hear her interlocutor's voice. "Are you still there?" Adeline asked, not hearing Alex's voice. "Ah, sorry. I was just thinking," Alex quickly replied, hearing Adeline's voice. "It's all right. It's been a long time since I talked to anyone. All I hear is this persistent sound. Do you hear it too?" Adeline said, sounding a little happier. "Fortunately, no. I don't hear any persistent sounds," Alex said, chuckling lightly. "I see. My request might sound rude. But could you help me?" Adeline said, nodding her head slightly. "And how can I help you?" "Untie you. Help you get rid of the persistent sound?" Alex asked, lighting a cigarette. "Please. I really need brain fluid." "Soft, thick brain fluid," Adeline said in a tone as if she were drooling from hunger. Alex stared at Adeline and realized there was nothing he could do to help her. And when Adeline voiced her request, Alex made a decision on how he would help Adeline. Alex raised the hand wearing the ring of death and touched Adeline's head. The moment Alex's hand touched Adeline's head, she died instantly, and her body turned to ash. And all that remained of Adeline was her ashes and a key to the balcony on the first floor that led to the flower garden in this place. Taking the key in his hand, Alex let out a heavy sigh. After all, he remembered that Maria had given this key to Adeline so she could enjoy the scent of flowers and the peaceful atmosphere of the garden. But Adeline had never been able to fully appreciate that flower garden. Sighing once again, Alex put the key in his pocket and decided to visit that flower garden a little later. Only after he had finished thoroughly exploring this place. To be continued. So, I'll try to keep things short with the research hall. I'll show you a couple of things about this place. Then we'll move on to more monsters and my waifu, Maria. I can tell you more about this place if you need to. But it's all clear anyway, the research hall was created to conduct experiments with the blood of the great beings, transfusing it into human bodies. And so on. Now it's time for food and a little playtime on Dead Island. Peace, love, and don't trust anyone, they lie. Chapter 671, Chapter 670, Living Failures and the Final Death of Lawrence. After freeing Adeline from the nightmares of this world, Alex continued doing what he had started, exploring the research hall. Once again on the first floor, Alex's gaze shifted to the closed door that led to the balcony overlooking the flower garden. Taking out the balcony key that had remained after Adeline's death, Alex paused for a moment in thought. Looking at the key again, he decided that he shouldn't go there just yet. Putting the balcony key back in his pocket, Alex continued searching for interesting items he could find in the research hall. Lighting a cigarette, Alex climbed the spiral staircase once more. Following his memories, he visited every floor of the research hall, finding more and more interesting things. Wandering through this labyrinth of floors and stairs, Alex was in no hurry, not wanting to miss anything. Floor by floor, he discovered more curious objects, which he stored in the pouch on his back to examine more carefully later. Despite the research hall being a true labyrinth, it didn't bother Alex at all. He calmly jumped to the next floor after finishing his inspection of the previous one. While Alex was busy searching for interesting things, the black cat that had been sleeping on his shoulder grew tired of the shaking and hid in his shadow. During his search for the secrets of the research hall, Alex found something that was definitely not mentioned in the game. He discovered several diaries written by patients before they turned into something strange and insane. But Alex still couldn't find what he was truly looking for. He wanted to discover at least something that indicated Lawrence had also conducted experiments in this place. Alex knew perfectly well that Lawrence had first and foremost been a researcher, and only later the founder of the Healing Church. After all, it was for the sake of his research that Lawrence had left Bergenworth together with those who shared his beliefs and founded the Healing Church to continue his studies. Some of the diaries Alex found belonged precisely to those who had followed Lawrence and also left Bridgenworth. But all Alex found were indirect mentions of Lawrence's presence in the patient's diaries or the doctor's records. He searched every cabinet and desk on every floor of the research hall but couldn't find anything that directly indicated Lawrence had participated in the experiments conducted in this place. In the end, Alex reached the very top, where the mechanism controlling the spiral staircase was located. Almost at the very ceiling of the research hall was the mechanism that raised and lowered the spiral staircase when needed. The circular platform with the mechanism was in the center, surrounded by beams that allowed one to reach it. At the very top there was also a balcony with stained glass windows, through which one could see the Lumenwood garden. In the center of this garden grew a huge sunflower that resembled a tree, with branches extending from it, ending in sunflower blossoms that had long since withered. After looking at this flower for a couple of moments, Alex turned his gaze away. Sitting on the edge of the balcony, he let his legs dangle down and looked below at the research hall. Alex had seen enough similar places where horrific experiments were performed on people. Lighting a cigarette, he decided to start reading the diaries he had managed to find during his search. Reading diary after diary, Alex continued sitting on the edge of the balcony, slowly swinging his leg. After finishing another patient's diary, Alex set it aside and took a small bite of the apple he was holding in his other hand. Ugh. Still just as sour. All right, who's next? Victor Morwen. Research on genetic and physical modifications. Interesting, Alex said, picking up the next diary. Beginning to read Victor Morwen's research diary, Alex took another bite of the apple and continued reading. The first pages of the diary were unremarkable and filled only with Victor's own thoughts. Turning page after page, Alex nodded slightly, noticing interesting conclusions that Victor had reached in his research. Despite the world Alex was currently in resembling the Victorian era, which meant scientists didn't have sufficiently advanced technology for their research, the blood of the Great Ones opened many doors for these researchers. In particular, the blood of the Great Ones had opened one of those doors for Victor and his studies. Victor had been researching manipulations of the body and genes to create superhuman hunters or beings. Alex still denied the fact that the blood of beings like the Great Ones could help advance to the next stage of evolution. After reading to the middle of the diary, Alex began to notice that Victor mentioned one particular woman far too often, a woman he frequently saw in the clinic. "Oh, who is this poor woman who was so unlucky that you became so obsessed with her, Victor?" Alex said, unable to hold back the mockery in his voice. Alex genuinely became curious about who this unlucky woman was that Victor was obsessed with. Holding the apple between his teeth, Alex began turning page after page. Continuing to read Victor's diary, he realized that this man was far too fixated on some woman. And very soon Alex got the answer to his question. Victor was obsessed with Maria. He saw her as the perfect candidate for his experiments to create a new generation of hunters. And the reason for this was that Maria was from Cainhurst and related to Annalise, the Queen of the Vile Bloods. Therefore, Victor considered Maria the ideal candidate for his research. In his notes, Victor repeatedly mentioned that Maria's blood was special and that she was the perfect candidate to give birth to this new generation of hunters. On one of the pages, Alex saw a full-body drawing of Maria. The drawing of Maria that Victor had made was very beautiful. Alex tore the drawing out of the diary and carefully folded it. Putting the drawing of Maria into the pouch on his back, Alex continued reading Victor's diary. But all the subsequent entries after the drawing were devoted to Victor's thoughts about his observations of Maria. "What a disgusting man you are, Victor," Alex said after finishing the last page of Victor's diary. After reading Victor Morwen's diary, Alex couldn't help but shake his head at the foolishness of this man. All his theories about creating a new generation of hunters using the blood of the Great Ones had ultimately boiled down to him desiring Maria and wanting her to give birth to this new generation. This diary only evoked disgust in Alex and nothing more. Not wanting to keep such filth with him, Alex simply burned Victor's diary. But he had no intention of burning the drawing of Maria. Taking the drawing of Maria out of his pocket, he couldn't deny that Maria was truly beautiful. And the doll, who had been created in Maria's image, had fully inherited the beauty of Maria's appearance. But even though Maria and the doll were identical in appearance, Alex saw subtle differences that were not difficult to notice. The doll looked like a gentle girl, while in the drawing Maria was depicted as a cold aristocrat. Alex understood that it was difficult to determine what Maria had truly been like from just a drawing. "Even though you were disgusting, Victor, the drawing turned out excellent. Especially the eyes," Alex said, examining the drawing of Maria. Looking at the drawing of Maria, Alex turned his head back and looked at the stained glass windows that offered a view of the Lumenwood garden. On the other side of this garden was the clock tower, where Maria herself was located. And Alex wanted to go to that place. What Alex truly hoped for was that Maria would not attack him the way she did in the game. Standing up from the edge of the balcony, Alex walked over to the stained glass window and looked at the entrance to the clock tower, which was located behind the creepy sunflower tree. Looking at the doors of the clock tower, Alex lightly stroked his chin. He knew that the creatures living in this garden were called the living failures, failed products of experiments with the blood of the great ones. Even without using magical vision, Alex could sense the presence of these beings in the garden below. Stroking his chin, Alex was certain that the blood of these creatures would give Alucard a significant power boost after she absorbed it. I wonder if Carmilla will be able to kill these creatures after her third absorption of blood echoes. Alex asked, looking down at the Lumenwood garden. Stopping stroking his chin, Alex figured that Alucard would handle such creatures without any problems. Stopping his gaze on the garden below, Alex decided to finish his remaining business in the research hall before moving on. The last place he needed to visit was the balcony that overlooked the flower garden. Approaching the edge of the balcony, Alex stepped forward and began to fall downward. Alex landed softly on the first floor and headed toward the only closed doors in the place. Approaching the closed door, Alex opened it with the key instead of kicking it down. Opening the door, Alex saw an old stone balcony that offered a view of the garden below. Stepping onto the balcony, Alex leaned on the railing and lit a cigarette. From the balcony, there was a rather gloomy view of the garden below, old, almost ruined stone columns wrapped in dried vines. And instead of a beautiful sunflower garden, there were only withered sunflowers that had long since dried up and turned gray. In a place like this, there was only an atmosphere of desolation and nothing more. Alex had read about this place in the diaries of the patients who had been experimented on. And all the patients in the diaries Alex had found mentioned that this place brought them a small sense of calm. The scent of blooming sunflowers helped them calm their minds and not focus on the persistent sound in their heads that appeared after the experiments. I wonder if Maria liked sunflowers. Though she cared for often wrote that she frequently visited this place, Alex said, exhaling smoke and looking at the gloomy garden below. Continuing to smoke his cigarette, Alex simply couldn't enjoy the view of this gloomy garden after everything he had read in the diaries about this place. Especially because of the diaries written by the patients of this place. Flicking the ash downward, Alex took another drag of cigarette smoke and exhaled it. Perhaps he really shouldn't have explored this place and should have just moved on. Extinguishing the cigarette on the balcony railing, Alex understood that this sunflower garden also existed in Yarnham, and it could be found in the upper cathedral ward, where he would also have to visit. Leaving the balcony, Alex returned to the first floor of the research hall. Raising his gaze to the only iron gates in this place, Alex realized there was nothing left for him to search for here. He had already found everything he could. All that remained was to move forward, toward the core of this hunter's nightmare. I hope I didn't forget anything, Alex muttered, approaching the spiral staircase. Climbing the spiral staircase, Alex looked at the iron gates. Approaching the gates, Alex mentally called out to Alucard. A moment later, Alucard slowly emerged from his shadow, looking at him with a faint smile on her face. Alucard stepped toward Alex, gently wrapped her arms around his neck, and leaned in closer for a kiss. Alucard kissed Alex on the lips, pressing her body against his. Alex was momentarily taken aback by such a display of tenderness from Alucard. His eyes sparkled slightly as he activated his magical vision to see the changes inside Alucard's body and soul. Alex noticed that no drastic changes had occurred with Alucard, but she had become significantly stronger than she had been before. And this increase in power was related to the absorption of the blood echoes from the beastly half of Vicar Amelia. Inside Amelia's body had been the highest concentration of the blood of the Great Ones compared to all those Alucard had absorbed before. And seeing this, Alex was now certain that Alucard would definitely be able to kill the living failures. As I can see, you slept very well, Alex said with a gentle smile on his face. You could say that. And did you manage to play researcher to your heart's content, my love? Alucard asked, stroking Alex's cheek. I can say I'm satisfied. I found a couple of interesting things, as well as a drawing of Maria. So yes, I'm satisfied, Alex said, nodding with a smile on his face. And since you woke me up, that means those creatures you mentioned before I went to sleep are behind this door, Alucard said, looking at the iron gates behind Alex. Yes, they're there. They're just a little unpleasant and might cause you a few problems, Alex said, nodding and wrapping his arm around Alucard's waist. Really? And what kind of problems could these creatures cause? Alucard asked with a slight smile, narrowing her eyes. Alex released Alucard's waist and decided to tell her what the living failures were and why they might cause problems. Alex raised a finger and began to explain. But before he could say anything, Alucard stepped toward the iron gates and flung them open. When Alucard opened the iron gates, the view of the garden appeared before her eyes, with a tree made of intertwined sunflowers growing in the center. And around it grew small sunflower flowers. But Alucard's gaze was fixed on something else entirely. Her eyes focused on a tall blue creature with long limbs and a head that looked as if it had melted or been crushed into the body. Seeing the creature that Alex had called a living failure, Alucard stepped forward toward it. Let's see what you're made of. And whether you're as strong as my husband said, Alucard said, taking out her weapon from under her cloak. After finishing speaking, Alucard stepped forward and instantly appeared in front of the first living failure. Alucard raised her saw cleaver and immediately plunged its serrated blade into the living failure's body. The teeth on the saw cleaver sank into the living failure's body, and Alucard felt as if her weapon had plunged into something jelly-like. Pulling the weapon back sharply, Alucard sliced the first living failure in half. But instead of blood, the living failure's body simply crumbled into small particles. Alucard looked at the spot where the living failure's body should have fallen. Her eyelid twitched slightly when she realized she had killed such a creature so easily. Alucard slowly turned her gaze to Alex, who was lazily leaning against the wall by the iron gates. "My love, turn around," Alex said, pointing his finger behind Alucard. Alucard turned her head back and saw two more living failures slowly rising from the ground. Seeing that there were now two of these creatures, Alucard thought for a moment. While Alucard was thoughtfully looking at the two living failures, these creatures raised their hands above their heads. Above the hands of the living failures, a strange black cloud began to form, resembling a night sky with stars. Alucard watched all this, wondering what these creatures were about to do. And in that same moment, energy projectiles began flying out of the black mist above the living failure's hands. These projectiles slowly flew toward Alucard, who narrowed her eyes slightly, carefully observing the energy projectiles flying in her direction. When the energy spheres were almost upon Alucard, she simply stepped aside, easily dodging them without any trouble. Alucard instantly closed the distance to the nearest living failure and simply tore it in half with her bare hands. After killing the second living failure, Alucard swung her palm and plunged it into the chest of the next one. After killing two more living failures, Alucard watched as they turned into strange dust that scattered in all directions. Observing this, Alucard frowned because she was beginning to understand very quickly what kind of problems Alex had been talking about. And as confirmation, three more living failures rose from the ground. Alucard thought about how many times she would need to kill the living failures before they stopped appearing. Deciding to test her theory, Alucard quickly dealt with three more living failures. And once again, everything repeated: death, dust, and the appearance of one additional living failure. Looking at the now four living failures, Alucard was neither nervous nor panicked. She was more curious about how many times she would need to kill the living failures before they stopped appearing. "I wonder how long you will keep multiplying. Or if you have a limit," Alucard said, smiling mockingly as she looked at the living failures. Alucard immediately lunged at the living failures, beginning to tear them apart with her bare hands. Alex, standing by the iron gates, watched what his wife was doing. Lighting a cigarette, Alex wondered how long it would take his wife to understand how to properly kill these creatures. Alex used his magical vision and saw everything. The living failures were people who had failed to ascend to the level of the Great Ones and become celestial messengers during the experiments. But even though the living failures were failed products of the experiments, these beings had become something that was difficult to kill by ordinary means. Alex continued watching and saw that the number of living failures had reached 10 creatures. Alucard stopped killing the living failures after there were 10 of them and carefully observed these beings. Instead of attacking Alucard, the living failures began raising their hands to the sky. "My love, you should stop them. Otherwise it will be bad," Alex shouted, noticing the living failures' actions. "And what are these creatures doing?" Alucard asked, turning her head back. "Opening a portal," Alex said, pointing at the changes that had begun to occur. Alucard shifted her gaze back to the living failures and saw how the very space above them began to darken, like a night sky. Above the heads of the living failures, a black mist began to gather, which in the next moment turned into a night sky filled with stars. Alucard and Alex watched this spectacle. Alucard was seeing something like this for the first time. But that didn't mean she was going to do nothing. The pentagram on Alucard's gloves began to glow with red light. And in that same moment, a massive beastly hand with long claws emerged from the shadow beneath one of the living failure's feet. The beastly hand grabbed the living failure and immediately crushed it. Following the hand, the owner of that hand emerged from the shadow. It was Amelia's beast form, which was now Alucard's familiar. The previously white werewolf with deer antlers now looked like a true embodiment of a nightmare. When the beast killed the first living failure, the portal did not close. The beast swung its massive paw, grabbed several living failures, and immediately crushed them in its paw. After killing 3 living failures, the portal closed. And the living failures did not manage to summon what they had opened the portal for. Alucard and her familiar quickly killed the remaining living failures. But once again, the living failures simply turned into dust, and new living failures rose in their place. "This is starting to get annoying," Alucard said, looking at the even greater number of living failures. "Carmilla, you need to destroy their basis of existence so they don't come back," Alex shouted, explaining how to kill the living failures. "And how do I do that, my love?" Alucard asked, turning her head toward Alex. "You need to destroy not what's on the outside, but what's on the inside." "Watch," Alex said, tossing aside his smoldering cigarette. Alex took a step and disappeared from his spot. Alex instantly appeared beside one of the living failures and plunged his hand into its chest. Alucard carefully watched what Alex was doing to understand his actions. Plunging his hand into the living failure's chest, Alex grabbed the basis of the creature's existence and clenched his palm. Alucard heard a sound like cracking glass, and in that same moment the living failure whose chest Alex had pierced simply fell to the floor among the sunflowers. After killing the living failure, Alex turned to Alucard and gave her a thumbs up, pointing at his head and mentally explaining the entire process to her. Alex was certain that with her current strength, Alucard would have no problem doing the same. Hearing the almost step-by-step instructions, Alucard looked at Alex with an empty gaze. Deciding to test how it worked, Alucard ordered her familiars to restrain the remaining living failures but not kill them. After giving the order to her familiars, Alucard instantly appeared beside a living failure. The living failure swung its arm toward Alucard to grab her. Catching the living failure's arm, Alucard effortlessly tore it off. The pentagram on Alucard's hand began to glow, and she immediately plunged her palm into the living failure's chest. Plunging her palm into the living failure's chest, Alucard felt her hand touch something round and smooth. This must be the basis of existence he was talking about, Alucard said, grabbing the basis of the living failure's existence. Gripping the orb with her hand, Alucard began to squeeze it. Alucard squeezed her palm and felt that breaking the basis of existence wasn't so simple. Applying more force, Alucard felt the living failure's basis of existence cracking in her grip. Squeezing her palm harder, Alucard destroyed the basis of the living failure's existence, and it simply died. Alucard pulled her palm out of the living failure's chest, and it fell limply at her feet, showing no signs of revival. After finally killing the first living failure, Alucard shifted her gaze to the others, which her familiars were holding back, preventing them from doing anything. Alex saw how Alucard had killed the first living failure, and this was only possible because he had severed these creatures' connection to the hunter's nightmare. The living failures were part of this dimension and could not die in the physical sense of the word. And after the living failures lost their connection to this dimension, Alucard was able to touch something like the basis of their existence. But Alex had no intention of telling her that his actions had literally exposed the basis of the living failure's existence so that Alucard could touch it. "I told you these creatures would cause you problems, Carmilla," Alex said, appearing beside Alucard and holding a cigarette between his fingers. "Indeed. The most problematic creatures I've had to deal with," Alucard said, turning her head slightly toward Alex. "This will be very useful training for you. After all, these creatures are just a failed product of an experiment. They are neither humans nor great ones," Alex said, pointing at the living failures. "As I understand it, there is also a successful experiment?" Alucard asked, smiling slightly. "Yes. One in Bergenworth, another in the Upper Cathedral Ward. But we'll go there after we finish here," Alex said, nodding and explaining his plans. Alucard smiled slightly and shrugged, seeing no reason to hurry at the moment. After finishing his conversation with Alucard, Alex returned to his spot. When Alex left, Alucard decided to finish off the remaining living failures so as not to waste any more time on these creatures. Having learned that they were just defective products, Alucard expressed her contempt for these beings. Even if these creatures had caused her a bit of trouble, in her eyes a defective product remained a defective product. Alucard appeared beside one of the living failures and plunged her palm into its chest. Crushing the basis of the living failure's existence, Alucard immediately attacked the next one. Alucard didn't need much time to kill every living failure. And after she destroyed the basis of existence of the last living failure, Alucard looked at the corpses of the living failures that had turned to dust. Seeing this, Alucard thought that the living failures would now revive again. But after a couple of moments, nothing happened. "Don't worry, you killed them all. After you killed the last one, they all ceased to exist," Alex said, approaching Alucard and holding a cigarette between his fingers. "So I wasn't imagining that they were connected to each other," Alucard said, looking at Alex with a calm gaze. "You even sense that. It seems the third absorption of blood echoes had a greater effect on you," Alex said with slight surprise in his voice, looking at Alucard. "You tell me, my love. This is your crazy plan, to stuff me with the blood of these creatures," Alucard said, running her nail along Alex's neck with a gentle smile on her face. Alex looked at Alucard and nodded thoughtfully. Alucard knew her own body best. Smiling slightly, Alex quickly kissed Alucard on the lips to change the subject. Snapping his fingers, Alex gathered the blood echoes of the living failures to give them to Alucard later. The next target was the clock tower, whose doors were right in front of them. Looking at the doors, Alex thought for a moment. Alucard watched Alex's gaze with an amused smile, sensing his emotions. Stopping his thoughts, Alex decided not to go to the clock tower just yet. Alex wrapped his arm around Alucard's waist and took a step. In the next instant, Alex and Alucard appeared in the Grand Cathedral, a few meters from the altar where the beast engulfed in flames lay. Alucard looked at Alex and narrowed her eyes. "And why did you suddenly change your mind about going to your princess, who is waiting for you to save her from the tower she built for herself?" Alucard said, looking at Alex with an amused gaze. I need the final fragment. Namely, Lawrence's memories, Alex said, taking out Lawrence's skull from his inventory. I see. Then handle it yourself. I'm already tired of these identical monsters, Alucard said, waving her hand and walking to the other end of the main hall. I thought you'd want to fight the fiery monster, Alex said in a surprised tone. Alucard only waved her hand, walking away. Looking at the departing Alucard, Alex simply shrugged and approached the altar where the beast lay. Placing the human skull on the beast's paw, Alex took a few steps back. The skull served as a catalyst for awakening Lawrence in his beast form. When the skull was placed on the beast's paw, it immediately turned to ash, merging with the beast's body. After the ash completely merged with the beast's body, its arm twitched slightly. And along with the intensifying flames around the beast itself began to awaken. Slowly, the beast rose from the altar it had been lying on, holding its clawed paw to its muzzle as if suffering from a headache. The beast literally fell off the altar and slowly rose, supporting itself with its large hand. Once standing, the beast let out a loud howl directly at Alex. From the beast's howl, a very hot gust of air spread out, scorching the cigarette Alex was holding between his fingers. Don't howl in my direction. Your breath stinks, Alex said, covering his nose and waving his hand. In response to Alex's words, the beast immediately lunged at him, swinging its huge paw. Alex raised his gaze to the beast that had jumped toward him and clenched his fist. As soon as the beast got close, Alex lightly swung his fist forward. At that same moment, a loud bang echoed through the main hall, and a huge hole appeared in the beast's chest while the altar behind it was completely destroyed. The beast froze in place with a hole in its chest, then fell flat onto the floor. Instead of blood, liquid lava began flowing from the hole in the beast's chest, slowly spreading in all directions. Alex lowered his fist and reached into his pocket for a new cigarette. Holding the cigarette between his teeth, Alex approached the beast and leaned forward, lighting the cigarette from the burning antlers of the beast. Exhaling cigarette smoke, Alex grabbed the deer antlers on the beast's head with both hands and effortlessly tore the head off. Here is the end of your story, Lawrence. Quite a sad one, but exactly what you deserved, Alex said, holding the beast's head in his hands. As I can see, you have quite a strong dislike for this piece of trash, Alucard said, approaching Alex and keeping her hands in the pockets of her red coat. I wouldn't say that. For the most part, I feel contempt for people like Lawrence. People like him always try to bite off more than they can chew. And you can see with your own eyes where that led, Alex said, lifting the beast's head and shaking it slightly. You're right, my love. Some people are too ambitious. But that is the nature of human greed, Alucard said in a calm tone with a gentle smile on her face. It's not for you to talk about greed, Carmilla, Alex said, rolling his eyes at his wife. And certainly not for you, my love. You are the greediest one here, Alucard said, wrapping her arms around Alex's neck. Alex and Alucard looked into each other's eyes, and a moment later they both chuckled lightly. After all, they were both right about each other's greed. Stopping their laughter, Alex wanted to sit in silence for a bit, and Alucard was also fine with that. Alex walked over to the messenger lamp and lit it. Sitting down on the floor next to the burning messenger lamp, Alex leaned back, supporting himself with his hands. Raising his gaze to the ceiling of the Grand Cathedral, Alex felt Alucard rest her head on his lap. Alex looked at his wife with a gentle smile and ran his hand through her black hair, enjoying the brief moment of silence. To reach the end of the hunter's nightmare, there wasn't much left, and Alex understood this, so he could afford to sit quietly for a few minutes in the company of his wife. To be continued. Today wasn't a day, it was a complete mess. I had to rewrite a chapter twice because Word decided it didn't give a shit and closed whenever it wanted. I just get up for a smoke and come back, and Word is closed. The funny thing is, I really rarely save a chapter when I'm writing. So, I ended up having to rewrite the chapter from scratch, and then rewrite the second half. It all gave me such a headache, and my neighbor, the dog's son, decided that 6 o'clock in the evening is a very good time for repairs. Fuck him. So, it wasn't a day, it was a complete mess. I'm going to go rest. Peace, love, and your neighbor is definitely an asshole.